KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. Stroud approaches the line of scrimmage, takes a knee, and the Texans do it. They defeat the Raiders 23-21. The throw from C.J. to Nico, sealing it, and the Texans have won 7 straight as they head to L.A. to play the Chargers Saturday.
All right, this is the classic. Hey, win's a win, man.
Is that what it is?
Well, if you're looking at it glass half full,
yeah,
a win's a win. And they've now won 7 in a row, and that's tied for the second longest streak in franchise history. Yeah.
7 in a row. Ugly win.
Yeah.
Ugly win versus a bad opponent where you made that bad opponent look like the best version of itself.
Yes, that's a good way to put it.
I was talking to Brazil, the security guard downstairs, as I hurried in this morning. I had one of those mornings where 18 things went, I don't want to say they went wrong, but they went wrong.
They could have gone better.
Yeah, and I'll keep adding up. It's kind of like the Texans pre-snap operation at times. It's like a couple seconds here, a couple seconds there, and then all of a sudden the clock is winding down.
Brazil's a good guy to run into on a morning like that. He's always in a good mood.
He's always in a good mood. He's a vet also, you know.
Yep.
So that's always, I always feel bad complaining to a veteran. And I was like, let me tell you about the morning I had.
Oh.
Hold on, I'll let you strap on your prosthetic there, and then we'll keep talking about my bad day.
Today and the Texans yesterday. Did they lose?
But
no, they won.
It's a first world problem to have when, you're like, okay, well, they won, but it was ugly, and I want more. That's okay. It's okay to be greedy. I want more. I wanted an absolute smattering against the pavement of the Las Vegas Raiders, and it wasn't quite that.
You did not get that. So yesterday, as you heard Mark Vandermeer say on the call, and we'll hear some more Vandy at 7 o'clock today, because there were a few things, mostly in the fourth quarter towards the end, to get excited about. They did close with some plays that they needed to get, but boy, it was a slow go for the offense for most of the day. Look, the Raiders' offense outscored the Texans' offense. You needed a pick 6 from Derek Stingley to early on to win this game. Do you come away from this game more concerned that, yes, the offense is ultimately going to be the thing that drags this team down, or that the defense has started to show some cracks here over the last
little bit of that? It's easier to get frustrated and angry at the offense, but it is what it is. The reality of the offense is that the offensive line is going to hold you back at some point. Because I like hearing the interview of Trent Brown in the pregame that we played. Because Trent Brown, I've heard him a couple times where he very clearly will say that we're not where we need to be. As other people are trying to say, whoa, boy, this offensive line, they've really got it together. Trent Brown's a veteran. He's been around. He's been on Super Bowl teams. He understands what the standard is. I think Cole Popovich understands what the standard is.
Yeah.
And they're not a good offensive line right now. They're improved over last year. But the problem is that when they go up against physically tough defensive linemen, they really struggle. And yesterday, the Raiders were playing some coverages, especially in the first half, when you're wondering, like, wow, boy, no, why isn't CJ finding somebody open? Wow, he's got time in the pocket. When they were playing 2-man, that's you got 2 safeties, and then they're playing man against everybody else. You should be able to run against that. Like, you really should be able to tear them up in the run game. And they're just not able to do it with those tight ends and those offensive linemen. I want to leave the tight ends out of it. Those guys had some rough snaps. But it is what it is there. With the defense, that's the gold standard on this team that you expect to play at a really high level. And over the last couple of weeks, you've seen, without Azeez Al-Shire in there even, it's a different defense, which should stand to reason when you're in the league, but then you have some injuries. When your defensive tackle room lineup is decimated, and when you don't have Azeez Al-Shire, you're probably going to not look like the best version of yourself. So over the next few weeks, what I hope is that A, Azeez Al-Shire is healthy, and then B, some of those other defensive tackles that are going to start playing a lot more, just can they get up to speed? Because this team has done a really good job of getting the absolute best out of defensive tackles who are otherwise just kind of blue-collar guys.
Yes.
Now you're trying to insert those guys in mid-season and see if you can get that. So that is my concern, yes. The tackling being as bad as it was, that's something that was an issue early in the season, and they hemmed it up. They just have to hopefully snap back over these next few weeks and into the playoffs.
Yeah, the defensive line thing is interesting because it's one thing to take journeymen that have been in rotations around, like Tim Settle, for example. They are getting, prior to his injury, they were getting the best version of Tim Settle you've ever seen. The previous versions were good enough to be on NFL rosters and actually play.
Yeah.
Now we're talking about taking Marlon Davidson, guys like guys that are like truly fringe street guys and trying to piece it together with guys like
Which
that.
is what Tommy Togiai was.
That's fair.
Heading into this
yes,
year.
Yeah, no,
and they've gotten the most out of Tommy Togiai.
No, they have. It may work.
Yeah.
It's just it's
But it's also
dicey.
it's tougher when you don't have.
And it's week
Aziz
17. Yeah, and it's tougher when you don't have Aziz back there. That's exactly right. So, and that's the other thing, too. I brought this game yesterday, and I don't know that anybody ever ended up asking DeMeco this question. I would have been curious. I would have been curious if Aziz, and I'll throw Woody Marks in there, too, because it seems like that there's a possibility they may have looked at the opponent and said, okay, we can get by this week. Certainly with Woody, it feels that way because Woody had been on the injury report the previous few weeks and was able to play. Like if Jawar Jordan hadn't had, if we didn't have the Jawar Jordan epiphany last week, would Woody Marks have played yesterday? Well,
and that's where watching in things being closer than they had to be. Jawar Jordan twice there in the fourth quarter just didn't have the nose for the first down marker.
No, put your head down, man.
Or the physical power maybe to do it, where Woody Marks is, even though Woody Marks is a smaller guy, he's bigger and more powerful and can break tackles better than Jawar Jordan.
And doesn't decide to get fancy in the open field either.
And then
runs you over.
On the other side of the coin is, Nick Chubb really ends up being one of the big-time game sealers by that 30-yard run that he has in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. Where I was going with Woody Marks and Aziz Al-Shaair, though, is if they chose to the question I would have loved to have seen asked, and I don't see anywhere on the run sheet that it did, was if it were a playoff game, would those guys have played?
Right.
Because if the answer were yes, and I don't know what DeMeco's answer would have been, we know how he is with injuries. If the answer is yes, then by definition you took the Raiders lightly yesterday.
No, that's I guess it's true, and you won the game in an ugly fashion. That of it is that you won the game. Yeah, so we're going to get a lot of people angry this morning on both sides of the aisle because there's going to be some people that are going to be claiming we're too tough on them. There's going to be others that are saying we're too soft.
And the postgame we had both on the it was like you just said, it was split on the postgame.
Yeah, I'm willing to take it, okay? I've got broad shoulders. Not as broad as they used to be, but I've got broad shoulders. Yeah, broad enough comparatively.
So
broader than yours.
So certainly broader than mine. This
and Ben.
Where it was hitting home, listen to this. Listen to the big meathead former football player picking on us, Ben, because of our lack of broad shoulders right now.
I thought he meant womanly shoulders.
Where it really hit me yesterday as to just how silly it was that this game was so close in the third and fourth quarter. When the Raiders took the lead on the Ashton Jeanty long catch and run, right? The rushing touchdown was the one that made it 23-21. They got the lead on that long 60-yard kind of wheel route down the sideline where Miles Bryant looked like a mosquito bouncing off of Ashton Jeanty. They showed the graphic on the broadcast, and it said, Raiders lead for the first time since Week 11 against the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, that's and it is
5 weeks.
It's a Raiders team that you go back to Week 9 and Week 10, and they took the Jaguars into overtime, and then they played the Broncos. I think it was 13-10, and it was 13-10. And if that's what the margin was, whatever it was close. It was in the third quarter, garbage time or anything. And that Raiders defense has some good elements to it. It's just they've been on the field so much in some of these games that it like you saw that. Okay, there's like any NFL team, they've got some good players. Max Crosby is a very good football player.
He's very good.
Max Crosby at times was pressuring C.J. Stroud after no less than 4 offensive players tried to block him. It was impressive. Or
the times where 0 offensive players blocked
There was that
him.
as well.
Yeah, that was interesting.
The execution of that play is interesting. I'd like to blame it on poor execution, but I think it was also it's you're making it. If Max, the Texans have done some things where you pitch it to Dalton Schultz when he's coming across the middle there, and I think they were thinking that Max Crosby might be disciplined and play Dalton Schultz on that. He was not.
No.
He did not worry one bit. He went straight for that. Well, he got in the backfield before he would have even had to make a read.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were some rough ones. Let's hear from DeMeco Ryans on this. Oh, by the way, the other stat that was unsettling to me, that was the first game since week 5 that the Raiders as a team have rushed for more than 75 yards in a game. That's the one where I go, okay, is this new world we live in where we're so thin on the defensive line? Is this that coming back to roost? Because Ashton Jeanty, you can say what you will about the 60-yard catch and run, the 50-some-odd-yard touchdown where the tackling was horrific. He got more tough yards inside than we've seen most backs get against the Texans.
Yeah, and again, if you talk about the front stop the run, the 4 defensive linemen and the 3 linebackers, when you've got Azeez Alshire out, and then at times you've got defensive tackles who are backups. And the really nice thing that the Texans had early on, as you alluded to, was they had guys in a rotation that were not name brand guys, but at any given time they had 3, 4, or 5 guys on the roster who could start on many other NFL
they make
teams.
Plays
they'd be a guy that's a starter. They'd be a jag, just a guy or whatever, but they'd be viable NFL starters. Where now you're getting into, okay, you've got backups in there, and you don't have your tone setter in the linebacking core that every coach will tell you, yep, this is the guy that makes everything go.
Yeah.
This guy and Kamari Lassiter are the heart and soul of this defense and the way they operate.
Right. Yeah, the chances are for the rest of the season, they're going to be calling a guy up off the practice squad who's going to get a bunch of snaps in the interior and the defensive line.
Or some of these guys, without having gone back and watching the coach's copy yet or anything, some of these guys hopefully will pull a Tommy Togiai and really
turn into something.
Yeah, and really turn into something more than they are right now.
I do feel like between DeMeco Ryans and Rod Wright, those are coaches who are really good at developing guys.
It's the best kind of victory, honestly, to get in a win streak because just like last week, I think you don't take it lightly in film. There's nobody on the Texans right now that's going to say, "Yep, we're going to win no matter what we do." Yeah. Like there are enough things to really coach in that game that you don't lose your edge, I think. And it's been 2 weeks in a row for the people that are on the more negative. It's 2 weeks in a row where you go in and you're just like, okay, let's whoop up on this team. And even though, despite the score of the Cardinals game, it didn't feel like you whooped up on them exactly the way you could have.
Didn't feel like the Ravens game in Week 5.
On the positive side of the coin, as I tried out both sides this morning, very early in the day, it's in the fourth quarter, and this Texans team has shown a knack for getting it together in the fourth quarter, and the offense kind of just feels the flow of the game. And the most encouraging thing for me, one was the Nick Chubb run. To see that he has that in his bag. It bounced off of a few guys and just churned out extra yardage. Made the Raiders defense look bad. But 2, it was finding Cade Stover, finding Xavier Hutchinson, passing to Jawar Jordan, right, in the fourth quarter.
He did.
Yeah, and then the production of Nico Collins, aside from the game sealing, or the beautiful reception he had, the game sealing defensive pass interference.
PIs, the PIs.
And thank you to Lonnie Johnson for finally doing something for the Texans.
He finally helped us win some games, yeah. I'll add the Jaden Higgins 3rd and 5. It was
Higgins,
huge.
That's what I was thinking of.
It was huge. That was his only catch of the day, but it was a monster.
Which, and again, the ability to kind of feel the flow of the game and find your opportunities, it never feels good or anything, and I think you don't necessarily quite believe it with the Texans offense yet. But you have to give credit to C.J. Stroud, and you have to give credit to Nick Caley in the fourth quarter for figuring out where the weaknesses actually were.
Yep.
And I think there's a lot to give to C.J. Stroud, obviously. Caley, I give Caley credit for the improvements the offensive line has made, and I give him a little bit of an excuse in that they just don't have enough genuinely tough and physical offensive linemen.
They don't have enough dudes.
They're just getting flat out manhandled on some of those zone runs. They're just getting destroyed.
Do you want to hear DeMeco
and that includes the tight ends.
Do you want to hear? Yeah, it was bad yesterday. Do you want to hear DeMeco on how the defense played or how they couldn't run the football on offense?
Let's hear about the defense.
Okay.
We challenged our team, our defense, right, to get a turnover in the first quarter that hadn't happened for us all year. And for Sting to show up how he did and get not only a turnover, but to go score. We needed points bad, and Stingley showed up and made a huge play for our team. Like, we needed that play. Stingley did it. Outstanding awareness by him to be able to make that play, not only just pick it off, but to go score. Really proud of him, right? You continue to try him. He continues to make plays. So great play by him. Overall, the defensive performance, there's too many explosive plays. Like, that's not what we're about. Like, we got to clean up the communication. The tackling is not good. That's not the defensive performance that we look for. And so we have to play better.
Yeah, the big plays really, I mean, tell the whole story. There was one.
It was like back to last season again.
They allowed one sustained drive in that game, and all right, cool, it's going to happen. You know, you keep holding teams to just, if you hold them to one sustained drive in the game, it's the big play is just capable of, and if you relax a little bit and you're just not on all the details, there it happens. The one thing about the defense that I guess, you know, you talk about, okay, what should we really be worried about? It's that, Miles Bryant is, you know, your sixth best safety at the beginning of the year, and now he's one of your starting safeties.
Yeah, he had a rough couple. There were a few plays he'd like to have back yesterday. Here was DeMeco Ryans on the team's inability to run the football.
Yeah, the main thing is we couldn't run the football, right? We didn't control the line of scrimmage, how we needed to control the line of scrimmage. They got a lot of negative, not a lot of tackles for losses, right? Knocked us back a few times, and we didn't run the ball well. And on the flip side of that, they were able to run the ball effectively, and that was the difference, you know, in the game. We controlled the line of scrimmage better, and we can sustain drives a little bit better to be in better control of the game.
And that's the biggest thing of some of the stuff that they were doing to keep the receivers from getting separation. Like when they're playing that coverage, you really should be able to run the ball. CJ is, quarterbacks versus two-man can run for some chunks too. And that's like there were times where, especially, man, in the first three quarters, I know that I went back and I listened to the TV copy really quickly, and in the first half they were saying, well, CJ his feet are unsettled, and a lot of times he's got people in his face. Well, some of those times that's after he'd been in the pocket for like 5 seconds.
Oh, the
and then
protection was
scrambled
all right.
out, and there was somebody in his face.
Yeah.
But that's where in those coverages you should be able to run the ball versus that, and they weren't. There were just too many tackles for a loss. And a lot of it at times in the run game. I was way more disappointed in the offensive line in the run game and the tight ends than I was in pass protection.
Yeah.
I was kind of shocked when I went back and watched the TV that they were citing pass protection as much of an issue. And I think that fueled some of the things I was seeing on social media during the game where people talking about how CJ was running for his life and everything. I'm like, well, you have, like after 5 seconds of holding the ball,
Yep.
That's not on the O-line.
No, nope. All right, we're off and running on a Reaction Monday here on Sports Radio 610. We'll take a look at the overall playoff picture in the AFC. We did not get help from the team we were hoping for help from yesterday, but we'll take a look at where the Texans are. How comfortable do you feel that the Texans are going to be in the postseason? We'll give you the answer to how comfortable you should feel about it. And at the very least, the Texans prevented two awful things from happening yesterday that happened in years past. We will tell you what those two things are coming up next.
Hey, fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back.
Karam Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Here was Pete Carroll after the game yesterday saying, Texans, best defense in football.
This is the best defense in the NFL, and they've been doing it week in and week out and been on a roll.
Pete, what about that Texans defense makes them the best in the league, as you just said?
Yeah. Nobody asked me that. I'm glad you asked. Because I see something in what DeMeco's done with these guys in acquiring, recruiting, however it is, to get guys that really can play the game. This is a really loaded defense, not size, weight, speed-wise. They are in terms of their playmaking ability. The linebackers, we didn't see their top guy today, but the linebackers and the safeties and the corners, they don't all have. They're not the biggest. They're not the fastest. They're just terrific football players, and they've found the scheme that comes out of the San Francisco background. They recognize that calls for the ends to play like they play, and they've just played right and recruited kind of and drafted to the strengths of the style that they want to play with. Important thing to notice for D. I mean, he's, and how they've ever put it together, figure it out, because it's really, to me, it's very impressive. And so we hold them in the highest of regard, and so to play against them well was, I think, it's a great statement for us. But they're on track, and Stroud played, well enough to win the game, made enough plays today, and see, Chubb get out there and run the ball a little bit. He's one of my favorites. It was a heck of a football game.
All right, so there you go. That was Pete Carroll's assessment of the Texans. I feel like saying, Pete, you got, the Texans' defense's C- game. You should see them when they're on. Well, yeah. They're tackling well. And
that's well. I think I think maybe there's a little bit of bolstering his own team up in that too.
I'm
saying
sure.
hey, we did some of that, but I don't think he's being dishonest in it. No. Credit to Paul too. I think who asked that question.
Yeah, the follow-up. They've got history.
They've got a history. So Paul, I think Pete was giving Paul a little bit of credit.
Yeah,
nobody asked me that.
Nobody asked me that.
But you did, Paul.
I miss you asking me those things in Seattle. Paul.
Yeah. It's interesting. He brought up the defensive ends and the way they ask him to play, because in this defense, in the run, you want those defensive ends to force things to the inside, and then that funnels things to your defensive tackles and your middle linebacker, Azeez Elshire, to stop the run. Yeah. And that's one of the hard things about playing linebacker in this defense, is that everything gets, those defensive ends are wide, and when things are going right, it pushes things to the inside. So as a linebacker, you got to be dialed in against the run, but you also got to get to your pass coverage responsibility. Difficult. That's where having guys that are really smart at picking up on play action and everything else, it really comes into it. And so when you're missing Azeez Elshire, it's a big deal. Yeah. And I'm not, if Azeez Elshire was out for the rest of the season, I would be nervous as hell. He's likely going to come back, barring any cataclysmic news or anything. But it's one of those classic games where you look at it and say, well, boy, you really saw his worth when he was out of the game.
No doubt.
Defensive MVP.
Yeah, right.
Just like Pat Mahomes is probably going to get arguments for, hey, he's the MVP of the league. Look at how bad the Chiefs are.
The same person that voted for Damar Hamlin's emergency medical crew with a fifth-place MVP vote a couple of years ago is going to vote for Patrick Mahomes.
The other thing, too.
Fifth place, MVP.
The other thing, too, you have to think about when you worry about the run game a little bit is Azeez is out. I think they were in nickel pretty much the whole game, playing with just two linebackers. There's no Christian Harris. I don't think Christian Harris played a snap on defense.
Oh, so they were in.
It was, so they're playing their nickel all the time, trying to stop the run. And that's typical for them, that they play it most of the time. But when they had to, when you would have wanted to have heavy bodies in there, they just decided to try to stop the run with their nickel defense, or sometimes with their extra defensive linemen. But that's, the linebacker depth right now is of paramount importance.
I was really hoping to be able to come in here today and thank and maybe even acknowledge Sean Payton, Bo Nix, and the Denver Broncos. But they did not do the Texans the favor we were hoping for. Those who don't know, if the Denver Broncos had beaten the Jacksonville Jaguars at home yesterday, then the Texans would be in first place and control their own destiny in the AFC South. They didn't do that. The Broncos got beaten like a drum yesterday. They were trailing 34-17 in the third quarter of that game. They ended up losing 34-20.
Yeah, we were up in the press box, and at one point I said, "Don't worry, Sean.
Yeah.
You know, I've always been in Bo Nix's corner. I've always thought he's the pinnacle of what you want in an NFL quarterback, and he's Mr. Fourth Quarter.
Yeah,
he'll pull it off.
I showed you my phone early in the fourth quarter when the Jags had a 34-17 lead, and I'm like, well, it wouldn't be like the Jags would blow a 3-score lead in the fourth quarter of a game, would it? They've won every game since they blew that lead to the Texans. I give the Jags credit, man. I'm not going to acknowledge them, but I'll give them credit.
You know, and this is a thing that Liam Cohen's been doing. He'll take a compliment and turn it into an insult and then use it as a huge chip on everybody's shoulder. So Sean Payton earlier this week had mentioned that Jacksonville's a small market team. And it was pretty obvious. He kind of didn't finish his thought, but I think the point he was making was they don't get as much attention as they would if they were in a bigger market, but they're a very good team.
Yeah.
Liam Cohen turned that into like, oh, we're a small market team.
Oh.
The players were all talking about it afterwards. Liam Cohen said something in the press conference afterwards of like, hey, even a small market team can do it, I guess.
Yeah. Kind of like what you did to me and Ben earlier when you pointed out your broad shoulders compared to us.
I just said I don't have broad shoulders.
You said they're
just
broader,
bigger than yours.
Bigger than ours, yeah. You called our shoulders small market.
I said I called you pigeon-chested. So the
sizzle chest.
Moving on.
Yeah.
Well, because remember, they have the Jaguars have a really good legal sign stealing system.
Yeah.
And he reiterated it's totally legal. And Liam Cohen confronted Robert Saleh about it after the game.
Sorry,
I gave you a compliment,
bro.
Right.
So here's where we are right now. According to playoffstatus.com, the computers have calculated, they factored in last night's game. You missed it, Sunday Night Football. The Patriots beat the Ravens last night. So the Ravens are almost out of our lives for this season here. The Ravens have a 2% chance of making the playoffs. The only way they get in is if they win the AFC North. They're out of the wild card hunt because the Texans are the 7th seed, and they can't pass the Texans now. They're trailing the Texans by 2 games with 2 games left, but the Texans have the head-to-head. Texans are a 93% chance to make the postseason. If you're wondering where they're going to fall, where the most likely place they're going to fall, 52% chance that they're the 7th seed.
Yeah.
So it looks like right now there's a coin flip chance that the Texans are going to be headed to, as of right now, it would be headed to New England to take on the Patriots.
Well, listen, but those are all probabilities and whatnot. As far as the things that they can actually control, you beat the Chargers.
Yeah.
You've got the tiebreaker versus them.
You'll be at least the 6th seed.
You're above that. If they win out, they're in really good shape.
They win out. The worst case is they'll be the 6th seed.
Yeah.
So the division. The reason I bring up the Jags is the division is they've got a very slight chance at the division. You have to have the Colts or the Titans beat the Jaguars. In one of those 2 things has to happen.
Yeah, and it's not going to be a meaningless game. By definition, for that to happen, it would likely have to, if the Jaguars win this week, it's still going to be a meaningful game for them. Or there's a chance it's still a meaningful game for them in the last game of the season.
For sure.
Yeah,
as long as the Texans are a game back.
Yeah.
Yep. The 2 things that the Texans at least prevented yesterday, because I think you're right. I'm reading the text page. We'll mix in some texts. How are you feeling about yesterday's win? Is it a win that feels like a loss because it was close? Or how are you feeling about the defense, the offense? 2 things that happened in previous years that didn't happen yesterday. This is progress. This is a game that the last 2 years the Texans would have lost, losing to a bad team.
Oh, 100%.
All 5 of their losses this year are to teams that were, at least at the time, good football teams.
Yeah.
The Bucs are much worse now than they were in week 2, but they were one of the better football teams at the beginning of the year. The last 2 years, 2 years ago, they lost to the Falcons, the Panthers, and the Jets, 3 of the worst teams in football. Last year, they lost to the Jets and the Titans in the mid to late portion of the season. At least they put these guys away and didn't lose the football game. The other thing that they didn't do yesterday, Seth, that they've done the last 2 years under DeMeco Ryans, they didn't ruin Christmas.
Oh, that's a good point.
2 years ago, they ruined Christmas, getting blown out by Joe Flacco on Christmas Eve. And then last year was the worst Christmas of my life. 31-2 against the Baltimore Ravens. At least they didn't ruin Christmas.
Yeah.
So there you go. Hey, real quick.
That's where our old strength coach Dan Riley.
Yeah.
He spent his childhood in various foster homes, and his brothers and sisters were all split up and everything.
Yeah.
But every Christmas, like his Christmas present, sometimes would be like donated used books. Like, and he'd get so excited because he was on this farm. It was like a chicken farm or something.
Yeah.
And like people had a bunch of foster kids just because it was free labor. Like, he's got zero love growing up from anybody.
Yeah.
And some years he wouldn't get Christmas at all. And after the Ravens game last year, he said, "Yes, that was the worst Christmas I've ever had." He didn't say that.
I know he did.
I didn't say
I know he did. I was wondering where you were going with that. That's funny. I think Dan would have a Dan Riley.
Daniel's miserable childhood. That's funny to you? Is that funny?
No.
You don't want to piss off Dan Riley. I'll tell you that much. He'll kick your ass.
I definitely don't.
Dan Riley. I used to watch Dan. Dan Riley almost got in a fight with some guy. Dan Riley's a badass. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
I don't need his grandkids to hear just how much of a badass he was.
Tell me during the break.
I will.
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, let's get to headlines. We got a ton of headlines to get to, not just with the Texans around the NFL. The Rockets, thank God the Texans won yesterday because, boy, this road trip for the Rockets has been I don't want to say it. It's been bad. So we'll get to all that coming up in headlines here. Top of the hour, we will relive yesterday's game through the voice of Mark Vandermeer. We'll do Acknowledge Me at 7:20. We got a lot of acknowledgments today, including some Texan ones, some milestones. So we got a lot to get to here. Christmas week, Reaction Monday. Stay there. But first, it is Christmas week. And if you're up right now, stressed about not having the right gift,
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
For CJ, 3rd and 8 at the Raider 37. Here's the snap. Here's the blitz. Stroud fires downfield to his left and caught along the sideline. Nico Collins, the dagger at the 13-yard line. Ball game.
Now, they had to go review it for a little bit, but eventually the elbow came down in bounds. The catch counted, and ballsy call. 3rd and 8. If that pass is incomplete, you are looking at a very interesting decision for DeMeco Ryans there, because that would have been a very long field goal attempt to put the Texans up 5 at about the 2-minute mark. And if you miss that field goal, the Raiders are getting the ball 1 first down away from being in Texans territory, and you're really putting it on the defense at that point. Instead, the Texans able to take knees, and they win the game 23-22. Here's DeMeco Ryans following the game on the importance of finishing the way they did yesterday.
Everything is about winning. And you win no matter how it looks, and you finish the right way, it doesn't matter. You want to finish with the win. That's what we did today. First, I really got to give credit to the Raiders. Right? This is a really good team, well-coached team. Their defense, they played outstanding. Offense, Genty made some huge plays on us. They got good players, just like everybody does around the league. But this team, they're prepared, just like they were on film all week. We knew this was going to be a tough one going into this game, and they showed up. They played with great effort. They played a great game, and credit to those guys.
You and I have spent the better part of the first hour talking about, the offense, back to some couldn't run football. The defense, this is the second straight week. The defense has had some issues. They've still only given up 20 and 21 points, so it's not like but it was to the Raiders.
Yeah.
And those are all worthwhile things to dig into, and I'm sure we'll keep doing that throughout the week. Houston on the text page, there's a caller or a listener named Houston, said anyone could see they weren't expecting the Raiders to show up. They've shown when it's real that the Texans bring it. I do feel like there is an element of it's a long season, and you have 1 or 2 of these. I mean, look, they beat the Titans on a last-second field goal, the horrible Titans on a last-second field goal in Week 11, and then they beat the Bills, the Colts, and the Chiefs the next 3 weeks, and nobody's talking about that Titans game. If they go to Los Angeles and beat the Chargers this weekend, no one will remember Sunday's game.
It really is. There's an element of, you try to soothe yourself with remembering various great teams that have had letdowns in the regular season, even late in the season, that, hey, it happens. And there's an NBA element to it. It's just you never want to accept it or believe it because there's so few games in football.
Yep.
But I would buy that. I mean, the thing that's still freaking me out a little bit was Henry To'oTo'o slowing up after getting beat.
I hadn't noticed that till we rewatched it on TV here just now. You're right.
So on that long Ashton Genty touchdown, he gets beat in coverage, and he got caught with his foot in the mud. So he's a little bit late trying to cover Ashton Genty. And then as Miles Bryant is missing the tackle, To'oTo'o just kind of figures, well, it looks like he's got him.
Eased up.
I mean, and it's still a bad play, but you could have had a goal line stand right there.
Yep.
That I did not expect that. I don't. That was weird to me. I didn't like it. To'oTo'o is not that type of player.
Yeah.
And that was late in the game when you've had a dose of reality punch you in the arm.
Second half, yeah, for sure. In the NFL yesterday, we mentioned the Jags beat the Broncos, so the Jags really put themselves in a good position to win the AFC South. If they beat the Colts next week and the Titans in Week 18, the division belongs to the Jags. The Bills beat the Browns 23-20. Chargers beat the Cowboys 34-17. Those are all the games that really mattered to the Texans in terms of their standings. The big story yesterday in the NFL non-scoreboard was DK Metcalf of the Pittsburgh Steelers punching a fan at that Detroit game. The Steelers won the game 29-24, but at some point during the game, DK Metcalf walked over to a fan who was wearing like a blue, long-haired, Lions-colored wig, and you can see DK Metcalf is holding the guy by his shirt. The two are jawing with each other, and then he, with a closed fist, I mean, he didn't catch him flush, but he definitely caught him on the chin and punched him. Here was Jim Nantz and Tony Romo reacting to it.
DK Metcalf mixing it up with someone in the stands.
Oh, my gosh.
And that not going to have great consequences for the Steelers.
He's going to get suspended for the rest of the year.
I would imagine so.
Got to.
I don't.
He has to. You can't punch fans.
And I mean, there's anything that you can lend to it that maybe gives it some perspective or something still starts with DK Metcalf over there messing with the fan.
Yeah.
I unless. I don't know.
And when I say suspended,
unless the guy told him that I've got your family held hostage in an undisclosed location.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I don't know if punching is a good negotiation tactic if you want to get them back.
Yeah. Well, and anything that DK Metcalf says the fan said to him is going to be he said, she said.
Yeah.
And that's you can't end it with a punch to the face. Whether he landed the face or not, landed the punch to the face,
fist.
it's hard to see though because of the wig.
His head jerked back.
It looked like his head jerked back,
Yeah.
but it didn't look like he landed the shoulder. So I'm guessing it was somewhere down there was his head.
Yeah. If you think I'm being a little bit alarmist by saying the rest of the year, there's 2 games left in the year plus the postseason. The Steelers are probably going to be in the postseason. I mean, he may have really cost the Steelers here. He's their best weapon, and it's already not a great offensive team.
Yeah,
that's going to be very interesting to see what Roger Goodell does with this because you can't have that, man. NBA.
What is it with receivers in Pittsburgh? There's so many receivers that have left Pittsburgh that are head cases or just kind of erratic.
Yeah.
George Pickens, Antonio Brown, et cetera, et cetera. But DK Metcalf comes to Pittsburgh and has a curious incident like this.
Becomes a head case, yeah. NBA last night, the Rockets. It was good. This weekend for the Rockets was fun on Saturday. They beat the Nuggets 115-101. That was good. They avenged their loss to the Nuggets earlier this month. That was a fun game. A lot of trash talk going on with Kevin Durant and Reed Shepherd and some of the first in Denver. I mean, it was a fun, chippy kind of game. And then last night on a back-to-back, they go to Sacramento. They're up by 14 in the fourth quarter. They're up by 5 with under a minute to go. They lose in overtime to a Kings team that had won 5 games all year, 125-124. Yeah, this was not as much fun as the game the night before. So the Rockets 1-1 over the weekend. This has been a rough road trip for the Rockets, and it's not over. They're in L.A. till after Christmas. So this is a long West Coast trip the Rockets are on. They've lost 3 games in overtime. They've blown big leads in some of these games. The lack of a point guard is showing up at the worst possible times.
And sometimes, Şengün at the end of the game needing to be the guy that's going to make all the right decisions and do all the right things.
He's not doing that.
There's some growth that needs to happen.
Yeah.
That can get better by the end of the year, but ultimately, man, you're running kind of a basketball experiment here. And versus the better teams we've seen where it can fall short. But if you start getting to the point where even versus the bad teams, the weaknesses are too glaring, they got to figure some things out.
Yep. Real quick, the scoreboard in the college football playoff, Alabama beats Oklahoma 34-24. Aggies lose to the Miami Hurricanes 10-3, ugly game. And then the 2 group of 5 teams got taken to the woodshed. Ole Miss 41-10 over Tulane. Oregon 51-34 over James Madison. And the Astros made a trade over the weekend. They say goodbye to Jacob Melton and Anderson Brito. All of you with your Melton jerseys.
Not Brito.
Sorry, you got to turn them in your Brito jerseys. Mike Burrows, who pitched a great game against the Astros this season when the Astros were in Pittsburgh. And if this trade is what they think it is, he will be part of this rotation for the next several years because he's under team control for 6 more seasons. So we'll see what happens.
The Astros car wash for pitchers, I think, is probably one of the bigger questions of the offseason is that whatever's happened to the entire Astros player development process and everything, there was a time when we would say, hey, bring anybody in here and you're going to get the very best version of them as a pitcher, and it wasn't too long ago.
We'll see.
It's just you got to really amp it up and get the best version of it this year.
That's what they're banking on, for sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Reaction Monday. Let's go back to the Texans here. We'll relive some of the high points and low points of yesterday's win over the Raiders through the voice of Mark Vandermeer. We'll do our acknowledgments in a segment we call Acknowledge Me at about 7:20 today. So we got a busy 7 o'clock hour. Merry Christmas, everybody. Payne and Pendergast, stay there.
2026 can be the year that
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Congratulations on the win, man. They all hard to come by. I knew what that was going to be like all week, all right? Knew it was going to be a challenge. That's a really good football team. I give those guys credit. They're a good football team. They came, they battled, finished. Like, that's what it's all about, man. No matter what it took, everybody stepped up and finished the right way, all right? We talked about during the week, Dino talked about, man, we need to pop it off early, start fast. We haven't had a turnover in the first quarter all year. On the first ball right here, Stingley. And by the way, guys, for Sting, that's his first pick six since high school. Since high school. Offense, man, the way you guys, I know it didn't go the way we liked it, right? But it's all about you finish, man. 2 5-minute drives in the fourth quarter to close the game out. Nico, outstanding job right there. CJ, outstanding job by you as well. We got one more game ball, all right? And this guy, he eclipsed 1,000 points, all right? In Texas history, all right, to do it. Wow. Amy, where you at, man?
All right, so there you go, a little locker room speech action from DeMeco Ryans right there. Yeah, how about that? How about Stingley? Well, let's play it here because we go back through the highlights of the game.
Yeah.
Seth's got it all out on the all-22 in front of him over there, so we can break down what needs to be broken down with these plays.
That's a lot of organization, but yeah.
Theater of the mind.
The all-22.
Theater of the mind, yeah. Here was Derek Stingley, that very pick six that DeMeco Ryans was referring to. As we welcome you back in here on a Reaction Monday. Texans win yesterday, 23-21. They do not win that game yesterday without this early play from Derek Stingley.
Third down to the yard across the Raider 30. Offset I formation. Smith digging in. Short roll to the right. Throws and intercepted. Stingley across the 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Rock and roll. Pick six. Touchdown, Houston.
All right, there you go. Derek Stingley, and you heard DeMeco Ryans in that locker room speech. First pick six for Stingley. I had known it was his first pick six in the NFL. I knew that. I didn't know it was his first one since high school.
Yeah, that's and the beauty of that play was too. We've seen this out of Stingley before. It reminded me a little bit of that interception he had against the Browns, or towards the end of the 2023 season, where it was it's a combination of a good pass rush, forcing an errant pass, but then Stingley's ball skills and his ability to make plays on errant throws, where it's not like he had to be brilliant in coverage there, but he did bait the quarterback a little bit and then come in and then is able to snatch an errantly thrown ball.
I think it was the Broncos against Russell Wilson. He had a couple picks in that game.
Well, there was the one that was tipped by Danielle Hunter, remember, and he had to reach back for it.
It was tipped by Will Anderson. It was 2023 because Danielle wasn't on the team yet.
Oh, I meant Will Anderson.
Will Anderson. No, I think that was the Broncos game.
Yeah,
that was the Broncos game. So pick six by Stingley, which at that point makes the game 7-0, and you feel like, okay, you know, I know the offense didn't do much on their first drive, but the defense is giving you a little B12 shot here. Not the case. This wound up being a close game all day long. Thanks to the Stingley pick six was ultimately the difference in the game. The Raiders would respond. Brock Bauer, their best players. The Raiders would respond with a touchdown drive a little later on in the first half. And early in the second quarter, here was Brock Bauer, who's big on this drive, by the way. He ended up with 5 catches. They were all short, but here was the touchdown.
Third down and 6 at the Houston 7. Smith shotgun, Mostert to his left. Bachman motioning around. Here's the snap. 4-man rush. Smith throwing to the end zone and caught. Bowers. Touchdown. Wow. 7-yard TD pass to Brock Bowers.
Took a hit, held on to the ball.
Yeah, and he shook Kalen Bullock there. And really, it was a really nice piece of route running by Brock Bowers there.
Yeah.
That Brock Bowers largely held in check for most of the day. He certainly didn't have a Trey McBride type of day.
5 catches for under 40 yards in the game.
Yeah. So that one, and that was the one sustained drive that the Raiders had, and Brock Bowers did damage, but it didn't feel like, oh, Brock Bowers is torching you all over the field.
No.
That's a classic, man. you put defensive backs in a bind and linebackers covering tight ends in the red zone.
The big play on that drive, maybe this is the play we should have played because it was a beautiful pass by Geno Smith. But Geno kind of rolling out to the right, throws back across to the rookie Jack Besh to the left.
Yeah.
And it was a beautiful, beautiful throw. That was one of those ones that was a reminder like, oh, yeah, Geno Smith's had a horrible year, but he can make some throws.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So the Raiders would score a touchdown there. We'd get to the second half. It was 13-7. Tech still not able to get in the end zone offensively. The Raiders get the ball. Texans get the ball to start the second half. Don't do anything with it to start the second half. The Raiders get the ball after that, and they took advantage of Henry To'oTo'o on their first possession of the second half with this touchdown pass.
Smith in the gun. Texans send an extra rusher, a throw downfield, and it's caught by Genty down the left sideline across the 15, breaks a tackle, 10-5, touchdown Raiders.
There's a combination of multiple bad things on that. Two of them by To'oTo'o, one by Miles Bryant. One was To'oTo'o just kind of got stuck in no man's land with his eyes in the backfield before he realized he had to cover Genty, and he's immediately at a disadvantage. And Miles Bryant coming over to just kind of throw himself sacrificially as a speed bump in front of Ashton Genty. But then Henry To'oTo'o watching that and becoming spectator instead of coming down to I've tried to be as fair as possible with this and say, okay, did To'oTo'o actually have a chance to get in on the tackle? A, doesn't matter. Keep going. You've got a chance to get in on the tackle. B, I think he did. Yeah. Genty was slowed up enough that To'oTo'o could have got there.
Yeah, Genty had to shed a human being in Miles Bryant. I mean, Miles Bryant bounced off him, but he slowed down.
Whether he could have or could have not done it, there's no decision-making involved there. You keep going. It wasn't like it was on the 1-yard line where if you hit him, you're knocking him into the end zone.
Yeah.
You've got a chance to help make a play right there. I don't know why he slowed down. He's not that type of... I want to give him a partial pass on it because he's not that kind of guy.
Stomach bug.
And sometimes you just,
Stomach bug. That's what I'm saying. Henry To'oTo'o. Stomach bug. So that would make it 14-13. And that was the moment, Seth, where, I'm like, okay, well, these guys aren't going away today. Now you're trailing these guys.
Yeah.
You hadn't been trailing. That was the first lead that the Raiders had in an NFL football game since Week 11 against the Dallas Cowboys. They had not had a lead in a game since before Thanksgiving, well before Thanksgiving. So the Raiders lead 14-13. This is when the natives started getting restless a little bit. Texans get the ball back. Like, okay, guys, let's get it going. This is the Raiders. Let's get it going here. The Texans go 3 and out, and the third down play was Max Crosby just murdering a human being.
Draw play, Dare, and he's brought down by Crosby for a loss.
Nobody touched him.
Yeah.
Nobody touched
yard line.
Max Crosby. He just got out of his stance and almost took the dang handoff with DeWar Jordan.
That's the appropriate amount of frustration from Andre Ware right there.
Yeah.
And you can hear the boo birds in the background. Texan fan, it takes a lot to get them to boo, like really boo and hear it through the glass up in the press box. Texan fans were pissed at this point.
Sean, if I freeze this at the snap, do you see how far ahead Max Crosby is from every other defensive lineman? He got a jump on the snap count there.
Yes.
And he did have an offsides in this game, right?
He did.
Yeah.
Yep, he did.
He timed the snap count there, and I know people naily for predictability or what have you. It was a beautiful play by him. I don't think he knew what play was coming because he's headed straight at the quarterback, and his path takes him right to the running back.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he also knew that there might be enough there that at the very end he could tell that it wasn't going to be a fake handoff.
Yep.
That's the execution of this play, and just that they don't have much of a zone read game or anything like that. I think that it's just a hell of a play by Max Crosby.
It was brutal. That was the low point of the game, I think, for a lot of people. Like, all right, what are we doing here? Texans would go on to kick a field goal a little later on in the third quarter. Ka'imi Fairbairn, we should point out, was outstanding yesterday. He'll get acknowledged here in about the next 7 or 8 minutes. 55, 50, and 49-yard field goals. There were no chippies for Ka'imi Fairbairn. 49-yard field goal towards the end of the third quarter puts the Texans ahead 16-14. The Raiders would get the ball back. They would punt the ball to the Texans early in the fourth quarter. Texans would then go on a 10-play, 88-yard drive, largely fueled by two plays. One from Nick Chubb.
2nd and 1 at the Houston 32. Hutchinson in motion to the right side. Now back to the left. That box is loaded. CJ hands off to Chubb. Running right now straight ahead across the 35, 40. Breaks the tackle. 45 in the open field. 50 right side and dragged down inside the 40-yard line. Nick Chubb off to the races. Crosby tracked him down, but not until Chubb got the ball in Raider territory at the 38. Big run.
I think at the end there when Vandy says him down, this was a 30-yard run.
Yeah.
That Max Crosby chases down Nick Chubb. I mean, Max Crosby.
He's just all over the place.
I feel bad for him.
He had to jump over somebody to get there on the way. Yeah.
I say I feel bad for him, but you know my rule. If you sign an extension with a bad organization, you shouldn't feel bad for that person.
When I was on with a Raiders broadcast last week, they asked about what my opinions were on whether they should try to trade away a guy like Max Crosby or keep him. Man, he's such a heart and soul type of guy.
Yeah.
And on an organization like the Raiders where they want it to mean something to be a Raider, he feels like he's a Raider, you know? Lonnie Johnson, not so Raiders on that play. Poor Lonnie Johnson.
How bad was the missed tackle?
Well, he didn't actually try to he thought he was just going to, lay a shoulder into Nick Chubb.
Yeah.
And Nick Chubb showed that, hey, I might not have the same explosiveness I used to have, but I'm a bigger, stronger guy than you, Lonnie Johnson.
Than Lonnie Johnson,
and you're going to bounce off of me if you just try to throw your body at me.
I'm glad you brought up Lonnie Johnson because the other big play on this drive, a pass interference penalty deep in Raider territory.
I'm watching this back and forth.
Oh, go ahead.
Lonnie Johnson bouncing off of him. Okay, let's go.
Watch your thing. Here's Lonnie Johnson. This is the other big play that set the Texans up in 1st and goal.
CJ calls for the ball. Here's the snap. Stroud throwing left side of the end zone. Wants Nico and can't find him. A little too far. And there's a flag down. Lonnie Johnson, the former Texan, interfered with Nico Collins. DPI.
Pass interference on the defense number 32. That's a spot foul and automatic first down.
And that's why you take shots like this as Lonnie held the right arm of Nico.
Make no mistake, between that missed tackle on Nick Chubb and that defensive pass interference, Lonnie Johnson did more to help the Texans win a game as a Raider than he ever did as a Houston Texan.
This one, I know, look, Nico came up big and 2 caused defensive pass interferences, which were big. That's a big penalty.
The second one was massive.
This one, this was a very catchable ball. I think that if anybody, I can't remember who I heard, whether it was the TV or the radio, saying that, like, I don't know if there was that much there. This one landed in bounds. Clearly in bounds.
Lonnie grabbed his arm.
And he had him by the arm, yeah. So whether Nico sold it or not, I don't think it mattered. That was clearly obvious and easy pass interference. It wasn't hand fighting. He grabbed his hand.
Nope.
And it looked very much like a safety who'd been caught in a bad situation.
So now you can breathe a little bit. You're up by 2 scores. It's 23-14. That touchdown was scored with 7 minutes and 41 seconds left in the game. So now you can say, okay, look, as a defense, we gave up 1 sustained drive for a touchdown to Brock Bowers. We gave up a 60-yard play to Ashton Genty. We just haven't been doing that this year. We just got to play defense at this point. You're up by 2 scores. The only thing you can't do is give up a quick touchdown on a big play. So what did the Texans do yesterday? And again, missed tackles. Tackling was poor yesterday a lot of times. This was Ashton Genty getting another long touchdown.
Smith out of the gun, hands off to Genty, running left, and Genty escapes to the left side, 40. Genty, another escape, 35, 30, 20, 10, 5, touchdown, Raiders, unbelievable. Genty to the house, just when you thought the Texans might be out of the woods, they're back in.
That's exactly, Vandy nailed it. Just like I thought when they scored that touchdown to Dalton Schultz, after that Nico pass interference, we should have mentioned Dalton Schultz with the touchdown. I said, okay, this is what good teams do to bad teams that are hanging around. You get a 2-score lead and then just smother them.
This play too. I mean, there was just it was so well defended initially that there were too many guys for everybody who wanted to get a shot get in at it. So EJ Speed kind of ended up coming around to his left when technically he should have stayed to his right, but at that point it's a gang tackle, and that opens the door. And then if I remember correctly, Miles Bryant misses the tackle on his way down to the to the goal line.
Now, Kamari Lassiter did chase him full speed all the way into the end zone, unlike Henry To'oTo'o on the first touchdown.
Now, Kamari Lassiter later on did have the second time this year where he curiously has kind of watched a guy catch the ball in front of the first down marker and then just let him roll. It's the weirdest thing that has now become a trend with Kamari Lassiter because he's one of the most violent guys in the NFL, but he's got humanity to him. And he also knows that if he hits that guy, he's going to get flagged. And I think he gets stuck in this moment where he's like, I'm not allowed to smash him. What do I do?
Yeah.
I just go down and touch him. Put him in.
One finger.
Just touch him. Boop. Just touch him. Don't watch him roll into past the first down marker.
All right, so the Texans would get the ball back. Now it's 23-21. Now you got to go make some plays. Ball back with 5 minutes and 24 seconds left. Jalen Noel would have one of the worst returns he's had as a kick returner. He gets the ball, just starts running east-west. He returns the ball for 10 yards. So the Texans are starting at their own 17. And this drive is going so poorly. First play, remember CJ fumbles the snap on the first play from scrimmage. So now they've got 2nd and 21 at their own 6-yard line. They run a play. They run Jawar Jordan up the middle for a yard on 2nd and 21. Crowd loved that.
That was huge. Yeah, that was big.
Set up 3rd and 20. Set up 3rd and 20. But then this pass we're not going to play this one. But the pass interference on Nico Collins on this drive, every bit as big as the one that he got prior to Dalton Schultz's touchdown. Because if that ball is called incomplete, you're punting the ball you're punting the ball out of your end zone with under 4 minutes to go. And the Raiders just have to move the ball maybe 15 yards to get a look at a game-winning field goal in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Pass interference gets you out of the shadows of your own goalpost, and now you start to move the ball a little bit. And the big one here, they had a 3rd and 5 at their own 33. So, again, you don't convert there. The Raiders are at least going to get the ball back here with a chance to kick a field goal, but CJ came up big to Jaden Higgins.
3rd and 5 from the Houston 33. Stroud in the gun. One back. CJ looks it over. Stroud calls for the ball. Here's the snap. Stroud stepping up. Stroud throwing over the middle. And he's got Higgins for the first down. Down at midfield. What a time to make his first catch of the game.
First catch of the day, man. He just settled right down in that soft spot.
Yeah, well, and this one was a really good job of CJ stepping up in the pocket and kind of throwing while he was still on the move. He's done a good job of that since he came back from his concussion. Really, the first half since in the first game back, he looked uncomfortable in the pocket. And since then, I think he's increasingly grown more and more comfortable. Some of the frustrating plays in this game were, when there was really good pass protection, and he sat there calmly in the pocket for a while. In the first half, I don't know if it was at times just whether almost talking about him like a pitcher, where he just struggled to gain command early in the game. There were some errant throws where I think he was just like throwing it away or being hyper careful with it. But by the second half, he'd settled in.
Do you think CJ, this may deserve a little more time than we have here because we're going to do Acknowledge Me and we're going to play Nico Collins catch here. But as long as we're talking about this, CJ has not been running the ball at all since coming back from the concussion. I'm looking at his game logs.
Yeah.
Before the concussion, 5 rushes, 4 rushes. These aren't knees that he's taking. I mean, these aren't games that they're losing early in the season. 5 rushes, 4 rushes, 4 rushes. He had a rush for 30 yards against Baltimore. He had 2 for 25 against Seattle, 7 for 30 against the San Francisco 49ers. Since he's come back, Seth, he's had a total of, since he's come back from the concussion, in 4 games, he's had 13 carries for 15 yards, and half of those are knees he's taking at the end of the game.
In this particular game, this is where, again, I say when they play 2-man, they've got 2 high and everybody else in man coverage. That does sometimes present opportunities for the quarterback to run. The play calling, though, it was almost like Nick Caley didn't expect there to be good pass protection, and sometimes when there was good pass protection, they've got a lot of guys on shallower routes who were plastered, and there weren't necessarily opportunities for CJ to run. If you could go back in time and just send guys more vertical, if you knew the pass protection was actually going to be good versus a 4-man rush, CJ would have had some opportunities to run. I don't know if yesterday he had as many opportunities to run as it might have felt like. Even when he was holding the ball, there were still a lot of guys in coverage and, inside of 10 yards.
Yeah, it's 4 games now. He hasn't been doing it at all.
It's 4 games, and I think a lot of the runs that he has had have been off of boots or where he's scrambling and he can run out of bounds.
Yeah.
Where earlier in the season there were more instances it felt like of him just taking off up the middle.
Of plays that got him hurt.
Yeah.
That's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if whether it's by instruction or whether it's by instinct, he's definitely been running the ball a lot less since the concussion. I think it's something worth noting because that had become a valuable weapon for the Texans, CJ with his legs. And he's not been doing it as much, so I'm just curious about that. Last one here in the Voice of Vandy segment. This was the dagger.
Split backs for CJ, 3rd and 8 at the Raider 37. Here's the snap. Here's the blitz. Stroud fires downfield to his left and caught along the sideline. Nico Collins, the dagger at the 13-yard ball game.
I mean, that's just throwing it up in double coverage to your best player. And he goes and makes a play.
I mean, he read cover 2, and Nico did a really good job of getting to the exact spot that he needed to be and CJ making the throw. I felt like CJ may have forced it against cover 2 a couple times early in the game, but this one was just it was a lot like the Davis Mills pass at the end of the Titans game. Where it's just dropped it right in the honey hole between the safety and the cornerback, and then Nico makes an incredible play to get his elbow down before anything else. If I'm a Raiders fan, I'm probably saying, yeah, but his elbow was down at the same time his shoulder out of bounds. Nope. It was a microsecond. His elbow hit a microsecond before his shoulder went out of bounds. 1 elbow equals 2 feet.
If that play's incomplete, DeMeco Ryans is facing a really interesting decision there. Because that was 3rd and 8 at the Las Vegas 37-yard line.
Yeah.
So it would have been 4th and 8 at the Las Vegas 37-yard line at the 2-minute warning with about they're at 2 minutes at that point. Boy, do you kick a field goal there? If you miss, that's a 55-yard field goal. If you miss, the Raiders are getting the ball at their own 45-yard line with plenty of time to get into field goal range. And they've been moving the ball at times against you.
Yeah.
So that would have been interesting. Fortunately, it didn't come to that, but that would have been a really interesting. I think DeMeco would have trusted Kaimi Fairbairn to kick a field, and even then, you're still only up 5. So that was I mean, one of the biggest plays of the year. That throw to Nico Collins.
Really, the drawn pass interferences to Nico just as big a deal.
As big as any of the catches.
I mean,
maybe bigger.
It's the one set up a touchdown. The other helped you seal the game. And I know a lot of people, the second drawn pass interference was where people were saying it wasn't a catchable ball. Look, when the guy just tackles you before you ever, it's a bear hug. You call that. The catchable ball doesn't play into it when you just bear hug a guy.
Nope. All right, let's get to some acknowledgments. We acknowledge big performances, milestones, things like that from over the weekend. I'll say a name, Ben Gary, producer, will play.
Acknowledge me.
I got my Acknowledge Me Christmas sweater on today as well, ready for a Monday. DeMeco Ryans.
Acknowledge me.
The 13th head coach in NFL history. Say what you want on the text page about how ugly the win was yesterday. It was a 10th win of the season, and obviously puts Nico at the tippy top of Texans head coaches in terms of accomplishments. No Texans coach has won double-digit games in 3 seasons, period.
Yeah.
Other than DeMeco Ryans, let alone the first 3, let alone 3 in a row. And he's only the 13th head coach in NFL history, Seth, to win 10-plus games in each of his first 3 seasons as a head coach. And when you look at the ones in this modern era here that are on this list, man, it's hard to find ones that inherited a worse situation than DeMeco Ryans, just in terms of what the roster looked like before he got here.
You know, when Bill O'Brien got here, a lot was made of, hey, he took a 2-14 team and turned them into something respectable, et cetera, et cetera. But that was a flukish 2-14 team.
That was a 2-14 team against Raiders that season.
Yeah.
Was favored by 10.5 points.
Yeah, they had a lot of really good players that ended up being injured for much of the season. It was a weird year. Matt Schaub just he aged 47 years in 1 year. It was just a weird year. This was a different scenario. This was taking over a team that was genuinely bad.
Yep. So we acknowledge DeMeco Ryans for that. Kaimi Fairbairn.
Acknowledge me.
With this field goal, let's play the field goal, and then we'll tell the accomplishment here.
Here's Fairbairn, though. 50-yard attempt between the hashes. Brinkman with the snap. Tommy with the hold. The kick is up, and it's good. Fairbairn 2 for 2, and they're big one as Houston has a 13-7 lead.
That gave him 1,000 career points.
You know what? And this felt especially good with Fairbairn just nailing those after a Saturday in which I watched the Aggies game.
Oh, jeez.
Which I don't.
We will be acknowledging.
It was windy, okay?
There was not a field
goal.
goal.
Ben sticking up for his Miami kicker. That's beautiful.
There was no distance that felt safe for a field goal there. No. Well, you know what, Ben? I'll give Miami credit for running to the perimeter on the game-sealing play because I'm thinking until he went in for a touchdown, I'm like, you're really going to put it on the hash?
Yeah.
But you're going to put it on the hash?
Yeah, man.
That's a gutsier play than it'll get credit for.
Oh, yeah.
To put it on the hash.
The college hash.
Yes.
It's
you're
way
right.
out there.
Yes. No, the college hash with that wind and that kicker.
Yes.
But then even the Bears game that night, it was dicey as hell because of the wind. Obviously, the wind was, but I had a little bit of PTSD.
I get it.
About field goal kicking from watching on Saturday.
I get it. With that field goal right there, Kaimi Fairbairn, the first and only Texan with 1,000 career points.
Also, to go back to DeMeco for a little bit, I was thinking about this when I was driving home last night. When they hired DeMeco Ryans, I had been one of the first people that thought it was possible to hire DeMeco Ryans. There were a lot of people that thought, well, no, he sued the team.
You said he'd get along great with Nick Caserio.
Yes. I knew a lot. I'm not bragging or anything. I just have inside. I know DeMeco Ryans enough, and I knew about certain things about him having sued the Texans and everything that weren't going to be a big deal. But I said at one point, and I was 100% genuine about it, that if DeMeco Ryans didn't work out as a head coach, I would stop doing sports radio. You got to remember, I was coming off of a period of covering this Texans team where it was not nearly as much fun to talk about the Texans.
Almost drove you out of the business.
And I had gone full bore into endorsing DeMeco Ryans, and I genuinely meant if it doesn't work out with DeMeco Ryans, then if he's not a good coach, then I will quit this business. And I meant it. And I formally now release myself from that.
Yeah, no, he's a good coach.
He's shown himself to be a competent and he's a guy that I could see winning a Super Bowl.
He's the best coach
I don't need to win a Super Bowl to follow through on that or anything.
Right,
I've released myself from my previous promise.
Thank God, man.
Yes.
Okay, good. I don't want you going anywhere, man. Here's how about Will Anderson? Let's acknowledge him.
Smith got on first down in the pocket. Here comes trouble. He's sacked. Will Anderson Jr. with a sack on Geno Smith.
And with that sack, he surpasses Jadeveon Clowney. Will Anderson is already fourth all-time in Texans history in sacks, trailing only Mario Williams, Whitney Merciless, and this guy named J.J. Watt.
Could have had two yesterday, but he learned how strong Geno Smith is.
He did, yeah.
But yeah, Geno Smith is deceptively stout.
Yes.
I think you don't expect him to run around a lot or anything, but he's one of those guys that can extend a play just with savvy and just being stout.
Yep.
But he's the really interesting thing about Will Anderson this year has just been how consistent he has been without racking up a whole bunch of, multi-sack games or anything. Usually you have guys, when guys have double-digit sacks, usually there's a couple of 3-sack games sprinkled in there. He only had that 1 2.5 sack performance against Buffalo. And then otherwise it's been a sack. And he went a couple games without one, and then a sack. The last 3 weeks he's had a sack. Or the first 3 weeks of the season he had a sack in each game. He went, 3 games without a sack.
Yeah.
But he had built up. Well, the problem is he had to get back on pace of just doing one a week.
Right.
Because he had 2.5 against the Bills. So he's like, okay, I'll go 3 games without one, and that'll even out a little bit.
And he talked to the media after the game yesterday.
I don't even like talking about the fact that he didn't talk to the media last week. Because,
he gets a pass.
Well, no, because I think a lot of people try to make that sound like, oh, he didn't get a sack. No, I think he was really disappointed in his performance in general, not his stats or anything. But he was disappointed in the defense's performance. This is just me guessing.
Yeah.
And just also individually, he didn't make as much of an impact in the run game or whether you get a sack or not just as a pass rusher in general. He was frustrated.
Yep.
And he's one of the most accessible guys there is amongst star players. I 100% give him a pass on
All right, I'm going to acknowledge good old-fashioned NFL rivalry.
Acknowledge me.
Saturday was fun. The Eagles and Commanders played, longtime NFC East rivals. there was a nice brawl at the end of that game. There was a fight. The Commanders got angry with Nick Sirianni for going for 2, up 27-10 in that game. Maybe a little thought like, hey, he's running up the score.
Yeah.
Sirianni explained it like it was on the card or something like that. No, like it's
process. It's process.
Trying to go up by 19, force them to have to get 2 2-point conversions and a field goal to even tie the game. Okay. But the other good one was, and this was a great game too, the Bears and the Packers. Fun cold weather game.
Yeah, and real quick, can I tell you something? Like, seriously, Commanders, what are you going to – I've never once understood that. When you're getting beat and the other team decides to score again – stop them. Stop them.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yep.
Like, seriously, it's the weakest look ever. We're like, oh, well, I object to you continuing to dominate me long after sportsmanship would dictate that you should stop dominating me. My God, you beta person. Yeah. Let it do it on the field of play.
This was so the other game. That was great. The other game, Bears beat the Packers in overtime. Caleb Williams with an absolute dime to DJ Moore. This was DJ Moore after the game, talking to whoever the sideline reporter was for that game.
This has been such a challenging nemesis, the Packers against the Bears. I see the nod. Yeah. What does it mean to get this one, DJ?
Man, it means a lot. And at the end of the day, it's F the Packers always.
All right, there you go. We're good. It's F the Packers always.
Good job keeping it clean. No, Ben didn't have to bleep
He dropped
anything.
an S-bomb earlier in the interview.
Oh, did he?
We didn't get that one, yeah. So he probably maybe saw somebody off camera like, hey, Ixnay on the...
Somebody was talking to Bucky Brooks from the Jaguars after the Jaguars victory. And I credit the guy for apologizing to his grandma before he laid out like 20 expletives in a row. And then he apologized to his grandma again.
That was great.
It was hilarious.
Oh, my God. Hey, I'm going to acknowledge Brandy Payne.
Acknowledge me.
She was the one. She's been on the Aggie volleyball bandwagon from the get-go.
From the get-go.
And
from, before they played Nebraska.
The Aggies completed their historic run over the weekend. They are champions.
Yeah.
Of volleyball in NCAA, women's volleyball.
Yeah,
NCAA.
they swept their way through the finals.
They beat Kentucky in the finals, I think, right?
It was
an all-SEC final. I think it was Kentucky.
It was an impressive performance by the Aggies.
Impressive. There's no equally impressive by Brandy.
There's got a good eye for this stuff.
Yeah.
She's smart. And I'm going to try to capitalize on it in the offseason.
Yes.
I'm going to have her talk to you about how to. I feel like there's probably some inefficiencies in the volleyball gambling market.
Oh, yeah. No,
you know?
We'll collab.
All these genteel middle-class folk that aren't into the dark arts like you are. You and Brandy can team up and eviscerate them.
And you are gonna gain untold wealth from the whole process.
Probably, yeah.
Like
I'm going to call Trajan Wealth this afternoon and ask him, like, is this what percentage of my 401k should I cash out to put into my they're going to try to talk me out of it.
No, they'll talk you into something responsible. Don't listen to them. Don't listen to them. Yeah. All right, I want to acknowledge a few pregame visitors that we had yesterday before Texans Countdown. First,
acknowledge me.
Yeah, Brandy's not an honorary Aggie or anything, so there's no Homer bias.
Yeah,
for
right.
it. Yeah.
She's looking at it.
She just recognized that it was a better team than people were giving credit for.
She was right. I want to acknowledge the 4 dudes that showed up at the pregame who went nuts, telling us, we've been listening to you guys since 8th grade.
Yeah.
Yeah, we acknowledge all 4 of them with one big acknowledgement. Those guys were cool. If you're listening, you know who you are. I didn't get their names because it was so crazy and hectic.
They were really excited that I said, what are you, freshmen now? And they thought that was the best thing ever.
They were awesome.
I honestly can't tell, though. I don't know.
Yeah.
Freshman, 32 years old. You all look like young folk to me.
Got kind of long hair going with the shades on and everything. They were super stoked to come by the pregame show and tell us that. I want to acknowledge Lenny, a listener, big yoked dude who came up and said, Sean, I've been looking for you at Lizards. Like, when have you been Saturday? And I said, I don't go at night. I go during the day. That's my thing. I said, if you show up almost any day, I'm sitting right there next to the door with my iPad on.
He was big enough and rambunctious enough that I was a little nervous for you. I thought he was going to beat you up for not having been there.
He wanted you to put the uniform on again. He wanted like 3 or 4 snaps out of you.
Yeah.
And we said to him, looks like you could do 3 or 4 snaps, Lenny.
Yeah. Shout out to the listener, too, who said, what was the one guy who was trying to make a real strong point that he likes you but not me?
He said, "Hey, Sean," and then he's like looking at you. He's like, "Not
yeah,
Seth."
he said, not Seth, not Seth.
Yeah.
No, he was being funny
He was
about
joking,
it, though.
but we'll acknowledge him anyways. I like the transcript.
He did the old Bill Murray and Kingpin.
Yeah.
Like, I started to wave to him, and he's like, not you. Sean.
All right, we didn't get this guy's name, but we have to acknowledge the guy that is theoretically acknowledging us.
Yeah, our trophy that we got yesterday.
Yeah, so if you're listening, you know who you are.
Acknowledge me.
Gave us a trophy for best radio show, Payne and Pendergast. That's a cool trophy.
From the association of that guy.
That guy, yeah.
And I showed it to Clint and Lopez and Reginald and everybody just so they knew.
I had it in front of Clint the whole postgame show.
I was in the first quarter, I was in the company suite, and Reginald walked up to the bar. Or, excuse me, Show walked up to the bar. And he was like, "Hey, what's up, Seth?" And I just kind of slid it over in front of him.
Yeah.
And I didn't say anything. I just took it and left. Yeah.
So you got Show, and
he
I got
knows.
Clint.
He knows now.
Yeah, man. Well, they'll all know.
Best radio show, Payne and Pendergast.
Because it's going on our trophy shelf right there. It had 0 trophies on it until today.
Yes.
Yeah.
This has actually got some heft to it.
It's not bad.
For a plastic trophy. Like, this is like
that person put thought into it.
Yeah.
It's got a microphone and
this
everything.
This is like 12-karat plastic.
This
is
least,
not, yeah.
At least. And he's so right. Best radio show. We had EJ Speed on the postgame show last night. He was excellent. We had him on the postgame show. EJ Speed on why he chose to come to the Houston Texans, really good.
Ooh.
And we know that he had a fun back and forth with C.J. Stroud in all his years with the Colts. The back and forth has not ended between those two.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we've got that coming up next. Stay there.
Hey, Mokaram injury lawyers. Oh, boy. Maybe
flag. It's a McCarran Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
One of the four dudes who's been listening to us since 8th grade from the pregame is listening right now. It's like, dude, did we just get acknowledged? You did. So awesome, he says.
My favorite awkward exchanges I ever have in situations where, like, either people recognize us because of radio or the Texans or whatever.
Right.
Children who are just too nervous and don't say, you can't get anything out of them. You know, you just try to entertain them somehow. But then also drunk people who don't know, are just, they're not saying anything either, but they're just so happy.
Yeah.
That was those guys.
Yeah. They were vivacious.
They were a good time, yeah.
They were fun. EJ Speed, also fun in the post-game show yesterday. He was our guest. 7 tackles, tackle for loss. When EJ Speed hits, pops pretty hard, man.
Yeah, but it's even some of his like in real time. Some of the ones that you watch on the replay and it didn't look like that much, like it was actually that big of a hit.
Yeah.
He's always arriving with great urgency. He shows up at the scene of an accident and makes it worse.
Yes.
Yeah.
I asked him, how you liking this defense? How you fitting in so far?
I love it. I mean, I said in free agency I wanted to come and play alongside DeMeco Ryans just because I knew the linebacker guru he is. If you look at his history, he had Fred, Aziz, 57. Greenlaw. Yeah. Dre Greenlaw. So, yeah, man, he had some great linebackers, and a lot of linebackers talk highly of him and respect him. And the same thing as me when I came in, I was just all ears. You know, they was already a great defense. I've said this before in many interviews. They was already a great defense, and I just wanted to come in and you know, just put my stamp on things and just see, you know, how can I help? What can I be? Special teams, defense. You know, if I need to spill Henry or come in and do whatever I need to be the third linebacker, I just came in and I just wanted to just open my heart and just learn. And that was the biggest thing for me this year, is just to learn from DeMeco and just get on track and just do my thing.
Yeah, that's really cool. And it'll be interesting because you know, how much are you willing to pay him versus how much is somebody else willing to pay him? But he definitely has been, when the Texans want to play in their 4-3, especially their base 4-3, they're a lot more comfortable doing it this year than they have been in the last couple of years. So without EJ Speed, I don't there's a lot of really important guys on that defense. For EJ Speed this year, it's been one of those nondescript, okay, if he's your third linebacker, how much does it really matter? In certain situations, it's mattered a lot.
Yes.
It's really, really mattered a lot.
Yeah.
And then he's made his presence known on special teams at times and everything. He's been one of the, probably when you talk about bang for the buck, that's by far one of the best signings of Nick Casario's tenure here.
No question. And I love that basically he wanted to go to the University of DeMeco for a year.
Yeah.
You know, and try. I would imagine there's part of him like trying to amplify all those guys he named, Aziz, Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, all got big deals eventually.
Yeah.
You know, bigger deals.
Well, and he also, he's got an interesting journey just because he was just a special teams guy from a small college and when he arrived with the Colts and then worked his way onto the field and was doing some really promising things. But when he got here, I almost looked at him as, all right, he's in his 5th year, but in a lot of ways, he's still like a second or third year guy that's just gotten a taste of starting.
Yeah.
And it was really going to be interesting to see how this defensive staff worked with him. And they've done a great job with him.
They've done a great job. All right, this is the other one. I asked him, hey, you know, you see CJ making those throws at the end. How is it? And we know that the two of them, really fueled by Zaire Franklin's podcast.
Yeah.
EJ Speed was sort of a co-host on there.
We used to call him and EJ the podcasting linebackers.
The podcasting linebackers, yeah. So, and we know that he and CJ had a little fun back and forth going on. They have the same agent, David Mulugeta. I asked him, you know, how is it now being on the same team with CJ?
Man, CJ don't let me make it, bro. CJ always joking. He be like, he told me the other day, he said, all right, now you must see what the playoffs play like. You know, me and CJ always be talking trash. Like, but it's good because now, I mean, I've been knowing CJ before.
Right.
I came and I knew what type of competitor he was, what type of person we was just from, you know, just hanging out in the off season and stuff like that with the same agent and everything. So just being on the same side of CJ, bro, CJ is a competitor.
Yeah.
CJ want to win, you know what I mean? And he even said it this week. He's like, bro, we got to do the things we need necessary to go win a Super Bowl. So, like, when your quarterback talking like that, that gives you all the inspiration in the world. And, you know, you just go ahead and just go do your thing.
I'll have to see if I still have it on my hard drive. The clip from the from the podcasting linebackers a couple of years ago. It was after CJ's rookie year. This is where before things got
It knocked them out of the playoffs.
Right. But EJ Speed had a great clip where he was talking about CJ getting to his third read, and he said EJ Speed talked about how, man, I got my guy plastered, and then all of a sudden CJ looks and he's like, do you know how degrading that is?
Yeah,
do you know how degrading it is for a rookie to get to his third read and get and it was really it was high praise from a linebacker. CJ was as a rookie because both he and Zaire Franklin at the time, before things got ugly, were fake ugly, but we're just saying that, like, yeah, he does a lot of things that rookie quarterbacks don't do, and CJ has started to do a lot of things now that you're hoping to see out of a quarterback in his third year. That's a critical year where, all right, is he starting to operate at that next level? And even though the stats don't necessarily reflect it, some of the ways that CJ's processing are veteran quarterback processing. Like that part of it, he's on track. After the dicey first half of the season, things are starting to gravel a little bit.
He's taking some today on the text page.
Yeah.
Just FYI.
I know. I mean, it was
wasn't great.
That first half was ugly.
Yep.
The fourth quarter, he made a couple of perfect throws.
9 out of 10 for 77 yards and a touchdown in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
So it got better as
That's
the game
a classic. If it was Tom Brady having a game like that, in the bulk of his career, you'd be like, yeah, look at what he did. He counted together in the fourth quarter. CJ's still in a prove it mode, so you don't give him that benefit of the doubt yet.
Yep. All right, my friend. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to all.
Antibodies to you.
Well, we'll see each other before Christmas.
Yeah. But it's that week. I'm feeling festive today.
Antibodies and a best radio show in the world trophy to you.
Ever.
You get a trophy. I get a trophy. We carry it around our necks like a pendant. Kirk Holmes will give you a trophy if you want it in your dream.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, time to dig in to what happened. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Stroud approaches the line of scrimmage, takes a knee, and the Texans do it. They defeat the Raiders 23-21. The throw from C.J. to Nico, sealing it, and the Texans have won 7 straight as they head to L.A. to play the Chargers Saturday.
All right, that's the big thing here, 7 in a row. All right, we're going to get into it. We're going to get into all that needed to go better yesterday. But, well, 7 wins in a row, tied for the second longest winning streak in the history of the franchise. And you got the win in come-from-behind fashion, able to overcome a 1-point deficit in the second half and beat the Raiders. And I thought the guys recapped it very well, because when it got to 9, I thought, all right, 2-score lead, let's go. Let's put the pedal to the metal and end this thing.
Yep.
But the Raiders, with Genty making another big play, I mean, those are 2 huge plays, 60-yard touchdown reception, 51-yard touchdown run. That guy's really good. He looked as good as any running back we've seen this year against the Houston Texans. Yeah, he did.
Correct.
I mean, tough yards, yak yards between the tackles, never mind the 51-yard run. There were some gashes, and then you'd have him for a 3-yard gain, and then he gets 3 more. You know, he's one of those kinds of guys. I mean, he's not that big, but he runs big, Johnny, and he could also run small. He can also run those quickie routes and catch balls, and this guy's going to be a real terror if that organization can really figure out how to use him offensively and get their whole house in order, because they have some assets like we talked about last week. They kind of put it all together for moments yesterday, but ultimately the Texans in the fourth quarter, and you brought this up on the air, and I give you credit, fourth quarter has been the Texans' quarter lately, and it was again yesterday. They owned the fourth quarter, or owned it enough. I mean, I know the Raiders reduced the lead again in the fourth quarter, but the key moments, crunch time moments, I should say, down the stretch, final moments of this game, they got the job done.
Yeah, no doubt. And to Genty, I mean, I saw the first time career since he was at Boise State. I remember seeing him as a junior back in 23, and I'm like, holy crap, this guy's amazing. And then obviously everybody saw it last year, and he's got great contact balance. We talked about it during the week. Look, you're going to face a guy who just doesn't go down. He doesn't go down. You're going to have to bring everybody to the party. It doesn't matter what you hit him with, your shoulder, your helmet, chest, whatever. If you don't bring arms to wrap up, he is going to embarrass you. And that run that he has for a touchdown is exactly that. And I could see him. I was moving from the north side down to the south side, so I'm kind of behind a bench, kind of watching. So I'm watching the play up on a board, and I could see him tucked behind a pile, and I just went, oh, no. Because those are the worst kind.
Yeah.
Because guys are running towards the pile, and they're not keeping their pursuit integrity because they're running to where he is in the pile. But I could see him standing, literally standing, kind of waiting. And then it was like he saw 2 red shirts dart inside. He then darts outside of them. Then he makes one guy miss, and it's off to the house. And he's got plenty of speed.
Got a little bit of everything. That lateral quickness you're looking for, straight ahead speed, enough
power.
of it.
Good hands.
Power.
I mean, caught
that route.
I mean, geez, you're throwing, that sort of ball down the field to a running back. I mean, that's really impressive. But look, it was not the prettiest performance. But I thought about this. I was after the game, driving home, and my daughter was with me. We were kind of talking about the game and things like that. And it said, "Dad, you're pretty tired, aren't you?" And I was like, "Oh yeah. I mean, I'm really tired." And it got me thinking about everybody in this building. Like, everybody in this building is tired. And then it got me thinking about the league. Just because we're in this building, this is what we see. These guys in here, they're tired. They're beat up. We've lost 2 defensive tackles the last 2 weeks. Trent went down late in the game yesterday. Hopefully he's going to be okay. Guys are beat up. But you know where they're beat up? 31 other locations. Yeah. It's just as gory. It's just as brutal. They're just as tired as everybody else. And, oh, by the way, there are 6 of them that got to play on Christmas, 3 days from today, which we had to do last year. And I thought we were even beyond exhausted last year. So it's something I think guys have got to, they got to work through how do you get through. And I bring all that up because these two games, I felt like most people, you'll beat the Cardinals, you'll beat the Raiders.
Yeah, but it's not like that.
You're gonna win.
It's the NFL, baby.
I know. But that's what I'm saying. It's easy to say that outside the building, but then you get in the building, you start preparing, you're like, damn, they got Max Crosby. And by the way, if you haven't seen, I was watching because I knew where the ball was going on that Brock Bowers touchdown. I knew it was going to Bowers. So I was curious how they were going to get it to him. He runs the most gorgeous stick nod, which basically is he sticks and he nods. So he runs like a little stick route to the goal line. So he turns just a little bit at the goal line to sell, like, hey, throw it to me here. And then basically nods and then goes back to the end zone. Mark, it's one of the best routes I've ever seen. And I'm like, holy crap.
And Gino knows where he's going.
And Gino stuck it. He was going right to Bowers the whole time.
Yeah.
Everybody knew he was going to Bowers. They've got star talent in Bowers and Crosby and Genty. Yesterday, it was guys like Thomas Booker, Adam Butler, Landon Roberts, Devin White.
Landon Roberts can play.
Yeah,
right?
Those guys can play, but it's just they, defensively they've been on the field so long. The offensive line is beat up for them. That's a pretty, I talked to, a couple people coming off the field and they're like, that's a really good defense we faced today.
They made some plays, no doubt. Now, the bigger picture, what you just mentioned about 17 games and tired or whatever the time of year it is, I think for these teams like the Cardinals and the Raiders, and we talked about this before the game, Texans in 2022 give the Cowboys fits, a 12-win Cowboy team. They have the lead late. They have goal to go. They can't score. They end up losing the game. Cowboys get it done at the end in an ugly win for them. Right. I'll just word it that way. The Chiefs here, when you took them to overtime.
Yeah.
Good Chiefs team, take them to overtime. 3-win Texans team eventually with a tie that year. You go to overtime. You stop Mahomes in overtime, which at the time you hang a banner for when you could stop Mahomes in overtime. And they got the ball, but they lost the game. So that's who they are. They're that team that gives the better team a hard time, and they've been out of it for a while. Yeah. So it's not like the Chiefs who just realize their hopes and dreams are crushed and they go to Tennessee and they just lose another quarterback and it's over, right? These teams have been out of it for a while. So, hey, let's get a win. Let's get a win. And if they have any kind of hope, they're going to stick with it. They're going to play hard, and they played well enough to have a 1-point lead in the second half. But ultimately, the Texans took over and made the plays when they needed to. And I thought there was none bigger than the throw to Nico at the end, the throw to Higgins on that third down conversion. Obviously, the 2 Nico PI draws were tremendous in this game. A lot of big plays along the way, and I'll call those plays if you will. And CJ looked a whole lot better in the second half and in the fourth quarter. I mean, the dagger throw was really tremendous opportunity for them because the blitz was coming, and he beat the blitz with a nice throw to Nico. You throw it to your bell cow, one of the best receivers in the NFL, and he makes the play to enable you to kill the clock. Game over. And look, not pretty. You mentioned it. When you don't have Azeez Al-Shire and you're already down 2 defensive tackles, but I'll say 3 because Foley's been out for a long time. Yeah. And the hope would be, in my opinion, Foley would have come back, and then, okay, you lose one guy, you get another guy back, and Foley's a really good player for you in that defensive tackle rotation, and we haven't seen him for a while. I don't know if he's out for the year. It seems like he might be because he'd be practicing by now, I would think, but I don't want to speak for them or him or anybody. But the fact is, you're down to Tommy, who is inactive the first couple of weeks of the season, and Sheldon Rankins, and Tommy's been really good. But Tommy is not Warren Sapp also, this just in, right? So you need that rotation to continue. You got Naquan Jones, you got Marlon Davidson. You're trying to piece it together the best way you can. And then you don't have Azeez. What do we talk about in sports? Being good up the middle. Texans are really good on the edges, really good outside corners, obviously. Right. But now they're getting a little thin there. So you need Azeez back. You got to get these reserve defensive tackles up to speed and get good again there. You play the Chargers Saturday. This is another huge game. So you got to the Cardinals and the Raiders. 2-0 against the Cardinals and the Raiders because these were stumbling blocks, possibly whatever. You got through them. Erase all that. Get ready for the Chargers because they are the real deal in their building, and Justin Herbert is running the ball like crazy in addition to getting that right arm lathered up. And you know what? He's playing with an oven mitt on his left hand. It doesn't even bother him, apparently. They shoot it up. They do whatever they do. It's broken, but he's playing, and he's playing well. and they are something to deal with. They don't lose lately.
Mm-hmm.
They've got, what, a 4-5 game winning streak going now? What is their winning streak here? Because
they lost to Jacksonville.
And then they've won ever since.
I think they've won ever.
They have.
Since.
It's 4 games in a row. Raiders, Eagles, Chiefs, Cowboys.
Wait, said Raiders,
Eagles, Chiefs, Cowboys. Eagles at home, Chiefs on the road. They got them the week after the Texans removed their dreams.
They made Jalen Hurts look like a AAA quarterback. I mean, they picked him off all night. I mean, Hurts had no clue.
I think the Eagles are highly flawed. That division is terrible.
No, I know. But I'm just saying that,
but they're
playing
good.
them out there, the Chargers are, I mean, look, they're 11-win football team. We've learned often, do not scoff at an 11-win football team.
Do not. And, there's a lot. In fact, let's go here. Benny, hit it, because we are living in a world where the New England Patriots, who were left for dead after last 12-3, after knocking off the Ravens last night. You have the Jaguars with 11 wins. The Chargers have 11. Okay, they were pretty good last year. Go to the NFC. The Bears have 11 wins. The Bears are going to win the NFC North? What? The Panthers took control with a victory over the Buccaneers. What kind of NFL is this? An NFL where Patrick Mahomes is gone, where Lamar Jackson had to leave the game last night, and they're pretty much done. Done. They're still alive for the AFC North, but it's not going to happen in all likelihood. That's the Twilight Zone NFL we are living in right now. An NFL where you have 10 victories with 2 weeks to go, and you have not clinched yet. Thank you, Benny. You have not clinched yet. If the Colts lose to the Niners tonight, you still don't clinch, because if you lose out and they win out, they beat you, they split with you, they have the breaker. It's not a tie-baker. That would be a good little alliteration or play on words for the Buccaneers if they end up getting in that situation. But anyway, they have the tiebreaker because of common opponents. They have a better record against common opponents if they win out and you lose out. That's why the Colts would get you. So if they win tonight, it's still going strong. Even if they lose tonight, they're still alive. Now, if you beat the Chargers Saturday, you obviously put a huge dent into that hope for the Colts. But, Johnny, the division is still possible for you. The Jags beat the Broncos out there. A humongous win for Jacksonville. What a win for that organization. They're still for the division because, I'll say it like this, my beloved Colts can beat the Jags this weekend. And if you beat the Chargers, in
theory, yes. In theory.
Wait a minute. We just saw the Raiders lead in the fourth quarter. You don't think the Colts? Now, if the Colts win tonight.
They have a 44-year-old grandfather playing quarterback. Can he do that a second week in a row against a better? Well, he did. I don't know if
he might get
defense.
better this week. He might have lost some of that dad weight.
I don't know. Maybe it's just me not wanting to believe it. Look, Phillip coming back, it worked out perfectly. There were some romantic moments. His football team is watching at a Buffalo Wild Wings or whatever. And he makes a couple plays, and they're freaking out. They're going nuts. But when the Colts needed a little bit more, he didn't have it. And here's the other thing. What do we always say? Oh, they got film on you. Well, it took one game to realize Phillip can't throw the ball 20 yards downfield.
Yeah, I know. Now they do have film.
So now the 49ers are sitting there going, well, all right, we're going to sit here and we're going to camp out at about 10 yards, and we're going to force him to do something other than throw checkdowns and throw to Tyler Warren. And
don't ruin my hopes and dreams.
Look.
So you're saying we're going on the road?
I still think that Jacksonville is going to have its hands full when it goes to face Indianapolis. Look, DeForest Buckner's coming back tonight, apparently, for the Colts. It's massive for the Colts, and then we have to face him in Week 18. And here's the other thing, too. Because the Jaguars won yesterday, Week 18 is not meaningless.
No.
Because here's the other. Now, this is the good part of things.
Right.
Guess who's playing better week by week? The Tennessee Titans.
Yeah. So you think
a little bit better. And, oh, by the way, the Kansas City Chiefs against the vaunted AFC South, 1-3. Only win against the Colts. Had to come from behind to do it.
Yeah,
only win.
But that's not the Chiefs yesterday.
I understand. I get it. I mean,
Minshew got hurt.
I understand, but still.
They're down to a quarterback that nobody's ever heard of.
I just would like to remind Chiefs fans, one in particular, never a doubt, baby. Never a doubt.
Yeah, never a doubt.
Never a doubt.
Yeah,
So
how
there
are
you
they
go.
feeling right now?
Enjoy
They're so gone. It doesn't.
I
It's
get
not
it.
worth
It's
it.
just good. It's just good
to even talk about them.
They look
have the same
horrible
record
yesterday.
as Miami right now.
But
That's
my
how
point
bad
in
it's
that
gotten.
is for Tennessee to get a win and to feel good about what they're building, they build off of that. And maybe they're the ones, just like 2 years ago.
To beat the Jags?
To beat the Jags. And so basically the Jaguars yesterday made these last 2 games for the Texans really important. Extremely
Even with a
important.
loss, they still would have been huge.
Now,
because you would have said, okay, now we win out, we're automatically winning the division.
Right.
A win out gets you the division.
Right.
No problem.
But if they would have lost to the Broncos and then lost to
the Colts,
and we had beaten the Chargers, bingo, bango, bongo, we got it.
Yeah, you got it, and you can rest guys in
That's
week
right.
18. Yeah. Well,
But that
it's not
didn't
that kind
happen.
Of year. It's not that kind of year because, like I pointed out, so many teams just keep winning. The AFC,
Yeah, the ones we want to lose win.
They win every week.
Stop it.
And the Texans are on this extreme winning bench. You have the longest winning streak going in the NFL right now because of the loss suffered by the Broncos yesterday.
Yep.
So your 7-game winning streak is the longest active streak going. This is so good.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
It is.
But do you have the list of teams with winning streaks right now? Do you have it in front of you?
Yeah, sure. What do you?
Well,
what
the
do you
Texans
need?
are first, right?
Yeah.
Guess who's second?
Jags 6.
Yep.
Yeah, and their last loss was to you.
Mm-hmm.
So the Jags have a 6-game winning streak going into that Indianapolis game on Sunday. They are so high and mighty on themselves right now, and for good reason. I mean, you go to Denver and beat them the way they did. Congratulations. I tip my cap.
Yep.
What can you do? I go back to week 3. You had your chance.
Oh, that one's going to I mean,
But
Mark, that's the difference.
But, Johnny, the Jags
that is the difference.
The Jags are saying the same thing the Texans are saying right now. We should have swept them. That's what the Jags are saying. And the Texans
understood.
are saying we should have swept them.
Yeah.
I mean, these two teams should play again. We should play the Jaguars again in the postseason.
We should play the AFC Championship game. How about that?
I'll sign
Meet
me up for that.
Spot the ball. Let's go.
Anywhere.
Spot the ball. It's funny because I follow so many people from Jacksonville, and I get the feeling that they don't like us.
Of course
they don't like the Texans.
Why would you like us? We're like
they don't like us.
We are like the Colts to them.
But we don't sit here and brag and boast of division titles and put up, division finalist banners like the Colts do.
No, not finalists.
They don't like us, I guess,
by the way, I'd
solely
love to be
because
a
we
finalist.
win.
I'd love to be a finalist. And
I would too.
And if we're not going to hang a banner, I don't know what banner.
Why are the Colts catching strays this morning? Sorry.
What do you mean, sorry? The Colts should always catch strays. Until we own that season or the all-time series,
all right, so we got some work to do on
I will throw
that.
as many strays and as much shade as possible at the Indianapolis
What
Colts.
do you think Rivers does tonight?
Against the 49ers, I think that it's going to be another close game. Because I think that's kind of how the 49ers play anyway.
Yeah.
I think it'll be a close game because it's in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
They had an extra day to get ready. I know what you said about scouting and all that. I got a feeling they're going to keep it close. So I don't know.
I think that's.
I think the 49ers win a close game. How about that?
Just look, Phil, just take little bits at a time. Treat it as a run game. I don't care if you're 20 for 30 for 130 yards. As long as it's a touchdown here, no picks, just let our defense work against the 49ers and see what happens.
The Colts will still be alive even with a loss tonight.
Correct.
But it's just so weird. But if the Texans win on Saturday, it's over for them.
Yes, correct.
Will they sit Rivers at that point, knowing that they can't win? Nah, I don't know what they do. I mean, Rivers might not make it through the night.
Rivers is going to want snaps. He's going to want to play.
Yeah, he's going to want to play.
He didn't come out of retirement to sit there and go, yeah, you know what? I'm just going to watch from the side. Hell no. He wants this. He wants snaps. He wants to fire. He probably wants to fire it 40 times a game, even though he can't throw it. But teams. Who are you rooting for last night? Ravens or Patriots?
I was actually. It really pained me because I hate both teams. So rooting for the first time I rooted for the Patriots since Steve Grogan was playing quarterback for them.
Why?
Because I wanted to keep Buffalo from hosting.
Okay.
All right. I wanted to keep Buffalo because if there's one place that I could pick where I don't want to go in the postseason at any point, it's Buffalo.
Yeah.
Because of him and the weather plus him. Because
he got beat up yesterday.
Yeah,
Browns
I know he
beat
did.
him
And
up.
who knows what the health status is, but he has a way of surviving everything. He magically heals. He's like Deadpool.
Like the concussion he had 24 and he went in the tent. He's like, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
Grows
Josh, how many
another
fingers?
limb.
9.
Yeah, I don't know what happens with him. So he'll be around probably. Denver is a terrible place to go because of the weather and the altitude and all that, but I'd rather take my shot at the Broncos or the Patriots on the road
So
than
how about
the Bills.
this? How about this?
Yeah.
And I don't want this to happen because it would include a loss for us. The Chargers win these last 2, they win the division. If they beat us and then go beat the Broncos in Denver, they win the division.
Which is weird.
That would be a complete change of, oh, my God. Because Denver going into yesterday was, look, we're solid as the 1 seed. We're going to be the 1 seed. They could lose the AFC West.
Yeah.
That's what kind of crazy year this is.
But I don't want to have the Chargers beat the Texans. But that
I agreed. Yeah,
even though it would be great to see the Broncos lose the West, the Texans have to get this one Saturday.
Exactly.
And this is going to be really tough. The Chargers did what they did to the Cowboys yesterday. Cowboys gave the Texans no help whatsoever, but whatever.
Thanks, Dallas.
You got to take care of it yourself. The Cowboy to do a Texans job. All right, you can send DeMeco Ryans to the podium. Here's what he said about the tight victory and finishing when they needed to. They got it done.
Everything is about winning. And you win no matter how it looks, and you finish the right way, it doesn't matter. You want to finish with the win. That's what we did today. First, I really got to give credit to the Raiders. Right? This is a really good team, well-coached team. Their defense, they played outstanding. Offense, Genty made some huge plays on us. They got good players. It's like everybody does around the league, but this team, they were prepared just like they were on film all week. We knew this was going to be a tough one going into this game, and they showed up. They played with great effort. They played a great game, and credit to those guys.
It's a strange season. You started off so poorly at 0-3, but here you are with 10 victories and a 7-game winning streak, and that's wonderful. You haven't clinched yet. And I was looking it up. I thought, man, 10 wins. Haven't the Texans always clinched by the time they get to 10 victories in the history of this thing? And it's not true because 2018, they had to win their 11th in order to clinch.
In week 17.
Yeah, which was the final week of the season in a 16-game schedule when they defeated, I guess it was Jacksonville, baby.
I think it was Jacksonville, yeah.
Yeah, because the Colts had 10 wins, and the Colts came here for the postseason, and you know what they did that year. Yep. But still, you won 11 games, second most victories all time, and now you have a chance to do that again in a 17-game schedule. If they win 11 by Saturday, I'll say, all right, that's awesome.
Yep.
And if they win 12 by next week, they won 12 in 16 games in 2012. I don't know. That kind of stuff. We can discuss that and write all that down. You want to achieve great things here in the postseason. That's what it's all about. Now, I will say this. 10 wins, 3 consecutive years, DeMeco Ryans era.
Congrats.
That is something.
Huge.
C.J. Stroud, 26 victories as a starter.
Wow.
Of quarterbacks drafted first and second, okay, he's third all time in terms of getting to that mark fastest. And I think it's Peyton Manning, and I'm losing the other one. But it's lofty. Andrew Luck would be the other one.
Well, jeez.
Yeah.
It's pretty good company.
It's good company. Now,
it is good company.
1 and 2, and then we can go to guys who are drafted 4th and 5th and whatever they did. But the point is this. They're off to a terrific start in this era, and that's something C.J. Stroud was asked about after the game.
Well, yeah, I think, to get 10 wins in 3 years that I've been here is, super cool and, something that's dope. But right now our focus, is getting to the playoffs and going from there. So I think, what DeMeco and, our front office has started here, and to be a part of it has been amazing. And, to be here, I think it was week 2, my rookie year against the Colts. And, there's pretty much I won't say nobody here, but it was not what it is now. To see, it kind of progress to what it is now. And fans to be in it, even though they're booing half of this game. But, to see them even in it, has been cool. So I thought, at the end of the day, to be a part of this team and this organization's program, has been amazing for me.
He's kind of look, I get it in some ways. I mean, we ask you to be all hyped up and fired up and everything, and then you see the team trailing, and you're thinking, what's going on here?
Well, I mean,
and you get frustrated. They're frustrated. You're frustrated. Everybody's frustrated. In the end, they made the plays to get to 10 wins.
Yeah, the offense struggled yesterday. I mean, let's be honest. They didn't run the ball exceptionally well. CJ was off, couldn't really find a rhythm. Timing was kind of off. But when they needed to make the plays, they made the plays. The stars came up and made plays when they needed to. And by the way, let's not bury the greatest scorer in the history of the Texans, Kaimi Fairbairn. The Texans do not win that game without Kaimi Fairbairn. 55, 50, 49. 3 massively clutch kicks.
Needed every one of them.
Massive. And he's the first Texan to go over 1,000 points. I had a chance to talk to him in the locker room after the game, and it was more, yeah, man, this is really cool. It's a team, it's kind of a team accomplishment. I don't get there without Tommy and without, Austin Brinkman. Shout out to Weeks as well. And he just was more concerned about, we just get the win. And I, had an opportunity to contribute to it, and he did. 3 massive 49-plus yard kicks. And how many, if you watch games all week, you just saw balls doinking off goalposts. If you watch the A&M Miami game, nobody made a kick. And to have a kicker that man, we bogged down at the 38-yard line, that's fine. Kaimi will hit it from 55. Now, you don't want to live there, but if you want to go rent space for a weekend, okay, cool. That's what they did.
How many times has he come through in the last 3 years with these big kicks early? All right, early was amazing.
He's hitting 50-yarders. That Sunday night game against the Bears.
Just banging them. And then this, in an era also during this 3-year period where you've had 2 game winners by guys who replaced him because he was injured that
right.
week.
That's true.
With Matthew Wright and Matt Amendola. It's incredible, really. It's the stuff of lore. I want people, look, we all want to see high-scoring, beautiful victories, blowouts, whatever. You got to appreciate this era. You got DeMeco Ryans as your head coach.
Yeah.
3 10-win seasons, 10-plus, in a row, and who knows where it's going. I really feel like it can happen with this group. And I don't know about this year. I don't know when. But I just feel like they've got the right temperament to figure it all out. They got to get it going on the offensive side of the ball.
That's the big
Yesterday,
part.
they sprung some leaks on defense. We all saw it. But they've been burning up a lot of fuel during this winning streak, trying to overcome the deficit that they created with the 0-3 start, 3-5. It is what it is, self-inflicted. They just didn't perform up to their standard. But now they're righting the ship, and it takes a lot of effort to do that. You got to give them credit, but it continues. It ain't over. It's a week-to-week thing. You got the Chargers Saturday. We'll talk to ND about that coming up.
Just win, baby.
That's
Quoting the great Al Davis. Just win, baby. That's all you got to do.
Al, he was once upon a time at the Houston Methodist Training Center with a walker, watching his team in a preseason practice against the Texans. And I'll never forget being that close to Al Davis, thinking, this guy's a freaking legend. I mean, there are certain guys, early on in Texans history, you had some of those were still around, right? Bill Parcells coaching the Cowboys against you. I mean, you didn't see Shula, okay? You didn't see Jimmy Johnson, but you saw a lot of people. John Madden broadcasted the first ever game in Texans history at the Hall of Fame game. You had things like that happen. It was very cool. All right. Getting sick, not an option for any of us, right? Especially this week, holiday season. We don't want to see that. Well, if you are feeling something, Houston Methodist offering 24/7 on-demand video visits, same-day sick visits, and quick access to primary care doctors for existing patients. Log on to HoustonMethodist.org/care options. It's the official healthcare provider of the Houston Texans. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
A breast cancer diagnosis.
of our team for continuing to find ways to win. That's always our goal.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
The yard across set I formation. Smith digging in, short roll to the right, throws and intercepted. Stingley across the 25, 20, 15, 10, 5, rock and roll, pick six, touchdown Houston.
Oh, yeah. Derek Stingley Jr., first career pick six, and 4 picks on the year. 4 picks in his first or the last 3 seasons. He's the only NFL player to do that. You've got 4 guys with 4 picks.
So in my by the numbers this week, I wrote that note that 3 guys had 4 and Sting had 3. It was like, here's hoping Sting gets 1 to match the rest of them. All 4 of your starting secondary members have 4 interceptions.
That's why I say
it's unbelievable.
Appreciate this.
Yeah.
You know, it's not over, but take a breath. It's the holiday season. Happy holidays. You got 4 guys with 4 picks apiece playing for DeMeco Ryans on your football team. This is freaking awesome. The bad part is that the Bills keep winning, the Chargers keep winning, the Jaguars keep winning. I hate them. Anyway, let's get to Andy Kalu here. Andy, good morning. Ugly win, pretty win, a win is a win. Your thoughts on the 7th consecutive victory for the Houston Texans?
No, definitely a win is a win. Now, you have to learn some things and obviously tweak some things and continue to improve if you want to take this thing further into the playoffs. But I want to go back to what y'all said because I didn't realize that to have 4 different players with 4 interceptions and 2 guys, different players with double-digit sacks, like I hear a stat or I'm reminded of something that just amazes me about this defense. And we're true, like you said, Mark, truly enjoy this because it's not every year you get to see a defense, perform like this. That's amazing. I did not realize 4 different guys had 4 interceptions.
That is it's pretty wild. Andy, I'm going to ask you a lot about the Texans, but I want to ask you about Max Crosby. I don't know that I've ever seen a guy, or rarely do we see a guy that plays almost every snap. I've not checked the snap count. He played almost every snap. He was incredible against the run. They were sending 3 and 4 guys after him in pass protection. I want to take a second to kind of recognize Max Crosby. But as he's played over the years, what have you thought about what that guy brings to the Raiders? The defense doesn't have a whole lot, and yet they step up and make some plays because that dude is so incredibly dominant.
I'm a huge fan of Max Crosby. I mean, he plays the game the way it's supposed to be played. And pretty much if you ask me to describe Will Anderson or Danielle Hunter's game, that's basically what I'll say about Max Crosby. But what makes him so special, he's on one of the worst teams in the NFL. He's already signed his life-changing contract, but he still plays with that passion, that desire. During the game, late in the game, he was still upset when certain things would happen. And I'm not saying upset like an a-hole, like it's all about me, the prima donna. Upset like, oh man, we needed that so we could have had a chance to get this victory. Like he's truly still playing for something. And yes, they're all their job, but it means a little bit more to him. And there was one play where he had a tackle for loss. And if I'm just being honest, and I feel bad saying this, I appreciated the play. Like, of course, I was like, God dog it. But I was like, man, like Max Crosby, the way he plays, his get off, his bend, his desire, his tenacity. I'm with you, John. I'm glad you brought him up because he should be highlighted with the way he's continuing to try to improve his game, and it's not just about getting the big contract or just about playing on a team who's playing for something. This guy, he takes it personal and he's passionate. And, oh, by the way, he's also very, very talented.
Andy, we all know any given Sunday, I always say this about the NFL. If you're the worst team in the league, you're still number 32 in the country, baby. That's not so bad sounding, right? Still number 32 in the country. Look at this. I'm almost in the playoff over here. Anyway, Andy, does human nature exist in these situations? Possibly. I'm not even saying necessarily with yesterday, but, you're taking on a team with a bad record, back-to-back teams with bad records, and DeMeco's got to get them ready. the fever pitch they were playing with when they took on the Chiefs on a Sunday night at Arrowhead. You want to see that same intensity every week, but it's got to be tough. Share with us, as a former player, a guy who's spent 12 years in this league, what's that like when you're coming down the stretch of the season? You played some real monster games, and now you have these teams coming in, and you want to keep up that intensity, but it's got to be tough.
No, it's tough week in, week out. And like you mentioned, any given Sunday, any team can beat you. Now, keep people saying, oh, they played down to their competition against the Raiders, or they took the Raiders too lightly, and that's why it was closer than it should have been. I actually feel like it was just one of those deals where when you play that many games, you're going to have one of those games where it's like, we just didn't play the way we typically play. We didn't have that same intensity. It's subconscious. It's not as if the guys are sitting in the locker room saying, oh, it's the Raiders. They only have X amount of victories. We should win. Most smart NFL players, I would say 90%, if not more, of NFL players understand that if they don't bring their A game, any team can beat you. So I don't think there was a conscious thought by the players, oh, it's just the Raiders. All we have to do is show up. It could be subconscious, and it could just be a situation where, look, we're on a 7-game winning streak. There's going to be those weeks where it's like, you know what, we didn't feel our best, but that we still won. You know, we didn't for whatever reason it may be. It could be the holidays. It could be whatever. For whatever reason, we just didn't have that same intensity that we've had over the last 7+ weeks, and we just didn't match it. But I don't think, Mark, it was a situation where the players were saying, oh, it's the Raiders, we got this. That doesn't really happen in the pros, in my opinion. It happened in high school, which it shouldn't. But I remember in high school thinking, oh, we're playing so-and-so. We just had to show up and we'll win. Sometimes in college, obviously, when you have the big-time programs, you know, playing the money grab schools, it happens, and we still see upsets there. But at 12 years, ever stepping on the field in the NFL and thinking that all we had to do was show up.
Indy, thoughts on CJ from yesterday and what you thought about him? There were some times it felt like rhythm was off, but when he needed to make the big throws and needed to take the shots, take advantage of Lonnie Johnson in the secondary, a rookie trying to cover Nico, he took those shots. He came up big on the throw on 3rd down when he got blitz 0. What did you think about the way CJ held it together for 60 minutes yesterday?
You know, he held it together like a starter should, like your leader at the quarterback position. The stats, and there were some plays, if we're going to be real, you're thinking like, ooh, man, that was a miss. You know, where's the accuracy there? But like you said, he made the plays when he needed to make the plays, and he understood who to go to, who to attack. So, yeah, I would like to see eye-popping numbers. Look, sooner or later, we have to have this breakout offensive game, or unfortunately, we're going to be talking about, hey, this was a nice season. They got into the playoffs and maybe had one playoff victory, but I want to see a little bit more. I want to see the $60 million man that he's going to be at some point, and it's going to be well-deserved. But I would say I would like to see more consistency with the accuracy and some more dynamic plays. But I like the fact that if you look across the board, and I do this towards the end of the Sundays just to see what the top quarterbacks are doing, you'll see some of the top names have 18 of 31, 140 yards passing. You're like, ooh, that was a down day for that top quarterback. But what he picked, he protected the ball somewhat. And like you said, which I was going to mention, he made the plays when he needed to.
Yeah, and share with me this, because – you know, sometimes when I'm coaching little kid basketball, I'll say, if you make a good defensive play, that's like 2 points for us because you saved us the 2 points that they scored, right?
Yeah.
With turnovers, it's kind of like that in that, hey, field position is so crucial. You mentioned the no picks. I'll give you guys this. He was 13 for 15 in the second half, C.J. Stroud, okay, with a touchdown. And the big throw at the end to Nico Collins. He played well in the second half. They got it done. It wasn't this high volume of yardage, but they got the job done. And ND has not thrown an interception since the Colts game first half. So that's 3.5 games, no turnovers for this team as part of this winning streak. And Mills threw a pick early in the Jags game. He went pickless the rest of the way, which was 2.5 games with no interceptions for him. So they've been not turning the ball over. Knock wood, keep that going. That's a big part of the recipe here in this winning streak.
That's a huge part of the recipe, Mark. Look, it's still a team sport. It's still about the three phases. And even if you're not putting up the eye-popping numbers that I discussed, if your defense is getting the turnovers and you're just simply not turning the ball over, more than likely you're going to get the victory. And that shows efficiency. And I like what you brought up, what he did in the second half, because when you look at the big picture, you're thinking, oh, that wasn't a great game. So obviously it wasn't a great first half for the offense for CJ, but he stuck to his guns, and then to go out and be that efficient, to be 13 of 15 with one touchdown, that to me shows maturity. That to me shows me somebody who's not trying to push it and is not trying to take chances just so he has the big numbers. That goes into what we were saying about understanding who's open, who to attack, and what plays had to be made.
Indy, how much bulletin board material did you listen to? Did you hear? Did you internalize? I ask this because I didn't see it much in the NFL, but it got me thinking. When the Miami and Texas A&M matchup was announced, Trey Zune, tackle for A&M, went to the podium, and he was asked about Ruben Bain and Akeem Mesidor, and he basically sloughed it off like, yeah, they'll basically be an easy time. And then those two studs just went after it. And after the game, when some player went on Instagram Live, they asked Ruben Bain his thoughts, and he was very quick and to the point. Bleep this guy, and bleep this guy. And 60 got no chance, bleep him too. And he went off. So as a player, how much did you internalize that bulletin board material? I would imagine high school, college, maybe more than in the NFL. But are there NFL players, as one that you were, did you internalize that when you faced somebody that might have run their mouth in the press the days before the game?
Absolutely. You're always looking for that edge. Even in the NFL, the only difference, by the time you get to the NFL, you're smart enough not to provide the bulletin in college or definitely in high school. But, yeah, if there's something there, and here's the thing, the coaches, the coordinators, they're going to play it up, even if it's not as blatant as the example that you provided. But if there's something where the opposing team is trying to be diplomatic. There have been times where, the opposing team will say something like, oh, we're looking forward to this week because we're comfortable. We're comfortable playing at FedEx, when I was in Philadelphia. Our coaches would twist that and say, you see this, man? They know that they could whoop your butt over here on your turf. It's your house. They're saying they're going to come into your home and they're going to do this. And, so they'll twist it all up, even if the said player was trying to be diplomatic and professional with their response. So, no, you're always looking for that edge. You're always looking for a reason not to have that lull, not to have that game like what some people are saying they saw with the Texans when they were playing against the Raiders. So it's there. The only reason it's not as frequent, in my opinion, John, in the NFL is because by the time you get to the NFL, you don't want to give those guys anything to put up on the bulletin board. Just like that Yahoo guy, I forgot who it was, who acted like he didn't know who Nico Collins was.
The Jerry Sneed.
Yes, he learned real quick who Nico Collins was. So you best believe, even though Nico's the ultimate professional, ultimate gentleman, said all the right things, you best believe Nico was going into that game like, not only is he going to know my name, his mama's going to know my name, his grandma, this game's over. So, yeah, you do internalize that.
ND, a lot of kids are opening presents this week. Bring back a toy from your youth. What are kids missing out on that you might have played with that you think that they need today? Bring it back.
That's such a great question, and I have the perfect answer.
What's that?
The BMX Mongoose. They don't know what the BMX Mongoose, Diamondback, the GT, the true dirt bike. The dirt bike where when you get it, and here's a blast from the past. When you flip it upside down so you could wash it, and you're sitting there washing it like you're washing a car, and
gotta
then
get
you
the
meet
dirt
up
out.
Yes. Then you meet up with your buddies and y'all just go ride for 6-7 hours, going to places your parents don't realize that you're going to as a 10, 11, 12-year-old. Like, they'll never have that joy because they just want to sit, put the headphone on, and play video games. So the BMX dirt bike, and if you don't have the BMX money, the Huffy, we're not judging
the
people.
Huffy.
You get the Huffy and you just scrape off the brand name Huffy and you just put something else on there so you can fit in. So yeah, that's what they're missing out on, Mark.
Oh, that is so good.
The Buffy, the B gets changed,
so
make it a Huffy. Yeah,
and the greats. There are some great trails in Sugar Land, by the way. Unbelievable. I discovered those a few years ago. They're terrific. Andy, thanks a lot for joining us. We appreciate it.
Hey, y'all keep up the good work.
That was a great answer to that question. I think that question's going to roll this week.
Yeah, you know the one I want to bring back?
What?
Old school. I don't know if you had this ball game.
Of course.
With a little football player.
Yes, of course. Yeah, that was so well organized. Are you kidding?
You could maybe play 5 plays in an hour. It didn't matter to me just to have little players.
Gentlemen, this is what our offense needs to do.
I just wanted that metal football field. That's what I want. I must have had like 10 of those. My parents could get me one of those for Christmas every year, and I had a great Christmas.
Yeah, that thing was wonderful. So random. Okay, next up, let's go over what the health situation might be like. We'll speculate. Maybe a little bit, and get you ready for the Chargers and talk more about this win over the Raiders, 7 in a row. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
We believe in possibilities at Texas.
Texans.com/senior showcase and make their college football dreams come true. Now, more Texans Monday.
Smith in the gun on first down in the pocket. Here comes trouble. He's sacked. Will Anderson Jr. with a sack on. Man, Will, fourth on the team now behind J.J., Whitney, Mario, Will Anderson Jr. climbing the charts and just rolling in his young career. 3 years, outstanding campaign for him. Danielle Hunter has sacked, what's the number now, 55 different quarterbacks or something like that?
Yeah, you said 55 different quarterbacks. That sack is hilarious because
that's ridiculous.
They've got Geno hemmed in. They can't get him. And then Geno takes off for the sidelines. Danielle takes a full-on, I'm diving in the pool 4th of July party style.
Yeah.
And, Mark, he is 2.5, 3 feet off the ground, full-on horizontal.
To make sure
Geno goes out of bounds.
And he gets the sack for that.
He gets the sack.
Because Geno's behind the line of scrimmage. Geno's smart enough to know, just throw the ball out of bounds in that case. I don't know what quarterbacks do sometimes. It's easy for me to say. I'm not having a 300-pound guy chasing me down, trying to maim me. Anyway, Danielle has sacked 55 different quarterbacks in his career. A lot of guys would be thrilled to have 55 sacks.
Yeah.
But he sacked 55 different quarterbacks.
Incredible.
That's absolutely amazing. Incredible. I wish we ran that one by ND. It would blow his mind.
55 different quarterbacks.
To hear that one. All right. I hate to be like Jonah Hill in Moneyball when, they score the big trade and he says, I hate to dampen the mood.
Oh.
But
Ursary
left the game.
We're going here. We're going here, aren't we?
He walked up the ramp, came back out, right?
It was later reported as a hand.
Okay.
Which I know he's been dealing with something. In that hand.
Trent was dealing with a hand, too.
Yeah.
Because he had a big oven mitt on his hand one practice, but it got smaller as the week went on.
Yeah,
so
but Trent's injury during the game was not the hand. For Ursary, it was. For Trent, it was his knee. I don't know if it's the knee that he had surgery on the patellar tendon. I don't know.
He walked off under his own power.
Yeah, but
come on, duct tape.
Yeah.
Let's go.
And look, I mean, if anybody's going to do it, Trent's going to do it. I mean, we talked to Cole Popovich last week, and if you didn't hear the interview, you got to take a listen.
It's Friday's show.
It was Friday's show. You got to take a listen. It was fantastic. Yep. He was very. We tried to. Hey man, there's been progress. There's been some good things. And
until we stop with the pre-snap stuff and some of the other mistakes, he didn't have that kind of tone. It actually was a lot quieter than that.
Yeah,
but that was the vibe. He does not like these mistakes they've been making. And,
not at all.
They have some good plays. They have some plays they want back. They just don't have it all together yet, and they're trying.
They are trying. So those two are going to be definitely eyes on those because as they went through the line configuration, Blake moved over to left. Then when Trent went down, Titus went out to right. Jarrett came in the game at guard. And I feel confident with that setup, but I don't think it's your best setup. So we'll obviously see, and it's a short week. That's the cure.
It's a short week without physical practices this time of year anyway.
Right, and I know it's 1 day. I know it's 1 day shorter. I get it as opposed to playing on Thursday.
It's already in week Tuesday,
but
Johnny.
Right, exactly. It's at this point of the year, you need that extra day.
Yeah.
You need it.
But they are on a short week too. The Chargers.
Yeah, no doubt.
And
no doubt.
They've been dealing.
No
one's going to sing the blues for the Texans after looking at what the Chargers have gone through.
That's right.
On the O-line. But they've been living with it for a while and have adjusted. And look, the Texans finally got their best 5 on the field together. And this winning streak is a Trent Brown winning streak. I mean, it's a whole team thing, but it's his winning streak too. Because
Trent's played in 7 games.
He enters the starting lineup, and they win 7 in a row. How about that? And look, I know they've played some unbelievable defense. I'm not crediting him with the whole thing, but it is interesting to point that out.
Yep, very much so.
So now you have to dip into the bench, possibly, with the offensive line. We won't know until Saturday what we see because they're not going to reveal too much unless somebody's like out.
Right.
We're not going to know. So let's see how they put it all together because it's next man up time, and it's a time of year where I worried about this. Again, burning off a lot of jet fuel to get this winning streak ignited. You beat the Colts up there, big win. Colts still at full strength. You beat the Chiefs there, Chiefs still at full strength, big win. And then you come home and I'm like, we need the postseason to start now.
You're going to lose guys because it's just a war of attrition, right?
Right.
Got to find a way to get as many people upright as possible down the stretch here. 2 more games in the regular season, and you got to clinch. You have not clinched yet. You can't clinch with a Colts loss tonight either, but you could possibly clinch on Saturday if the Colts lose tonight.
You're going to have to beat the Chargers. A win over the Chargers clinches, a playoff spot at that point, and then you got to hope that the Colts and the Titans can do some dirty work against Jacksonville. That team is hot, very, very hot. I thought it was interesting. We're watching one of the shouty shows in here, and they asked 4 different, I think it was Orlovsky, Fortenbaugh, Rex Ryan, and Dominique Foxworth, and they said, give us your AFC Championship matchup.
Yep.
3 of the 4 included the Texans.
Well, you know what it is, though? They don't watch the team play day in, day out.
No, I know.
I doubt they watched the Raider game. They did watch the Chiefs game. They watched Buffalo, so they saw them at their very best defensively. And I think that the Texans can get to that level again.
Yeah, no, I don't think
they were not at their best yesterday. No Aziz. We went over the injuries. But
the Texans can win the AFC. They can win the AFC.
But the defensive tackle rotation has been damaged. And, look, it's not like you lost Will and Daniil and those guys. Right. But you got to find a way to get Naquan and Marlon, those guys, part of the rotation and contributing the way the other guys were, or at least close enough to it.
Preaching to the choir. You know how I feel about that.
I'm just saying it for
preaching
everybody.
To the choir, yeah. I mean, that's one area those guys have got to start stepping up. Naquan made a nice play yesterday. Marlon made a nice play. So they just have to get in rhythm of how they play the defense, and they got to learn that.
Rod Wright, good coach.
Very good.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Frank Ocam, they'll get him going. All
Excellent.
Right. And Andre Ware, really good guy to have on the air. He's next here on Texans Monday.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
KIL.
now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets or call us at 832-667-2390. Go Texans!
Now, more Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Split back for CJ, 3rd and 8 at the Raider 37. Here's the snap. Here's the blitz. Stroud fires downfield to his left and caught along the sideline. Nico Collins, the dagger at the 13-yard line. Ball game. That did it. Texans killed the clock from there. It would have been interesting to see what they would have done. Kick the field goal.
I did not want to see that.
Go for it. Little pooch punt.
Oh, I did not want to see that.
I did not want to see that either because I'm not terrified of Geno Smith, but you don't want to see any quarterback in the NFL with the ball in his hands down 2. It's not like down 3, and if they get a field goal, worst case is you're going to overtime. They get the win field goal. Carlson has been very shaky from long range. But you don't want to see that happen at all. Let's get Andre Ware in here. Andre, very close game. You got the dub. So everybody can exhale for the moment. And no matter what, you got to flush it and move on because the Chargers are coming up on Saturday afternoon. But let's reflect a little bit where we're at. What were your thoughts on the Raider game and everything moving forward? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, you got to flush it quickly. We were talking about it yesterday in terms of there are games on a schedule and, 17 games, a lot of games that you're not going to have your best stuff every week, every single week. But in a game like yesterday, you're just hoping you're just good enough to win. And that's exactly what they were, just good enough to win because you got a Chargers team that's waiting on you on a short week.
Okay, I'm going to ask both of you this. Get all 3 opinions. That ball is incomplete to Nico.
Yep.
Clock stops. What do you do? What would you have done? It was 23-21, as Mark outlined, and I believe the ball was at the 38-yard line?
Yep.
It's a 55-yard field goal. Now, Kaimi had made 55, 50, and 49, pretty much right down the middle, all 3. Tommy punts, pins him inside. The Raiders were out of timeouts, so they would have to go not the length of the field, but a pretty decent way if he pins him down inside the 10. You go for it on 4th down. You maybe pick up the 1st down. You end the game. What if Nico doesn't do it? Dre, what would you have done?
I'm probably kicking the field goal and showing some trust and love in Kaimi. It gives me the lead, and then I can rely on my defense from there. That's probably the less likely scenario in the book, whatever that book is that everybody talks about. But that's where I'm going. I mean, I want the lead. I got a chance to get the lead in that moment right there with a kicker that's been hot most of the game. So I'm going to kick the field goal and then take my chances with the defense.
How much time was left? It was a lot of time.
Yeah, it was like a minute 13, I think, something like that.
I think. What about the Texans timeout situation? I can't remember. I think you had at least 2.
At least maybe? 2.
But that's not enough to go full stoppage. I think Dre's right that they would have kicked it, that he would have trusted Fairbairn because at that point you dance with what brung you or whatever. That's a real tough one, John.
It was the first play after the 2-minute warning.
Yeah, so okay,
just
a
think
lot
about
of time
it.
left.
You got a chance for the lead right then and there. So
you had the lead. You had the lead.
Yeah.
To expand it to a touchdown.
Expand
lead.
it where a field goal for them does not win the ball game, or in that sense. So yeah, I kick it and trust Fairbairn, and even if he misses it, I'm going to trust my defense to try to get it done from that point.
I'm with Dre. I kick it. I like Kaimi. Kaimi was hot. It didn't feel like a heat check. He just felt very good from 50. I mean, he made all 3 of those with relative ease. And like I said, they were right down the middle. He wasn't flirting like he was in Indianapolis. I'm with Dre. I kicked the field goal. I put my trust in Kaimi.
Kick it. Do it. Roll with it.
Didn't have to, thank God.
I hate a 2-point lead as opposed to 3 right there. And the way it was going, because one little loose tackle on Genti. And what about him, Dre? He had 188 yards from scrimmage. That's the most for a Raider rookie since Bo Jackson. Now, if I know DeMeco, if he had extra time this week, he'd show the guys video of Bo Jackson saying, this is what this guy did. Young Bo Jackson. It was amazing. A really good performance by him. Good hope for the Raiders' future, and not a great moment for the Texans allowing some of that. But
they got to live with it and learn from it moving on.
Yeah, the production might be there in terms of comparison to Bo Jackson. But you guys ever see Bo Jackson like face to face?
No, not live.
He
no.
is a big dude, big dude. And I often wonder, where did that running back go? Where did the Marcus Allen 6'2" running back kind of disappear to? Because everybody now is like 5'8". You might get lucky and get a 5'11",
Except
here
for
and
Derrick
there,
Henry.
Except Derrick Henry. Well, there are some exceptions, but Derrick Henry, Bo Jackson, guys like that, they just don't really exist, or they aren't the norm anymore, kind of like they used to. Eric Dickerson, big upright running style that you'd have some fun watching. He had a pretty running style.
You know where those guys have gone?
Where?
Edge rusher. I mean, they do. They go out to edge rusher because, I mean, it's kind of, I don't want to say simple economic. If you got a kid that's 6'3", 230, like, hey, you can go make $35 million a year playing defense. I mean, look at it now. What's the deal make? It's $35 million a year. What's Saquon
meanwhile,
make?
they're try to kick running backs out of the league.
Right, exactly. Running backs. What is Saquon? Saquon makes like 12 to 13. I mean, it's amazing. And they take them, they make them edge rushers. And I don't even know at what point it happens, but they just turn them into edge rushers like, hey, you need to go out on the edge.
This used to be the second most glamorous position in the NFL,
yes.
The running back.
Yes.
And maybe in some cases number one for some teams. I mean, in the 70s, O.J. Simpson. All right, I hate to bring that name up. But, look, who was the quarterback for the Bills? Nobody remembers Joe Ferguson. I know, you do.
Joe Ferguson.
Yeah.
There we go. Well,
he'd throw like 10 passes a game.
Yeah.
I remember when O.J. was interviewed afterwards, after he ran for 2,000 yards. He's got his lineman. He's got Joe Ferguson. He looks over and goes, this is my quarterback, Joe Ferguson. He maybe doesn't throw but 10 passes a game, but they're good passes. So I was like, he threw 10 passes a game.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Crazy. All right, Dre. The Chargers coming up. We'll talk more about what happened against the Raiders, but the Chargers are coming up. And one thing I notice about Justin Herbert, and it's hard not to notice, he's running the ball a ton lately. This guy's a tremendous athlete. You want a tall running back? How about Justin Herbert with the ball in his hands, scampering? Because in addition to his lightning bolt arm, he's got that in his array, and the Chargers are an 11-win football team. Thoughts?
Yeah, almost thinking of a football period, you've got to have a guy that can move and a guy that can run, and with athletes being bigger, faster, stronger, you put a tremendous amount of pressure on a defense. Now, if you don't have one, then they're putting pressure on you. But that's today's game, and so I think Harbaugh he adjusts well to the current state of the game. He's probably encouraging it, but being safe about it with the obvious injury to his hand. But the guy's an athlete. I mean, he's 6'5". He can move. He can throw it. He can thread needles. He can change gears with it. He gives them everything they need to be competitive each and every week, and gives them a chance to win. So, yeah, he is one of the upper echelon quarterbacks on this schedule that the Texans have to face here down the stretch.
Dre, he's got something with his left wrist, hand, whatever.
He broke his left hand.
Right. So, as a quarterback, and you know this better than anybody, taking a snap from center, I would imagine is difficult. So he's in the shotgun a lot. How is he playing quarterback with that left hand being broken, messed up in some way? How does he take snaps? How do you do it?
The snap taking is just pain tolerance. But then you've got to figure out a way to hand the ball off if you go under center. And let's just say the running play is to your right. Well, do you hand it off with your left hand, or do you just kind of stick it out there with your right hand and hand it off backwards? In that way, so that you don't, every single time that you run right or to the offense's right, you're not getting your hand caught up, or the running back's not clamping down on a hand that's already injured. You avoid that by just handing it off with your right hand. But he's done a heck of a job, obviously, after whatever procedure he had done. The pain has been limited. He's playing fast. He played outstanding yesterday, and he gave the business to the Cowboys.
All right, it's time to play the game called Questions I Will Not Be Asking Nick Caserio or DeMeco Ryans. Are you ready?
It's always a fun game.
Here we go.
Oh, boy.
And the first question is, where would you rather go in the playoffs? So,
yeah,
the Texans currently...
those are left for fans. That's a fan question that they can answer with pride and with their chest poked out, but not one that you want to ask the head coach and general manager.
Exactly. So, the Texans are the 7th seed right now. They have not clinched yet. But let's just say the playoffs started today, and you had a chance to choose where you were going to go. You would match up with New England as the standings currently are. But... I'll give you guys this. At New England, at Denver, at Jacksonville, at the Chargers. You have a choice of those 4, possibly, because they're all in play as possibilities. So Chargers, Jaguars, Patriots, Broncos. I'm going to leave playing at home out of it. You have to go to one of those places. Pick one. Dre?
No, exactly how I feel about the Broncos. I just don't believe it. And I think they've had schedule that is dropped at the right time or who they faced at the right times. I think they got out of NRG kind of in a lucky manner. So it would be the Broncos to me, even though you have to go there, even though the altitude is waiting on you, all that stuff. I just don't. I think the team is still a little young, maybe still 1 year away. And I'm not so sure I don't feel that way about New England either, but I feel that way more so about Denver. So it would be Denver for me.
I want to go back to Duval County.
Duval.
I want a piece of those dudes, man.
See, you got to be smart about this, Johnny. You want revenge.
Yeah.
That's what you want. You're looking for revenge. I'm looking to advance and move on in the easiest way possible, and Jacksonville does not do that.
Because they just beat Denver in Denver, Johnny.
I know. I don't want to go to the altitude. Dre and I have had this discussion for years. I hate going to Denver because I can't sleep the night before a game. I cannot. I wake up. I'll go to New England. I don't mind going to New England. I don't mind going to New England at all. That's fine. Listen, if we got to play a playoff game at SoFi, it'll be like a mausoleum. I mean, it'll be quiet. It'll be like a library.
No, Texans fans will fill the joint.
Right. And then Duval County. I mean, I'll tell you the place I don't want to go. Buffalo.
Yeah, that's why.
So New England keep winning.
I was rooting for the Patriots last night to further cement that they will be the AFC East champions. They can still playoff berth, but not the division.
Not the division, because Buffalo can still catch them. And by the way, there would be a romantic loveliness about playing Buffalo in the AFC Championship game in Buffalo and beating them and closing their building down after what they did to Houston many, many years ago. So I wouldn't mind that. I just don't want to face Buffalo in the wild card round.
Yeah.
But Josh Allen's getting banged up. He's getting banged up. So, he's Superman, and James Cook is pretty damn good. Dre, I thought about this yesterday as I'm watching Genty run on us and make big plays. Who's the best running back we have faced this year? Who do you think? We faced McCaffrey.
It might be him.
Might be him.
Yeah, it's him.
I think it's Genty.
But is he really the best? That's the thing you have to ask yourself. Derrick Henry's not Derrick Henry anymore. And
he's
you did
facing
a great
the
job on
Texans
him.
team with the interior defensive line that's in kind of disarray right now. So I would throw that in as well. But if you're just talking, from straight up stats, then it's got to be him, because he broke a couple of runs yesterday that, man, you think he's down, you think he's piled up. They got him dead to rights, and all of a sudden he's running off into the end zone. It was sick.
We still got to face some good ones. We got Omari and Hampton.
Yeah, next week, rookie.
Saturday. And then we've got some guy named Taylor at the final game in Week 18.
Yep.
Ugh. I hate facing that guy.
Dre, the 49ers are going to play the Colts tonight in Indianapolis. Do you get Phillip Rivers, old man Rivers, and the Colts against San Francisco?
I give them a shot because they're at home, and I think they'll protect him and try to run the ball with Taylor, as Johnny just mentioned, to take some pressure off him and try to get back to how they had success when he was really ripping it up. But I don't know that they're going to make a hefty living trying to just throw it with him, and he won't have 30 passes in this game. He may have somewhere around 18 to 20, and then the rest of it's filled out with Jonathan Taylor runs. So, or if they do throw it, it'll be screen passes, things that get the ball out quickly for him. Because when I watched him last week, he couldn't really push it down the field like he used to be able to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because I never thought he had a great arm, but yet the ball would get there somehow, and deep shots too. But it didn't look that way. Okay, here we go. Weekly, $1.
Oh boy!
You guys each get $1.
This is brutal this week.
And you have to put it on that $1. You're gonna ride that $1. I'm betting this $1. This team is the best team in the NFL.
Everybody's flawed.
Everybody. The Rams go up to Seattle. They turn the ball over. They can't score in the red zone early. Seattle comes back. It's a great win for Seattle. The Bears with the win that they had against Green Bay, the way they were able to come back. You got the Jaguars, hotter than fish grease right now, beating everybody, beating the Broncos. And last night over the Ravens, but they got beat by the Bills. The Bills struggle to beat Shador and the Browns. Who you putting your $1 on? Andre, you go first.
Oh, boy, and it pains me to say this, but probably Jacksonville because of the win that they just had. Yeah, that they just had. And so, I mean, you may disagree with me when I say, hey, I would love to face Denver in Denver, and you're thinking there may be some fans that are thinking how good Denver really is. Well, Jacksonville just beat them in their home stadium.
Yep.
So, that's a tough win against a team that is gaining confidence, has been since they gave up a 19-point lead at NRG and lost that ball game. They didn't let a one game beat them 2 or 3 times. They did just the opposite. They found motivation in the loss and went to work and did something about it, and to the point of beating the best, or the team with the best record in the AFC in their home stadium yesterday. So for me, it'd be the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah, you should have seen the look on Mark's face when you said that.
I know.
I did a Fred Sanford. Elizabeth, I'm coming home, honey. All right.
It's a dated reference, but I'll allow it because it's a good one.
It's a good one.
It's a good one.
And Dre probably still has the Sanford and Son theme on his phone.
It's my ringtone.
Yeah, there it
is. It still?
It is. That's good. Anyway.
Where's your $1 going?
You know, I hate to say it, but I would probably, if I had to do it, I'd say the Rams still. That was the game of the year, maybe, against Seattle.
That was incredible.
And then you had the Bears and the Packers on Saturday night. I'll top this,
but see,
right?
Take all things into account. Devontae Adams is out. So you still think
is he out for the year?
I think he's out right now. As how things are currently structured, he's out. And
the Bears,
part of the reason why they lost that game.
Yep. The Bears have this magical quality about them. You know, I'm not saying they're the best
something
team.
going on in Chicago. You're right.
Yep. Now, Seattle has won 5 in a row. Very quiet. And Darnold had some moments in that game where the demons were haunting him and the devil and the angel on his shoulder and throwing picks. But then he resurrected the whole situation and got the win at the end. Dre, you're right about the Jaguars, though. Knocking off the Broncos, top seed on the road. They're as hot as anybody, except for the Texans as far as win streak. They have 6 in a row. Texans have 7. But the Jags, man, I want to see them again. I think these teams deserve to play each other again. We'll see if we see them in the postseason. But they are really hot on both sides of the ball right now. And Trevor Lawrence,
think about this. Think about this for a second, just how fast the AFC South turned itself. I mean, the Texans a year ago were basically the only team in the division that was worth a damn. The Jags weren't. Tennessee certainly weren't.
Yep.
And Indianapolis was, they were what they are, probably a middle of the road team. And then now you've got 3 teams that are at some point seriously threatening the playoffs this year. The way we look at Jacksonville has totally changed. If their quarterback, if Daniel Jones doesn't go down, who knows where they are or what area of the season they're pushing towards at this point. So it's amazing just how quick the turnaround can happen with the addition of a couple of free agents or a couple of players on defense or offense or through the draft. You can get better in a hurry. There's a lot of parity, but it's just amazing to me when I sit and think about the AFC South as a whole, and then all of a sudden you got 3 legitimate teams coming from right there within the division.
I was thinking about this last night. This division is way better than we thought. And the fact that the Jags are doing this, who would have thunk this? Who's doing a better job, Liam Cohn or Ben Johnson? I don't know. They both have the same record right now. They're both doing phenomenal jobs. And I would say maybe Ben Johnson because Caleb is younger. And a lot of people thought Caleb, he's not going to make it after 1 year. And now he's doing pretty darn well. Dre, college football, we've got the Texas Bowl, the Kinder's Texas Bowl Saturday night. It'll be LSU and the Cougs, and that is a big game, a good game for the Cougs here at home, basically, to play LSU. What an opportunity for the Cougars.
Yeah, but and a final time to see Coach Fritz and his 2025 team. So let's get out, Cougar fans, flood the place. Let's get out and support the program and pack it. We know LSU is going to show up with that purple and gold or whatever they call it, but let's make the building red and give our team one big heck of a send-off for this season. So it's been a magical year. All things are left ahead, and we might as well get on board right now and support the Cougars in this one.
Semi-rhetorical question. How disappointing was the playoff first weekend? I mean, Miami and Texas A&M, that was a really close game. Came down to the wire, not a high-scoring game.
It depends on how you like your football served. If you're a purist, then you like it all types of ways. And you like it high-scoring. You like a good defensive battle. And I kind of felt like that's what that was. I mean, who would have thought that late in the game you don't have a score, it's tied at 3 apiece, and the final score is going to be a combined 13 points of 10-3. I loved every minute of the game. I just kept waiting for somebody to make the big mistake, and really no one did until Marcel Reed threw that interception in the end zone.
Yeah,
that game was wild. I'll tell you this. Mark Fletcher Jr., very swarmy. Mark Fletcher Jr., running back for Miami. He had a big day, and on that final drive, he's tremendous. But when Malachi Toney fumbled the ball, Malachi Toney was all just he was out of it. Yeah. And it was Mark Fletcher who went over there and was in his face like, we need you. We need you.
The big play.
Kept propping him up.
Mark
then
Fletcher
he has the big runs.
He could play for any team I'm ever a part of. He went to the kid Rodriguez, I think it's Malcolm Rodriguez, a running back. He personally went and recruited him. Same position. They play the same position. He knew he's going to give up carries, but that's just how selfless the kid is. Recruited him to come to Miami last year, and then what you just talked about from a leadership standpoint and going to the young true freshman and getting his head out of the dirt a little bit because they knew they were going to need him, who ends up scoring the go-ahead touchdown and ultimately winning the game for him.
That was amazing. They told the story about his mom. He lost his father when he was earlier in Miami. His mom drives to every game. They played Cal last year.
And she drove out there.
Like my grandma, man. My grandmother drove to Vegas, from Dickinson to Vegas to watch us play out there to start the season one year. Drove to Scottsdale when we played Arizona State later that year as well. So, yeah, I mean, that registers big for a guy that when your folks are that committed to seeing it through with you, that makes a huge difference.
I love driving. If I have time, I'd rather drive.
I'd rather drive.
Yeah, but you gotta have the time to do it.
I ain't flying. I like driving.
On a plane, I can sleep. I don't have to worry about swerving off the road or staying awake. You know, it's in somebody else's hands, and I'm trusting you to get me from A to B. But I do not like driving, especially anything over 4 hours. Forget about it.
Well, you have to take a plane after your bowl game. You're doing the bowl Friday night, is it?
Yes, FIU and UTSA. I love my man Trailer at UTSA, and I thought this coaching cycle that he would end up somewhere else other than San Antonio, but he's still there. I thought Arkansas would have been like the perfect spot for Jeff Trailer, but he's won a bunch of games there, and I expect them to do big work this Friday night.
Very cool. And Saturday afternoon, we'll be on from L.A. Texans, Chargers. Dre, thanks a lot.
Appreciate it, guys.
All right, that's Andre Ware coming up. John McClain. We'll find out what he has to say about yesterday and everything else around the NFL here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Whether you're playing with your kids or playing for the Houston Texans, a sprain, tear, or nagging ache can set you back. Until your expert orthopedic team at Houston Methodist uses advanced technology to personalize a treatment plan that's minimally invasive, healing your pain, and getting you back to life on your terms. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. Official healthcare provider for the Houston Texans.
Throughout time, man has expressed himself through dance. The Charleston, the two-step, and yes, even the Macarena. But few dances have captured the imagination like the victory dance. It says, I'm a winner. In your face, world. With Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery, it's time to start working on your victory dance. You could have lots to celebrate with top prizes of $100,000, plus enter for a chance to win VIP Texans experiences. So, dust off your victory dance and play today. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
Texans fans, want to give your child a moment they'll never forget? Ashley, proud partner of the Houston Texans, presents the Ashley Kickoff Kid Giveaway. Will run to the field at NRG Stadium and retrieve the tee after a Texans kickoff. Visit any Ashley store in the Houston area or visit HoustonTexans.com/Ashley Kickoff Kit to sign up. Ashley, proud partner of the Houston Texans.
With Houston Texans Lux, we take you and your guests beyond the game with exceptional premium services and amenities. Host clients, reward employees, and build intentional connections, all while watching your Texans take on opponents like the 49ers, Broncos, and Raiders. From the moment you arrive, we guarantee you and your guests will have an unforgettable luxury game day experience. Visit HoustonTexansLux.com or call 832-667-2299 to speak to a representative today.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Texans fans, this season, take more than the field. Take the drive. It's Coach DeMeco Ryans here. Look, whether it's game time or go time, I count on Ford SUVs to handle it all. Bronco when I need grit, Bronco Sport to move quick, and Explorer, America's all-time best-selling SUV for versatility. So, take the drive. Visit your best in Texas Ford dealer, official SUV of the Houston Texans.
Ford is the best in Texas.
Step up your game, H-Town, and score big with Caesars Rewards, a proud partner of the Houston Texans. Earn every time you play, dine, stay, or shop at more than 50 destinations, like Horseshoe Lake Charles and the newly transformed Caesars New Orleans. Redeem your rewards for
Stingley across the 25, 20, 15, 10, 5, rock and roll, pick six.
It's just all about getting the win. Really, it doesn't matter how it looks. It's beautiful to get the win. I'm proud of our team for continuing to find ways to win. That's always our goal.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
And the Texans with a chance to put some serious distance between them and the Raiders. Baxton and I, Chubb and Stover. First and goal at the 1. Stroud digs in. CJ to throw, left side of the end zone. Good, touchdown, Dalton Schultz.
Schultz with the TD reception. He's having an incredible year, really. And so is Nico. They both are two receivers on this football team as the Texans got the offense going in the second half. Enough. 13 of 15. That was Stroud in the second half with the touchdown pass and the big throw to Nico at the end. Defense, look, they gave up the run to Genty. At the end of the day, it's a victory, and it's John McClain joining us right now, Pro Football Hall of Fame writer. John, good morning. So thoughts on the win and what it all means with a 7-game winning streak in progress?
Merry Christmas and happy holidays to everybody who's listening. First of all, they're very fortunate to win because they were terrible for most of the game. I went back over some interesting stats. And on those last 2 drives, Stroud was 9 of 10 for 77 yards and a touchdown. And they benefited from those 2 big interference penalties. And yes, the best thing to be said about that game is they won. And it kind of reminded me of the Tennessee game. And they bounced back from that one. Now they need to bounce back against the Chargers. And of course, they'll have to play a whole lot better than they did. Offensively, the Lions' run blocking was awful. Take away Chubb's 30-yard run. He had 25 carries and averaged 2.1 a carry. Now they got injuries to both tackles. And the other thing that stood out to me was that last throw to Nico that allowed him to run out the clock. Great throw, great catch, 2 guys all over him. And so about this week, 6 touchdowns against 2 of the worst teams in the league. 5 touchdown passes by Jacoby Brissett and Geno Smith. Was it just a mirage? Now they go up against red hot Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert feels like he owes the Texans after what happened to him the last 2 times he came to NRG Stadium, including in the playoffs last season. But I expect him to bounce back and play so much better against the Chargers. Got through that murderer's row part, struggled defensively in these last 2, but they won. And is this tie the second longest winning streak to 18? Or is it the second longest?
It's tied for the second because they won 7 in a row in 2011. In 2018, they won 9 in a row. That's the most.
And I remember that one. They came in there and Andrew Luck ended their season in his hometown after a great regular season. But this game is so important. Then we got to watch the Colts tonight. They're still in it. And I'm looking forward for the Colts coming in here. Texans, I think, are 2.5-point underdogs. I read it was 1.5, then jumped up to 2.5. But man, Saturday national TV, it's going to be so much fun.
General, on Sunday, what was the biggest positive you took out of the game, and what's, I don't want to say the biggest negative, but what's the one thing that needs still work the most?
Yeah, consistent all season. Pass protection was good. Trent Brown did a tremendous job against Max Crosby. I went back and watched it last night. He had a little help sometimes, but Crosby just couldn't get around him when Stroud was throwing. And you hope Brown's okay. It's like you hope Ariante Ursary is okay. But the run blocking was awful, just awful. And even, they bring in Blake Fisher, boom, no gain. And so that was the biggest disappointment. I think the best thing about this game was the fourth quarter when Stroud had to step up after missing so many receivers. He stepped up in the fourth quarter. Sometimes I wish they'd kind of go to a hurry-up offense to pick up the urgency, to not just ploddingly come to the line of scrimmage and hand it off for a 1-yard gain. Pick it up like it's the last 2 minutes and play your strength, which is not handing off up the middle. It's letting Stroud throw first, run second, instead of the opposite.
General, what do you think of the Jaguars after they knocked off Denver at Mile High, and they're as good as anybody in the AFC right now, maybe anybody in the entire NFL, it appears. I know they don't have as many wins, but they have 11. The top number in the entire league right now is 12 with 2 weeks to go. Thoughts on Jacksonville's performance?
Mark and John, we talked Thursday night about if, we're going to Denver and win, we'd start having to mention Super Bowl and Jacksonville in the same sentence for the first time. They didn't just win on a late field goal. They won by 14 points. They have a franchise record of scoring 25 or more in like 7 consecutive games. You know, that Texans comeback, I always wondered, okay, are they going to go down the toilet? And boy, they've done just the opposite. They're as good as any team right now. Trevor Lawrence is playing great. Liam Cohen should be a candidate for Coach of the Year. There's so many good ones. And, but they're good. You know, they should win out. Texans, I'm going to say, finish 11-7, wild card for the first time in team history. And I was glad to see New England win, because I would rather see the Texans go to New England than Buffalo. And so it's a great race, and can't wait to see what happens this weekend. Can't wait to see what happens tonight, because Phillip Rivers is such a fascinating story, and the Colts are still in it.
You know, one thing we have talked about this morning, General, what do you think happens to DK Metcalf after punching the fan? Now, there's been some discussion. Ocho Cinco said today on his podcast that the fan made a racial slur, etc. Okay, I've been on the sidelines. I hear some of the stuff that is said to our guys, and it is a bit not at Energy Stadium, but it can be appalling, some of the things that I've heard. So, but you can't go punch a fan. What do you think happens to DK Metcalf, General?
Well, he should be suspended for a game, but they let him play. I was stunned that they let him keep playing. But it was an important game. They had to win. Teams will do anything they can to win. The league will fine him, of course. And don't know if they'll suspend him at such a crucial time of the season, but we don't have any idea what the fans said to him to have him go over there and slap him like that. But you can't do it. You know, fans abuse players all the time. You can't do that because you're biting the hand that feeds you, so to speak. But I suspect he's not going to be suspended. He'll just be fined.
Okay, better story. The Bears, the Panthers, the Jaguars, or the Patriots. What's the best story here, General?
After watching the Texans do what they did with a miraculous comeback behind Davis Mills, I say Jacksonville. I thought they were going down the toilet after that game. Carolina's a good game, but Baker Mayfield, why couldn't he have done that in the second game of the season? He and Mike Evans got their signals crossed. Evans went right. Mayfield thought he was going left, threw it right to the Panther, intercepted. So it wasn't like Carolina made a great play. The guy just caught a ball thrown right to him. And they still play in the last game. And in Miami, and Tampa beats Carolina, Tampa's winning the division. Carolina, of course, can win the division as well. But that Bears comeback, my goodness, just like the Seahawks comeback, it was unbelievable. Caleb Williams threw a great pass, and DJ Moore made an incredible catch. You know, the Bears are for real, but it's not wrapped up. And that race is, and a lot of the races are just incredible. It blows me away. The 49ers, a team that the Texans hammered, if they win their last two, they get home field advantage in the NFC.
Yeah, it's amazing to think about. So I'll ask a question because I asked you guys.
They play tonight, right?
Yeah, they play tonight.
They play the Colts. Yeah. So if they win their last three, they get home advantage.
So I asked Mark and Andre, I said, I give you $1, give me your best team. And you guys typically ask me what I say, but this time you were selfish and you didn't ask me.
Yeah, we were selfish.
So I will tell you the team that I think is coming on that I think you got to be wary of is the San Francisco 49ers. So I'll ask you, General, you got $1 and you get to go take it wherever you want. And you're like, I am betting this team wins the Super Bowl, is the best team in the NFL as it sits. Which team gets your $1?
The Rams, because I think Matthew Stafford is playing great, will end up being the MVP. They found a second running back can balance on offensive defense. They have a good pass rush from their linemen. But, you know, they had to go to Philadelphia last year in the divisional round, played in the snow and the wind, and barely lost. So I think they're prepared, very well prepared to play anywhere. So I'm still, and Sean McVay may be the best coach in the NFL, so I'm going with the Rams.
Okay, General, a lot of kids are opening presents this
week. What do y'all say?
What did I say last hour?
You said Rams.
I did?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would throw the 49ers out there, but I still think it's the Rams. Okay. The Rams should have won that game by 2 touchdowns the other night.
Yeah. If the Rams play their game, they're hard to beat.
Very hard.
And we saw that up close and
that was without Devontae Adams.
Yeah. General, a lot of kids opening presents this week. So bring back a toy from your youth.
Oh, boy.
You get to bring it back, put it back on the market. You think all kids should be able to play with this today. What is it?
A football. First time I got a football in a Johnny Unitas uniform, I was like 7 years old. That was before the Cowboys and the Oilers were founded in 1960 when I was 8. Whoa. And I loved watching Johnny Unitas because he was on TV a lot, Johnny U. And I think every kid ought to be able to have a football uniform and a football.
1958 championship, Colts, Giants at the Polo Grounds, right?
Greatest game ever played.
Yankee Stadium. Yeah. And that was the game that transformed pro football.
Mm-hmm.
General, thanks a lot for joining us. We'll catch up later.
Guys, thank you very much.
Merry Christmas. Okay, next up, who's getting coal? Who's getting gifts? All right, we'll just do smoking hot players, or at least warm enough after the victory over the Raiders and the Chargers coming up Saturday. It's Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
H-Town, the Houston Texans, ConocoPhillips, and Coca-Cola Southwest Beverages awarding grants of up to $50,000 to local nonprofits through the 2025 Inspire Change Grant. These incredible
text movement at HoustonTexans.com/girlsflag.
Now, more Texans Monday.
Here's Fairbairn, though. 50-yard attempt between the hashes. Brinkman with the snap. Tommy with the hold. The kick is up, and it's good. Fairbairn 2 for 2, and they're big ones as Houston has a 13-7 lead.
Fairbairn, 1,000-point score for the Texans' first 1,000-point score. And that's a number that's going to sit up there for a long time. Let's just face it. Because kickers lead their teams in scoring. And you would think, oh, well, the touchdowns, they add up better. Fops. They get a lot of threes and a lot of ones, and it all adds up. And kickers lead their teams in scoring. And I forget when it was that he replaced Chris Brown as the all-time leading scorer, but I remember we were doing that game, of course.
Yeah, of course.
And yesterday, 1,000 points. It's just a milestone. It's a nice milestone. It means he's been around here for a while. And thank goodness for him, man. 3 bombs yesterday to help the cause in a very close game that the Texans won. It's their 7th in a row, so he's one of the smoking hot players. Also, I got to say C.J. Stroud, once we got through halftime and got into the clutch moments of the game. I mean, the throw to Nico, the throw to Higgins, drawing the PIs.
What did you say earlier, 13 of 15 in the second half?
Yeah.
It's pretty darn good.
Yeah, that's good. That's
pretty good.
What did McClain say? 9 for 10 on the final drive or 2 or whatever it was. So that's good. I mean, look, before he went out with the concussion, against San Francisco, people forget.
Yeah.
He played really well in that game.
Exceptionally well.
It wasn't a high volume of touchdowns, but he played well in that game. And what were we just talking about? San Francisco could end up with home field advantage throughout in the NFC. Yep. With a win out, they get it. With a win out, they get it. That's crazy because they've been flying sort of, I think everyone knows they're a good franchise, good program, good team.
The Rams and Seahawks have definitely been carrying that banner.
They've stolen all the headlines, and the 49ers could just capture it and take it at the very end. It's not about where you are in the middle of the race. It's where you are at the finish line.
Thank you.
And that could be the case with the AFC South, too. Should the Jags stumble?
Nico Collins?
Obviously. Look, the PIs are great. I want to see, and you're going to watch the All-22 today. You tell me when Stroud lets go of the ball, especially on that last one. Did he see that, ooh, I got Nico, and I'm just going to chuck it because I see Nico bottled up one-on-one, and maybe it's thrown too far, maybe not. But I wonder if he feels the flag coming possibly or something like that.
Well, you just got – I mean, at times you have to take calculated risk, and you have a guy, Nico Collins, that you can do that with.
Hey, Johnny, if I'm a quarterback and I got single coverage with Nico and the box is loaded, how am I not going to him every time?
I am going to
run that thing, that dipsy doodle round. Let's go.
Yeah, I want 12
6'4"
all day,
Nico. Yeah, I just put it in a giant hula hoop around him, and he's going to go get it like DeAndre Hopkins used to. Now, I know they're different types of players, but this is a very high percentage probability. He had 2 toe tappers that didn't quite stick yesterday,
so
too.
Close.
But he's one of the very best in the game, and it's a joy to have him around. Look, Jawar Jordan's encore performance wasn't as good, but I thought he found a few cracks of daylight. And he's averaging 3.5 per carry yesterday. That's Woody's average on the season.
Right. The offense is better with Woody in it, but I was glad to see Nick have that running through Lonnie Johnson. And again, you had I said
that was
this
a big play
throughout the broadcast. There's a reason Lonnie has been with a number of teams. He is not great as a safety. You have to take advantage of him. And that, I know Raiders fans were probably mad about that pass interference that was called on Lonnie, but it was legit. And it was thrown by the back judge, not the guy nearest. It was the back judge because he can see the grab of the arm. Lonnie had Nico's arm and was yanking.
You can't do that.
On it. I was glad.
It's a hold, if nothing else, so there it is.
I was just glad. First and goal from the 1. We did it in one play.
Well, it was first and goal from the 2. You got the
that's right.
jump offside.
That's right. Then you went first and goal at the 1.
To Dalton Schultz. Let's not mess around hammering into the line here. Let's just pretend we're going to do that.
Wide open, touchdown, easy. Okay, good.
And Dalton Schultz having a nice campaign. Another touchdown reception.
Should be the Pro Bowl tight end. He should be a Pro Bowl tight end. Now, we've seen 2, but one of them's in the NFC. Brock Bowers is pretty good, but we kind of held Brock in check. I'm telling you, that stick nod route, oh, my God. That route is crazy sick. But Dalton Schultz every single week. Big catches, third down catches, touchdown catches. He should be a Pro Bowler.
Stick nod sounds like something you get from too much eggnog. I've got stick nod.
I got a stick nod.
Yeah.
No, it's just you run the stick, you kind of nod, and then you go back and run the route. So that's the name of it.
Whip your head around. Do the old head fake.
Yeah, do that little dipsy doodle thing.
I like the dipsy doodle.
Dipsy doodle things work as long as you catch touchdown. And then he toe tap in the back of the end zone. So
Stingley, pick 6.
That was pretty.
That
ball was thrown so poorly to Genty.
He had pressure on him, bad throw, and Sting with another nice, I call it a reception.
Yeah.
It's an interception, but
That's right.
he catches these balls. Look, you've said it. It would be nice to see him. It'd be nice to see him on offense sometimes. Just you want to talk about catch radius?
Yeah,
you want to talk about 50-50 ball? Who's going to get that?
Yeah.
If Sting knows where he's supposed to be going on an offensive route, and I got a feeling.
Yeah.
But look, I know you don't want to get him hurt. It's defense.
Let's bring that up with DeMeco today when we talk to him.
Sure.
Let's see what he says.
You know what? He got a 7-game winning streak. We can work one of those.
Come on, Coach. Just throw it to him.
I'm just not going to ask him who would you want to play in the playoffs question because that's not going to go over well. No.
That won't go. Okay, Coach, so we've run the simulation. You could either play at New England or at Buffalo. What would you like to do? Interview over on the spot.
We got a program, Coach. You want to see it? You want to work this with us?
Coach, you ever done the playoff machine? You ever done that? No? Okay, I can show you.
It's like Nick doing the mock draft machine, although he might want to do that sometimes just to see what other teams might do. They do mock drafts.
We asked them about that. They look at some of the mock drafts. They look at some people that are respected in mock drafts because those guys that are respected, Lance Zierlein, Dane Brugler, they talk to people in the NFL. I don't talk to people in the NFL. I just do mine based on
personal
needs and what I think.
Yeah, that's
true. They
true.
talk to people.
Okay, here's another one. The organization, 10 wins, 3 consecutive seasons.
Yep.
This is a great time to be a Texans fan. You hired DeMeco Ryans. It's the 5th year of the Caserio program, the 3rd year of the DeMeco program, 3rd year of Stroud, and hopefully you clinch the playoff berth, and we have great things to talk about. Chargers Saturday in the Loop next. DeMeco Ryans show at 5. Thank you, Ben, for producing. Have a great day. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
A breast cancer.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that.
It's my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Stroud approaches the line of scrimmage, takes a knee, and the Texans do it. They defeat the Raiders 23-21. The throw from CJ to Nico, sealing it, and the Texans have won 7 straight as they head to LA to play the Chargers Saturday.
7 in a row and 10 wins for the third time in 3 tries for the DeMeco Ryans. Took down the Las Vegas Raiders yesterday, 23-21. Hello and welcome. You are in the loop. He is John Lopez, and sitting in for Reggie today, pasty white man Paul Gallant. John, it's great to be with you again. We did a TV show together for 6 years on the Cube. We've been shooting the bleep from time to time on 610 and all over the place. It's great to be hanging out with you for the next 4 hours.
It's good to see you. You look good over there.
Thanks.
You look good right there in that chair.
Apparently this is your chair.
It suits you.
I didn't know this was your chair, and you had a little passive-aggressive call-out on X before the show even starts.
Come on, John. You gotta assure your dominance. Gotta kick him out.
I was like, I didn't want to come in and say, hey, that's where I sit. I didn't want to be that guy.
But I would have. You know me, how guilty I am. I would have been like, oh, I'm sorry, John.
Hey, man, I can go to my left. I still got that left hand. Little up, little layup, off the glass, no big deal.
I could never go left.
I could still go to left, but no. Here we are, and I think we were, we were talking before the show. I want to just get your general thoughts on the game, of course, but we're talking before the show, and you said, "Well, who's going to be good cop? Who's going to be bad cop?" I think there's a little bit of both for everyone who saw this game. So I'll start here. Let me just ask you this: is there really no such thing as a bad win? Is there really no such thing as a bad win?
Depends on your standards.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have higher standards than you should realistically have? Say, are you a Tennessee Volunteers fan? Mm-hmm. Or are you someone from another fan base that really thinks they should be? Mm-hmm. Or do you look at a team that has the best defense in the NFL and a quarterback that we all still believe has a lot of talent and think that a 2-point win over the worst team in the NFL, at least going into Sunday, isn't good enough? Because that's where I find myself, even though I can at the same time, John, appreciate 3 straight 10-win seasons with DeMeco Ryans and 7 straight wins.
Mm-hmm.
There is such thing as a bad win. You take the bad win, you got to clean up after the bad win.
Yeah, look, I feel guilty, just even bringing it up, because you mentioned it, 3 straight 10 wins. First of all, that's a hell of an accomplishment for DeMeco to come right in and do that, especially after the start this year. And, of course, you're still right there in the postseason. The Jaguars aren't doing you a lot of favors. We'll get to that later. And so it's a good win. I mean, you're right there. You got the Chargers coming in. I mean, you're going to L.A., so you're going to have your chance there.
Basically a home game there. You say coming in because there's so many Texas fans going to travel there.
But I feel good about everything we just talked about. I don't feel good about – I'll put it this way. These 2 games against, air quote, gimme type teams, I don't think you got out of it what you wanted to get out of it. And that kind of makes you pause a little bit,
What specifically do you feel like they didn't get what they needed to get out of it?
Well, first of all, health, especially on the offensive line.
Titus Howard, Trent Brown did not finish the game. Excuse me, not Titus Howard. Ariante Ursary and Trent Brown did not finish the game for the Texans.
Yeah, and those are your tackles. Mm-hmm. We know what the offensive line was like without Trent Brown. And Ursary just getting his feet under him, and they've both been really, really good in the last half.
Sacks allowed on Sunday.
Yeah. So they've both been really good. But now what? I mean, that was a knee injury reportedly with Trent Brown.
Didn't look good.
Did not look good. Where is he? Where is he going to be? Big dude like that. He's just a massive dude. Your knees are going to be hard to, quote unquote, get under you, so to speak. Ursary looks like it's a hand thing. There is a report that it's a broken bone. I don't think It'll be a big issue, but you never know. There might
offensive linemen can sometimes play through. We've all seen our friend Wade Smith's hands. But yes.
Yeah, we don't know the extent of it. But other than that, like I said, it was kind of a gimme stretch, and I was ready for this offensive line and C.J. Stroud to really put a statement together. I think they kind of started doing that against the Cardinals. There were some moments where the offense looked really, really good, and you're like, all right, let's see them back it up with the Raiders. And then we talked about it last week, and then you start feeling pretty good about, all right, so the offense is gonna hold its own and contribute. And I'm just not quite there yet right now.
Stroud was bad yesterday.
Yeah.
And to go back to what you were talking about in the Cardinals game, I thought Stroud was brilliant in that game. He was fitting some throws through some extremely tight windows. But in this game, for whatever reason, he was overthrowing guys. You could say he was sailing passes. Maybe his shoulder wasn't feeling right. Whatever the case, more than anyone offensively, C.J. Stroud let me down the most yesterday.
Yeah, he did. And then another thing that obviously you take the win, you generally feel good. If I had to pick one or the other, is there such a thing as a bad win? I would say no. It's a win, and we all know why and where they are, et cetera. But another thing that sort of makes you pause a little bit, and I guess that's where I am, is the interior of this defensive line, all very attackable. And if people start running the ball against this defense, then it affects everything.
And it's a game where they actually had a linebacker with Azeez Al-Shaair out step up and I thought play great. EJ Speed was awesome in this game. He was really good at filling run gaps and just being a force that was keeping Ashton Jeanty from getting going. But Ashton Jeanty, he had a big day. He had the big 50-yard touchdown run. He also had a 60-yard touchdown catch where he was matched up one-on-one with Henry To'oTo'o, and To'oTo'o had no chance. I definitely agree with you on that side of things. Is it all just losing Mario Edwards? That's all of a sudden going to make your run defense mortal? Was it Azeez Al-Shaair not being out there? That's my hope.
Yeah.
It's the latter. That no Al-Shaair means it was a little bit easier for Jeanty to finally get going. This was the first big game of his career.
Yeah, it was. But that's something to monitor because who knows how serious the injury is. The defensive tackles, it's not just that they've lost two guys on the interior. It's that was the Raiders pushing them around. I mean, they gave up 145 yards rushing. They hadn't done anything close to that all year long.
This has been a bad offense. Geno Smith has been pumpkin form Geno Smith. The reversion was extremely quick. To what you were saying, they've really struggled to get it going with Ashton Jeanty. I was sitting in the Vegas press area for the post-game press conference, and all of the questions were the kind of questions that a team that sucks as it's being asked, because they're like, well, Jeanty was good. How do you feel about that? That was his first really good game.
Yeah.
And is that an anomaly, perhaps, for Jeanty all season long, that all of a sudden you were able to do what you did against that Texans defense? So certainly something to be a little bit concerned about. To me, it's the offense. I cannot get out of my head how inaccurate Stroud was in this game. And the good news is the game before, on the money, fitting it through such tight windows. But this kind of inconsistency puts a level of burden on your defense that, let's be frank, it's an impossible ask to expect them to every single game go through it without making one mistake. Two mistakes, 2 touchdowns for the Raiders on Sunday.
Yeah, well, but getting back to what we were really bugging me on the offense, they didn't have a touchdown until the very end, and that's the Raiders. And all of a sudden, and oh, by the way, you benefited from 2 really questionable calls, one for sure.
Yep.
The other one may have been uncatchable, although he did get his hands on him. So you benefited from that. I mean, what would have happened if and then the big 3rd down conversion on the penalty, and deep in your own territory.
Yeah.
What would have happened then?
After dropping a snap to open the drive.
It's just, and going backwards, it's just really, really hard to feel great about things. And I wanted to feel great after these 2 games. Like, okay, we know what the defense is, one of the best, if not the best defense in the NFL. We know that they can carry this team. We know it's a Super Bowl caliber defense. There's a couple of nicks there. You got to figure they'll get that fixed up just because of the breadth of the example of the sample size that we have. But offensively, I don't know if this offense can get any better. Not after these 2 games.
Yeah, I feel you. I mean, we're looking for baby steps forward from the red zone offense. This game, you couldn't even get to the Reds. You were getting help from the referees. You mentioned, I think they were both shaky calls. Biggest plays of the day for the Texans featured a 30-yard run by Nick Chubb where Lonnie Johnson, the life of Lotto, what a great reality show that was, misses a tackle. You have a 3rd and 8 where Lonnie Johnson is called for a 23-yard pass interference. You have a 3rd and 20 on the last drive of the game where Stroud throws it downfield. It's probably uncatchable, and you get a pass interference that gives the Texans a first down. And then you have that shot play at the very end of the game where you're just basically saying to yourself, all right, well, our offense stinks. Nico Collins saves
Go get it. Yeah, go get it. And it was really not until then that they really did anything with Nico Collins either, but, very little, I should say. But no, I feel like with this offense right now, oh, by the way, do want to tell everybody to get in, 713-572-4610 on the text board, Twitch and YouTube. We have a lot of listeners on the YouTube channel right now. You know where to find Sports Radio 610 on there, obviously courtesy of the Mokaram law firm. But back to the point at hand here, not only do they benefit from I'll put it this way. When you put it all together, you benefited from shaky calls. You couldn't score on offense. That was the Raiders. You weren't moving the ball. You had one touchdown via an interception from Derek Stingley Jr. Your offensive line got hurt. At least 2 players did. One probably seriously. And they, you gave up all these big runs. Overall, this was not the kind of win that makes you feel good.
Definitely. 713-572-4610. After this game, do you feel any positive feelings? Is there anything you could take out of this game and say, yeah, the Texans can build on this? 7 wins in a row is a great thing to do. And we got to keep going back to that because it is hard to win in this league. Take a look at what Cleveland did with Buffalo. I mean, it's not like Cleveland played great in that game. They still hung in there as long as they did. It's not always easy to win every single Sunday. I know DeMeco Ryans will tell you that over and over again. CJ Stroud, everybody. It's a cliche, but it is correct. Still, oh, man, a 2-point win over a team that was the de facto worst in the league.
Or do you just shake it off and say this is what they are, and you don't feel so bad about where they are going into the postseason? We'll get into that a little bit more when we talk about the defense, but do you shake it off? Because I don't want to be completely bad cop here. The good cop, we've laid out some of the good things that they've done. Let me ask you this: just in general, did you get out of these 2 games what you wanted to see? No. The red zone offense did not improve. That's the other thing.
The offense did not show consistency. And running the football with Jawar Jordan against the Cardinals, that was a mirage. I mean, that guy, give him credit. I'm happy that he's been able to carve out a career in the NFL to actually have a game where he gets 100 yards, the only 100-plus yard rusher for the Texans all season long. But didn't he look small yesterday?
He looked small, but I will say this, and this is kind of a compliment, and also it's a good cop and a bad cop. Nick Caley did not have a good game. And we'll get into Nick Caley here in a little bit as well, because early on, and I was sitting right next to you when this happened, they did a couple of outside zones with Jawar Dress. And then they laid off of him and they went back to the inside the tackle stuff, and that's not him.
Right.
That
might be Nick Chubb on a good day,
yeah.
But it's not always what you're getting out of Nick Chubb. And outside of the 30-yard run, we're talking 5 carries for 6 yards.
Yeah. So how are you moving forward now? Because they are in a great spot. They're in a great spot. The Jaguars, of course, still doing their thing. But how are you with this team moving forward, especially in the postseason?
I don't feel very confident in their ability to win a game on defense alone. They scored a touchdown defensively in this game, and it still was really tough for them to close the door. I mean, look, you still have the best defense in the league. I don't think there's any debate about that. I know that Broncos fans will complain about that. Well, look what happened yesterday against Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars.
Yeah.
So there's some cases to be made in other teams where they've got the best defense in the league. But you're asking a lot out of your defense, and what's frustrating is I believe C.J. Stroud is capable of more, and we just keep on not seeing it. And this is one of those games where I can't explain inaccuracy. I can't, especially when that's his strength.
Well, one thing that he said in the postgame was he felt like maybe he was rushing some of those early throws. Well, that's fine, and that's fair, and you got to respect him for saying that. But this is week 16.
Yeah, exactly.
This is week 16, and the timing and the adjustments on the offense that they're clearly trying to make, that's not exactly going to bolster your confidence with the offense moving forward. And again, going back to even just Trent Brown. Let's say Ursery, it's a small, for me it'd be a major thing, but it's a small little fracture on the side of his hand or something, and they wrap it up and he plays. But even if it's just Trent Brown, which looks, this offensive line without Trent Brown was an absolute bleep show.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, and what happened yesterday when Trent Brown went out? They moved Titus back out to tackle, and they put Jarrett Patterson in, and Blake Fisher, who's just, the book is written on him. How is it going to look moving forward even if it's just Trent Brown that doesn't play?
It's going to be bad. I mean, this was a game where Max Crosby was a menace. He's one of the best defenders in the league. He gave it his all on Sunday, even if he's maybe not thrilled with his teammates, Devin White and Landon Roberts. He's gone viral for yapping at them on the sidelines over the last couple. But, yeah, I mean, the Chargers have a lot of guys who can get after the quarterback. I think we'll see very soon on Saturday just what this offense might look like if they're down 2 offensive linemen. And if Stroud's feeling pressure that's not 100% there, maybe that's why he was inaccurate. You don't feel so great. Speaking of C.J. Stroud, you mentioned those comments that he had. Here he is after the game talking about those misfires.
Maybe just rush my timing, and I'm a confident person. I think I can put it anywhere. So some of them I just should progress, shouldn't just force the ball. But I any throw that I make, I think I can make the throw. I just missed a couple, and that's part of the game.
He's a ball placement specialist. His words. And I'll take his word for it. He was just rushing, and it did get cleaned up. He was really good those last 2 drives. I think 8 out of 9 completions. So you got to give him credit for that, and I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But you mentioned something else. They play Saturday. It's a short week. They play at LA on Saturday on a short week. So I have very serious doubts that Trent Brown will be with Ursery.
No, you have to play everything careful now. Now, the good thing is you're in very good position as far as the playoffs go. Tonight's game between the Colts and 49ers wouldn't quite eliminate the Colts, if I'm not mistaken. They still have a chance if they win out and they get a little bit of help from the Texans. But you're in good spot playoff-wise. You can't afford to gamble and play guys or bench guys that you want to be at their 100% best come playoff time. But still, I don't want to go up against this Chargers pass rush on Saturday. What the Chargers may be thinking to themselves, we've got a shot to potentially win the division. It would be a long shot for them to get it too. We'll see what happens in this game. He is John Lopez. I'm Paul Gallant sitting in for Reggie. 713-572-4610 is how you call in. It's how you text in. We're on YouTube. We are on Twitch as well, so we will work in some of your thoughts about what went down yesterday. Also, coming up next, goodness gracious, I did not think that this team would be able to do yesterday what they did, and they made things a little bit more difficult for the Houston Texans to get that elusive home game come playoff time. What are we talking about? You'll find out on the other side in the Loop Sports Radio 610.
Monday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. Brock Purdy and the Niners. best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive on a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Call on in on Lopez, 713-572-4610 to call to text about the Texans' 23-21 victory over the Raiders yesterday. Their 7th straight win. 3 for 3 as far as 10-win seasons for the Texans under DeMeco Ryans. And yet, you can't help but want a whole lot more out of what you saw yesterday from the offense, from the run defense, and you've got some concerns about the offensive line going forward. Your thoughts are welcome to the show as we are here until 2 p.m. before we turn things over to The Drive. Something happened yesterday, John, that did not help the Houston Texans out at all. Let's go to the south side of the AFC.
Let's go to the AFC South and get around it. Real quick, first of all, you talked about the Texans, and, we're trying to to not just totally bash a team that is on an incredible run. Got a text here. You guys are never satisfied. This team can beat any AFC team. Y'all just like moaning and nitpicking. They scored enough to win. And that's fine, but I saw that, and I was thinking about what you said about, well, what's your standard? If your standard is, hey, they won, hey, they're in the playoffs, hey, let's see what happens and roll the dice, and they probably won't win, the Super Bowl or get to the Super Bowl or anything. Well, then the 901 is happy. I'm not happy with that.
It's tough to be happy when you've seen something like this the last 2 years.
Yeah.
You want more. It is a natural thing to want. Also, say you were, someone who grew up watching the greatest football dynasty ever. And on top of that, your parents would never give you credit for A minuses because an A is what you should be getting. Here? Say you're someone like that. It's never enough. Now, I might be a miserable person, John, for the entirety of my life because of that. And I'm very thankful that I've at least found a strong, powerful hottie of a woman to be with me throughout all of life. But I'm someone who always wants a little bit more. And I know CJ's better than what we saw yesterday.
Exactly. And then it does tie in with, okay, well, they're also going to, the week has been sped up because they're playing on Saturday. So DeMeco's going to talk today and then again on tomorrow. They practice, right?
I would think so.
Yeah, they practice tomorrow. And so you're going to hear different versions of, hey, there's going to be a lot of outside noise. We got the win. We managed to, to do this and that. And that's the message that they should be telling over there at NRG. That's not the message that people who follow this team necessarily are going to reflect because of what you just said. So, and it does tie in with going around the AFC South. The Jacksonville Jaguars, I mean, that's the team you were referencing. That is a team that, hell, they might end up with the best record in the AFC.
They are the hottest team in the league.
Yeah.
I think it's hard for any of us to buy into them because they blew a 3-score lead against Davis Mills just a couple of weeks ago. But for a lot of teams and for past Jaguars teams, that would have sunk their season. Remember when they beat the Texans back in 2023? Matt Amendola, it's short. The Jaguars were 8-3 right there.
Yeah.
And you had all these Jaguar fan dorks like that UCF Jaguar Jack, you know what. This guy. This guy's like, I tried to tell you. This is to Jacksonville. And then they lost every game except for one the rest of the way.
Yeah.
It's tough to take them seriously, but I'm taking them more seriously mainly because I think their defense is really good. And I think they gave Bo Nix, I know the statistics look really good, but that game was lopsided for quite some time. But this is what's crazy. John, do you know how many touchdowns Trevor Lawrence has scored in the last 2 weeks?
I saw the number. Is it maybe
combined, throwing and running?
Yeah. How many?
10.
I saw a stat that in the last, maybe it was 6 weeks, I saw it somewhere, he had like
18?
Yeah.
But 10 in the last 2 weeks.
0 interceptions as well.
Yeah.
And look, he is so up and down. He is also inconsistent. But that's the finishing touch for Jacksonville. Jacksonville can run the football. Brian Thomas has stopped dropping everything.
Yeah.
They added Jacoby Myers. He has been great. They gave him a contract extension already. I'm not acting like I'm scared of Jacksonville, but I think that it's time for us to give them a little bit of RSPECT.
Yeah, you got
it.
I
got it. Yeah, my parents would be ashamed of me for that one.
That's why you got an A-.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. Right. We have these brain fart moments of CTE from time to time. So good for the actual tip of the hat to them. The Broncos, meanwhile, you can kiss my entire hiney. That was ridiculous. You were supposed to help the Texans out.
Yeah.
And I had all these Broncos fans complaining to me this week because I said that the Jaguars and the Broncos are Galveston hot. They're not the hottest team in the league.
Yeah.
The Rams were the hottest team in the league.
Galveston
You know exactly what I'm talking about, though. But then all of a sudden, the Broncos go out there and just lay an egg like that. Everyone wants to take them seriously. Look at this win streak, blah, blah, blah. They haven't beaten anybody either over that stretch.
Yeah.
But I got to give the Jaguars a lot of credit. That was a hell of a win.
No, I sat right. I was going to say I sat right here. I actually sat right there before the season and said, don't worry about Jacksonville. You know, especially after the Duval stuff and the magnificent Gladstone. And I said, don't worry about Jacksonville. I'm not going to sit here either and say the Texans. I would pick the Texans against Jacksonville based on the defense and just any amount of offense. I think they could pull it off. That'd be interesting if they play there because all of a sudden the fans are turning out and all that. I get it. But they're not scaring me. But what I am saying is they have turned a corner and they're no longer that team. They're no longer that 8-3 team. Liam Cohen, you got to tip the cap to him more than anyone.
He has changed the mindset of this franchise, and they have an us against the world mentality that's really working, and you've been hearing it in pieces from just about every Jaguar who they put a microphone in front of, whether it's Liam Cohen or some of the other folks. Here's Travon Walker after the Jaguars win over the Broncos yesterday.
Talk about how great you guys are. How everything under control, just focus on the next game.
Right now, they just go hop on the bandwagon right now. Everybody in this locker room on the Jaguars team, even upstairs, we know everybody probably gonna try to hop on this bandwagon now, but we don't want anybody. They can stay where they at. It's us. It's all about the Jags. Everybody but us. Excuse my language, mama and dad, grandmama, but everybody but us.
Okay, well, let me just get on the bandwagon. Appreciate it so much.
What did you say about his grandma?
Thank you.
Everybody but my family, essentially.
He said something about my grandma.
Bleep him.
Sorry, everyone. My mom and dad, my grandma. But, you know.
And shout out to Colin, who's in for Figgy. Yeah, that's his voice right there. But yes, and not only that, but Liam Cohen, who looked like this little mousy, soft. That dude has a backbone, man. Remember the Robert Saleh stuff?
Yeah.
And then yesterday, after the game, he's on the podium.
Yep.
And he says, yeah, you know, because Sean Payton said something about, well, they're a good team for a small market or something like that. And he goes, yeah, small market team comes in here and beats Denver at Mile High.
The funny thing is, they took that personally. That's a fact.
Yeah.
Jacksonville's a small market. Land size, massive. Land size, I think it's actually comparable to Houston as far as like square mileage. But it is a small market, Liam.
Yes, it is.
And they turned that into motivational fuel. That is a sign of a team of crazy people.
He said they talked about it all week. Oh, small market going to Mile High. Oh, how is that a bulletin board? But it was.
They obviously blew the lead against the Texans in the fourth quarter. And it was an epic choke job. But and that first game is a weird one because both teams I thought played like crap.
Yeah.
But they were kicking the Texans' ass for three quarters. They were doing a pretty good job against them. I know that the Texans awesome win, and it's the egg on the Jaguars' face, the Texans on the Jaguars, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
I am not disrespecting this team the rest of the way.
No.
They earned some respect.
I think the Texans can beat them. I don't think it's necessarily a lock. I'm not quaking in my boots, but you got to give it to them. And then there's the rest of the AFC South. Now, big ball game tonight. Yeah, big ball game tonight.
Will Phillip Rivers die? It's the hit game show that's sweeping America. The snuff film on ESPN.
But and you hit it. You know, Niners 5.5-point favorites. Niners win. Colts are pretty much dead. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Not completely. That's not the team that that's a team that just has completely cratered. Phillip Rivers is the story. I think it's going to be an altogether different story with another good defense. He faced a good defense against Seattle. You know that. But
then you have a good defense in the 49ers that now has the film and the template, because Phillip Rivers is not going to throw the ball more than 8 yards. it's not going to go.
It hurt my arm watching him throw. Like, I've been starting to have elbow issues recently, and I'm thinking to myself, God, I can't even imagine how he's feeling. Because the first game, I bet he gets through it, he's okay. But I think for anyone, as you get a little bit older, it's the 2 days, 3 days, week later where you're still feeling sore from throwing it downfield. I'm with you. Maybe I'll take the under on total throwing yards downfield.
Somebody's at your front door. The other interesting thing to me is the Tennessee Titans. Not necessarily in the here and now, maybe not necessarily next season even. But two things are happening over there. The first thing, Ward, I'm willing to say it. I think he's got special talent. He has nothing around him, but I think he has some special talent.
Great mindset as well, and you found some pretty impressive numbers the last
Yeah,
game.
look at this. This is just in the last 6 games. Cam Ward, 63.8% completions, 8 touchdowns, 1 interception, and a 90.3 passer rating. Also a rushing touchdown, 3 straight games with 2 TD passes, and 2 straight games with more than 100 passer rating, and a big win against an awful team we all know now in the Chiefs. But nevertheless, there is something there. That's part 1. Part 2 is very interesting to me, and it's going to gain steam as the season goes along. Matt Burke, Texans defensive coordinator Matt Burke, is reportedly one of the leading candidates to become the next Titans head coach. There are levels to this. The first level is Matt Burke has been calling the defense as it's been spectacular. 4 players now with at least 4 interceptions. That's uncanny on this Texans defense.
And 2 guys officially with 10-plus sacks now that Will Anderson got 10.
2 guys with 10-plus sacks. So you have, even though it's DeMeco's defense, and we won't necessarily, I know we won't necessarily see this team fall off a cliff defensively, but he has been really, really good calling this defense this year when it's the best defense in the NFL. That's part 1. Part 2, who do you think his offensive coordinator is going to be if he does get that Titans job?
Ooh.
It's going to be one of these guys. It's going to be Ben McDaniels. It's going to be Gerard Johnson. It's going to and those are the 2 guys, along with others. Those are 2 guys that have been publicly credited for helping Nick better feel for what this offense is.
Yeah, and I mean it's taken him a lot of time to get that feeling going. So this is definitely a wrinkle the Titans are throwing into the equation. We'll see if Cam Ward's able to keep it up in the first half of next season. I like Cam Ward. I like his personality, so these statistics are good. Matt Burke thing is interesting. It would be very Amy Adams-Strunk to try to hire someone away from the Texans to be petty, and it also would be very Titans to hire another person named Matt or Mike who no one knows about outside of the place where he's currently working.
But your offense, the guys that have kind of got this thing pointed in the right direction, you'd lose one of those guys. They would be probably
You're definitely right.
One of the offensive coordinators.
He is John Lopez. I'm Paul Gallant sitting in for Reggie. 713-572-4610 to call, to text. We do have a couple of people that want to talk about your Houston Texans, who did get a 7th straight win over the Raiders yesterday. I know we sound so down on them, but I mean, they could do better, right?
Come on, man. Be excited.
Up next, our question of the day. I thought yesterday's win was a sloppy win. What are some things that are sloppy but good? You answer that. Stick around.
Looking for a last-minute Christmas gift? Merry Christmas! How about a pair of front-row seats to the regular season finale against...
Diadam.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Smith in the gun. Texans send an extra rusher. A throw downfield, and it's caught by Genty down the left sideline across the 15. Breaks a tackle. 10-5. Touchdown Raiders.
Well, yeah, it was sloppy. Listen, you won 7 in a row, 10 wins again, but it was sloppy.
But it was good. Overall.
In spots. Derek Stingley,
the result was good.
Derek Stingley gets a gold star. Kamari Lassiter, gold star. EJ Speed, gold star. Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, gold stars.
Yeah.
Nico Collins always gets a gold star. But there's some other stuff there.
Yeah, there was
left to be desired.
Yeah,
Kyrie Fairbairn gets a gold star as well. So I think yesterday, John and Paul Gallant sitting in for Reggie, John Lopez, Sports Radio 610. Yesterday's win was a sloppy win. Take it, but are you proud of it? I don't know.
Yeah.
Whenever I think of sloppy, I think of this beautiful, strong, powerful, independent woman in the movie Billy Madison from about 30 years ago.
Have some more sloppy joes. I made them extra sloppy for you. I know I like it sloppy.
Lady, you're scaring us.
And that's how we feel a little bit about the Texans. There's offense, it's scaring us right now.
It was extra sloppy.
Extra sloppy.
So the Texans are Sloppy Joe lady.
Yeah.
The Texans is Billy Madison, or we are Billy Madison.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
That's where we're at this moment in time. I want to be positive today, though.
We're trying.
I don't always want to be the rain cloud of doom and gloom. So
We're trying.
Come on, man. Texans win. It's Christmas time.
Oh, you're lying.
Come on.
You're lying. You're just lying through your teeth.
I may be rage baiting a little bit.
That's called it for Figgy Behind the Glass, by the way. Sloppy Joes are sloppy. Sloppy Joes are good, though.
I love Sloppy Joes. You ever had a brisket Sloppy Joe? I made some of those the other day.
That sounds amazing.
Baby.
That sounds amazing.
With your patented OG sauce?
Yeah, of course. Of course.
So this begs the question. What are some things that are sloppy but good?
Yeah, and we're already getting a lot of the text with the obvious answer. So let's set that aside.
Sadly, that was the first thing that came to mind for me.
That's
NSFW.
That's the first. You're outside working in the yard. You get all dirty and sweaty. Your shirt gets torn.
Yeah.
Got dirt on your forehead, and you walk inside, and she goes.
I feel bad for her in that situation, but that's a dedicated, strong, powerful.
Why does that happen,
woman.
by the way?
I don't know.
It's like all of a sudden, like, hey now, okay, but outside of the obvious,
sloppy things that are good.
yeah. With the people, that's always funny.
I don't. I'm scared. When
Oh,
I go
they're
to Walmart.
terrifying.
I take my watch off when I go to Walmart and I put it in my pocket slowly. I don't want to get mugged or shot when I'm in there.
Looking around.
Yeah. Cheeseburgers. I like when it's all melting down the side of the bun and it's all greasy and you have to put a napkin in your collar and it's just like dripping down your wrist. Now I want a cheeseburger. But like a good sloppy cheeseburger. What else? 713?
Mud bugs.
Mud bugs.
Crawfish.
Oh,
I agree.
yes.
That's what I was going to say.
Yes. That would be a great one. 713-572-4610. Sloppy but good. You know what I like? And it's weird because, like, ever seen like a bohemian woman walking down the street? Like kind of barefoot, got that old beat up sundress on, hadn't combed her hair.
A free-spirited, unconventional. So an Austinite.
An Austinite, yeah. A bohemian woman.
I see a lot of this in Seattle when I was up there.
They have like this I don't care attitude that they wear. It's just kind of cool.
I think it's try hard.
You think
Look at me. I'm different. I'm unique.
They're really sorority girls?
Yeah. They're all essentially the same. Sloppy things that are good.
Yeah.
A lot of them are going to be food related.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I like? This is technically sloppy. I think the person who would be pulling this off is sloppy. Well done handling of a heckler by a stand-up comedian.
Or the heckler heckler. They think they own the place.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It generally is a sloppy drunk.
Yeah.
A comedian who can turn a heckler into an actually funny moment for everybody. Now that is a skill. I'm a big fan of Stavi. For anyone who knows him, he's a diehard Baltimore Ravens fan. Look up his Ravens Ronnie rant. He probably had one after last night. He's really good at making it happen when there's somebody who's heckling and trying to ruin the
Christmas
show.
season here, you mentioned it, and you made me think about it. We all have that relative or friend that's a good, funny drunk. Like just the sloppy fun, like probably bumping into furniture and wobbling around the front porch or whatever, and nobody tries to bring him back in, reel him back in.
Watching
He's
it.
just like watching it.
I got a confession to make. This is 36 years old. From time to time, this is still your boy.
This is still you.
Renaissance Festival a couple of weeks ago. It was a big incident where all my friends and I, we went up on a party bus, and I gave my wallet and my phone and my keys to the girlfriend while going to the bathroom. And then I came back and I couldn't find them. So I spent like 2 hours trying to find them, and I was so mad at myself when I finally found them at the bus. And they were all so angry at me, deservedly so. So to me, it hits a little too close to home for me to say this is a sloppy thing. That's good, John.
What about when I'm gonna loop it around to be sports related? I like it when it's like two of the worst possible teams go at it. Like two bad teams when they go at it.
Toilet bowl.
Yes,
Yeah.
toilet bowl, tank
That's a
bowl.
good one.
Because
Actually, this week, right? Don't
I think
and the Raiders, yeah.
battle for the number one pick, baby.
Yeah. You know what? That's a really good one. I like those kind of not dangerously out of control, but like an out of control party. Like, and the one I'm thinking about was when the Astros won the World Series. You were in this studio. You were in this studio, and
8-hour show.
Yeah, and we went to where was it? Little Woodrow's down in Edo. And there was broken glass on the floor from people throwing beers. There was beer everywhere. There was like people were throwing drinks. There was the ceiling was dripping from people celebrating. And I was like, this is so cool.
Awesome.
This is so cool.
I really like a seedy dive bar too.
Yes.
Those are pretty sloppy. They can be good. Now there are some bars that look like they're dive bars, but they're just the best bar. Like Easy's Liquor Lounge, which is my favorite place in town. But there's other places where you go in there and, it looks like someone might have gotten their head hit with like a glass or something like that.
Yes.
Maybe a little blood on the floor.
Have I ever told you the story about the time I went into a biker bar in Bordeaux, France?
You know what? You might have.
I think I
this
did.
Again.
Long story short, I'm covering the World Cup in France in '98. I miss a bus to get back to the hotel. I start walking toward the direction. I think I have told you this story.
Yes, you have.
I start walking toward the direction of where I think my hotel is, and the city is rough. People think Bordeaux, France. Oh, we're drinking wine. It's the rolling hills. No, that's outside of town. In town, it's a rough town. Sometimes, some areas.
Awesome.
And there's this little light that I see. I said, okay, that might be a bar or something. Cab, problem solved. I go in there. It's a steel door. Steel door closes behind me, and it's a biker bar. And I'm like, oh boy, and it's a rough biker bar.
Yeah.
And they start talking in French, and I don't understand. And so I just start buying drinks for some guys around there and everything. And then they kind of point at me. I'm like, oh boy, they're gonna kick my ass. And they give me a microphone, and they put on "My Way" by Frank Sinatra. It's a biker karaoke bar, and I start singing "My Way," and they all start singing with me. And then one of the bikers calls a cab for me, and I go back to the hotel.
Oh, good. Because that ends horribly sometimes. For those who don't know, in specific countries, and generally it's Asian countries, if you sing My Way and you screw up, they might kill you.
Well, I guess I did okay.
Good job. I'm glad you're with us still. Goodness gracious.
I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden, and now the time has come. And they're like in French. Hey! And they had the leather vests, rough-looking beards, and, it was a rough biker bar. All of a sudden, I was their favorite dude.
The idea of French biker gang, it feels like it's not possible.
It is
outside of
very
the United
possible.
States of America.
Take it from me.
Sounds like some part of a comedy movie.
It's one of it. Like if I ever write a memoir, it is. There are so many different levels. I was in there for like 2 hours.
2?
Yeah, yeah.
That must have been the longest 2 hours of your life.
Well, it started out as the longest 1 hour, and then all of a sudden I was a hit.
Sloppy things that are also good. Because we like the Texans win, but it was a sloppy win. You want to keep those coming. 713-572-4610. That's how you do it. To call We're on Twitch as well. Paul Gallant in for Reggie. John Lopez. Coming up next, we go around the National Football League, and we're going to hear from you after the Texans' sloppy win, a 7th straight win over the Raiders yesterday, 23-21. Stick around.
The Texans survived to pick up win number 10, 23-21.
Hotel.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Raider 30, offset I formation. Smith digging in. Short roll to the right, throws, and intercepted. Stingley across the 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Rock and roll. Pick 6. Touchdown, Houston.
In that moment right there, Derek Stingley became the all-time leading pass deflector in Houston Texans history. Mark Vandermeer on the call there. Paul Gallant sitting in for Reggie. John Lopez, you are in the loop after a Texans 23-21 win over the Las Vegas Raiders. Sloppy, but a win nonetheless. That's 7 straight for the Texans, who are now 10-5, the third 10-win season in 3 tries of the DeMeco Ryans era.
I still can't get over just how overwhelmingly good this secondary is. I mean, in fact, the interception credit gets to, a lot of the credit goes to the defensive pressure on, in this case, Geno Smith. I mean, was it, I forget who it was that was bringing pressure. It might have been Danielle Hunter. It might have been Danielle Hunter.
Okay.
That was pressuring him, and it was a bad throw. Really, Geno Smith was kind of on all day long, but that was a bad throw that came from pressure. So we know how good the defensive front is. But 4 dudes with 4 interceptions each. The Jets don't even have an interception as a team.
They still don't.
Wait, really?
As a team.
I thought by now they would
all
have
season.
One. I remember hearing this 2 to 3 weeks ago. And
yeah.
I thought at some point they're going to get one.
No.
But doesn't look like they got one yesterday.
They did not get one yesterday. They have gone all season without a single interception as a team. The Texans have 4 dudes with 4.
You hate to see that.
Jets, Jets.
Oh, my bad. I got it wrong. All right,
Yeah.
around the National Football League we go. We can't stop giving enough credit to the Jacksonville Jaguars for what they did yesterday. 34-20 in a game that wasn't that close. They took down Denver, who had the longest winning streak in the NFL. The Jaguars have now won 6 straight since their collapse against Davis Mills and the Texans. And Trevor Lawrence in his last 2 games combined throwing touchdowns and rushing touchdowns. 10 touchdowns, and he's not thrown an interception in these 2 games either.
Yeah, and, there's a lot of buzz about the Jaguars now. I don't think there's going to be any more sort of prove it, type dialogue around this team. They've proved it. They're there. They have a real shot to win the division and a real shot to being the number 1 seed in the AFC.
Duval.
Well, except for that, with a few things going their way. So absolutely and respect for what they've done.
The thing that most impresses me about what they do is, and this wasn't a great game for them yesterday against the Broncos, but they've been very consistent running the football. And in a game where they only ran for 81 total yards and averaged just 3 yards a carry, they were able to win. In a game where Trevor Lawrence got sacked 5 times, Denver gets a lot of sacks defensively, they were able to win. They got a chip on their shoulder. That chip has been powering them throughout the year. The banged-up Chargers, who the Texans play on Saturday, are 11-4 after a 34-17 win over the Dallas Cowboys. Dallas officially eliminated, but they were pretty much eliminated already. The Speak for Your Pizza TV shows on ESPN in studio have been constantly talking about the Cowboys as if they weren't dead already. But big game for Justin Herbert, 300 yards passing and 2 touchdowns. He averaged 10 yards an attempt, and the Chargers ran for nearly 5 yards a carry in this one. Quentin Johnson, 4 catches for 104 yards and a touchdown. Remember when everyone thought he was a bust?
Yeah.
He's looking pretty good out there. So this is going to be a tough out for the Texans on Saturday on the road on a short week, especially with some questions, John, about the offensive line.
Yeah, that's where I was going to go immediately. Obviously Jim Harbaugh somehow finds a way to just win double-digit games, and despite I thought this team was dead a few weeks ago. I mean, I thought they were flat out dead.
Me too.
Herbert getting it done, doing what Justin Herbert does, just enough to make you think he's elite. And we'll see what happens in the postseason. But this particular game is going to be a big problem for the Texans if that offensive line doesn't get straight. We've talked about it a little bit, especially Trent Brown. And hit for the Texans in terms of the playoff picture.
Right.
If they don't get this one.
Chargers get after the quarterback, so hopefully C.J. Stroud stays upright on Saturday, but that's going to be a tough test for whatever Texans offensive line is out there. At the very least, the Texans can be a little bit careful about rushing guys back out there, given the state of the AFC right now. The Colts, if they lose to the Chargers, to the 49ers tonight, it wouldn't officially put the Texans in, but it would all but put them in. And I don't think anyone's expecting them to make it with Phillip Rivers under center. Sunday Night Football, the Baltimore Ravens had an 11-point lead late on the New England Patriots, but New England rallied for a 28-24 win. Big one for Drake May, who some believe is the MVP of the National Football League. Others say Matt Stafford. I don't want to give New England too many flowers for this win because this was a game that they won where Lamar Jackson got hurt in the midst of it with a back injury. But Drake May showed that he can rally this team when they are trailing, even if it is against a Ravens team that the Texans put up 44 points on earlier this year.
Yeah, I've been sort of not overlooking the Patriots because it's kind of hard to overlook what they've done, but just how good Drake May has been. He is. There are no more questions. There's no more questions about what he is as a quarterback, and they're just absolutely in a really good spot.
I have questions about New England's defense, but Drake May is for real. There's no doubt about that. The Bills kept pace in the AFC East. They hung on for a 23-20 win over the Browns. I was telling this to you when we were watching the game up in the box. There was a part of me, a sick part of me, that wanted the Browns to help my team out. I wanted the Browns to win because I think the Shedeur Sanders discourse online is one of the worst things that's ever happened. But I enjoy sitting back and watching as everyone goes to war with one another over whether or not Shedeur Sanders has been jobbed and wronged his entire life, or whether he's just a guy who fell in the 5th round who's doing the most he can.
Yeah, no, I was actually with you when you said that. Just for we were cheering for us. We were cheering for the radio aspect of it and the dialogue. The Bills are just impossible to figure out sometimes.
Yeah, I agree.
They're just impossible to figure out. You know they have an amazing quarterback, and it also comes down to, which is another big discussion right now around the NFL, if he doesn't win it this year, if Josh Allen doesn't win it this year,
it's open.
When is he?
Yeah, Jackson's out. Mahomes is out. You would think that this would be the year, but man, I got questions about Buffalo. I think that their defense did what it needed to when it mattered most the week before against the Patriots, but they were in an early 21-0 hole. They always struggle against the run. This AFC is wide open, and the good news for the Texans is you do not look at Buffalo as a team that you should fear. You are the one team in the league that gets to look at Buffalo and say,
you got their number.
We owned that ass.
Yeah, we got their number. And you mentioned Indianapolis earlier. We didn't mention this. 3 weeks in a row now, there were several games each weekend that if it went one way, it would help the Colts, and if it went the other way, it would hurt the Colts. Every single game went the bad way for the Colts.
Yeah.
I think it's like 10 games that could have gone one way or the other, and had they gone the other way, would have helped the Colts. Yesterday, all 3 games that could have helped them went the way that they didn't need.
You just hate poor souls in Indianapolis. Maybe pump in some more crowd noise. That could help you.
I was about to say, you don't hate to see it. Come on now.
Maybe they should accuse another quarterback of deflating balls in a game they lost 50-0 when they gave up 300 yards on the ground. Who's not over that? 3rd straight win for the Steelers in a wild ending, 29-24 over the Detroit Lions. A kind of do-or-die game for both teams. The end of this game was wild. For those who didn't see it, Amon-Ra St. Brown catches a pass at about the 1-yard line. He is clearly stopped, and they should have called the play dead. But he goes back about 6 yards, tosses the ball, it bounces on the ground. Jared Goff picks it up, runs into the end zone. They call it a touchdown on the field, but they also ruled that there was offensive pass interference before the reception happened, before the lateral happened, and it's the Detroit Lions who go down to the Pittsburgh Steelers in that game.
I wasn't as confident that he was clearly stopped. They usually let that play go a little bit down on the goal line, what you're talking about, when he went down.
He went back like 6 yards.
But a lot of times they let that go, and he goes back. And he actually did. It wasn't like a fumble. He lateraled it. And so I was actually okay with it. And then I saw the replay, and I said, okay, well, that's offensive pass interference. My favorite part of the whole thing as we're watching this is the referee completely trolled the Lions crowd.
Yes, he did.
The ruling on the field is it's a touchdown, and everybody starts going nuts. But offensive pass interference.
Bleep you, Detroit. You can never have good things ever. See, I actually feel bad for Lions fans because they constantly have bad moments like this. this. Others, they look semi-legit. Very curious to see what happens to DK Metcalf. Do yourself a favor and watch the video of this. DK Metcalf got into it with some Detroit Lions fan who was wearing, it looked like a wig, or perhaps that was his real hair.
Yeah.
DK Metcalf reaches up, grabs this guy's hair, and then with that same hand pops back up and gives him a nice little punch. I understand how everyone's like, oh, this is bad, you can't do this. I don't know, man. Detroit fans are always asking for it.
Malice
in the Palace to now?
He's going to probably get suspended.
Definitely.
Just because of what he did. I'm sure something was said about family. There's reports about his mother, the magic word. There's a report about that as well. It's like this. And I actually said this to you during the break.
Yeah.
Dude probably deserved it, but you don't do it. He deserved it, but you don't do it.
We need to normalize ass kicking again, though. I think
No,
everyone,
we don't.
I mean, I say this as somebody who a lot of people think, like, Paul, he hasn't been punched in the face. Oh, no, I've been punched plenty of times in the face. I've earned the dumb things I say because I get punched.
So since the NFL is very, all over the place with the fines, what do y'all think the fine is?
I don't know, 100?
100K?
Yeah, that's
whatever the max
that's
is.
the absolute you do not do.
Okay.
The absolute you do not do is go into the stands or hit or attack a fan or anything like that. Again, I don't know what was said. Maybe no one will ever know. There's been a couple things reported. Probably deserved it. You don't do
the max fine for in-game is $40,000.
Okay.
But I wonder if they make an exception for this because it's on-field violations is what you can fine for.
And then you go into the stands
But
or
this is
hit somebody in the
this is
stands.
actually gray area, and obviously for the NFL, this is embarrassing to them. And on top of that, they think, oh, the customers, we can't have their customers get their ass beat, even if they deserve it. The last really important game of the weekend, the Bears actually beat the Packers when it matters. They now lead the NFC North. Caleb Williams throwing a touchdown pass in overtime to beat Green Bay. Afterwards, yesterday, he was giving out food to the hungry, wearing a cheese grater hat. I love the move. The Bears, there's something about them. I don't really understand it. They get a lot of takeaways, but it feels like for a change, the Bears actually have luck on their side. And Ben Johnson and that squad, they're a team that is getting very overlooked, a la the Jaguars, at least until that 6-game winning streak. Really impressive win. Congratulations to the Bears.
The Bears look to me like kind of a bizarro version of the early Dan Campbell Lions. Just not, you don't think they're that talented, but they have something, and they have that bite the knees thing going on, and they have a coordinator, actually the same dude, that can make things happen on offense. They're like they're like a bizarro version of the early Lions. You're right. There's just something there.
There's something up. We will see if they can harness that and keep it going for the rest of the year. I have my doubts. It is the Bears out. And last one, Marcus Freeman, Notre Dame head coach, is the New York Giants' top target. Interesting, John.
I don't understand. This is the thing that is interesting to me about this is with the way that college coaches are getting paid now, $10, $11, $12 million. Why? Is it just a competitive thing? There's only 32 of them, and you want to go into the NFL when your life expectancy as a head coach, for lack of a better way to put it, is longer in college. If you are that guy, you can last 8, 10, 12 years. In the NFL, it's very rare that a head coach lasts 8, 10, 12 years.
It feels like there's
and it's Notre Dame.
He has, it seems, made multiple ploys this offseason to get more money. Because his name has been tied with a bunch of different places. I have a hard time seeing Freeman leaving Notre Dame, and I wouldn't want to go to the Giants. The Giants are a poorly run organization. They have been for quite some time. Do you want to go there? They still haven't fired Joe Shane. They should have fired him at the same time they fired Brian Daboll. I don't know what they're doing on that front. He's the guy that let Saquon Barkley walk.
Yeah.
So we will see what happens on that front. He is John Lopez. I'm Paul Galon in for Reggie. You got Colin in for Figgy behind the glass. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Santa has toys in his bag.
He sure does.
Oh. But what does Nick Haley have? You answer that. 713-572-4610. You are in the Loop.
Monday Night Football is on best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive on a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6. And thank Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Split backs for CJ, 3rd and 8 at the Raider 37. Here's the snap. Here's the blitz. Stroud fires downfield to his left and caught along the sideline. Nico Collins, the dagger at the 13-yard line. Ball game.
That is how the Texans iced things yesterday against the Las Vegas Raiders. They win 23-21, improving to 10-5 on the year. 7 straight wins, 3 straight years with 10 wins under DeMeco Ryans. Paul Gallant sitting in for Reggie. John Lopez in the house. Rough game for the Texans offense, John. I thought C.J. Stroud was rather inaccurate. They can't really run the football, and we've got some questions about their offensive line depth going forward, and we've always got questions about Nick Caley.
We do. 713-572-4610 if you want to get in, and certainly on YouTube and Twitch. I want to get into how we're feeling about what these 2 weeks. We touched on it a little bit earlier. Like, what are you getting from Nick Caley? Confidence level, what we saw, specifics on some of these injuries. Maybe we'll get that as the show progresses here. But I don't know. I'm curious on your thoughts, but who do we have?
We have Dave.
Dave, what are your thoughts here? What do you got?
Paulie G.
Hey.
Good to hear from you, man. Long time. Good time. Good time.
Good to be back. What you got, Dave?
Good. All right. Hi, J-Lo. What's going on, man?
We are here, sir.
Yes, sir. Happy Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you guys. My take on the Texans, a win's a win. A win's a win. And I'm going to make a bold prediction that the Texans and Jaguars play at Jacksonville. It's all good for the AFC Championship game. And, Paulie, listen, man, y'all take on burgers. What's your favorite sloppy burger? My favorite sloppy burger is the hamburger with the chili on top of it.
Oh, yeah, I didn't mention that.
With the bun.
Yeah,
I love it. But my future girlfriend, I will help her eat that.
Okay. I thought Dave was about to take that in another direction.
Yes.
We're talking about sloppy things that are good earlier in the show, but Dave landed the plane. We all got out without alarming the FCC. Congratulations to everybody. We did it.
Yes.
We did it. So it's a big question for Nick Caley going forward, John. You can't have an offense that relies on 49-yard-plus field goals by Kaimi Fairbairn, who had 3. He's money from outside, especially when they're playing at NRG Stadium. You can't have an offense that's relying on pass interference plays, questionable ones, to get you out of 3rd and long situations. This was a rough game for the offense, and they just can't run the football without Woody Marks in there at all. I like that Jawar Jordan had his moment against the Cardinals. This one was a very, very tough game for him.
All right, so let's dig in. Let's dig on this Texans offense. Get the temperature from our listeners. Gave you the number 713-572-4610. I want to get your thoughts because the interesting thing to me with this offense is really not so much C.J. Stroud. I get it. He was. We were talking about it during the game there, especially early on. I think he started out 2 for 8, 2 for 7, something like that, with some bad misses. Very for the ball placement specialist, like really, really off. He talked about, and we heard it earlier. Maybe he was just rushing or whatever. I know that he's shown some more confidence in this offense in recent weeks, and he's played better. You mentioned the Cardinals game. I'm not going to put too much on, C.J. Stroud, maybe he just doesn't. No, he has it, and he can get it done, and he can make those plays. I'm still going back to just the confidence he has in what's being called on the field, and maybe what is being called on the field in down and distance circumstances.
It's an interesting point, and I mean, he had his biggest issues, I think, throwing outside the numbers. I think when he was going towards the sideline, that's when you saw some of those passes being overthrown a little bit. And it could have been just a bad game where he didn't have the trademark touch that he normally has. Every quarterback does go through stuff like this from time to time. But when he throws it over the middle of the field, which is what I think this offense wants to happen, he does pretty well. So maybe they got to find a way to make sure that happened. Or maybe the Raiders, to their credit, actually stepped up and made it tough for the Texans to do it for whatever reason. Max Crosby was an absolute menace in that game. 713-572-4610 to call into text, and we've got Clint in Baytown. Clint.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Go for it.
Hey, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Same to you.
Out with that, but hey, I was going to say, man, the whole team was terrible yesterday, but that happens every year. A really good team runs into a team that has nothing to lose. They're not going to make the playoffs, and they end up getting spanked. But as far as Stroud goes, I think they went in there and just underestimated him. They thought they were going to run through him, but Stroud was inaccurate everywhere until what did he have the first quarter? I can't remember, 15 or 19 yards.
There was a stretch where I believe he began the game 2 for 7, and 3 or 4 of those were overthrows that he had at that point.
Yeah.
But hey, man. But having said that, if that's your worst performance and you still win, I mean, I just think that was a wake-up call for them, and I think moving forward they'll take it more seriously. They thought they were just going to run through Las Vegas.
Look, I get that, and appreciate you calling, and I get that. I'm not ready to do that. I get it. Everybody has a bad performance, Paul, but week 16, you're still having these issues. I'm not going to sit here and bash Nick Caley because he's made the adjustments you talk about between the hashes or between the numbers. They've thrown so many more verticals. They've thrown so many more in breakers and stuff. I didn't see a whole lot of them, especially early on yesterday. Is it a Nick Caley thing? Is it a confidence thing in his game planning?
I think that Stroud has an urge to take shots.
Oh, there's no question.
A couple of this game, and I do actually think this offense suits his strong assets, where he's very good at fitting the ball through tight windows over the middle. We saw so many moments of that against the Arizona Cardinals. So there's, I guess, and they'll go watch the film and they'll know better than us, where maybe there were some things to be had over the middle and CJ wasn't looking at him. He was trying to get Nico Collins a little bit more involved than he has been the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And he has been pretty involved the last couple of weeks, but I think that Stroud wants to get him the football a little bit more. I can understand why he'd want to get him the football a little bit more, but you do have to, at the same time, play within this offense. I'm sure Clint's going to have some takes on this later on in the show, talking about what he was seeing from the quarterback in said offense. Confidence-wise, coming out of this game, it's tough to feel great about CJ and about Nick Caley and about everything related to the offense outside of Nico Collins.
That's where I am. What really bailed them out was the jump ball to Nico, or Nico just saving his ass in the fourth quarter, and a couple of really, really questionable penalties. If it wasn't for that, we would be destroying the offense here. They got it done. CJ was great down the stretch. 8 out of 9 he completed, so you got to give him credit for that. But they didn't have a touchdown. They were relying on field goals. Their offense was going backward in the fourth quarter until those penalties were made. And certainly, Kaimi Fairbairn, kind of an MVP yesterday, because if he misses one of those, the whole game changes. Especially late, because then the Texans are pressing, et cetera. And I feel so bad. Nick K, as we talked about it earlier, he's sort of leaned more on Ben McDaniels and Gerard Johnson. They've catered the offense to go more vertical, more tight end. Dalton Schultz saved their ass a bunch of times, as he has in recent weeks.
Most of the year, right?
Yeah, most of the year. And shout out to him for having more catches as a tight end in Texans history. But at the same time, I guess what I'm saying is that it took a step back in just play calling, just what he was calling in this game.
KJ's got thoughts on the Texans, 713-572-4610 on Reaction Monday. KJ, what's up?
Morning, fellas. Long-time listener. I used to call in on a regular basis when y'all took calls on a regular basis, so I'm relishing this opportunity real quick.
Hit us.
I want to start out by saying CJ's rookie year, he had a swagger that is dissipated to the point to where we don't even see it anymore. I look at some of these quarterbacks that are quote unquote next up, the Loves, the Caleb Williams, the Bo Nixons of the world, and they play with a confidence that I don't see in CJ. I don't know if it's CJ not being able to use his legs, because those guys typically make plays with their arm, and there's just something that's not there. I know we can go back and forth all day to try to find out what the gist of the issue is, but the fact of the matter is this team is only going to go, whether it be this season or beyond, as far as CJ takes us. And I think that CJ needs to legitimately do some self-reflecting. Some of the passes that he threw yesterday, my 6-year-old nephew could have completed some of those passes that he threw out there. CJ has got to find that moxie, number one. Number two, I think going to help us moving forward is we got to get a consistent running game. Other than last year, when we had a healthy Joe Mixon, CJ has not had a complimentary ground game. If Woody Marks, who I think we are egregiously overrating, if Woody Marks is our best back, then we don't have a running back. So moving forward, whether it be Joe Mixon staying healthy or them getting a free agent or going into the draft and getting somebody to complement the stable of backs that we carry in next season, we're going to have to get a consistent ground game. I'm not looking for the next Adrian Peterson. There's somebody that can give me 4 yards to carry consistently and stay out the hot tub. So those are my two takes. We got to get that ground game addressed. And CJ, dude, if you listen to this, bro, you said you were a killer on that podcast. Dude, you're not killing nothing but our hopes of this team moving forward right now, bro. So I'm going to need you to get it together.
KJ, appreciate the phone call.
I really appreciate his first take, especially. He mentioned Bo Nix and Caleb Williams. Didn't mention Trevor Lawrence, but he's coming on. And some of the other contemporaries. I wouldn't call Trevor Lawrence one, but some of the contemporaries of C.J. Stroud. I think that a lot of that leads into the frustration that he's shown. And I thought he was over it. Because he was very frustrated earlier in the year, and you could see it. You could see it in his body language and his facial expressions in how he played. And then he kind of got over it. And maybe that's the biggest, I guess, question I have moving forward, because KJ's right. No matter how great this defense is, and it is great, he's going to have to make some confident plays with his arm down the stretch, or you're not going to get where you think you can go.
Running games are coming. The running game, this is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Best case scenario, you're going to have a couple of big carries from Jawar Jordan or something like that. Woody Marks is banged up. I'm with him. I don't think Woody Marks is that good of a running back, but hey, listen, he's done what he's supposed to do. Joe Mixon's never coming back. That's sort of what I'm thinking on that front. He is John Lopez. I am Paul Gallant, sitting in for Reggie. 713-572-4610. That's how you call. It's how you text. You're in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Up next, what's poppin'? After what went down on Saturday, was this season a disappointment? We'll discuss. Stay put.
It wasn't pretty, but the Texans kicked off their holiday. sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
I'll go on in for Reggie, John Lopez. What's poppin' every day at 11:40. John, I feel for you because you have been getting bullied.
This is so funny.
And spoken to in a patronizing manner.
This is so good.
Ever since your Aggies went down to
Yes.
the college football playoff Saturday at College Station 10-3.
Yes.
How you doing?
Man, I'm actually doing good, and that's not just lip service. I want to address that though. Our friend Adam Spillane can
Indiana
go straight.
bully.
He can go straight to hell. Because, and Reggie was at the house. We were watching the game, making tamales. We had the family, the kids over, and we're all obviously huge Aggie fans. We're talking about Miami beating them 10-3, and a really good game for the way it was scored. For the low-scoring nature that it was, and obviously we were, heartbroken and all that, but it wasn't like, oh my gosh, I want to jump off the roof or whatever.
It wasn't?
No, it was like, damn it. It was just like, okay, well, like they say in the movies, good season, boys, or whatever.
I hate this.
No,
I'm disappointed now.
Don't get me wrong. We were heartbroken, but it was just a really, and Gary, who's a Miami alum, he can go straight to hell too. But
he was more patronizing.
But it was good. I thought they had it in them, and maybe part of the reason is like Marcel Reed played like crap throwing the ball. He was a big difference running the ball. I mean, he was one of the reasons that they were actually moving the ball all day long, but just couldn't finish it off. Shout out to the Hurricanes for getting it done, but. So that's where I was, like, damn it! But at the same time, what are you going to do? He was bad. He was bad passing the ball. It sucks. Hopefully that won't happen again. Whatever. But then I get to the press box, and you and I were just chatting about the game. It wasn't like you were part of the problem. We were just chatting about the game, and then some other bozo comes up and says, "I just wanted to come check on you."
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, you're that guy.
Is it like a arm around you? Hey,
yes,
buddy.
Yes.
Hey, buddy.
It was so patronizing.
And then Adam Spillane came sprinting from the other side, of the press box, hangs over the ledge of the. We're on the second row. Hangs over the ledge of the third row and does the U sign to me.
It's really funny to see an Indiana football fan all of a sudden become a bully, but you know what? Embrace it. Hopefully it doesn't backfire on you. I'm sure it won't backfire for Indiana in the college football playoff.
Well, I actually thanked him because I was actually kind of pulling for Indiana. Good story, all that stuff. But I thanked him. I said, okay, now I'm going to save all my good stuff for when Indiana loses, and I'll be on your front porch waiting for you to come back from the Rose Bowl.
Well.
Yes.
I did want to mess with you today, but I was watching this college football playoff game between Texas A&M and Miami at a after party for this thing called the Pecan Bowl, which is on the west side of town. It's like a flag football game for adults. I'm on the sideline watching my friends playing this game. I used to be on my team. One of them won the MVP, and I'm thinking to myself, oh, I'm so much better than everybody. The other part of me, after the game, just watched as a bunch of people who were clearly UT fans were really piling it on as the game got worse and worse.
Oh, but wait a minute. I thought A&M wasn't really their biggest rival.
Yes. There was a lot of that. And I was like, I don't want to pile on. I feel bad. I feel bad for the Aggies. I know that comes off as patronizing and stuff, but that was a rough one on Saturday.
Can you enlighten me, John? Like, why do they always say, like, oh, A&M's not our biggest rival?
Because they're patronizing, and that's how their way of sort of trying to stick it to you, like, you're so unimportant, you know, that you're not even our biggest rival. And yet, go on to social media after the game, and everyone's like, hey, good weekend, the Aggies lost, and, this and that, and, oh, you didn't beat blah, 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 blah. Okay, true, facts, all that's true. But anytime a Longhorn fan does that, we don't even really pay attention to you until we play. Bull crap.
You're right.
I got him on a run a little bit.
Bull crap.
At least the Aggies have something to cheer about.
Yes, they do. National champions. Put up the they're going to put up a banner, man.
Yeah, fair enough.
They're going to put up, and by the way, this is not because they won the NCAA volleyball is legit, man. It is a lot of fun to watch, but yeah, I wasn't nearly as I would have traded it. All due respect to the ladies, but
Shout out to the strong, powerful, independent women for winning their natty. It's like Syracuse men's soccer winning the national championship 3 years ago. I don't know how the hell they pulled that off. But you take it, but you'd much rather it be your favorite program. That's for sure.
Yeah, so that was cool. No one was happier than the dude that got the tattoo apparently with 2025 national championship. Do you see that and the A&M logo?
Well, you can turn the 5 into a 6.
Now he can just put volleyball. Just add volleyball. Yeah,
that's true too. I guess I don't know. I don't know if anyone's gonna get like
tattoos and sports predictions are not
the worst. The worst.
Just don't do it. You know, unless it's a tramp stamp. Just kidding. North Shore High.
How about North Shore getting it done?
The Stangs.
We were watching that one as well after the Aggie game, hoping for the big Dallas versus Houston Metroplexes, with Houston winning. Didn't happen. Richmond Randall lost and C.E. King lost, but North Shore held it up, man. They held it up.
How about that?
Yeah.
Continuing to go through what's popping. So there was another Paul fight. I refused to figure out who's who. I don't want to know.
I believe this was Jake.
They're more famous than I will ever be.
You're Paul. I know that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm just as punchable, hateable probably. But I refuse to watch the fights where, hey, you might see a Paul get knocked out, but apparently I missed the one that you should have watched because Jake Paul in 2 places.
It was. And you saw the images too.
I did.
I mean, his face looked. Speaking of volley, it looked like a volleyball, a black and blue volleyball. If you're a Jake Paul hater, or at least a Jake Paul, this guy is just a gimmick type person. This was the one to watch. I mean, he got absolutely destroyed. And he's going to have his jaw wired shut for at least 6 weeks.
Have you ever had your jaw wired shut?
Never. Have you?
Nor I.
Yeah.
I hope that never happens.
Oh, God, yes. So the gimmick is over, right? The Jake Paul gimmick. He made a lot of money.
Well, I mean, the thing is, these are the fights that market the best because you're bringing in an audience that would never watch a regular boxing match, no matter how that sport might be in the eyes.
He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's just going to be hurting for a while.
There's a lot of people that have figured out a way to monetize rage bait, and these guys did it with, let's be honest, massive affronts to the boxing community. I'm not a diehard boxing fan, but I feel bad for diehard boxing fans is that this is what has become the center of the sport. Fights featuring these two brothers. What's popping continues. The Rockets had a win on Saturday over the Denver Nuggets, 115-101. There was a dust-up in that game between Kevin Durant and was it Bruce Brown, right? And also, you had a Reed Shepherd playing really well in that game. But then yesterday, they followed that up with yet another overtime loss, this time to the Sacramento Kings.
I don't know. We've mentioned the Rockets and our big basketball fans. I don't think this team has really proven, sort of claimed an identity yet. 3 overtime losses, 2 of them to maybe the 2 worst teams in basketball, or two of the
Kings stink.
2 of the worst teams in basketball. Back-to-backs are a problem. No Steven Adams. He's very, very crucial to what this team can do in any given game. And when he doesn't play in the back-to-backs, it's tough. At least Tari Eason came back, so that was good. But you can't have nice things, it seems like. Great win, and then all of a sudden you have the back-to-back and you lose that one.
There's a lack of decisiveness offensively, too.
Yeah.
And I think anyone going into the year who thought that they were going to be able to play well without Fred VanVleet, you were kidding yourself. You were hoping that, hey, at least Reed Shepherd gets better along the way. But this is much like with the Texans, where offensively you're hoping that they get better the last couple of weeks of the year. The hope is that the Rockets can figure out some sort of, as you were saying, identity by the end of the year offensively. And, I mean, right now, there hasn't been a lot of progress. And this week is probably the worst people have felt about the Ime Udoka era. Pelicans' loss is the worst loss of the Udoka era. I don't know how the hell they lost that game.
It wasn't much better than this one.
For sure.
Yeah.
So you do have the win on Saturday, but this was a sandwich with moldy bread.
Yeah, and offensively, you mentioned, what they do offensively. I think what they do, they tend to sort of, the half-court game is a big problem for them, being able to get into their sets, being able to get the ball to the right people, et cetera. I think they're going to be fine, but they have a ways to go in terms of being one of the top-tier teams.
And wrapping up what's popping, the Astros did make that first move of the winter, and they swung big.
Mm-hmm.
They get Pirates pitcher Mike Burrows as part of a 3-team deal. They gave up Jacob Melton, who you've seen a little bit of, and Anderson Brito, another minor leaguer who, I'll be honest, I don't know a damn thing about him, to make this trade happen. Mixed reviews from Astros fans online. If you're of the window is always open faction, you want this move to happen. I know that Dana Brown is probably going to say, hey, we acquired 6 years of a player because they got a guy who's under control for 6 years. But look, if you want this thing to work now, you do have to give up prospects, even if your farm system isn't so good. I'm not going to cry over Jacob Melton or Anderson Brito being traded until years down the road.
Yes, in the here and now, because they are fancying themselves as a contender. I still feel like they've been passed by the Mariners. They've been passed by a lot of these other teams that are, making moves here in the offseason. Hell, Toronto's making moves. That doesn't mean they're out of it, and that doesn't mean that they don't have their magic. I think what it does mean is, you say it doesn't bother you, and me neither, in terms of these prospects in the here and now, but they don't have a lot of prospects. They just don't have a lot of prospects, so it better work. It better work. Get that little pixie dust on those pitchers and make it happen.
Yeah, and also just make sure their elbows work.
Yes.
Framber.
That's the biggest thing.
I mean, you're going to miss Framber the most because of that. He's the only durable pitcher that you've had over the last decade or so. That is John Lopez. I'm Paul Gallant. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. The Texans won, but it wasn't because of their offense. How far can this defense carry them? We discussed that after a 23-21 win over the Raiders yesterday on a Reaction Monday, Sports Radio 610.
Monday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Smith in the gun on first down in the pocket. Here comes trouble. He's sacked. Will Anderson Jr. with a sack on Geno Smith.
He's got 10.5 on the season. Danielle Hunter's got 12. Derek Stingley's got a pick 6. This defense has lots and lots of players, and they were the reason the Texans were able to hang on and take down the Las Vegas Raiders yesterday, 23-21 for a 7th straight win. It is a reaction Monday. Paul Gallant in for Reggie, John Lopez. John, this offense, it took a step back against the Raiders yesterday. The kind of step back that makes you wonder if this is just what it's going to be. We have a couple of games left for the offense to theoretically improve, but it's hard to see it getting a whole lot better. Struggle on the football and where C.J. Stroud was just inaccurate.
Well, let me ask you. I got a lot of questions for you, Paul. I got a lot of questions for our listeners here because I'm not sure I have the answers. I do think this. I do think the book is written on what this offense can do. It can be very effective. It can have its moments. We've seen them in recent weeks. By the way, with a healthy offensive line, Trent Brown all of a sudden being so important, who knows where it goes. But I don't think we're going to sit here and say they're going, as we did going into the Cardinals game and certainly this game, all right, let's see them keep advancing. Let's see the consistency. Let's see the offense hold more than its own. It doesn't have to be great, but hold more than its own. Do enough to make the defense proud, for lack of a better way to put it. The offense has to do something to make the defense proud and actually move the ball, score some points consistently. I know this offense can do it. We've seen it. But consistently, I think the book is written. We can't count on boom, 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 especially with the injuries up front, Trent Brown specifically, as I mentioned, that you know what you're going to get from the defense. I don't think we can count or know what we're going to get from the offense. Are you there?
Yeah, I don't trust them. I know they can't run the ball, period.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons they're so bad in the red zone. And then after Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz, who do the Texans trust?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't seem like they trust Jalen Knoll at all offensively.
And 9 snaps.
He needs more.
And 9 snaps.
At least had a nice catch and run over the middle of the field. It wasn't like he was a husk out there, but there are so many questions about the offense, and then when the quarterback's just inaccurate, this would have been a loss against, I would say, 66% of the league.
Yeah.
You just happened to play the worst team in the league yesterday. C.J. Stroud, after the game, was asked about the Texans' defense, how good it's been and how many warts it hides for this offense.
I'll try not to think like that, and I think, if you ask our guys, we're kind of tired of, people, downplaying us, but rightfully so. Like, we haven't put it on tape every game.
Yes.
And I think, we're getting better offensively, and I'm confident as ever in my guys. And it's not always going to be clean, not always going to be easy, but, we're going to continue to fight for each other, continue, push the envelope. But, yeah, our defense is amazing. They're great. Our special teams is great. And I want one day for us, to say our offense is great as well. So I think, it's all about the team, all about winning. So
look, he's kind of saying what I just said. Like, he basically said, look, we need to do better. We need to be more consistent. Yes, you do. I just feel like that book is written. I can't go into the Chargers game, and maybe they will, and say, all right, the offense is going to do enough. They're going to move the ball. They're going to put, as DeMeco says, put at least 20 on. We always talk about get to 24 points and all that you can absolutely count on it from the offense. Keep in mind, one of their scores was a defensive score yesterday. Yeah. I think the book has been written on the offense, which leads to my other question, and that is, can this defense carry them? And I'm not talking about carrying them into the playoffs. We know that's going to happen, or even maybe the second round game to the places that we think that that they could go.
It can win them a couple of games. I don't think it's winning them 4. I don't think it's winning them 3. And I mean, that's what you need for a Super Bowl. That's what you need to get to a Super Bowl. You're going to have it happen every single week. It's not a defense first league anymore. You know the days of the 2000 Ravens, the early 2000 Bucks, the early 2000s Patriots. Like, those defenses won their team's championships. It's not to say a defense can't win a championship, but you need the offense to also do something. And I don't trust this offense on a regular basis. Part of it is because they have their hand tied behind their back with the offensive line injuries, with the running back injuries, all that. But the other part is week to week, C.J. Stroud, it's just not happening the way that a lot of us still believe it can. And it's leading a lot of people to go crazy and say Davis Mills is the guy, which I'm not doing.
We're not doing that. Yeah.
But it's also leading some to wonder, okay, second contract, what's fair for C.J. Stroud?
Yeah.
You don't want to move on to the unknown again, but you also are looking at him and thinking to yourself, damn, there's something more here. Why can't they tap into it?
Yeah.
And there's only so long you can blame the offensive line, the offensive coordinator.
Well, that's fair, but I also think get him the right offensive coordinator that and I'm not saying we're fire Nick Caley. They're not. But I'm saying one that he has confidence in, and maybe we feel a little different. But this is where I switch it to the defense and how much confidence we have in them from this point forward. We know they're the best defense in the NFL. We also know this. The interior defensive line was attacked a lot. Obviously, no Tim Settle anymore on IR. No Mario Edwards anymore. And Ashton Genty ran for 145 yards. Let me put it this way. Did the Raiders, as lowly and bad as they are, kind of set a template for some of these other teams that you're going to see?
My hope is no. My hope is that Azeez Al-Shaair being out meant the Texans were just screwed from the get-go.
No matter who's up in front of him.
Right.
Yeah.
But to what you're saying, yeah, you miss a guy. Mario Edwards has been a really solid player, especially in run support for the Texans in the couple of seasons that he's been here. And the next man up did not do their job yesterday.
Yeah.
And the next man up at linebacker as well. This was a rough day for Henry To'oTo'o. I do love what I saw from E.J. Speed yesterday.
Yeah.
I think E.J. Speed had a great game, especially stopping the run. But the big plays that the Texans allowed, to me, I don't know if it's a template, John, as much as it's you just got a really high bar for them to meet every single week to win the game, because they are the ones that are being asked to win the game every single year.
Yeah.
Go back to 2016. You might have remembered me bitching and moaning about Brock Osweiler back then, like how much he drove me crazy. Shout out to him becoming a pretty good broadcaster. But I remember going into the locker room that season and seeing Texans defensive players sitting in the corner of a locker room, and it was almost like, I don't know if they're about to stage a mutiny, but I know they are definitely talking trash about Brock Osweiler.
Yeah, a little sewing circle over there.
Right, exactly. They're like, this effing guy.
Yes.
What did he read from his leadership book today that he brought to the press conference?
But see, here's the thing. I know they're going to be a better defense with Al-Shaair on the team. They just are. Well, I mean, on the field. But this rotation of 4, sometimes 5 guys is now 2, maybe 3 that are proven. So that's where my worry is yes, Al-Shaair makes some interior guys were attacked. Here's another question I have, because it goes back to the Cardinals game as well. Are tight ends a problem? Are tight ends a problem for this defense? Now, those were 2 of the best tight ends you'll see, but tight ends over the last 2 games have 20 catches against the Texans. 20.
It's been a problem for a couple of years, and the game against the Chiefs goes the way it goes, where Travis Kelce isn't the factor that he was in the playoffs last year, and you probably thought to yourself, okay, maybe things are a little bit better against tight ends. But yeah, and I was joking with you. Bill O'Brien once gave me crap for this because I was confusing a couple of white tight ends. All these guys look the same to me.
How dare you?
I thought all those white tight ends were Brock Bowers, and apparently they weren't. They have more than just Brock Bowers at tight end out there.
Yeah, so when I say template, the combination of the interior defensive line, I'll put it this way. What the Raiders did yesterday, we will see again. And we'll see it maybe this Saturday against the L.A. Chargers, and we'll certainly see it in the postseason, because they didn't, quote-unquote, expose this defense. This defense is awesome, but they found some little areas that they might be able to pick at, better teams might be able to pick at, and in a close game, it might be a difference. The other thing is pass coverage with backs out of the backfield. Biggest play of the game for the Raiders. Henry To'oTo'o, boy, he's had a rough morning in the film room, I guarantee you that. Not only did he get toasted, he started jogging.
Yeah, that drove me crazy.
He started jogging.
This defense never does that.
Yeah.
And in that play, he did. And, I mean, whoever the guy was that was downfield, that
Bryant?
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, at the very least, he challenged him.
Yeah.
I think To'oTo'o could have caught him. And look, that offense versus this defense, goal-to-go
in the
situation.
red zone,
Yeah, I'd feel better. That's a one situation where I feel better about the Texans' offense in the red zone situation. The Raiders' offense in the red zone in a cramped space.
I just went, ooh, that's going to be a rough day, because, not only was the play given up, but then he was half-assing it, down the sideline, and that ain't gonna play. And then it comes back to the coverage with the backside of the backfield too. I mean, you got some good backs you're gonna face in the postseason coming out of the backfield. So this defense is great. I have confidence in it. I think it can carry it a long way. But there were just some little bitty things where I'm like, all right, we're gonna see that again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they will attack those specific parts of the defense again.
You say the film room stuff, and it's like, I don't want to point out. I'm not pointing out anybody in particular, but guys,
Henry,
look right here, right here. Look at this. Yes. We do not do this.
Yeah, and you asked Pete Carroll about it.
Yes. So Pete Carroll, unprompted at the beginning of his press conference yesterday, said that the Texans have the best defense in the league. Since I used to do a weekly show with him up in Seattle, humble brag, I asked him about it moments later.
This is the best defense in the NFL, and they've been doing it week in and week out and been on a roll.
Pete, what about that Texans defense makes them the best in the league, as you just said?
Yeah. Nobody asked me that. I'm glad you asked. Because I see something in what DeMeco's done with these guys in acquiring, recruiting, however it is, to get guys that really can play the game. This is a really loaded defense, not size, weight, speed-wise. They are, in terms of their playmaking ability. The linebackers, we didn't see their top guy today, but the linebackers and the safeties and the corners, they don't all have. They're not the biggest. They're not the fastest. They're just terrific football players. And they've found the scheme that comes out of the San Francisco background. They recognize that calls for the ends to play like they play, and they've just played right and recruited kind of and drafted to the strengths of the style that they want to play with. I think it's a really important thing to notice for D. I mean, he's and how they've ever put it together, figure it out, because it's really to me it's very impressive. And so we hold them in the highest of regard, and so to play against them well was I think it's a great statement for us. But they're on track, and Stroud played well enough to win the game, made enough plays today, and see Chubb get out there and run the ball a little bit. He's one of my favorites. It was a heck of a football game.
First of all, it was so cool because Pete Carroll clearly misses you. He misses Paulie.
I don't know.
You used to do a weekly hit with him?
I did. We used to sit down with him in person.
What a great question, Paul.
I wish you had said my name.
I miss you.
I'm not going to lie. When I was in the press conference, this is just me just being such an egomaniac narcissist. I'm like, will Pete Carroll recognize me?
We're bound to you, man.
Yeah, he was like, oh, what a great question.
I used to have a very thick beard, and I had less of a hairline than I have now. I started taking Propecia. I take PEDs for my hair, guys. It's never too late. Start to see
PEDs.
I take PEDs, man. Taking PEDs. Nothing wrong with a little Propecia in your life, a little Rogaine foam as well.
Yeah.
Look, they are the best, but this defense is in the league. Don't score touchdowns every week.
Correct.
That won you the game.
Mm-hmm.
Derek Stingley getting that pick six. You don't get that. I mean, that late touchdown by the Raiders. Do you trust this Texans offense to score on that last drive? I trust them to maybe get a field goal of 40 yards or so by Fairbairn after shooting themselves in the foot in the red zone like they do regularly.
Yeah.
But do you trust them to go down there and score a touchdown when it matters most? Not after Sunday. You maybe felt a little bit better about it after the game against the Cardinals, but Chiefs game, this game, Colts game, there have been moments where the offense, it's just not enough, and it's not a matter of the running backs out there.
Yeah.
It's a total thing. Their offensive line has some real limitations. Now it's going to have even more limitations. And on top of that, I mean, C.J. Stroud is not consistent enough yet.
Well, that's why we started this segment. First of all, that was really good analysis of the Texans' defense by Pete Carroll there, because he hit all the points. Some of these guys, obviously we talk about Lassiter and some other guys, maybe not the fastest. Henry To'oTo'o's a great story, where he's come from his first year to now. Jalen Petrie, becoming just an absolute weapon. Some of the best tackles yesterday in crucial minutes so the defense I'm not worried about. They're going to be great. They're going to carry this team a long way. But he also said it was a great compliment to us to be able to find success against them. Yes, it was. And it was a great plan. Maybe with the limitations now that you have at the defensive tackle position, I think as I mentioned earlier, we are going to see that again. It's just a matter of if the Texans can
John Lopez, Paul Gallant. Texans took down the Raiders yesterday, 23-21. 7 straight wins for Houston. 10 wins for the 3rd straight season under DeMeco Ryans. A lot of good on that side of things if we're looking at the macro, but the micro, this was a sloppy win. How are you feeling about it? 713-572-4610. Lunchtime confessions are next. I did something that makes me very concerned about my ability to be a father. I'll talk about that on the other side and more. Stay put.
Looking for a last-minute Christmas gift?
Merry Christmas!
How about a pair of front-row seats to the regular season finale against Indy? We've got them for you tomorrow on Texans Ticket Tuesday.
Santa's gonna love it.
Be listening in the 7 a.m., noon, and 5 p.m. hour for 3 chances to win your way into the building for next Sunday's game. Merry Christmas. is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive on a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, Paul Gallant, John Lopez here in the Loop. Listen, I'm going to start with this one because I think it's very important for our station. Our station. This is an important confession for our station. All right, so Paul, give me your interpretation of this. If I invited someone to a get-together at my house, okay, and as the get-together is getting rolling, I get this text from that person. Feel free to jump in on this too, Colin. What does it tell you? This is the text I got back on Saturday as we're in the midst of our tamale party, our annual tamale party. Quote, caught some kind of stomach bug last night. Guessing food. But in case it's something else, I'm staying away from people today. Appreciate the invite. How would you read that?
So this text was given to you in the midst of the party.
Well, early on, but yeah, you know, I invited.
But the party had already started.
Yeah, I invited this person. Caught some kind of stomach bug last night. Guessing food, but in case it's something else, I'm staying away from people today. Appreciate
the way you're asking it. I don't know if you believe this person. I like to take people at their word when it comes to stuff like this. Generally, the best excuse to use is kids because there's never any questioning kids when it comes to this. But I, depending on the person, would raise an eyebrow. Do you have any more details here, sir?
I do have some more details. I do have some more details. What if this person was healthy as a horse the next day during the Texans pregame show and throughout the Texans game and in the post game?
Well, sometimes food poisoning bugs only last 24 hours.
This was less. And what if that person's name is, I don't know, Sean Pendergast?
Damn. And listen, he's very convenient that they had the 6 to 8 show today because he doesn't even have to see you. And I was sitting between you and Sean at the Texans game.
How did he look to you?
He looked healthy.
Did he mention anything about a stomach bug?
He did not mention anything about a stomach bug. He was totally fine sitting next to me. I didn't want to have mud bud in the midst of a Texans game. Catch that?
But he's staying away from people.
Super
as
spreader
opposed,
Sean.
Except for, the 70,000.
Yeah. Oh. So we're doing this on the crosstalk tomorrow. So do you think Sean has a confession to make?
I think Sean has a confession to make tomorrow. No, I'm just messing around with him. I actually brought him some tamales anyway because he's a big fan. But I was like, so you're here. People, it's you.
That is generally, if I make plans, I'm very big about I stick to the plans no matter what, and I don't shake out of them. Some people in my friend group believe I'm a better dealer, and it actually is an insult to me.
Yeah.
Because no, if you ask me to do something, it does not matter if something gets asked afterwards. I will commit to that plan. That is a generally very weak excuse. If I'm trying to find my way out of something, I'm blaming a dead person.
Text board is going nuts.
My dead Uncle Olaf.
What a POS. Colin, what's your take on this?
So the text itself, I heard the text. There was something going on in here, but I don't know. Context-wise, there is something going around currently.
Oh boy, oh brother.
Okay, but stomach bug.
And he's fully healthy the next day.
That happens sometimes. I had that before where I felt like absolute crap one day because of that, and then the next day I'm like, up and going.
A texter said, did he tweet about his usual breakfast Sunday morning
That's a great thing to look for.
question.
All right, we can probably figure that out in a little bit.
We can do some investigating.
I will. Real briefly, one time I was doing a night show with Ted Johnson, and in the middle of a segment, after having something at a certain restaurant that's in the nearby area that I'm not sure if they endorse or if we're a sponsor of them, I felt very ill at about 10:20. Adam Spillane can confirm this, and I just got up in the middle of the segment and I said, "Excuse me, Ted." Walked over to the trash can and just
I remember hearing about
the trash can.
I remember.
And then I had the chills and the shivers, and the next day I felt time to time.
No, I've talked about it here. I mean, at my son's engagement party, my middle son's engagement party, I got there, ate something. Less than an hour later, I was like, "We got to go. We got to go."
There's nothing worse.
It does happen. I just thought it would be funny to bring that up. Especially
I love it.
When I see him down there, I'm like, "Oh, you look pretty good. You look pretty good."
This is my confession. I'm going to be a terrible father if I have a child, boy or girl, who plays sports. Not because I'll complain at the referees, because I think refs have a really hard job, and I feel bad for people that volunteer to be referees at the high school level and at lower levels. I think parents are getting a little bit out of control. My issue is that I can't keep my mouth shut when I'm watching sporting events. You know, this is my job. I feel like everyone's got to know
You're
my
always
opinion.
on.
Right. And I was watching the Pecan Bowl, which is this flag football tournament that takes place over on the west side of town. It's a very fun game. There's family and friends watching people that are about my age playing flag football against one another. And while I was watching this game, wanting to be out on the field, number one, because I'm a psycho flag football lover that thinks he's like Ed Reed. But two, there was a guy that was having a rough game.
Oh boy, you brought it.
Yeah. And he kept on dropping passes and making bad play after bad play. And I was, this guy sucks. I'm just saying this. And then about 20 minutes in, I get a nudge from somebody next to me, the people that I was at the game with, and they're like, sitting right in front of me. Right in front of me. And
she
listen,
was about to turn and just go full DK Metcalf on you.
Deservedly, but you know what? She didn't, and it might have been because she thought her husband sucked in this game as well. Whatever the case, I feel bad, and I realize that this is something I got to work on, because it's one thing when, it's professionals and I'm doing this for work. It's another thing when you're around people who maybe don't take flag football as psychotically seriously as you do. I should have kept my mouth shut. And apologies to that poor guy on the field who had a rough day, and apologies to that man's significant.
But that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be a bad dad. I mean, maybe it does.
I don't know. John, I watched my cousin play in a Strake JV high school football game back in like 2012. Strake is losing at the end. They're playing some other school, and this other school decides with less than a minute to go, despite winning, to throw a pass, and Strake pick-sixed it. And the entire time I'm just like, what an idiot that other coach is. What a dumb bleep, 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 bleep. Again, family-friendly area.
Yeah.
I can't help myself. I got to figure out a way to shut up.
Not here, though.
Not here.
Not here.
That's for you.
All right, so quick update from Sean Pendergast himself, who's not even hiding it anymore. It's like, yeah, we couldn't go. We weren't feeling it. He didn't say that, but he did send a picture of his tweet, his usual breakfast tweet. And by the way,
big ol' omelet.
If you had a little stomach bug, would you have a giant omelet with hot sauce? Oh, wait, there's more. Fruit bowl, 2 pieces of toast with butter, coffee, juice, and a plate of bacon.
Whoa.
I give him credit. He's owning it.
The toast would work.
Oh, no, he is owning it. He says, next time I'll have you come sit on my lap while I bleep. I don't know.
I'll pass on that.
I don't know what's true, what's not. I thought it was worthy of a confession, as is this one. Just last week, I believe it was even Friday. It might have been Thursday, but I believe it was even Friday. There was something really cool on the old internet, on the old social media platforms. And this was my confession. It was like, just when you feel like you need to ditch, just when you think that it's a hellscape, that social
worse.
That social media is an absolute horrible abyss. Somebody posts something that's really cool, and this I forget what exactly it was, but it was just really cool and informative and cool to see on Twitter. And I'm like, somebody does this. Well, now I'm back to it's a complete abyss. I'm back to it's a hellscape. Did you see what happened to our friend Jane Slater?
R.I.P.
R.I.P. Jane Slater. And we really need to say we're kidding quickly.
Very kidding.
Very much kidding, because there was a social media platform, I believe it was called, I am going to mention their name because you need to be alert to this, a Facebook account by the name of Star Nation that completely fabricated a report on Saturday that suggested that Jane Slater, who we've known for years on the NFL Network, primarily covers the Dallas Cowboys, had died, quote, after a tragic domestic violence incident.
Oh, my God.
These people, this is the third time I've said this today, which might be a record, need to go straight to hell. Straight to hell. Jane has family that maybe is out of town, out of the country. They just came across this. It started to make... I hate these people so much. It's just unbelievable that what makes your mind even want to go there? You know?
There's a part of me that wonders if this was something generated by artificial intelligence.
Maybe.
Because if you go on, in particular,
doesn't make it better.
Facebook has the wildest Texans Astros stories that you will ever see, and it makes me not go on the app at all. I only go on Facebook to check if it's someone's birthday.
Yeah.
I legitimately do not go on it for anything other than that.
You're one of those people where you only remember someone's birthday because of Facebook.
Yeah.
Yes, I do. I do.
But the thing is, you mentioned those. I see those all the time, too, and people actually eat that up.
They eat it up.
And that's the problem.
There'll be one person that's like, this is ridiculous, but a lot of people, John, to what you're saying, don't. I mean, we could do a social experiment. Now,
God, no, we're not. We're not.
I'm on board.
We're not.
Here's a listen. You could just post
I'm going to cover my ear. La, 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 la.
Post a black and white photo of somebody and just say, damn, and see what happens. Just see what happens.
Yeah.
You want to
Well, you know what's going to happen.
You know exactly.
You know exactly what's going to happen. I can't go back. I can't get over, like, what would possess anyone, and maybe it's AI, but what would possess anyone, like, just to get, like, literally just to get clicks?
Part of it's clicks, but some people are trolls. And
they're just horrible human beings.
I agree. When it comes to this is probably where you draw the line, but when has there ever been a line on the internet?
Yeah.
Especially now that it's overrun by artificial intelligence slop.
These are my confessions.
Okay. I got one more. I got one more.
Wow, this is going to be good.
Yes, you can already tell.
This is going to be good.
I am very nervous that I'm not going to be able to get my Christmas cards out in time.
Who cares?
Yeah, but I sent them out in May. Usually I send them out in May, and I feel like every single year, I know, John.
What?
I procrastinate so much. I procrastinate so much, and I'm scared I'm going to do it again.
You got to explain this. What do you mean May?
Like, sometimes I'll send out my cards. I'll finally sit down and do all my Christmas cards in May. And then I send them out in May.
You've got a very big problem.
I know.
Yeah.
He said finally in that sentence, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, here's the bigger problem is that my girlfriend, who I love, she's the best, has sent Christmas cards out already. They have reached everybody. People are sending me texts like, tell your girlfriend thank you for the really kind note.
Why didn't you just sign them? Just say, I'll take those.
Dude, I don't know. I'm like legitimately having anxiety about this. I want to get these out in time. This was like...
Dude, you slip.
What?
You should have just said, let me sign it too.
Yeah, I know, but I got to do them on my own.
Isn't your relationship to, you're Facebook official, right? Social media official?
We are social media official, yes.
Sign the damn card and boom, problem solved.
But I feel like I have to write a handwritten note out to every single person that I send the cards out to.
Well,
that's the problem.
You're going a long way.
But I'll do it in May and June. This is what I've done the last couple of years. And people are like, oh, there's procrastinating dumbass Paul again.
I'm kind of looking forward to getting a Christmas card in May. That'll be sweet.
Me and John like simultaneously just turned heads like, huh?
Even if you get them out this week, today, let's say, promise me you'll send me one in May.
I will. Do you want a 2024 card too? Because
God, yes.
I haven't sent those out either, and I'm sending my 2024 cards out with the 2025.
I want a 2024 card in May.
Okay, I got
signed
it.
by Paul.
Good to do a show with you, bro. All right, that is lunchtime.
Looking forward to 97.5.
Oh, God. Calling in for Figgy. I'm John. He's John. I'm Paul, sitting in for Reggie. You're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Reaction Monday. Texans are 10-5.
They don't listen.
A 23-21 win. No, can anyone listen? Over the Las Vegas Raiders yesterday. You want to weigh in on that? You know how to do it. Stay put.
Football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on
far.
It's a McCarram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McCarram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
CJ calls for the ball. Here's the snap. Stroud throwing left side of the end zone. Wants Nico and can't find him. A little too far. And there's a flag down. Lonnie Johnson, the former Texan, interfered with Nico Collins. DPI.
Pass interference on the defense number 32. That's a spot foul and automatic first down.
And that's why you take shots like that. You might get a call like this as Lonnie held the right arm of Nico, and he could not get near the football.
Shout out to Lonnie Johnson. Helping his old team out yesterday. Missed tackle and that PI set up the Texans for their only offensive touchdown on Sunday in a 23-21 win yesterday, their 7th straight win. A sloppy win. We've been playing good cop, bad cop all morning, afternoon long, John.
And that's exactly what they were doing. They were just like, well, was it 3rd and 18? Something
3rd and 8. I think it was 3rd and 8 because there was also the other
that's right,
PI
that's right.
where it was 3rd and 18.
But they're just like, screw it. Let's just throw it up there. Maybe good at pass interference. Lo and behold.
It worked. It worked. And look, Nico Collins, that's what kind of weapon he is.
Yeah.
You might feel can make play if the guy's got to step on you or if he's in position. You just got to tackle him, and that's what Lonnie Johnson did there. Some passing thoughts, John, from yesterday's game.
Let's get to it.
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just
It's time for the OG's passing thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
True story. True story. All right, so some of these are obviously football related, some not so much. So walking around the stadium a little bit before the game, I got there a little earlier than usual and kind of meandered, looking at all the fans and such. I saw within maybe 30 seconds of each other a fan walking in, and they weren't together, with a Mario Williams jersey, and then a little later, another fan walking in with a Dante Robinson jersey. And I was just like, well, that's weird. And it got me thinking, I wanted to ask you, how long until, don't get rid of the jersey, maybe, whatever, keep it at your house or whatever, but how long until you should retire a jersey from public consumption?
Never.
No, but these aren't like traditional, maybe Mario Williams you can argue, but like I get the throwbacks, like a good old Earl Campbell or whatever. And maybe Mario Williams is in that category, but Dante Robinson?
You could make a statement with something like that. That's Pay Me Rick. That's Mr. Pay Me Rick on his cleats.
Listen, we all growing up loved a very obscure player.
Yeah.
And that guy was probably that person's obscure player that they loved.
Well, Dante at the time was actually, but now somewhat more, obscure.
There's probably lower players on the totem pole where it might be completely unacceptable to wear. I wish I still had this jersey. I'm bummed out that I gave it away. So when I was going to high school in Tampa Bay area, my mom was trying very hard to get me off the Patriots wagon in the midst of the dynasty.
That's not going to happen.
Good luck, Mom. But she did get me a Tampa Bay Buccaneers Joe Juravicius jersey.
Joe Juravicius, Penn State, baby.
Remember Joe Juravicius? Yeah. He had the big catch and run. I think it was against the Philadelphia Eagles in the NFC Championship game before they eventually won that Super Bowl that they won with
That'd be a sweet
John
jersey
Gruden. It was a cool jersey. I think the obscure, random jerseys should be worn forever because they're very unique. They're a good conversation starter. And I know some people are like, well, I don't wear jerseys, and that's fine. I'm not telling you can or can't wear something. I will wear them occasionally. The one that I wish I had, the most obscure jersey that I wish I had, I really wish I had the Miami Heat, the Miami Vice edition Goran Dragic jersey. Because I was obsessed with Goran Dragic on the 2011 Houston Rockets when they were a part of this station way back in the day, and I was running highlights for them. I loved me some Gogi. The Dragon.
All right, another passing thought here. I do have to give the Texans crowd some credit. It was relatively light, but I don't know if you noticed this. They were actually in the stadium, at kickoff. It never filled, but fans were there. And then as a second part to that, I got to tell you, man, tip of the cap, the Raiders have 2 wins. there were a bleep ton of Raiders fans there.
They
You
talk
got to give them
trash.
credit.
Raiders.
Yeah.
That was the chant that I heard a lot yesterday.
Yeah, you got to give them credit. That's a 2-win team.
Now, their identity is not necessarily about the actual football product, which has been bad for such a long time. It's we like to dress up and act like a biker gang of sorts.
Yeah.
We are a countrywide, nationwide fan base of weirdos and derelicts and stuff. But you're right. As I was walking in, I was like, I don't see any Raiders fans. Then all of a sudden, 5 popped up and they all started yelling Raiders at each other.
And there was a good number in the stands. So I got to give the old Raiders some credit to be able to show up like that despite being so bad. Here's another one, pregame. So these were my first 3 pregame thoughts, passing thoughts. And I found this interesting. I don't know how often this has happened, but it hasn't been a lot. The Texans' offense was introduced to the crowd, which I found very interesting. I thought it was a product of having a good little run here. Biggest cheer for C.J. Stroud, but then after the game, it made me think about this. How many more times are we going to see the offense introduced instead of the defense?
Well, I don't know if they're going to boo C.J. Stroud for the next game. But a lukewarm reception or something like that, I think is where you're going with here. It certainly could be the case. Look, after last week, he played great. He played great against the Cardinals. And that's what's so frustrating about yesterday, because I know that there's C.J. Stroud. I believe that he has talent. Yesterday was just a really bad day from an accuracy perspective. I think they could do it again, but why would you when your bread and butter is your defense?
And then that's where you're going to get the loudest cheers. Another passing thought for you here. There was a moment, this offense has never been really consistently great. We've talked about it. But I thought their opening script in some games has been pretty solid. I think I mentioned it to you and Reggie in the press box. Like, there have been moments where their first 15 plays, whatever it is, you see, okay, I see what they're trying to establish. I see what they're trying to do. That opening script yesterday, garbage. Absolute garbage.
As part of a garbage first quarter, there were 7 punts in the first quarter, which is hard to do. There were 3 first downs and 1 came by penalty. We're talking just combined between the two. But you're right. What was that to open up the game?
I don't know what they were trying to establish. It was crazy. Another passing thought for you here. And this is post game. I started wondering, so I'm going to ask you, where in the grand scheme of offense does Kaimi Fairbairn rank in terms of importance? Serious question. In terms of this team and putting points on the board, where does he rank? Is he top 5? Top 3? You got CJ, Nico, Dalton Schultz.
He's 4.
Is he 4?
He's after those 3. Because he's automatic, at least indoors.
Got a game ball.
From 40 yards plus.
Yeah.
I mean, I that's a very interesting way of looking at it. It's maybe a depressing lens to look at the Texans off. No, he's very important. If he doesn't hit one of those field goals, they lose based off of just the final score. They won by 2. Yeah, he's top 5. That's for sure. I'll put him at 4 after Dalton Schultz. Yeah, that's not good, John.
Yeah, your kicker. I actually agree with you. I'd put him at 4 too.
The red zone offense is just not good, and at the very least, he generally hits those kicks. Outside of the one that was blocked last week, right before halftime.
Yeah, and this is another one that's just sort of a head scratcher. Maybe could have used. When we were talking about this defense at noon. But the Raiders, obviously we mentioned, have 2 wins. They've now lost 9 straight games. And before yesterday, they had gone 9 straight games rushing for less than 75 yards. Yesterday, they rushed for 145. Is that an aberration? Is it a product of the defensive tackles that we talked about? Is it a product of no Al-Shaair? Is it a somewhat of a worry? Giving up 145 yards rushing.
My hope is that it's an aberration, not just for the Texans, but for the Raiders. But that said, I mean, Ashton Genty, he's a top 10 pick. You want to give him credit for being a really good player. This was the best game that he's ever played. My hope is that it's no Al-Shaair.
Yeah.
And that it's not related to Mario Edwards being out. Because if teams can run the football on the Texans in the playoffs, that actually gives them a little bit of a crowbar to Jimmy open a door against them defensively, because that's the strength of this team.
Yeah. This is one where, flat out, I'm just being honest, I had no idea you could get penalized for this, but there was a moment in the game where a call went against the Raiders, and the referee actually said, quote, personal foul flopped. I didn't know flopping was was a personal foul.
Really? I didn't know that either.
Didn't they? I think that they were trying to explain a call that might have happened, but I did hear the referee
He
say
said
flop.
personal foul. The player flopped.
I think they didn't call it because the player flopped. But whatever the case it was,
Yeah.
I love that the referee called it out. Because that needs to be called out. If you flop, you don't have honor as a man. No, really, John. This is the thing about basketball. It's so hard to watch now.
You
don't have honor. You're cheating. You're trying to cheat. That is worse than anything possible. And in a sport where it's so violent and physical, to flop, unless you're doing it ironically, like we've seen a couple of players do of late, like as a joke, like I think you are dishonorable. Josh Allen, one of the worst perpetrators in the league on this front. One
Patrick
of the
Mahomes.
absolute worst. Mahomes, of course, we saw last year. He should have been fined, penalized for that. Maybe that's soon, John. But I do remember hearing the referee say that, and it was funny hearing Mark and Andre laughing on the call.
Exactly. All right, one more for you here, because this is a definite, huge shout out. It wasn't that long ago where we were talking about, boy, Jalen Petrie just doesn't finish tackles, doesn't make tackles. You know, the players are bouncing off of him. He needs to improve his tackling. Jalen Petrie, his tackling, no longer an issue.
He's a killer.
He just made some plays that saved big gains, if not touchdowns.
Is it the concussion helmet?
And that might be a mini passing thought. I have no problem with those, what do they call them? The
turtle hats.
Turtle hats.
I don't know what they are either.
I know them, but it doesn't translate in red.
No, it doesn't. Because the red, the candy coat paint versus it looks like it's not, all of a sudden it's not shiny and flashing.
I was like, I could have done without the Guardian caps. Yeah, Guardian caps. That didn't quite translate. But, man, Jalen Petrie, we can put that to bed now.
He has been awesome this season. And to see him become as violent of a player, he used to be just really good at that in the box as a blitzer. But now, you got to watch your back whenever Five's in the area. He's clobbering people out there.
Yeah.
He is John Lopez and Paul Gallant sitting in for Reggie. You're in the loop, Sports Radio 610 on a Reaction Monday. The Texans now 10-5 after a 23-21 win over the Las Vegas Raiders yesterday. Stick around as we continue to talk about it in the loop, Sports Radio 610.
Monday Night Football is HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Maybe just rush my timing, and I'm a confident person. I think I can put it anywhere. So some of them I just should progress, shouldn't just force the ball. But yeah, any throw that I can throw, I just missed a couple, and that's part of the game.
That's Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud talking about his performance in a 23-21 win for the Texans over the Raiders. Their seventh straight win on the season, the third straight 10-win season of the DeMeco Ryans era. But C.J. Stroud in this game struggled. 23 of 35 for just 187 yards, a 5.3 yards per attempt average. No turnovers, no sacks, but lots of missed throws, John, specifically overthrows and sailed passes. He was someone who did not hoop on Sunday.
He did not hoop, and then he did. At the end there. Now, certainly got a lot of help.
Thank you very much, referees.
From the referees. But nevertheless, made some good throws, too. Dalton Schultz clearly is one of those guys that he feels like, Nico, I'll just throw it in that direction. But I think the bigger question for me with C.J. Stroud right now, and nobody here believes he's, fragile or, not strong-minded or anything, but I do think he goes in waves of when things start out good, the confidence, just grows and grows and grows and becomes that killer that he talked about back in the day. I think when things start out, badly, like they did yesterday, I think the confidence is just not quite there. It's not about, buy-in or whatever. You said something that I totally agree with earlier. He really, I want to drive the ball down.
Mm-hmm.
I want to drive. It's an innate with
First
him.
play of the game yesterday, and that might have been a design play. You bring in Blake Fisher, you go jumbo, and then you chuck it downfield. But you didn't like what you saw the first couple of series of the games from the Texans, specifically Nick Caley calling plays.
Yeah, and I didn't, and I don't think a lot of people did. There were boos.
Mm-hmm.
Later in the first half, which was interesting.
They were loud boos too.
There were loud boos.
It was loud.
Yeah, so I really feel like C.J. Stroud, it's a matter of that script that we talked about, getting him some completions, and maybe that's the design that they've had in certain games, those short completions. And when you see something, it took a while it took 3 quarters for him to really start looking like the guy we thought he was.
Over the middle works for him, and he has to, I think, remind himself that that's where he can put the ball in the best possible spots. Maybe he was feeling Max Crosby a little bit more than he's felt pass rushers in other games. Crosby didn't have a sack, but Crosby was awesome yesterday. That was my first in-person Max Crosby experience. That guy is a all-heart, all-hustle kind of player. Maybe he was
saved
feeling
the touchdown on Nick Chubb's run.
He did. It was a hell of a play.
Yeah.
I mean, and he ran him down quick, too. Like, that also is a reflection. Nick Chubb is no longer the old Nick Chubb. But Stroud has got to be better than what we saw yesterday if this team's going to go on a run. So he didn't hoop, but who did hoop in yesterday's game?
Well, the one that really stood out to me, changed the game, put the game in the Texans' favor. Obviously, Derek Stingley are absolutely incredible.
A lot of ball talk. Ball skills, ball placement.
All
Footballs.
Yeah, but it wasn't a great pass by Geno Smith, probably his worst pass of the day. But to be able to turn and contort his body, get that ball, get down. I thought for a second he might have been touched because the receiver kind of swiped at him. But then the wherewithal to go down the field and score the touchdown. Now has 4 interceptions. They don't throw at him a lot, but when they do, it's a dangerous proposition. And Mark Vandermeer said something earlier this morning on Texans radio where I went, no way. And then I went, well, like that meme of the girl that she's like, no. And then, well, maybe. How about a couple plays of Derek Stingley on offense?
Oh, I knew you were going to go here.
How about at least 1 or 2? Red zone, throw it up.
I think he has the second best ball skills on the team.
Mm-hmm.
We continue to talk about balls.
Yeah.
He is incredible at finding the football, getting it to the highest point and coming back to it. That's a tough to learn skill. And hey, if you're doing that as a defender, yeah, I think Stingley could do what Travis Hunter ultimately could do for the Jacksonville Jaguars. It's crazy to think the Jaguars are winning, by the way, without Travis Hunter.
And we're not saying go both ways. You know,
a couple plays.
Just put in a play or two.
Definitely want him in on Hail Marys.
Red zone, Hail Marys.
Yeah.
Something along those lines. Obviously, Hail Mary defense, he'll be there.
For sure.
But something along the – anybody else jump out to you as far as they hooped?
EJ Speed. Considering there's no Azeez Al-Shaair in this game, I know the Texans gave up a lot of yards on the ground, and that might be something concerning. You were saying, hey, maybe it's a blueprint going forward. For sure, they're going to have to be better against the run than they were. EJ Speed, great job of doing what a linebacker is supposed to do. Some linebackers, and I'm not going to act like I'm some NFL expert, ex-player or anything like that, but there are a lot of guys who get put on a pedestal because of the amount of tackles that they have. An example of this, you might have seen earlier in the week. Did anyone see the Ian Rappaport, I'm taking this straight from an agent report about how Devin White could set a record for like tackles in the season? Devin White's making a lot of those tackles downfield. Well, as you get older as a linebacker, everyone starts doing that. I started to see that with Bobby Wagner when I was up in Seattle. Everyone thought he was the best linebacker in the game. I talked with some linebackers that covered the team up there, ex-linebackers. I didn't really see it. A linebacker that actually finds where the gaps are in a running game and attacks them with a reckless kind of abandon, which you see from Jalen Petrie a lot.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you need, and Speed did a great job of that yesterday, and they needed it without Al-Shaair, who is one of, in DeMeco Ryans' words, the three most important tone setters for this defense. Amari Lassiter, he had number one, Azeez Al-Shaair and Jalen Petrie. Someone had to step up with Al-Shaair out. I thought Speed did a great job yesterday.
Yeah, and I think you're right on that. Devin White is the best example. Another one that stood out to me, and this, well, we can also go like who didn't hoop, because when Trent Brown went down and he was playing well, you were saying earlier, no sacks. You know that were
at the very least they kept CJ upright.
They kept CJ upright, but the combination of hooping and not hooping, when he went down. Titus Howard immediately went to right tackle. Jarrett Patterson to left guard. Blake Fisher had to go to left tackle, and they were trying to get him a lot of over there. Blake Fisher, he will not be on this team next year. I don't believe. But shout out to Titus Howard for doing what he's been doing all year long. I mean, just making it seamless. Just doing. I mean, you got to give him a lot of credit,
especially considering he had changed his profile on social media to right tackle only. Nope, he's done what he's supposed to do. That's what you look for out of a leader. And this offensive line didn't really have a true leader last year. You had a great player in Laramie Tunsil, but Laramie. Yeah, and that was at least the conventional thought from a lot of people who have been covering the team of late. Guys who balled yesterday. You mentioned Derek Stingley earlier. I said EJ Speed a little bit earlier. The pass rush tandem between these two, it's Will Anderson with a sack, Daniil Hunter with a sack. It's the best pass rush tandem in the National Football League. And while they aren't always as good at getting to the quarterback as you would want with the four-man rush, last couple of weeks it hasn't been as great as it was earlier in the year. Those two are just impossible. And the relentlessness that both Anderson and Hunter play with, there are very few players that a team can roll out there on both sides of a defensive line that are able to do what they do.
No, and Will Anderson just continues to, by the way, very vocal in this game. You know, and a lot was made last week about, you know, not talking to the media or whatever. I don't know what was going on there. Maybe he had his eye poked apparently or whatever.
My read, and I'm speculating here, I think he was frustrated with his performance, but there was a moment in that game against the Cardinals where he was on the sideline and DeMeco Ryans was talking to him. Talking enough. He says, like, yeah, sometimes I get a little bit too hyped, and Daniil Hunter is the one who's talking him down from time to time. Yeah, he was a little bit more, I think, vocal as a leader in this game.
And he was in the middle of the circle pregame, breaking the guys down or whatever.
Yeah,
so clearly just that guy. And it's crazy because the offense was so bad for so long. But I just keep going back to Dalton Schultz and the season that he is having. Broke Owen Daniels' record for catches in a season by a tight end, which is saying something alone. And we mentioned it last week, you know, the most catches going into this weekend. I'm sure he's right up there still of all AFC tight ends. That includes Travis Kelce. That includes, every tight end in the AFC. Dalton Schultz, easily a Pro Bowl tight end.
Into the year, DeMeco Ryans said he's looking like the old Dalton Schultz, the guy that they thought they were getting, I guess, when he was with the Dallas Cowboys. And, yeah, he has been incredibly reliable. You would like a little bit more after the catch, but I think a lot of tight ends, their fan bases would say the same thing about them.
Yeah.
He has been incredibly reliable, considering, he had some drops in big moments last year, specifically against the Chiefs. Yeah, he's been really, really consistent for C.J. Stroud in a year where after Nico Collins, you needed somebody to step up.
Do you have anybody else? Because I do have a question for you after that.
It's tough for me to look at this game and
hooped,
say
balled out.
So I'll just say Kaimi Fairbairn.
Yeah.
I mean, he's, as we said a little bit ago, he's one of your top 5 most reliable players in terms of scoring points.
And the good thing with him is we've talked about it a little bit. Late in the season, especially in weather. Yesterday wasn't a weather game. He has struggled in outdoor environments, et cetera. There's going to be some of those, but of course he passed all those tests in Kansas City, and he's getting it done. The question I have for you, because we've talked about the run game, and actually you and I were talking about during a break, Woody Marks I like a lot, but you can't make Woody Marks like your featured back. He's got to be the number 2 guy.
Yeah.
Maybe a third down or whatever. But how do we feel about that one run that Nick Chubb had? I mean, the guy he didn't even take very many snaps. I think Jawar Jordan had like 12 of the first 13 snaps. They didn't even put him out on the field very much. And then he comes up and makes the big play.
He's one of the best yards after contact runners in NFL history. And, you could put the numbers up. It's a shame that they did not keep those numbers as long as they should have. But he is really good still at continuing to drive forward. I'll also say Lonnie Johnson.
That was a weird play.
You got to make that tackle.
Yeah.
At the very least, you got to. Lonnie Johnson was going for the forced fumble there. He was going for the big play. And listen, if you're actually good at punching the football out, fine. But Lonnie Johnson, the life of Lotto, is no Peanut Tillman. So I'm not going that far on that one.
The life of Lotto.
He did have a YouTube show that he was trying to launch, and this is what sports are these days. Everyone's got their own personal brand, which sometimes maybe is a priority over what he's doing on the field.
And I have one more, and it is all over the text board, so I think a lot of us are on the same page. There was a hit on a special kickoff. It was a kickoff. And I turned to you, and I said, I know who that is without even looking at the number, because I just saw the hit. And that guy was British Brooks.
Oh.
I mean, it was so – no, actually, it was Reggie. I get you confused with Reggie a lot. But
we do look the same.
I turned to Reggie. I said, I don't know who that is. And didn't even know who – I hadn't even looked at the number. Hadn't gotten up from the pile.
Yeah.
British Brooks on special teams is a nut.
He's a killer.
He doesn't care.
I like that a guy who is a running back has found a way onto the field because he knows he is more than just that. And he goes out there and feels like it's once every 3 weeks where you are hearing some
decleating
lumber being laid out there.
Just decleat someone.
Who hooped? Who didn't hoop? 713-572-4610. That's how you call in. That's how you text it. Almost at another phone number. On YouTube and on Twitch.
That's on your 2024 Christmas card.
As well, yes. In case you're just tuning in, I'm so slow at sending out Christmas cards. I still haven't sent my 2024 Christmas cards out. Send them with the 2025s, and maybe the 2026s when I don't do it this year. Up next, no Figgy, but we got Figgy's mixtape.
We do.
The Texans won, but are you happy? Stay put.
It wasn't pretty, but the Texans kicked off their holiday. is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive on a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the mixtape on Sports Radio 610. I am not Figgy Fig. That is not Reggie Attitula, but the mixtape goes on. And this was a really fun one for me because interesting, maybe not fun, because when I you know how much I go fishing and I keep a little place down in Aransas Pass, Port Aransas area. Well, this happened in Port Aransas, right in my backyard down there. So everybody likes to go beachcombing. I mean, you've been beachcombing, right? Go down to Galveston, down in Florida where you live for a while.
St. Pete, yeah.
When you're down at the beach, you go beachcombing. Well, what if you found a giant starfish on the beach when you're beachcombing? Listen to this report from KHOU.
Another creepy crotches. Christine sent us this video and several images of a starfish on the shores of Port Aransas. This is a gray sea star using its little tubes on its feet to crawl along the sand. The gray sea star can grow up to 12 inches across. Christine posted the video on Facebook, and people were shocked by the size of the starfish. Wow. She put it back, by the way, I asked.
Back in the sea?
Good for her. Yes. Good for her.
You got to wait for the...
Oh, it's beautiful.
Look, I'm like, I don't know if I would have did that. I would let it dry out and put it on the shelf.
No!
Good for you.
We do like to collect seashells, but I haven't collected a starfish.
That was nice.
That was my favorite part. I think that, who was that? That wasn't me and Gradney, was it? Who was that?
I couldn't tell you.
But anyway, I felt like she was the only honest one there. She's like, yeah, I'd have killed that thing and put it on a shelf. It was giant.
I'm looking at the pictures of it. It is massive. And, yeah, my girlfriend would 100% have done the same thing. So the last time that I went to the beach with my girlfriend, there was actually a beach in Oregon, and we spent about, 20 minutes, beach combing, and we picked up a couple of rocks and shells and stuff like that.
And stuff.
She would 100% have taken this poor thing away from the water so we could slowly shrivel up and die an agonizing death. And his poor starfish family would be crying, "When's Daddy coming home?" He's not coming home. He's now a prop for a woman.
Come on, man. You can't do pasture starfish like that.
I look, I'm telling you, I feel like she was the only honest one there. It's a beautiful fish. You can add it, and it's very unique. And I found out later that these things usually are in over 180 to 100 feet of water. Somehow it wound up, on the beach in Port Aransas, and it was crawling around. It's got those suction cups and all that stuff. And by the way, whenever it loses one of its star legs or whatever, it grows back. It's a weird fish and very unique.
A real sicko out there might think about seeing if they can watch this.
Yeah, I was thinking
the arm grow back. I'm going to torture it.
I'm sure it takes a couple days at least.
You would think, but I'm not going to lie. I'd like to think, as much as we're all about conservation and stuff when I'm out fishing, I'd like to think I'd have put it back too, but would you?
Listen, the girlfriend. I
blame it on the girlfriend.
Happy. Listen, as someone who's just trying to find a more full-time job as I figure things out, I don't think I have a choice. I think I got to kill this thing to make my girlfriend happy.
All right, so that was kind of unique and different. Something that's rolling up on the beaches in the Port Aransas area, but it doesn't hold a candle to this. This is happening on the very same beach.
So it's continuing to wash up. It's nothing short of creepy. We're talking about dolls. Yes, dolls. And the images, that's the stuff that nightmares are made of. Our Bill Churchwell headed over to Mustang Island, and he has this story.
Washing up with the high tide is something that is turning heads and
Parking reasons.
I think it's very freaky.
Dozens of dolls and doll parts found stuck in the sand along the South Texas coastline.
We've found well over 20 dolls over the last few years.
Jace Tunnel is the director at Mission Aransas Reserve.
We monitor about 40 miles of beach from North Padre Island all the way up to Matagorda.
He is among the researchers who normally sets out in search of things like turtles and birds on the beach. But every once in a while, he finds one, a creepy doll, or a bucket of them.
Sometimes it's got barnacles coming out of the eyes, or the hair's just halfway falling off. You know, stuff kind of what nightmares are made out of.
But where are they coming from? Tunnel says a debris study through the University of Texas Marine Science Institute shows how much trash washes up on Texas beaches.
We actually have 10 times the amount of trash that washes up here, and it has to do with the loop current that goes around Mexico and up the east coast of Florida, and we get these eddies that come off of there, and anything that's in that current gets pushed up on the Texas coast.
He says the dolls could be coming from anywhere in the world.
I can't imagine having this up in my house.
But there are some collectors who treasure these finds. In fact, they're being sold to raise money for the Amos Rehabilitation Keep, with every penny going to help in the recovery of stranded sea turtles and birds.
Some people tell me that they collect them and they want to buy them, and so I just point them, say, hey, watch the Facebook page, and in March we'll post when we're going to have the sale.
The washed up toys, also an eye-opening call to action to keep our beaches cleaner.
If you see trash on the ground, pick it up and dispose of it properly.
If you plan to head out to the beach, watch where you step, because something might already be watching you.
Oh my God.
Bill Churchwell, reading this.
When we say dolls, I was showing Paul the video. It's the classic scary doll, you know, the little plastic face. One of them had a fish stuck in his eye. One had a bunch of mold in her eye, whatever. A bunch of mold coming out of their mouth. You saw the one with the green stripes all over it.
It looked like Sid from Toy Story's backyard.
But a good reference right there.
Sid on a bad day.
Yeah.
Sid on a bad day.
I mean, that was some freaky stuff. And if you're listening along and you're not watching it, you didn't see my face, first off. My jaw dropped. That was just some weird-looking stuff. Also, that guy that's stepping in there, this Mr. Science, who's like, well, actually, it's from this. Like, completely disarms the video. If you're watching that video, you see that on mute. That is truly haunting stuff.
But here's the funny thing, Colin. I mean, he said at one point it could be coincidence. There's like 40 dolls over the course of whatever many weeks that are rolling up with all kinds of growths coming out of their body on the same beach.
Come on, dog.
Yeah, it's definitely targeted. Have you ever been to a house, maybe it was like a family member, where there's relatives and they've got a room and it's just dolls?
Oh, the dolls, it's the worst. I collect them. Well, I'm sorry for you.
I don't want to stay. I've had to stay in a doll room before at night. It's not fun.
Stay in a doll room.
What in the world led you to that?
They're all looking at you.
Family, just like I was on a family vacation, and the room that was available, they had a doll room. As someone who is still scared of Slappy from Night of a Living Dummy, the Goosebumps made-for-TV movie from like the late '90s. Yeah, I didn't like that.
These are incredibly creepy dolls. The things that are growing. The one with the fish in the eyeball.
Oh, my God.
That's going to be used for some B-roll in a horror movie one day.
Absolutely will. All right, so, Paul, you weren't here. Actually, Colin wasn't either. He was, but he was around. So Figgy gave, right here on the mixtape, he gave our listeners nightmares last Friday, flat out. In fact, they were talking about it a bunch. He was out. Reggie was out tailgating, and a bunch of listeners came up and said, "Dude, what was that about?" And Figgy said people have been texting him. I've gotten texts from all kinds of friends about what he dubbed the worst, accurately, I might say, the worst Christmas song ever. Now, we're not going to play all three parts again, but it's called An Old-Fashioned Christmas, Daddy's Home. And the first part is very sweet, kind of like, sounds like one of those Goodyear records, with all the little, Johnny Mathis and Nat King Cole and all this. Nice little song. Then it gets dark real fast.
What fun it is to...
We're sorry to interrupt this program, but a bulletin has just been handed me.
There's an incident involving the number 5 bus out of New Haven. The only information we have is that the bus skidded on a patch of ice and slammed into a tree. Stay tuned to this station for further details.
Mommy, isn't that the bus Daddy rides each night?
Put your mind at ease, my children.
I don't know.
Everything's all right. Everyone, don't get excited. Things will be okay. Nothing bad is going
Another plot twist coming up.
on this Christmas day.
Sounds pretty good so far, right?
It's gonna be a very Merry Christmas with all the children by the Christmas tree.
It gets darker. Hold on.
It's gonna be
This is a Christmas song.
old-fashioned Christmas
Good old-fashioned Christmas.
Don't listen to the lyrics.
for my children.
All right.
Their daddy
Hold on to your hat.
and me.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've just been handed the latest report involving bus number 5 out of New Haven. And from all indications, we're sorry to report that there were no survivors.
It's a Christmas song.
Oh my God, this just can't happen. What am I? What have I got left in life to look for?
Oh, God.
It keeps, hold on.
Who will walk me down the aisle on my wedding day?
Oh, Lord.
Who is gonna buy me toys and take me out to play?
Uh-oh. Another plot twist. Hey!
Merry Christmas, everybody. I know it's late, but I missed my bus. Well, don't just stand there. Help me with these presents.
Oh, God.
What? Why? That's really the only question I have in response to all of that. Why? Why is that a Christmas song? It didn't relate to Christmas at all.
Well, it's an old-fashioned Christmas, Paul. But here's the other thing, and I said this the other day when Figgy played it. There are 40 people dead on the highway, and they're like, oh, Daddy's home, all good.
It didn't affect me. They're NPCs.
They got, and it's like the first verse is like an old-fashioned Christmas. You heard the melody, and all of a sudden it takes this dark turn. Oh, we interrupt this program. There's been a wreck on the bus your dad's on.
It's funny because I was recording it and listening to it, and I thought for a second I accidentally like potted something up. Like
Oh yeah, it was like not related.
Yeah, I thought like what do you have me here, John?
That was wild.
And then it gets even darker. But it did
land though.
It did land.
He got home,
and we got a lot of people freaked out. But it did me thinking. Beyond that, which I think wins the award. What's a Christmas song that just kind of freaks you out? You know, I think the obvious answer is Baby It's Cold Outside. You know, it's called Consent, brother. And there's not a whole lot of it in that song.
Someone did a comedian version. I'll play this on tomorrow's mixtape.
Yeah.
There's a comedy version of this song where somebody, like, the guy's like, okay, leave. Which he keeps on saying, it's cold outside. Get out.
Well, we have a little bit of that, but then
cool.
I want to get to something else. Yeah. Little Dean Martin. No does not mean no, apparently.
Is he sauced up in this one?
Probably.
Baby, it's cold outside.
No does not mean no to Dean.
Baby, it's cold outside. Been hoping that you drop in. I'll hold your hands, they're just like ice. Beautiful.
Who cares about your mother? You're staying here.
Listen to the fireplace roar.
He's so smooth.
Beautiful, please don't hurry. Just put
changing the
records
subject
on while I pour. Baby, it's bad out.
All right, that's
I got an espresso martini right here.
Yeah. So I don't know if you have any others that kind of freak you out. This one definitely freaks me out, and it's called Christmas Shoes.
Oh no.
Christmas Shoes.
No.
Daddy says there's not much time. You see,
Can you get Mama her shoes? She's dying and might not make it through the night.
Dying of cancer.
Okay, I actually never listened to that song. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
If you don't get your mother these shoes, she's going to die faster and in more pain.
What is with these songs like that are supposed to be a holiday, like cheery, joyful?
Yes.
Like why the dark twist? Like,
Yes.
come on, man.
Well, here's the thing. We all know, like everywhere else and every other day of the year, there are some very sad things that happen at Christmas. We've all tried to, give, to hospitals and organizations that, for people. I know we all do. To different degrees, we all have that compassion, whether it's, the Red Bucket, or some other charity. But you hit it, Colin, like to make a song about it, and not only make a song about like your dad potentially dying with 40 other people on a bus on the side of the road, and your mom having cancer and maybe not making it through the night. So let's get her a pair of shoes.
It's not going to help.
It does. Well, first of all, why do you do that? And secondly, do you think it's going to be a hit? Do you think like people, hey, we got to play that one. Remember that one?
I wonder who that is for. You're right, because if you're playing it on the radio, I think I would tune out. On Christmas, I want to be in denial that bad things.
Part of the holidays.
Has 8.9 million views on YouTube, 68,000 likes, and I can't see the dislikes because YouTube.
I got to believe a lot of those, including the old-fashioned Christmas song, people either morbidly ironic or whatever. Like, have you heard this one?
See, I thought the "Oh Holy Night" song that's sung by a drunk man at karaoke is the worst Christmas song I've ever heard. But at least that was done clearly ironically.
Yeah,
I can't believe people came up.
832 said Grandma got run over by a reindeer. I got over it, but when I was little, I was like, what?
Yeah. Well, they clearly hated her. They clearly hated the grandma because they're very happy about it. Like, classic grandma. She's dead. Anyway, that's good. In the Loop. Sports Radio 610. He's John. I'm Paul. And that was Figgy's mixtape. Texans took down
Sweet Dreams
the Raiders yesterday, 23-21. Final thoughts on that before we turn things over to the drive. In the Loop. Sports Radio 610. Stay there.
Monday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. Brock Purdy and the Niners head to
proud of our team for continuing to find ways to win. That's always our goal.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
It's a McCarran Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Paul Gallant in for Reggie. John Lopez. Texans 23, Raiders 21 yesterday, 7 straight for the Texans. 10-5 on the season, 10 wins for the third time in 3 tries for the DeMeco Ryans era. And yet, a lot of what if in yesterday's game. A lot to be desired.
So you heard the promo right before we came back on. It's all about the win, DeMeco says. And you'll be hearing from DeMeco here in just a little bit with the boys on the afternoon drive. But I guess we started the show like, yeah, is it still good that just a win's a win, and are all wins good or whatever? And ultimately yes. Ultimately yes. This is where the Texans are right now. Doesn't matter how pretty it is, but moving forward, it just makes you. How do you feel? How do you feel about like tomorrow?
I feel like there are certain teams that I would think to myself, they're not going to be able to score enough points against them. Mm-hmm. And I guess if you go through the entirety of the AFC, you are looking at the Texans defense and thinking to yourself, well, they're going to be able to handle this offense.
Can they score against this defense?
But, I mean, is the third time the charm for Josh Allen to score enough points to make it tough for the Texans offense to keep pace? Mm-hmm. How does Drake May look in the Texans' first look against him? There's so much of a burden that's being put on the defense, and when your offense struggles to move the football against what was the worst team in the league last season, how can you feel optimistic that this offense is going to be anything other than what we saw yesterday?
Yeah, and the old axiom, the old adage, defense travels. It does, and the Texans have proved it. But nevertheless, postseason in New England, postseason in wherever. Even if it's Jacksonville or certainly Buffalo, that changes the equation, on both sides of the ball, especially on the offensive side, I feel.
Yeah, for sure. And, hey, to what you've been saying all show, what's going on with the Texans' run defense coming out of this one, whether it's Mario Edwards being gone, Azeez Al-Shaair not being in there in that game, or it's just something that the Raiders figured out. Ashton Jeanty hadn't done anything all season until yesterday. A team like the Jaguars, for the most part this season, has run the ball pretty well. How does Travis Etienne and how does that Jaguars offense look against you, especially now that Trevor Lawrence is playing with confidence?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's something to be concerned about. It was bad yesterday. That happens. Not every quarterback's going to be perfect every Sunday, but I am graduated past being happy about close wins. I hold this team to a higher standard. I hold C.J. Stroud to a higher standard. A win is a win, blah, 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 all that cliche stuff. I need more out of the offense, though. I need steps forward, and we're not seeing those steps forward.
Well, let me ask you this. We know Nico, we know Dalton Schultz, and where else might it come from? Obviously, Woody Marks didn't play. He's been good, and he's been your best bet. But I keep going back to, will the offensive line injuries be more significant than the interior defensive line injuries?
I think so.
I think it's a given. I think, as much as we can talk about the defense and maybe they found some sort of answer, it is scary if you go back and put yourself where this offensive line was before Trent Brown got back, before Ursery got better, before Titus Howard went to guard. Are we sure we remember just how bad it was?
Yeah.
Because it was awful.
They stumbled into stability.
Yeah.
Stumbled into stability after so many bad personnel decisions on the offensive line. Let's give Shaq Mason an extension for no reason at all. Let's draft Drew Scruggs. Does he play? Let's draft Blake Fisher. He is your jumbo package tight end who sometimes forgets to tell people on the field that he is the jumbo tight end. And somehow, as the season progresses, they get a healthy Trent Brown and they say, screw it, let's put him out there. And it's worked. I don't think we're going to see Trent Brown again. Hopefully I'm wrong. I don't know if we're going to see Ariante Ursery before the end of the regular season. Hopefully I'm wrong. I've seen offensive linemen play with mangled hands. Our friend Wade Smith.
Yeah. His fingers are all messed
They're all
up.
over the place. So maybe he's able to play through it. But, you got a Chargers pass rush that gets a lot of sacks going up against you on Sunday. And this is a game that's not necessarily must win. You're in a really good spot as far as that goes.
It would hurt you, though.
But it wouldn't be great. That's for sure. And this offense just doesn't feel like it is taking steps forward. And that's a big problem because you're just asking too much out of the
Well, the one thing that I am curious about, and we'll talk to maybe Clint about this, because it wasn't just the line was so bad earlier in the year before it kind of started to gel a little bit, but it wasn't just the line. C.J. Stroud did not have the confidence. He did not look like a confident quarterback. Nick Caley's play calling was abysmal, and some would say he's still not great. I wouldn't disagree too much, but it was abysmal. C.J. Stroud wasn't confident in the offense and getting the ball out enough and sort of regulating when and knowing, taking his time, knowing when to take the shots. So is the improvement in the play calling and C.J. Stroud's confidence in this, is that enough to mitigate going back to an offensive line that was just bad?
Probably not. I hate to say it like that, but at a certain point, you are what we've seen all, and I don't know where under the couch you're finding the next solution. Jawar Jordan was $5 in the couch, Trent Brown $20. But what else are you going to find in there now? And then on top of that, you look at the young weapons that they have, and they don't seem to trust them at the very least. Maybe it's for good reason. Maybe it's not. This Sunday, while they won, makes me feel bad about the offense, and in particular, very concerned that C.J. Stroud could have another performance like this. This was the worst team in the league going into the game. We give them credit. The Raiders, they played their asses off in this game. It is the National Football League. Any team can win on any given Sunday. Until last week, we would have said the Raiders have no chance in any game.
Yeah.
But come on. I mean, the Raiders are defensively Max Crosby and a bunch of retread linebackers that you don't even want anymore. And Devin White, who you had last season as you brought in as like a fix. That guy's a key player for them.
So as we move forward, and again, it's going to be a short week, playing on Saturday afternoon. So everything's accelerated, including practice tomorrow. Players are off today. That even makes it harder for – I think Ursery can be back, but it is a short week. Will he be back this week in a very important game? And Trent Brown, I'm with you. I wouldn't count on him.
If they could run the football at all, it would help a lot. It would help if we knew what the hell happened to what happened to Joe Mixon so that they could have figured it out, and we're never going to figure that out. Somebody joked earlier, release the Mixon files on the show. I mean, could you go back in time and do anything differently to make you feel better about the offense? But yeah, to me, it takes a lot of the momentum out of this win. And look, they're going to look at themselves differently, and they're going to watch the tape, and they're going to believe that they can fix some of these things. But I just don't see where it happens outside of C.J. Stroud playing at a level that you saw him play against the Cardinals.
That's where I am with this game. I was so hopeful when we talked about it here on the show last week. Like, all right, they showed some stuff against the Cardinals. They showed some stuff, here and there in the previous games with C.J. Stroud making big plays. Obviously, the big third down conversion passes he made against the Chiefs. Right. I mean, and so I was so hopeful and really confident that they would take another step forward. And all of a sudden, we'd be sitting here going into the final two games of the year saying, all right, the offense is going to carry its load. It's part of the load here. And I don't feel like I feel like in some ways that was one of the more damaging performances. Obviously, it was a win. More damaging performances because now it's nut cutting time. Yep. And now you've been saying, well, just wait, see if the offense gets better. Just wait, see if the offense continues to get better. And then it took a step back.
Exactly. And the more games you see of C.J. Stroud, the less wiggle room you give yourself to tell yourself this guy's special. And where he shows that talent off, you could say that about a lot of quarterbacks over the years in the NFL, where you can do it from time to time.
Hell, you're seeing it from Trevor Lawrence the last 2 weeks where he's got 10 touchdowns combined and 0 interceptions. Where's that from Stroud? Where's the playmaking ability? At a certain point, you got to raise the level of talent around you. And sure, sometimes there are situations that are not salvageable. Even the best quarterback in the game, look at Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs this year. But right now,
and by the way, this is not just us saying this.
No.
C.J. Stroud said it.
For sure.
C.J. Stroud said, hey, the defense, we know they're awesome. Special teams is doing its job. We have to do better. We have to do better on offense. They know. They know that was one of those performances that really set them back in terms of confidence.
It helps a little bit, too, that they are saying that this time around they can get better, because that was the most infuriating part of last year. When you take a look at where the Texans were and what they weren't doing offensively, there were just a lot of moments where they would go out there and say, look, well, yeah, actually, I think we did some good things in this game. No, not nearly enough. And the comment that you were talking about, John, I believe this is number 6, Colin, if we could play this. This is C.J. Stroud, cut number 6, talking about how the defense is taking pressure off of the offense. Here's the quarterback of your Houston Texans.
Yeah, sorry, I don't have it right now.
All good. Los Tejanos. And he said, look, I hate that we're saying this.
Yeah.
I hate that we're looking at it this way. And yeah, he should. I mean, he's supposed to be the special quarterback, and it ain't happening right now. And that was a game where there was just misfire after misfire after misfire, overthrow after overthrow after overthrow. And you want to be able to tell yourself that it's going to get better. But at a certain point, when are we going to say, well, this is just what it is right now? There's so much burden on the defense to win you a game to the point where now, like, you won this game because you got a defensive touchdown.
The other thing that's kind of just been sort of simmering on my mind is C.J. Stroud has got to be a really difficult quarterback to coach in this respect. And Clinton and Ron are joining us now, Clinton Show. And not that he's like a difficult person, but difficult in that he wants to be able to show off. He wants to be able to take his shots. He wants to be able to make big plays, and they're limiting him, and to be selective, to be more selective with that. He's been making such good progress by being selective, fitting into the offense, doing the smart play, throwing the ball away, and then taking the shot when it presents itself. But I still think that's difficult for him, especially after a performance like yesterday, where he must be sitting in that meeting room saying, man, just let me cook. And that's what he was doing earlier in the year. You could tell. But Clint, I wanted to ask you about that. I mean, not that he's a bad guy or a difficult player, but it's difficult for a quarterback like that with that kind of confidence, wants to let it rip, to temper it back. And then when he starts having success tempering it back, and we hear the things like he talked about last week and the week before, I'm doing this, that, feel good about the offense. What does a performance like that do all of a sudden to get back to where he was?
Yeah, look, I think the overarching story is just it's a struggle for him. It's not easy. Lesser talented quarterbacks, i.e. Davis Mills,
love it.
Tom Brady.
Just tell me what to do.
That's it. Even Peyton Manning to a certain extent. When you get guys that I mean are from a NFL top tier elite quarterback perspective, maybe they're a little limited from a tangible standpoint, and it's all about the being surgical and just getting the football out and completing 80+%. Those guys typically don't have a problem buying in. The ones that have a hard time buying in are the ones that are uber athletic and can do more with their legs or have some kind of crazy arm talent, i.e. the guy in Buffalo, Josh Allen. How many years have we talked about Josh Allen? And then he got it together for a couple years, and all of a sudden he went back to Josh Allen. Now all of a sudden it's a good fit with Joe Brady and what they're doing with the offense. It's a struggle with these uber-talented dudes, and I think that's the bigger picture.
Was that the most harmful thing about yesterday? Because I felt like he's going to have a week of starting to maybe wonder again, about wanting to let things go.
I think the most troubling thing about yesterday was to me the defense that you expect to take you to a Super Bowl is their margin for error is slim to none. Yeah. But yeah, I think offensively, if this offense is going to go, call it what you want. If this offense is going to go, you got to make all the free throws. You got to make all the layups. And when you come out on first down or second down, and you got your number one receiver on his right out over here to the right or the left, and you sell it over his head
by 2 feet,
he's 6'4".
Yeah,
didn't get a hand on it. that the truth is that sets the offense back. Just like an offensive line, an alignment issue or a holding penalty, that sets the offense back. And we've heard how this group, views being behind the chains, right? I mean, we've heard that. I mean, I don't like the way that they overemphasize that, but the reality of it is they emphasize the hell out of it. And when you miss throws like that early in games, it's hard to get off to that fast start. It's hard to get everything else going. And it was there was a lot of problems yesterday, but the misses were one that you just don't expect from CJ.
What do you think?
I know, and we're going to talk about CJ too. He's the quarterback. He's going to be the highest paid player on this team. But yesterday, were you guys were looking at the offense?
No. We actually did a couple of segments.
Oh, I know, but I'm just saying the thing that comes out to your mind was, like, the thing for me that came to my mind was they just gave up all of that to the Raiders.
Yeah.
And that offense.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the – I mean, this to this defense, which is the best in football, y'all trying to give him a name. All right, let's head to NRG as DeMeco is meeting with the media.
DeMeco, I was wondering if you had a update on Trent Brown and Ariante Ursary regarding their injuries.
There's no update with the injuries right now. I haven't even seen these guys yet, so we'll see how it goes as we let guys know.
If I could follow up, this team obviously has been able to battle back from a 3-5 to get to this point. What do you think? You've always mentioned staying on course, but along that way, like, what has to happen for teams to believe in that message, even when it may seem like things aren't going your way initially?
For me, it's all about the players. What we're asking them to do as coaches, and every bought into the team first mentality, everybody being on the same page, coaches, staff, players, everybody tied in, everybody believing in our process and what we do. I know our process works. Everybody just has to believe it and has to go out and do the things necessary to win games, and that's what we've done.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station.
Hey, Randy.
Obviously, the season, the offense had its share of struggles up and down during the course of the year, but one of the constants has been the play of Dalton Schultz. Can you talk a little bit about what he brings every day, not only on the field, but in the locker room with these guys? And, of course, he went over, set the record, I think, for the tight ends for the Texans yesterday. So he's a consistent guy for you out there and what it means for your offense.
Yeah, Dalton has had a very impressive year. Really proud of what he's done. I think, the new offense is really, he's really taken a liking to it. He's found his niche in his offense. Him and CJ has found that connection. He has been that, that kind of outlet or safety blanket, as some people would say, to CJ. Like, when CJ escapes in the pocket, he has that connection to be able to find Dalton. Dalton has a really, really savvy knack for finding the open spots in the zone coverage, being available, being very friendly to the quarterback. And he's made some really huge plays for us, especially on third down. So proud of what he's done, proud of the consistency that he's shown, proud of how he just took his game to the next level this year. And the plays that he's made has been very impactful for our team and to have us in the position we're in now.
Aaron.
Thanks.
You're listening to the DeMeco Ryans press conference.
We'll go to Cody real quick.
DeMeco, I know you said last night you didn't love the way that the offensive line operated off the ball. Did you see anything in looking back and that maybe from an execution standpoint, in addition to the physicality that didn't work, that kept you guys from running the ball consistently?
For some of our runs that didn't work, we didn't do a great job of handling the edge players. I think they did a great job of really disrupting us on the edge when we tried to get outside and run some plays. It just, I credit those guys. We got to do a better job of just sustaining our blocks on the edge, tight ends, receivers, everybody on the edge, not just the offensive line.
Aaron, can you hear me?
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yep, you're good, bud.
Thank you. Appreciate it. DeMeco, when it comes to having Aziz in the lineup and not having the lineup, is there a major difference in terms of him as the extension of your, plan defensively? And is there some hope of getting him back for the Chargers game? And I have a follow-up. Thank you.
Anytime you're without your signal caller, Aziz has been huge for us this year. He's played a lot of big-time snaps for us, made a lot of big-time plays. So, of course, if he's not out there, we're going to miss him. And we missed him out there on this past Sunday. Hopefully we're able to get him back this week.
Thank you. And then on the tackling, is that something, I know it's a short week and you practice it all the time as best you can with the rules the way they are, but are there some things with pursuit angles that could be emphasized? Thank you.
When it comes to tackling, it's about really your will and desire, want to get the guy down. Like if you have enough will and you wrap the guy up like you're supposed to wrap up and finish the tackles, we'll get him down. Yesterday was a poor example of tackling on boots, and we got to do a much better job of wrapping up and finish. And we knew that going into the game. That was the main emphasis for us to be able to win that game, was we knew we would have to wrap tackle Genty because he was such a physical back. He did a great job of breaking tackles. So we saw that. It wasn't a surprise when we got into the game. We just got to execute what the game plan is. We got to execute when the game is on the line there.
Jonathan?
DeMeco, I know you mentioned, the running game as a whole wasn't super effective, but this was the second game for Jawar Jordan. I was wondering what you thought about how he performed.
I thought Jawar had a couple nice runs where he was able to break a few tackles, slip off, or make some plays. I thought he did a good job with the carries he had. I thought Chubb did a really nice job, really there at the end, fourth quarter, getting that explosive run that he got for us. It was what sprung the game for us. So I thought the guys did a good job. It was tough treading versus that front. The Raiders did, of course, they did a great job all year versus the run, and they did it again on Sunday. But, we just have to continue to stay with it, continue to, press forward in the run game. We have some plays there to be made. Just have to continue to call it, continue to execute it as best we can.
Aaron?
DeMeco, with the ability to play Jawar now for a couple of games and also have Chubb back, if you get Woody back, what do you through them if Woody's able to get back out there to go with the depth that you're building? Thank you.
Yeah, all three guys have stepped in and played meaningful snaps for us. All three guys ran the ball well, so it's a good problem to have. We'll see, kind of how it goes, but I'm happy with what all those guys have done. Just hopeful that Woody is getting back healthy and he's feeling better this week.
All right. Anybody else? Jonathan?
DeMeco, when you made the decision earlier this year to oversee more so to oversee everything and have Burt call the play calls, where is the biggest effect you've seen that have, either in your ability to coach or on the team in general?
I think just for me, giving up the play calling, I've just been able to have better control on game day of everything that's going on. I'm still involved in, of course, defensive game plan, everything that we do on defense. I'm still heavily involved there, being able to help out with the offense more as well. So, it's not much has changed for me, and I do feel like I have better command of the game.
Cody?
DeMeco, when some of those plays get you into third and long situations, is it a case-by-case basis on, hey, let's not try to get too aggressive here, and then say, hey, let's give Nico a shot, give somebody an opportunity on maybe a longer play? How do you kind of weigh as a team when to be aggressive in those moments? And is it very much situational in each moment individually?
Yeah, third and long situations, you don't want to be in offensively, but when you are in those situations, I always look at it, it's not just, throw in the towel every time that you're in third and long. You find a way to try to convert the third downs. So each situation will call for different things to happen, different play calls to be made. But so we'll look at all, just depending on where you are, field position wise, where is the game. There are a lot of different factors that go into it. It's not just a blanket, hey, it's third and long, do X. Like, that's just not how the game goes.
All right, we have time for a couple more. Adolphus.
Yeah, hey, Coach. Holiday greetings to you. And I apologize up front if you've already addressed this. What is the status with your injuries as far as the offensive line, starting offensive line is concerned, at least the one, the starting five from yesterday? Will they be able to go Saturday? And was in the part of the scratches that you had from Sunday, was that an eye looking towards Saturday in case to get some of those guys back on the field for this coming Saturday?
Yeah, for the guys, all right, who got injured in the game on yesterday, like, there's the process that has to go testing to see where the guys are, and we'll just have to see how the week plays out. And for the guys that did not suit up in the game, it was injury related. I don't look at us in a position to rest guys just to rest them. Every game is important. Those guys were able to go, they would have went. So you hope that we were able to get back to full health and be at full strength for this game. This is a huge game coming up for us on this Saturday versus a really talented Chargers team that we're against them. So hopefully we have everybody available, everybody ready to roll.
Aaron.
DeMeco, on the topic of the Chargers, and you guys faced them in the playoffs and had some success, but what have you seen from Justin Herbert, including from the toughness standpoint this year? He's played through some things, and just the matchup with him against your defense, your secondary. Thank you.
And watching the film, Justin is definitely, one of the toughest quarterbacks in our league. You see him be able to stand in the pocket, right, deliver passes, and he takes shots. He's able to just play tough and physical in the pocket. You don't see that much from a lot of quarterbacks. He does a really good job. He's more athletic than you would think. He can gut you on some run plays as well. So he's a truly smart guy, makes good decisions, good processor, does a really good job finding the open guys, talented guys at the receiver position that he can get the ball to. And I think they've helped him out a ton, getting Hampton back. Hampton is a really good back, young back, who's done a good job as well.
Thank you, Coach.
All right.
All right, that was head coach DeMeco Ryans meeting with the media as we do carry that live for you every single Monday right here on Sports Radio 610. Clint, anything take away from that? I know you heard him when he spoke right after the game on the post-game show, you and Sean. A little bit of a different vibe with the Zoom call there, but anything?
Yeah, I think there's a little different vibe, a little different tone. Didn't seem as boy, lucky to get a win, man. Just another win. Guys did a great job. I mean, a little bit more dialed in to what they need to fix today, which is typical, which was what I expected. I mean, he's only going to answer the questions that he's asked. I don't know that anybody really pressed him too much on the offensive struggles and or the defensive struggles, if I'm being honest. So definitely the different tone. I think the big thing moving forward here with a short week is the injuries to the offensive line. This is a really good defense that the Chargers have. You're on the road again, and you're in a situation where I don't know what the environment is like, but being on the road, you have to handle more noise. Communication's been an issue for this offense particularly when they've been on the road, and that noise is a factor.
It's usually like a neutral field, type of vibe.
Yeah, so those two tackles, man, being banged up, and I mean, if you don't have those. I don't know what you do at the other tackle position.
Blake Fisher, right?
Well, I mean that's only one of them. Didn't two of them go out?
What they'll do is they'll swing Titus back outside like they
Titus
did.
back out,
Patterson
or Juice goes inside. Yeah, so I mean you got to. So really, you lose two guys and you shuffle the deck at three positions. And so what is that going to look like? How does it impact the interior O-line play, which I've talked all year long about how important that is? How does it impact that communication piece that's been inconsistent, to put it nicely, for the Texans? So I think the biggest part of it is that's the DeMeco that we've caught most of the year when it comes to injuries, of like, we'll see how the week goes. A couple of times over the last 2 weeks, he's been like, oh, those guys will be fine, man. We'll see. This was one of those, we'll see how the week goes. So I think that's the big piece here is what does that O-line look like? How bad are those two injuries?
Yeah. That was DeMeco Ryans there speaking here. As you said, short week. They play the Chargers, and this is big for seeding. And really, depending on what the Colts do tonight, I mean, this could be even more important. These games coming up. So, just overall, 713-572-4610. As we'll get into a lot. We're out early on a Monday. DeMeco Ryans show coming up behind us at 5 o'clock. So stay tuned for that. I'll be honest, Clint, I was shocked that the game was this tight. You heard me all last week, and I still stand by it. The Raiders are absolutely awful, and I cannot believe that game was at all. I cannot believe the Raiders took a lead in the second half, and the Texans had to come back and do. I cannot believe the way that game looked. All right, they won the game, cool. I was just really shocked by how that looked. Your feelings to this audience on what you saw.
Yeah,
yesterday.
look, I think that what we saw yesterday, and it's good that we can discuss it with a win.
Yes.
And because you needed that win in a major way to not muddy the waters in that wild card race. But yeah, I mean, I think you can say, I think there's a conversation to be had about the team playing down to their opponent, which I thought DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio had this team in a spot where that wouldn't happen. I think it's fair to say that yesterday looked like that. And I think the overarching story for me yesterday is about the defense, and not about, oh my God, what is the defense going to do? I'm not worried about that. I mean, look, how many points did the Raiders score?
21.
They scored 21 points, right? And 14 of those 21 points came off of, one of them was a run that spit out the back door, and a good running back hit a seam and took it the distance. And then one of them, you got him matched up one-on-one on a linebacker out wide with no deep help, and you threw it over toe-to-toe his head. Like, those are two things that I'm not going to bank on beating the Texans in the long haul here. I'm not overly worried about the defense, but it is the headliner here, because you look at it and you go, okay, if the margin for error with this defense is slim to none. I mean, you damn near lost a game to the Raiders after getting a defensive touchdown, and you gave up two big plays, and you look up and you're in a nail biter where P has to get his first down so we can put a knee in this thing. So I think the big picture here is just I don't know that's going to win 4 straight games in the playoffs. Can you win a couple games in the playoffs? Can you make a strong run here and end up winning 9 straight going into the playoffs? Sure, you can do those things with this defense. I don't know that your defense is going to be able to tote all of the water in the playoffs for 4 straight games. And so yesterday was just a stark reminder of, boy, this defense, if they are not just absolutely exceptional for 4 quarters, it could be a major struggle to win a game.
Well, I mean, and that's not going to get it done.
What's that?
That performance, what they brought to the table yesterday in the playoffs to better, like to the team they're going to play next week, or to teams they may, if they play right now, I think they're up with the Patriots in week 1 if they were to go to the playoffs. That combination of that type of game, like Drake might not throw you a pick 6 like that, right? Herbert may not throw like that type of game, the way they played offensively, and to me at times defensively, to give up what they gave up to that offense. I mean, that's going to get you beat in the playoffs. That effort is going to get you. And when I say effort, I don't mean they weren't playing hard. I mean just that type of performance is going to get you beat.
Unfortunately, you're right, and the reason why it's such a major point of conversation today is because you'd like to think, hey man, the minute you do, we'll come the second half on offense and we'll throw a couple of darts and we'll get we'll get some points and it'll be game over. But you just don't have the ability to do that offensively right now. So the margin for error with this defense was on full display yesterday, and you let one of the worst teams in the league play you toe to toe because your defense didn't shut them out the way that everybody thought they were going to. If your offense handles business yesterday, a lot like Arizona, then this is never a game and nobody's worried about it. It was just a couple of plays that they hit you with, and you got to get them corrected. But instead, there's a different conversation around yesterday's game.
All right, coming up as we continue, let's look at C.J. Stroud and in his performance. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. What was C.J. Stroud's grade yesterday? 23 of 35, 187, one touchdown, no picks, quarterback rating of 88.6. What was C.J. Stroud's grade yesterday? We'll discuss that next.
All right, if you're looking for that new rig, it's the
all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Maybe just rush my timing, and I'm a confident person. I think I can put it anywhere. So some of them I just should progress, shouldn't just force the ball. But yeah, I any throw that I make, I think I can make the throw. I just missed a couple, and that's part of the game.
All right, that was C.J. Stroud after the game, talking about some of the misfires he had yesterday, particularly early in that first half. Just some tough throws, just guys who just flat missed in that game, and that was a big talking point from that game. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. We do this every single Monday after the game on Sunday. C.J. Stroud's grade. How would you grade his performance? 23 of 35, Clint, 187, one touchdown, didn't turn the ball over. Quarterback rating of 88.6. Our quarterback, Clint Stoerner, how would you grade CJ's performance yesterday?
I'm going to go with a strong C. Look, again, I've talked in the first segment already about the misses. This offense is one that requires you. There's an extra emphasis on there. You just got to take them. You got to make them. You got to stay ahead of the change. If you don't believe me, just listen to what comes out of the organization. I don't remember such an emphasis. I mean, it's like if you get in 2nd and 12 or 2nd and 10 even, I mean, it is just an excuse for offenses, for drives to just stall because you just can't overcome it. And when your quarterback misses wide open shots, not only wide open, but I mean, layups to your best receiver, two different times. One of them was a force versus a two-man look, which was another negative on C.J. Stroud, but the other two were soft corner. It's there. Nico, just get it to him, and you somehow miss him. I mean, you just can't – you get double negative from me in this particular offense when that is going on. There were a couple of big-time throws, throughout that boosted a little bit. I thought he was bailed out by several, pass interference penalties. And so overall, I thought there were times where – Did you think he was
bailed out? Do you think they got a good whistle?
I think the whole offense was bailed out.
Yeah.
I mean, there were good calls. I'm not saying – no, I'm not saying they're bad calls. I'm saying, the last drive, I mean, it's 3rd and 20.
Yeah.
I mean, and you just throw a flat up – and the guy didn't even – it was like he was – I don't know what the hell he was doing. I don't know what he was thinking.
Just cut him off.
But, yeah, I mean, they got bailed out multiple times from the PIs and things of that nature. And so – I thought early on there were several times where Las Vegas had 8 guys in the damn box and we just run right into it. And look, I mean, clearly CJ, there's not a mechanism in this offense, or they don't have it open to CJ where he can change that play. It's run it calls, I guess. But again, to me, that's the quarterback's got to have some part in that.
You think it's clear that he doesn't have the it's at least from you that he doesn't have the ability to do it because anybody would change it.
Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't make sense to come to the line of scrimmage and they got 8, sometimes not. At one point, Ron, all 11 guys, we had our receivers cut splits, and all 11 guys were within 4 yards of the line of scrimmage, and we ran the ball right into it. I mean, that is just a wasted down. And when guys talk about get out of bad plays and into good plays, I just don't understand how that is a thing with this offense. Now, if you got Derrick Henry, okay, then you run whatever the hell you want to into whatever. You got Saquon Barkley, run whatever you want to. But with this offense,
when you got Gerard Jordan,
yeah, I mean, when you got any of our guys, it just doesn't make sense to I thought there was a few times where, again, in the first half where there was pressure looks, and the offensive line gave you a little bit of time, and there was just there's I don't know if it's the inability of other receivers to separate or if it's a quarterback not finding that guy, but there was opportunities there that we didn't capitalize on. And so, yeah, I'd go C+. When it mattered the most, there were some big time throws down the stretch, and the 4-minute offense was beautiful. So that's a hell of a way to end it. But I think it's a C+.
Yeah. 713-572-4610. Your grades, Ryan, I'd give him a C+, just like you. Our guy Ocho, you already know my grade for Stroud. Crank it up. Rich Boy, throw some D's on it. That's what he would do.
That's what that tweet was. I got it.
Yeah, throw some D's on it. D coming in from the text line. B- from the text line. B, they won the game from the text line. Coming in again. D, because without the 6 points from the defense, we didn't score enough offensively in this game. Yeah, I would say C- in this game. I'm with you. He made a couple of big throws. The throw to really seal it, to go let his guy Nico go make a play. By the way, starting to see that one little piece that Nico didn't get. Just go up and go get it.
Had a back shoulder over that game too.
Yeah, go up and go get it. He's starting to show more of that. But man, against that team, against the Raiders, I know Max Crosby's a good football player, and I know all the stuff they said afterwards. That's not a good football team. That's not a good defense. It's not. It's not. And they had far too many struggles out there in that game. And to be honest with you, like the texter said, they got one touchdown in that thing. As you said, they were aided by a penalty that helped them set it up for that touchdown. But that just, that wasn't good enough. I think the big thing is he didn't turn the ball over, so he at least is helping. That was, to me, obviously the clear difference in the game is the Texans, him and the Texans offense didn't turn it over, and then Geno made the crippling turnover that gave them 6 points, or they played really, really tight. I think this should have been a game coming away from it, Clint, where we thought just as impressive as last week against the Cardinals, and it wasn't that. I don't drop it below in the D range just because he did make some plays, and then when they absolutely had to have it on those two drives, he made some throws. There was a big third down where he steps up and he hits, I think it's Schultz in the middle of the field to get a first down. Maybe it was Higgins to get a first down. So he made some plays, but him being the leader of that offense, for them to put up what they did against the Raiders, he's got to eat some of that too. So I'll go C- with more coming in. B- because it got better as the game continued. D, Stroud was floating them hoes. I was like, who is he throwing to? Hell, some people didn't even get somebody said I'd give him a T. I don't even know what that was. But no, man. But he's got to play better. And he's got to play better, and he's got to give his. He can't be the reason, right? Like in games, right? There's some points where we know, Clint, that Ursery may have some struggles. Trent Brown may have some struggles. The Titus may have some struggles there. You got a young receiving core outside of Nico that's coming along, and Christian Kirk's giving it everything he's got. You can't be the reason that gets us to second down and 14, or second down and 10, or third and long. So he's got to pick it up and play better.
Yeah, with this offense is, there's two things. I mean, literally, this just putting these two very elementary things together, connecting these very elementary dots. There's two things that in this offense you have to do better than anybody else in the league. You have to communicate, and you have to hit free throws and layups. And we've struggled with both of those, right? And yesterday in particular, the free throw layup part of it, the easy throws, the wide open receiver type deal early on, like that is just – it's just piece. When you can't get up there and get the play called and get out of the huddle and get to the line of scrimmage with a quarterback, young quarterback can see what the hell all is going on. The offensive line can see what the hell. It just absolutely kills this team. And so we're still talking about the very basic elementary aspects of this offense, going into week 17 here, which is a scary reality.
Yeah. Yep. Someone texted in, Clint, I know we're talking about this grade for CJ, but how much of it was on Nick Caley and the play calling yesterday?
Well, look, I think down the stretch, I think Nick Caley leaves a lot to be desired. I'll be completely honest with you, but there's things he could do to make it easier on his quarterback. But quite frankly, nobody in this offense is installing or doing things. It's like, okay, let me make it easy on my quarterback. They're putting it all on the quarterback to make all the right decisions and all the right throws for 4 quarters every single play, and that's a tough brand. Especially for somebody as talented as CJ to play. So, look, I think Nick Caley leaves a lot to be desired when it comes to that.
I agree with that, but I think Nick Caley supporters will say, well, damn, man, if he hit some of them layups.
Oh, no doubt.
Maybe we'd be in a different spot.
Well, that's where
I'm trying to make it easy.
Yeah, that's where I'm going with it is there's, yesterday was one where, boy, you missing them quick out routes to your star receiver that's 6'4". I mean, that is a hard – That's hard to argue, man. That right there is hard to overcome. And so the reason I answer the question, in general, I don't like the scheme and the lack of effort to get quick, easy throws for your quarterback and everything being progression related and everything being top down related kind of deal. I think it's tough on your quarterback a lot of the time. So. We'll see. We'll see what they do. I think both of them would have graded in that C range for me.
All right, coming up, we'll give you an update on what really is going to be the big thing for us to look at coming into this game. Quick week, quick game on Saturday against the Chargers. We'll give you an update there. And college football playoffs really got going. We're not going to do this to you yet, Tyler, but we got to talk about it. But we're not going to do it to you yet, Tyler. But we'll discuss another part that doesn't have to do with whatever the hell that happened in College Station that somebody paid all that money to go to. We'll do that coming up next.
The Texans survived to pick up win number 10, 23-21 over the Raiders. That said, Coach DeMeco.
testosterone and will include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text METER to 42424. That's METER to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in on a Reaction Monday, a Victory Monday, in which Tyler wasn't even going to wear his Victory Monday shirt.
I actually went to grab it, but it was still in the dirty clothes. So.
Oh, okay. I thought you were showing your protest to. Yeah, man, y'all don't deserve for me to wear a Victory Monday shirt. I'll say it.
I like where your head's at, because that was an ugly-ass win.
They don't deserve it. If you missed it, we carried live, as we do each and every Monday on Sports Radio 610. We carried live DeMeco Ryans, his Monday presser with the media. And Clint, he was asked about, clearly, the two injuries to his offensive line, his offensive tackles, both of them weren't able to finish the game. They ended up bringing in old Blake Fisher, kicking Titus out back to tackle, bringing in Patterson to play guard in place for him. And that's how they had to finish the game. But he gave no update, Clint. No update on Monday. They play Saturday. No update on Ariane Ursa. Are some reports out there that he may have a broken bone in his hand. And then no update on Trent Brown, who left with a knee. That walk, boy, I was thinking, Clint, boy, ooh, I hope he can get off on his own power. I was like, how we gonna get if he's got a blown out knee,
bring
like
that cart out there.
We got to get that cart. How we gonna get that big joker up? But he was able to kind of walk himself off, but didn't return. And Clint, obviously moving forward, they're in a pretty good spot with the playoffs. Especially if the 49ers are able to get the Colts tonight. But they play the Chargers next week, and they've got some pass rushers, Khalil Mack. They've got another guy over there he's even got more sacks than Khalil does. They've got a pretty good not only pass rush but blitz package with Jesse Minter over there as the DC. And this is the biggest thing to me to watch all week long is what is the tackle situation going to look like for the Texans?
Absolutely, it is. I mean, because the tackle position impacts the guard position. I think there's a lot of reasons why the Texans' offensive line has been better over the last 4 to 6 weeks. I don't know exactly how long it's been since this group has been in there, Ariante Ursary and Trent Brown at tackle, and obviously. Titus Howard at guard and Ed Ingram at guard and Jake Andrews at center, like that. Those five have been really a lot of reasons why. I think Nick Caley's been better. I think the quarterback has been better overall. And so that, as I've said for years now, that's the biggest part of your O-line improving. But the O-line itself has been better as well. So, you're in a spot where, again, one injury changes or two injuries changes three positions and really puts this offensive line in a position where they have not been very good. With Titus on the edge, Juice or Jarrett Patterson inside, Blake Fisher on the edge. I mean, you've not been good when that's been the lineup. And so these two tackles getting healthy is going to be big because this is a monster game. I believe if you win this game, the Colts game doesn't mean anything. I believe. You lose this game, then all of a sudden the Colts game, assuming they win tonight. But the Colts game, you want to make that Colts game in Week 18 a non-factor, you got to handle your business this weekend.
No, yeah, and a big part of that is going to be
bingo,
as you said, this offensive line situation because unlike most teams in the league, one injury really almost anywhere affects multiple positions across the offensive line because usually one injury means Titus Howard's got to move somewhere. With the exception of maybe center and Ed Ingram, maybe. Although, hell, they've swung him over there because Patterson plays on the left side better. So he seemed to make not just one but multiple moves, and in this case, if it's two, it's 2 or 3 moves that have to be made in the lineup. So yeah, that's a big one that we will keep you, as Tyler would love me to say, abreast throughout the week, because that's going to be a big deal in a big game on the road, kind of against the Chargers. All right, Clint. College football playoffs this weekend, and I think one of the biggest stories coming out of this, and I got to be honest, I have felt a certain way, and this weekend, and then maybe even overall, has made me potentially have to come off of something that I really believe in, and that is, I think we got to start giving some real serious thought about the Group of 5 thing. Teams being the thing.
I agree.
And I hate that, because I don't think it's always, there's a couple of things. I don't think there's ever been a time where these teams couldn't hang with some of these teams. Like few far between, the Boise team that got Oklahoma in the Fiesta Bowl. We've seen some other teams. I think Georgia's had some tight ones in some of these bowl games. We've seen some teams play, like that Cincinnati team that made it in the top 4 with Sauce Gardner and Ritter. I thought that was a real good football team. Now, they got blasted by Alabama, but I thought that was a really good football team. I don't know. I ain't got nothing to stand on right now. We saw that those games were over in the first quarter, both James Madison and Tulane. And then you look at last year with some of these teams like Boise, they got done in. They got blown out. SMU, even though they're ACC, but that was their first year, they got blown out by Penn State. And I do want to say the argument they're having to play on like true road games, which is also difficult too. But I think there has to be a conversation, because, I mean, TNT, that ain't what the hell they paid for. Like that, in Turner Sports, because those were just bad games that you could just move off of easily.
Immediately, and that's what most people did, as did I. I mean, that's two of the 4 games were good, good college football playoff entertaining games, and then the 2 that everybody made the most stink about were awful to watch and came to fruition. Yeah, so look, I'm not opposed. I've been one that I am always here for a Group of 5 team being able to be in the mix. The way it went down this year, where you're searching for those teams, and because the ACC is so bad, and it ends up throwing a wrench in everything. This can't happen. You can't have 2 of them, man.
But I think you got to start thinking about, can you have one of them? I mean, and I'm with you. It's just been really bad both these years. Like, I mean, the one that's like even Boise, and I thought Boise.
To me, my opinion, look, I mean, we've also seen teams get the doors blown off of them that were
You're right. Yeah,
that were thought to be better football teams.
Yeah, Tennessee got the doors blown off of them, but
so I don't want to sit here in the 2 years that we've seen some of the lesser thans, if you will, get in and get drug. I don't want to sit here and hold that against them and say you can't get in, when we've also seen some of the big boys get their ass whooped convincingly as well in this scenario. So I would be okay with one getting in. I still think it would have to be a hell of a resume. You got to win your way in, not just because you win some division, some conference, lower level conference in the ACC craps the bed, and there's Pac-12 is no longer a thing. So you get in. Like they got to get this thing figured out to tighten that down at the very least.
Yeah, I'd rather there be one, but and it's I don't know. I think the difference. Yeah, I know Tennessee got their asses kicked by Ohio State.
Yeah.
And we watched some other, even like Indiana didn't. It was clearly Notre Dame was better last year. But man, Clint, it's not just some of the big boys have gotten their ass kicked. We've watched, like it was clear, they don't have a chance.
Yeah.
Right, like it was clear. Like James Madison going into that game was one of the best defensive teams in the country. That's what they were, a defensive team that they hung their hat on plays. They did not have it today. Like they weren't gonna have 5 touchdowns on the first 5 possessions. Like that's a little different than like, damn man, Tennessee is not really holding up, because you can look at it and say, well, damn, they can at least play. Like, and again, maybe this is just this year, or even the last 2 years, where it's just like, damn, man, I thought Boise was good. They got the doors blown off of them on a neutral field.
Well, here's the reality, though, Ron. We've had 2 years of 12 teams, and they've yet to get it right. I mean, year 1, you've got Boise getting a bye and getting to the second round.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Or was it Arizona State?
Well, they both did. They
both
did too.
did.
Yeah.
Right.
But at least Arizona State came out of the Big 12.
Right. Okay. So stick to the group of 5, right? The Boise State. And then this year you get 2 of them in. So it's been an extreme every year. I think if it were just one team and it was in the first round and they happened to get their ass kicked, we'd keep this thing moving and we'd keep rolling. But the arguments are, well, you had to entertain it in the second round last year. Now you had to entertain 2 of them. So it's yet to work the way that I think it was designed to work, if we're being honest. And so I don't want to hold that completely against all group of 5 programs.
No, yeah.
Given that we've seen 2 years and 2 years, 2 different extremes that work against them.
Yeah, someone texted and said Ron's the same in March Madness, 1 versus 16. Yeah, but I don't think this is supposed to be 1 versus 16. I think this is supposed to be like the 5-12 matchups, like where it's like, all right, hey, you know, they could have a chance, right? This isn't supposed to be 1 and 16. Like,
yeah,
I mean, not like that. Like that is. And now it's such an advantage now if you get to play that team, right? Like, good God Almighty, yeah, that was just a rough watch television wise. You had playoff games getting watched like this famous Idaho potato game that nobody's watching. I mean, and it's a playoff game that you worked a lot for. All right, coming up, phone lines are going to get open for you. 713-572-4610. On Monday, we'd love to hear from the people, and this is the thought process. Come with this thought. Did Sunday's game change your thoughts at all about the Texans being able to make a run in the playoffs? Did yesterday's performance against the Raiders shift your thinking at all about them being able to make a run in the playoffs? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, football season is in full.
evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. From Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in on a Reaction Monday, and it is a Victory Monday right here on The Drive, Sports Radio 610, as the Texans, they win a much tighter game against the Raiders, 23-21, win their 7th straight, and now have their 3rd straight 10-win season. So shout out to DeMeco and the crew for that great accomplishment. 10 wins with 2 more to go. They got a short week to play the L.A. Chargers at SoFi coming up on Saturday, so stay tuned for that. 713-572-4610. The phone lines are open now. You can call up as we open them up on a Monday at 3 o'clock, and we'd like to hear from you. And kind of the talking point that I want to go in on this is, did Sunday's game, did it change your thoughts at all about this team being able to make a run in the playoffs? Did that game yesterday against the Raiders, was that a game that was a bit of a cause to pause for you? Did that change your thought process and thinking? Because understandably, everybody had been riding really high and confident, especially going on after that 3-game stretch where they beat the Bills and they beat the Colts on the road and they beat the Chiefs on the road, 40 on the Cardinals, and then we got DeMeco going off about the standard, about that defense, and you're feeling good about it. And then yesterday, it's a tight one against the Raiders. Did that change your thought process at all about their potential opportunity to make a playoff run coming up this playoff? 713-572-4610. You, Clint?
No, it didn't. I mean, I knew that if the defense had ever gotten to a pickle like they did against Seattle, obviously this wasn't a 14-0 jump out, but it was giving up a couple of plays. I knew that if this defense gives up any amount of points and puts us in a predicament, it's going to be hard for us to weather that storm. Now, it did not change my thoughts at all about a run in the playoffs. I still believe if the defense goes out there and for 4 games, keeps teams below their average points that they're giving up, then I think this offense is going to be able to protect it, and they're going to do just enough to give you a chance to win with field goals. Now, the part that really shakes me is who it was against, right? And that's the part that surprised the hell out of me, is that it happened against Las Vegas and not.
Did you keep
LA.
feeling like they were just going to pull away?
No.
Oh, you didn't? Once again, I go and you saw it.
No, that's the frustrating thing. Not to get off in the weeds on your question. I know. Watching that game, their defense was on one. Their defense, where we could not run the football against them. They were dominating us on the edges. Anytime they wanted to run an outside run play, I don't know why we kept doing it. It was so obvious. I don't know why you keep doing it. It was.
So you saw early this going to be a tight one.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, 713-572-4610. Steven, we'll let you lead this thing off. Did yesterday's game at all change your thoughts about a potential run they can make in the playoffs? Go ahead, Steven.
Yeah, here's my issue, man. I didn't like the Stroud pick or what's the name from Carolina, little short midgets. Anyway, my issue is that CJ is soft, bro, and I don't know when it comes down to it if he can take the team where he needs to take them. And when you let up points like that with the defense, and they had to let up points because you was off the field every 3 or 4 plays, you getting off the field, it's ridiculous. But I will say that CJ has shown some things, but I think it's all in his head. And if he can get out his head, we might be all right. That's it.
All right, appreciate the call, Steven. Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be up and down with CJ every week with guys. And if you feel like he's soft, that some people feel like he did there, that you're gonna think a certain way if whenever the performance doesn't go his way. For me personally, I think he airmailed some throws. I don't think he's soft. I think he's soft because he also ended the game with a hell of a throw to go for his best player to go get it and put it where it needed to put. So soft on the field stuff. To me, I didn't feel like as much as this was a deal of, well, he just wasn't ready for the moment or anything. I think he missed some throws here and there, and I think it's beyond his whatever softness. I'm not surprised, Clint, but this is the biggest concern about this team is they play games like this. This is how they play their games. Like last week was the anomaly. Like for them to go and put up 40 and they were able to jump on Arizona pretty early. You go down there and you get a big play for Nico, and then immediately they fumble the kickoff. And that's a team that's about ready to turn it in.
Yeah.
Right. And I think the Raiders may have been in that spot. If you after the pick six, I thought, well, here goes the Raiders. They're about to turn this thing in. But they play games tight like this, and anybody can be in the game, regardless of what you do. The Tennessee Titans can be in the game. The Raiders can be in the game. Depleted teams can be in the game. Generally they play games like this, and that's what makes you nervous. I've said it for over a month now, Clint. When you play the Texans, despite how dominant their defense can be, you may be in a situation where you just have to make 3 or 4 plays throughout the game right there, or you win the game. And that's what it was yesterday for the Raiders, and they just play games like that to me.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're when you're built to minimize risk on offense,
yep.
and the emphasis is on running the ball, the emphasis on making the smart decision. It's not about being aggressive and using tempo and stretching the field and getting your best players touches. It's more about the system, and it's more about staying ahead of the chains, and it is going to be a tough brand of offensive football to win with moving forward with this particular cast. Right now, I don't think you have the receivers beyond Nico Collins to constantly create separation and give your quarterback opportunities. Right now, I don't know if this is a great fit for C.J. Stroud. Right now, I like Woody Marks, but do you have a running back that you can actually accomplish for 17 weeks what you want to accomplish with this particular offense, trying to establish the run week in, week out? And so I don't know, man. I think there's a lot there. Again, this offense leaves a lot to be desired. Pretty much every week, with the exception of a few. Yep. I mean, sometimes when it's a great game plan and CJ's dealing and we're completing 80% of our passes and things of that nature, it's great. If you get a lesser opponent and you can just torch them, that's great as well. But again, it's when you get bumped up and into a versus a defense that's got a really good game plan. That's taking away, doing their damnedest to take away Nico. Has got some guys up front that can create some chaos and keep you from running the ball consistently, and your play caller have to be the difference makers when you run into some problems.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue, Brent, our guy Brent. Here we go. You jump in, Brent. Did yesterday's performance against the Raiders change your thinking on them being able to make a run in the playoffs?
Oh man. I think the Texans could still do something with the defense they have. They got to step a few things up, and hopefully the injuries don't hurt. But really, I was trying to chime in on these smaller schools in the playoffs.
What you got? Hit me with it. What you got?
All right, man. So, my whole family's from Louisiana. I still believe SEC is the best there is in the country. I know you Arkansas. I feel that. But I myself grew up here. I went to University of Houston, big Cougs fan. Once upon a time, there was only 4 schools allowed in the playoffs. And College Game Day came to Houston talking about if they win and they keep winning, they might make that 4. And, of course, they choked that up and they didn't make it. But whenever it expanded to 12, my thought was, hey, at least these other schools might have a chance, at least to get to the dance. But I understand with 12, these power conferences and the big schools, yeah, they might put up a better show than some of these other schools. Hey, James Madison, after they gave up that first score, they looked like they were to come down, get another touchdown, and get something, but they didn't, and then it felt like y'all saw it. But
come on, man, you gotta give me your point now. You didn't hijack the segment and just turn it into. Go.
My bad. I'll cut it short. Here it is. Notre Dame, Duke, any of those other teams, they weren't going to win the national championship. The thing went to 12 so that more teams had a chance to at least play in the game. I don't think that those other schools were going to be the national champions. They wouldn't have been in the top 4. Why put them in the top 12 if they don't really belong in the championship conversation? That's it.
There we go. All right, my guy Brent, your thought?
Yeah. No, I don't know that I can go that direction of the other teams, but I'm okay with a formula, whether it's 12 or 16 or like you mentioned, U of H back in the day. When it was 4, I'm okay with a smaller school getting in. The problem is we're 2 years into this 12-team playoff, and we've seen an extreme issue with smaller schools both times, and that can't be the bar that we set with those schools. I think one getting in, making sure they play in the first round, they got to go on the road. They got to go on the road and play against a good team, and if they prove they can play, they can play. If not, you go home. I don't have a problem with the skull dragging in the first round of the college football playoffs as much as anybody else.
Yeah. All right, 713-572-4610. Uncle Glenn, jump in with this thing. Did you did they change your thoughts? Did they change your thoughts about them potentially making a run with that performance against the Raiders yesterday?
Well, before I give my opinion, I would like to welcome Clint, Show, T, you and all y'all's family a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now, I've said this again, and Clint, you're right. I think the Texans need to beg, ball, and steal next year in the draft and get a running back in the first round. Instead of getting these broke down backs and 4th round and 6th round picks for backs while they still got Stroud. And I watched the game, and I was wondering why Babully was in there instead of British books on some of those passing plays. What's his name? Maguma Wale. Y'all want some beef jerky? Why didn't they have British Brooks in there blocking? And then I'll say this because I know you got other callers. Nick Caley, brother, you know, there's a man I love by the name of the great George Jones. You know who he is, don't you, Clint?
Possum.
Yeah. No Nick Caley, I'm going to sing this song and I'm going to get off. I got one more drink, then one more, and then another. And that's what I think O'Kaley's doing. I think CJ was probably hitting the sauce. I got to go.
Uncle Glenn.
God, I love that man.
Hey, that would make it feel much better if he had the sauce. if they were on the sauce, that would make it feel much better. But no, man, it was it was. I think they're just going to be, and I think you're going to be up and down depending on, you know, how the opponent maybe plays them. And the fear is when they start running into better defenses and better opponents that we may not see as much of the ups at times. And again, like we've got a lot to discuss with a Clint again. Like Nico is great. Nico had 4 catches yesterday.
Yeah.
Like, as you said, you were talking about it in the last week. What happened to Higgins? What happened to anybody else? Like 4 catches yesterday. Like they can. I'm sorry, they can miss me with all of this. Boy, that Raiders, they're a great team. Boy, hey, you never know what's going to happen. All the any given Sunday cliches. No, man, that team just got dog walked by the Eagles, right? and many other teams ahead of them. Right there. You're at home, man. It's set up. You should have beat the hell out of that team, and you didn't. And we've seen that game a lot. Ron. Jump on. Go ahead. Your thoughts about the Texans. Did yesterday's game change your thoughts about them potentially making a run in the playoffs?
No, it didn't really change my opinion. I just think they are who they are. They're that team that's kind of like, you know, they're there, They have their moments, but I believe they should have gotten rid of Nick Caley about 6 games ago. To be totally honest with you, I think that his play calling is suspect at best. I think he doesn't have an idea for when they bring the pressure. We have no quick game. They're not using Jalen Noel. Work out to just, I don't know what he's doing. They need to see what they got in Jalen Noel and just sit Kirk for a while. And then the running back situation, they should have brought British Brooks in for a little bit. I just don't know what the thinking is. I'm still positive, but I just don't know what the thinking is.
Appreciate the call, man. There is a when it does get stale and look bad, it can look really bad. Like when they struggle, they struggle.
Well, this is a
offensively.
Yeah, I mean it's an adjustment issue, guys. When you go into a game, regardless of how good the defense is or isn't, when you go into the game and your game plan is spot on, right? Everything you thought was going to happen happens, and you're getting the looks you thought you were going to get, and so the quarterback is dialed in, the wide receivers are dialed in, the O-line is communicating well, they're dialed in because you've been working on everything that you've seen all week long in practice is exactly how this thing is unfolding, right? Those games, the Texans are going to be damn near impossible to beat. The truth of the matter is when you change your game plan the way the Texans do every damn week, you're not going to consistently be right and be nails and have a great game plan every single week. You're not going to do that no matter what you do, but you're not going to have a great game plan, right? And the problem is when you bump up against a team, it's like, all right, boy, this is messy. This is muddy. This is not what we expected to do. That's when you have the long lulls. It's the adjustments, whether it's the pressure, a bunch of guys at the line of scrimmage, and we don't know exactly how we're going to pick it up. We don't know who's coming, who's not coming, because we don't have any mechanisms in the offense. We don't even have the little, you know how every team in America right now takes the running back next to the quarterback and he motions out like 5 yards directly to his right or left, right? That triggers the defense. Now if you got him man, you can't be in the A gap. You got to get your ass out and go get. So it triggers the defense and gives the quarterback an indicator of what's going on. We don't even use those things. Like we don't, the very basic, like the trendy things to do in the NFL, we don't use those things. And so this is an adjustment issue with the Texans. If the game plan is good, hey man, they're gonna be hard to beat. Yeah. 9 times out of 10, you're gonna come into a game, whether it's to start the game or it's coming out at half. The other team's either gonna have a good game plan or they're gonna adjust, and then your ability to adjust is ultimately what's gonna dictate whether you have a good outing or not. And the Texans are just not.
Yeah, because they can go 3, 4, 5 possessions in a row where they get nothing accomplished, and that those are scary things in the playoffs. All right, coming up as we continue, let's get to our Man Eye Institute Player of the Game. You can text yours in 713-572-4610. Who are your players of the game? We'll do that next.
All right, Clarence Stoerner here. I got to take a second to tip my.
John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's the Drive and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on a Victory Monday as the Texans get their 7th straight victory over the Las Vegas Raiders. As we do after each and every game, we look at our players of the week. By the way, if you missed DeMeco earlier today, he spoke to the media. He will speak again right after we get done because the coaches show gets in at 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock, so be locked and loaded as DeMeco Ryans will go in more depth about the game yesterday and get ready for that quick turnaround against the Chargers, which is a huge, huge AFC playoff ramification game coming up on Saturday. So be listening and waiting for DeMeco as he gets through the coaches show coming up at 5 o'clock later on today. But let's do our Man Eye Institute players of the game. The Man Eye Institute player of the game, sponsored by guess who? Man Eye Institute. See life better. Who is your player of the game, Clint Stoerner?
I'm going to go with Derek Stingley. And I mean, when you get your, his 4th pick of the year, you're out all week. You thought there's a chance you may not play, and you make the play that ultimately wins the game, if we're being honest. I mean, if you don't score that defensive touchdown, you're going to have a problem keeping up given what was going on versus the Raiders on Sunday. So I'm going to go with Derek Stingley Jr., man. Not only does he get the pick, he gets the pick 6. It's his first pick 6 of his career, and it swung the game in a major way. And this, I know it was the Raiders, but this is going to end up being a much more important game as we look back on the season and how the playoff picture unfolds. And so that was a game you had to have, and he set the tone immediately. So I got to go with Derek Stingley Jr., man.
Yep. And, boy, there was a thought that he might not play, right? He didn't practice all week. Neither did Woody Marks. Woody Marks didn't play, and he was able to play. And it was a great play, too. Listen, there were some moments where I was like, ooh, I can't believe that guy got away from Derek. But the biggest play of the game was an amazing play. He's playing the receiver to the outside, and then he comes off of that receiver and goes up there, and Geno kind of makes an errant throw, and then, bam, he picks it off. And not just pick it off, Clint, he takes it back. And the way that this offense was playing, that who knows if they stick that in. If he gets touchdown or if he doesn't take that to the house. Who knows if that becomes 3 instead of 7. It wasn't a guarantee that team and that offense, the way they were playing yesterday against the Raiders defense, that they would turn that into 7. So big game for the all-pro Mr. Derek Stingley Jr. Tyler, who is your Man Eye Institute player of the game?
I went with young Jalen Petrie, 6 tackles, 1 assist, but more than anything, I remember he had a big tipped ball that broke up a pass that the Raiders had in the second half on a long 3rd down, jumped up in the air, barely got his fingertips on it, but made the pass go out of bounds, incomplete, looked like it was going to be a first down otherwise, and who knows what happens at that point. So I'm going with Jalen Petrie.
Jalen Petrie's playing at a Pro Bowl level. We'll see what happens. He missed those 3 games. By the way, don't leave the red helmet cover.
It looked worse, didn't it?
Yeah, the other ones don't look. The blue one doesn't. The red one, that felt a little different.
I thought the same on the Guardian.
But I'm with you. Hey, to hell with that safety.
Scott wasn't a fan either.
It's about safety. To hell with that with the safety. But that red one kind of jumped out a little bit more. The other ones I don't notice as much. That red one
looked like a bobblehead running around.
What is that? What is that? What is that cartoon where the guys hit the big huge heads?
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Jack in the Box.
That's what it reminds me of. I can't remember the kind. I can't remember what that cartoon is, but just they have an enormous head. Not Jimmy Neutron. Is that it?
It might be. I mean,
That
they
might
did
be-
have big
yeah,
heads.
that
in
may be
Jimmy
what I'm
Neutron.
thinking of.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, that thing looked like it was. It looked like it was about 2 or 3 sizes bigger than the blue one. I don't know why. I thought he had a parachute was gonna fly the hell up out of that damn thing or to the roof and meet Toro up there. All right, my man, Institute Player of the Game is Nico Collins. You wish they could have got more, but Clint, he was able to not only make the big catch to seal it and make plays as he led the team in receiving yards, but I know some were controversial and some people thought they were ticky-tack, but Clint, they had nothing going on third downs, and he forced officials and players, the corners, to get overly physical with him to force PI calls that most definitely extended both drives, right? Led to a touchdown, and the other one led to them. 3rd and 20, you got nothing going on. CJ just drops back in his own end zone and throws it up. And at this point, man, you're up 2, and you can punt, and you're thinking, all right, the Raiders just got to get a first down or 2 potentially, what Tommy Townsend does, and you got losing the game in jeopardy on 3rd and 20. And he goes up there and forces 2 PI calls that come up huge. So Nico Collins for me was a player of the game.
Well, I don't doubt it one bit. That's a really good one. I mean, you look at the plays that he made. There's a few layups that were missed coming his direction, but you look at the plays that were made. The back shoulder that was a big gain earlier on in the game. Then obviously the one that put the nail in the coffin for the Raiders. I mean that is why, guys, I am so adamant about moving Nico Collins around and doing more to make sure that he's targeted, make sure that he's freed up, make sure he's getting that release, make sure CJ's looking that direction. Because when the ball goes his direction, good things happen. Whether it makes the catch or you get a PI or you just simply have your best player that is a tremendous wide receiver, you have him in the mix. And they've got to find a way to do more of it.
It did look like CJ was, and we could talk about Nico a little bit more this week, but it did look like CJ was a little bit more of the, I know y'all just stand, because they're just standing a safety over there behind the corner. Just standing a safety. Number 20, I believe it was just standing right there the entire time. And it worked some of the times, but on those plays, the 2 PIs and the ball where he hits him to really seal it, where he goes up and makes the catch between them both. CJ said to hell with it. I'm gonna throw it over there anyway and give him a shot, and not just by your alignment take out my best player. Now, I'd like for them to get more than 4 catches in the game, but still,
but it's not even, because a lot of people say, "Oh, we had 9 targets. What the hell you want?" I mean, I want things to be a little easier. I want him to impact the game and catch a back shoulder. And catch a game a ball that is a 10 guys in the NFL are going up and catching over DBs to end the game. Like, those are things that you do when the game's on the line and my man goes and makes that money. Throughout the game, I want to see more of those layups and free throws go to him. Now, this is not a good game for me to make that point because your quarterback missed 2 of those layups and free throws that were schemed up wide open for him. Hell, Nico could have had 7, 8 catches on 9 targets. But we missed a couple of them. So now's the point. I still believe it needs to be made.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue, weekend's best, weekend's worst. What was your weekend's best, and what was your weekend's worst? We'll look at that coming up as we continue right here live on a Victory Monday and a Reaction Monday on The Drive.
All right, y'all, start the year moving, not hurting. If
1-713-CALL-LEAD.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Victory Monday, Reaction Monday here on The Drive. Weekend's best, weekend's worst. Text yours in, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in as well. Weekend's best, weekend's worst. I'll start with the best. My weekend's best was, I know some of you all may not be ready for this one, but that damn Trevor Lawrence, especially based off the conversation we had. I mean, I'm sure, Tyler, most of you are still there with the Jacksonville thing.
Duval.
Oh, hey, listen, I'm a fan of potential great players or just athletes in general figuring things out, Clint. And he looks like he's figured some things out. And Trevor Lawrence, and they've been putting it together here lately. They've been on a roll too. Maybe not 7 in a row like the Texans, but they've won their fair share. Maybe they're at 5 or 6 in a row right now. And I think a lot of people thought they were going to lose that game to Denver. And they were the better team, and he clearly was the better player at quarterback in that game. 4 total touchdowns, 0 turnovers. And if you watch it, it wasn't just the touchdowns and the turnovers, Clint. It was he's just not making the mistakes that he used to make. He is taking what they're giving him, and he looked really, really, really good. So shout out to Trevor Lawrence yesterday as they go into Denver and win double digits, 2 scores, and they were in control of that thing the entire way. The field didn't get rattled against that Denver defense, which can be very, very good. That pressure, and Trevor Lawrence, this is the best, without a doubt, we've ever seen Trevor Lawrence.
Well, Trevor Lawrence or the Jaguars, this is a tough day for the Tylers and the Clints of the world after what we discussed last week on radio. They go out there and not only beat Denver, but 34-17. Good God.
Yeah.
I mean, 34 versus that defense. Now, I hadn't seen the highlights, I hadn't watched the film, but that's a hell of a performance by them, especially with the division on the line. I mean, that's a game that as Texans fans we needed the Denver Broncos to win that game to put us in the driver's seat to get a home playoff game, to win the division for the 3rd time in a row, and to get a home playoff game. Well, it didn't happen, and Trevor Lawrence made sure of it. So yeah, I would say as hard as it is to discuss, I would say that's one of the weekend's best for sure.
Yeah. What's your weekend's best?
I'm going to go with Mike Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers. I think both of those guys have caught a ton of flack. Mike Tomlin supposedly being on the hot seat, Pittsburgh needing to get rid of him, and all the negative talk about Mike Tomlin. Then he goes out there and gets Aaron Rodgers. We know the baggage that comes with Aaron Rodgers, the negativity that comes with Aaron Rodgers, and those two guys have made it work to the tune of a 9-6 record. They beat the Detroit Lions 29-24. Once again, Mike Tomlin has locked in an above 500 record in the NFL for another season. And look, I'm fans of both of these guys, and I had caught a lot of negative press lately, and so it's good to see those guys go out there and get it done. Although it was in dramatic fashion. It was in dramatic fashion versus Detroit. They beat a good NFC team that's not as good this year as they have been, but that's still a good football team that they went and beat.
You got and you got to start to put this thing is wide open. You got to start to put them in a position where you're like, can they go? Are they that different from the Texans in terms of their opportunity, their chances to make a run in the AFC with how wide open the AFC? They went into Detroit. Detroit's got to have that game. And something has happened with the Steelers' defense. Like we sit there, and they did it without T.J. Watt. Something has happened with the Steelers' defense where here lately against Baltimore, they played a lot better than they did before. against Miami, who had been playing decent. They just absolutely they took Tua out. They got him benched, and then what they did yesterday against Detroit. You got to look at them a little bit different. They are playing a lot better. All right, my weekend's worst, weekend's best, weekend's worst. My weekend's worst is the Notre Dame Believers. Like by the time the weekend at Clint, I thought they'd have beat Brady's Patriots.
Notre Dame, supposed to be a reputable university, right?
They would have beat I won't say the Chiefs. I know some of you have problems.
Well, what were they ranting and raving about? The Miami Hurricanes won. Alabama
No,
won.
it started Friday. Oh my God, that game was 17-0. Beat these teams. Right, Notre Dame should have been over Alabama. Then Alabama started to come back. Then it wasn't. Oh, okay, never mind. No, it was Notre Dame would have beat both of these teams. They'd have beat Alabama and they would have beat Oklahoma. Yeah. And then the game with Miami and A&M, they'd have beat both of these teams too. They'd have beat both these teams by 40. They'd have beat, except they lost to both of them. Yeah, but that was the first 2 weeks of the season. Well, what the hell are we supposed to do? Look at the Pitt game. Look at the Army game. Like the Notre Dame Believers. And I'll be honest, I didn't see our guy Sean Pendergast really joining in that,
into it.
But I mean, that was so annoying. No, man. Yeah, nobody knows what y'all would have done. Hell, y'all have lost to Georgia too if y'all had to play a third game against Georgia and Atlanta. No, man. I just hated that, boy. Just all right. Any way this outcome comes out, here comes these. Notre Dame would have beat all these teams. They'd have beat the 07 Patriots. What they would have said. So the Notre Dame Believers. That was my weekend's worst. Your weekend's worst.
Well, I mean, I'm going to need your help on this one, but the Rockets messing the bed again last night. Sacramento, one of the worst teams in basketball. I know it's early in the season.
It's been a good run here lately.
But one of the worst teams in basketball hits a couple of shots late to get into overtime and then knocks one down with 2.2 seconds left.
Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah, he had a good game too. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, just overall, I don't have any in-depth analysis. I just overall the Rockets with who we are right now, following up the loss to the Pelicans. Well,
then they beat the Nuggets. Then they go on the road and beat the Nuggets.
Yeah.
And then now out to back, right? It was a back-to-back. They played the Nuggets on Saturday night, and then they go back and play Sacramento. But damn, man, still blowing a lead again and just letting Dennis Schroeder do you in. It's just is uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's a tough pill to swallow there, man. That's a tough watch. Hopefully Durant and Udoka can get this thing back right.
Yeah, text line coming through. DK Metcalf, weekend's worst, punching the fan.
He was on my weekend's worst, but I decided to go a different route. Didn't want to draw attention to it.
I mean, he's gonna get suspended for that, right?
I don't know. Yeah, you would think so. Just because, I mean, when I first heard the story, I didn't see the video. I thought, how did he get close to a fan? Well,
he said it was a slur. He said there was a slur that was yelled at him. Those fans are denying that. For both parties there on what's been said there. But yeah, I mean, the way that Jim and Tony, boy, oh my God. Like they lost their minds. Well, who was it? I believe it was, speaking of Jacksonville, wasn't that there was a bunch of players that walked over to the fans and they looked like they were about to pull some guys down. And
this week?
No, that's the last time. It was years ago. That was the last time I remember like football players going over to the stands and football players about to like get busy with fans. Yeah, no, he's gone. He must have really lost it. Because there was a lot of time from him to get from where he was on the sideline all the way over to the wall to make a decision, and he did not. He went over there.
Even when he had Buddy by his shirt, he
still had time to let go.
He could have let go and just walked off. Not been a big deal, but the punch or whatever it was.
The pull to the smush that he gonna get. So, what you got coming up?
It's a Reaction Monday, baby. We got a Texans win to react to, and may shock some people, man. I'm not overly concerned with what I saw, and I'll leave it there. We'll discuss. Also, by the way, North Shore Mustangs right up the street here over on the east side. They won a state championship. My boy Willie Gasson's gonna call in and tell us about that state championship right there over Duncanville. That was a monster win. Some love to my Texas high school coaches and Texas high school programs out there. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I got to tell you about them cold Coors Light now. Talking about that high.
quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ziprecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ziprecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content here. An Odyssey sports station. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Dirty's Daily is powered by them North Shore Mustangs, baby. Them North Shore Mustangs. Head coach Willie Gaston will be joining us here in about 6 minutes. They just went up to Dallas way, I believe, and won the 6A Division I Texas State Championship for 2025. Hell of a season, hell of a run by the North Shore Mustangs. They are no stranger to that game. But Willie's going to call. We're going to show them a little bit of love and get the lowdown of kind of the season and how things went down. And look, what do the Mustangs have coming back next year? Because how quickly they forget about a state title. It's can you do it? Can you do it again the next year? But Willie will be joining us here in about 5 minutes. Real quick on a reaction Monday, the Texans get a win. But this was the game that all of us Texans fans fear the most. Not the Raiders, but this was the game that we all fear the most. The defense, for one reason or another, although they did have a pick six, for one reason to keep the opponent's offense down to 10 points or 14 points or 15 points or fewer. They give up a couple of big plays. And all of a sudden, the offense sputtering, the offense not being able to make plays, the offense not being able to sustain drives, the offense seemingly to be stuck in not really confusion, but just couldn't get rolling for several reasons, makes a game versus one of the NFL's worst teams a lot closer than it should be, right? I'm not worried about the defense at all. Not one bit. I think, look, there's a run from Ashton Jeanty that you had him all bottled up. You had him stopped. He slipped out the back door, and with that kind of speed, that kind of ability, he hit his head on a goalpost. That's going to happen from time to time. This defense has been absolutely tremendous. It was only the second time this year that a running back has had over 100 yards rushing. Now, that's not counting, obviously, the rushing yards that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers had early in the season. That was kind of the wake-up call for the defense. But that long run, it's going to happen in football, especially with our defense when they play so hard downhill the way they do. It's going to happen. The long pass, look, anytime that you get an Ashton Jeanty-type player manned up on Henry Toa out wide with no deep help, and you show the offense, hey, we're in man, and we're going to show it to you, and this is what we're going to be in, your ass is going to get beat 9 times out of 10. I put that on DeMeco and Matt Burke just as much as I do Henry Toa. You cannot put him in that. I don't believe that giving up long runs or our linebackers in man-to-man situations with players like Ashton Jeanty are going to be the what takes this team down in the playoffs. The offense, the fear, what I'm talking about, like the game that all of us Texans fans fear the most is your defense isn't perfect. Your defense isn't just shut down, locked down perfect, and your offense struggles to keep pace, right? The offense took a step back yesterday. I thought this offense had done a good job over the last month or so since CJ had come back of Nick Caley getting better, the O-line had getting better. All of a sudden, you get your quarterback healthy, boom, you plug him in. He's seemingly, with the exception of the first couple of drives, I think when he came back, maybe one could say he had a little bit of rust when he first came back. He was rolling, man. He was getting better every week. He was buying into the system. It seemed to be a really good fit. Everybody around him was getting better. Some of the younger receivers were stepping up and filling some voids. And then all of a sudden, boom, you catch this game, and CJ can't hit Nico Collins. The other youngsters are can't win in man situations. And the couple of pressure situations that they did pose pre-snap, Once again, it didn't look like the Texans were comfortable.
They were so bad in early downs too that set them back.
Yeah, couldn't run the football. Couldn't run the football. Completely overwhelmed at times with Max Crosby, and luckily, again, C.J. Stroud Lake can put on the cape and make a couple of plays. Really, let's be honest, Nico Collins put on the cape and made a couple of plays. There was a absolute bonehead PI call that allowed us to overcome a 3rd and 20, which really ended up winning the game. If you punt the ball back, they're
really in trouble.
They're going to get it at midfield down 2 with 4 minutes to go. You're going to be in trouble. So, but nonetheless, the offense struggled. I think they took a step back. But the silver lining is this. With our defense, as I said, I don't think the problems that we saw on Sunday are going to be a problem. That's not what's going to beat us, right? But if you look on the flip side of it, the ability to bang 50-yard field goals, multiple 50-yard field goals, and then if you do have a lead, your offense's ability, even when it's not your night, you're not playing well and everything's not clean, your offense's ability to convert enough first downs, to force the opponent to waste all their timeouts, for you to then put your knee in it and never give them another opportunity in a 2-point game is a big-time accomplishment for this offense. I would rather it not be that difficult. This is the type of game that I fear for the Houston Texans, is the game when the defense is not perfect. But nonetheless, they were able to get out of there with a W. I think this is going to be a tremendous teaching tape for the Texans. I think it's going to be a tremendous wake-up call for the Texans going into 2 monster AFC games that could actually mean something, the Chargers and the Colts, and then the playoffs. So, again, not ideal from the defense, not what they'd played up to, but you got to be able to win games, and you got to be able to show them a little bit of grace. And yesterday was a win, but it wasn't necessarily the ideal performance for the offense. I thought they took a step back, Ron.
Yeah, no, it's when we talked about it, man. When they have problems, when they have struggles on offense, that's the thing. It's like they have a hard time turning it around.
Like there's no answers, right? We talked about it. It's like the adjustments part of it. If the game plan's right, boy, it's right. But man, when it's not,
boy, it seems like they're constantly in 2nd and 9, constantly in 2nd and 13, or they fumble a snap. Or I mean, I'm telling you, I said it. We were in the suite. I came down and said to, I had a lot of tickets. We were in the suite. I came down. I said, man, they have turned. Boy, the Boo Birds came out quick.
Yeah.
After 4 games. Yeah, it's a tough watch, but yeah, they definitely took a step back from where they've been the last couple of weeks.
All right, it's a reaction Monday, and as I said earlier, there was a ton of football this weekend, NFL, college football playoffs. I mean, there was a lot rocking and rolling. None bigger than them North Shore Mustangs winning that state title over Duncanville up in Dallas, the 2025 6A D1 state champions. East Side, might I add. This is Mustangs head coach, Willie Gaston. Join us. Coach, what's going on, baby?
What's going on, Clint? How you doing, brother?
Man, we're doing good. Hey, Coach, how's it feel to be a champ? Man, I know y'all win a lot over there, but how's it feel to be a champ today?
Well, it's feeling good, man. We're excited about it. It's always good to bring back that hard work to the good old East Side.
East Side. Hey, one thing in watching this game and reading up on this game, man, I did not realize that you guys had faced Duncanville 6 times in a state championship since 2018.
Yeah, that's crazy stat line. And, that just shows you what both teams are that could on both sides, man. For us to be able to go against each other that much, there ain't gonna be any secrets when you're gonna play each other. I can guarantee you that.
That's right. Hey, well, talk to us a little bit about what you expected that game to be, man. And watching you guys throughout, I mean, y'all had to be averaging 40-plus points a game in the playoffs, and then all of a sudden y'all jump into the state championship game and you're stuck in a 10-7 nail biter, man. Did you expect that to be a high-scoring game, or did you expect it to be as it was?
I did not expect a high-scoring game. Again, when you got defenses where they got like 3 SEC commits on that defense or 4 SEC commits, and the way we've been playing defense during the last playoff runs, I knew it wasn't going to be a high-scoring affair. For good, true football fans, that was a good game. But for fans who really don't know the game, it was a bad game. But when you get a game like that, you knew points was going to be hard to come by. And, we knew it wasn't going to take much to win.
Hey, when did you know this season, because you guys opened up, I think, with a loss versus South Oak Cliff, and then you dropped one to Summer Creek mid to late season there. That was, I mean, heck, you guys got shut out in that game, but otherwise y'all, I mean, wreck shop throughout the year. When did you realize this team that you have was like, hey man, these cats got a real shot?
I'm gonna say week 1 and week 11. You know, when we lost that week 1, you could see the kids kind of just, you know, with the thoughts, you know, we ain't gonna take more victories. We came back and played kind of well, but you know, when you're replacing so many starters, you kind of felt at some point in the season you was gonna take some lumps. And then, you know, when we dropped that last game of the year that's when reality set into them. They knew we got caught peeking and looking ahead of things instead of just doing the task at hand and finish the game right there. But after we lost that game, that Saturday morning when those guys came in for video and film, that you could tell they was, you know, a little upset with themselves and known, you know, we got, like I said, got caught looking ahead because we watched them, Summer Creek, play against C King and lose against C King and play a close game against Tassida. And, you know, for us, we took care of business in both of those games. So our guys was drinking the Kool-Aid a little bit. So, you know, we needed that little humbling pie, and it made us go on a good run in the playoffs.
Well, 14-2, I guess it woke them up, and y'all made a hell of a run, man. Hey, this is your first state title as a head coach. Is that correct, Coach?
Yes, sir.
Well, what's it like? I mean, obviously, when you're an assistant coach or you're an OC and you're calling plays and things of that nature, you are just. I mean, obviously you're dialed in, but I mean, you're just in the mix when you're the head coach and you're overseeing it all. Any difference there?
Well, I think the only difference is, when you play this game at the highest level, to be as good as we are, I'm an ultimate team person because that's all I've known, and that's why I think we're so good because our kids are selfless. So I wanted this more for everybody else, not so much for me. I wanted it for our seniors. I wanted it for these new coaches that we have on staff. I wanted it for our administration. I wanted it for the East Side community. And then, you know, a piece of me as a competitor, of course, wants to be the best. So I definitely wanted it for myself right there. But it was good to see all those people get it and win about it. So, you know, it's always good to get the title and win at the end of the year.
Coach, congratulations on the state championship. Ever since I've moved here, all I've heard about is North Shore. That's the program here in Houston. Any players that we can look to see on Saturdays that you got there in house that helped you win the state championship?
Well, yeah, you know, we got some guys that signed it earlier. Of course, we got a quarterback that's going to Utah State. We got that's Caleb Maryland. We got a couple of D linemen. That one went to Louisiana Tech. Another one went to Northwestern State. The O-lineman with Northwestern State. But, you know, we got guys out there that's playing right now. We got Devin Sanchez that's in the college playoff. He's at Ohio State. So, you know, I'm trying to think because we do got kids all over. I don't want to leave nobody out. But I'm trying to remember who's in the play. I've been so locked in with high school football that I haven't even, you know, we didn't get the chance to watch the first round because we was playing all our games. But
well, Coach, I think y'all may could have competed. Y'all may could have competed with a couple of them teams that played in them damn college ball playoffs. Y'all might have had a run at them, man.
Hey. No, I'm telling you, at least we couldn't do no worse, right?
Hey, Coach, what about moving forward, man? I know you got a pipeline over there, man, and North Shore is I mean, they're no stranger to this game. They're no stranger to state championship expectations. But I know moving forward, you and I talked a couple of weeks ago about some of the guys you got coming up, and you expect this success to continue, man. And tell us a little forward here.
No, and, you know, we got a great group of kids coming back from this team because, you know, we was kind of young, you know, but you miss a key piece when you lose a quarterback. But we got some guys that's there right now. We feel like they're going to be able to compete. That's the beauty about it. You know, it's nothing given to anybody. It's all open competition, so everybody's got to earn everything. But, you know, we got a good O-line coming back, and when you got a good O-line coming back, you're going to have a shot. Good D-line as well with some young guys that was in the midst this year. That's going to add to that depth right there. But, you know, there's no shortage of talent right there on that east side of town. So, you know, we're excited. You know, again, we're 3 months out from doing spring football. That's the crazy fact of how long this season is. Like you look at it, you're like 3 months out for getting ready to get back into spring football. So it's a quick turnaround. We got to get in that weight room the next 2 months to, you know, get our strength built up because, you know, some people been out of the season and doing the offseason for a month and a half, you know, they got a head start on us. But the beauty about it is we got a head start on the football part because our young guys got to practice that much more. And it was like a little pre-spring. So now we just got to get our strength and our conditioning going back up and be ready to start spring ball in 3 months and start this thing all over again.
Hey, that's Willie Gaston, head coach of North Shore Mustangs, state champion North Shore Mustangs. Willie, man, we appreciate you coming on with us, man. Congrats to you, your staff, your team, the North Shore community, man. I know y'all got a tight-knit community over there that supports the team, and it's a special thing y'all got going, man. Thank you for coming on, and congrats, and Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to you and your family.
Happy holidays.
All right, congratulations, Coach. North Shore head coach. Let's say 14-2.
14-2. That was 6 times. I didn't realize it. 6 times since 2018. So 6 times in what, 7 years? 6 times in 7 years, North Shore's met Duncanville in the state championship game.
Well, good for him, man. Congratulations. As he said, spring ball in 3 months. There you go. Get right back on it. All right, coming up, Clint talked about the North Shore could have given some of them teams in the college football playoff a run for their money. On a Reaction Monday, we got to react to what the hell happened in College Station. Tyler, I've given you enough time. I've given you 2.5 hours.
I feel you, man.
I know it. Tyler paid.
A lot to react to there. Not any touchdowns, but plenty to react to.
If you listen to okay, we're going to have to just cut him off. If you listen to the show, you know how much money Tyler spent to go down there, and he went down there and had to watch that. And somebody get a kicker. All right, we'll discuss what happened there, and Alabama coming down from 17-0 in Norman and shutting a lot of people up mid-tweet. They pulled it off too. We'll look at those 2 games coming up as we continue right here live.
H-Town, what's good, baby? Clint Stoerner here. Look,
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Tyler, what the hell happened? What
complete and utter ish show, man.
What happened? Tyler, you were there. You and your wife and your friends got up early and drove down, which means you probably had to sit in some traffic to drive back pissed.
Oh,
Yes.
you have no idea. That was the worst part, to be honest with you.
And you got those good seats. You were ready to go. You had your maroon jersey on. And
Went with the black, but yeah.
You went with the black? Oh, I
did.
thought you go with maroon. Okay, went with the black. And then Clinton Tyler, Reed lost his mind with multiple turnovers. They couldn't score on Miami. Miami wasn't doing much themselves offensively, except for a running back that they, for some reason, refused to hand the ball to enough until finally they didn't.
Made no sense to me.
Yeah, but this had to be a tough one because I thought going into it, fellas, that A&M was the better team. They were at home. Everybody was ready to go. And the guy who got them there really was the main reason why they failed. 3 turnovers in that game. That's what's he got? He's got 5 turnovers, 8 sacks, and 0 touchdowns in his last 2 games, which have been the only losses of the season for A&M.
Yeah. Went 11-0 for no good damn reason.
Oh, don't do that.
Right
man.
down the drain, huh?
Oh, absolutely.
Yearning
those
for
first
Kellen Mond.
11 mean nothing. You end with a live Austin against the Longhorns, then you end in front of 100,000-plus screaming Aggies in your first ever college football playoff game. You can't score a touchdown. You piss all over yourself and crap down your leg. There's no excuses for it at all, man. I mean, you don't end this year with anything good. You got no conference title. Win 11-0, no conference title. You win 11-0, no college football playoff win. Win 11-0, oh, not even a touchdown in your debut in the college football playoff. The defense for Texas A&M showed up. The 12th man sure as hell showed up on Saturday. Marcel Reed and the offense for Texas A&M crapped all over themselves and were MIA from kickoff onward. That's all it was. That's all it is. And there's nothing good to take from it. Nothing. Not one thing.
You know, Tyler and Clint, they may have won the game if they were just MIA. They weren't. They added to it. They had turnovers that set them up.
Yep.
Fair.
That was the killer part, right? Like, because Carson Beck didn't play well either. Did he get over 80 yards? I think feel like he was sitting at 80 yards for a long time. And the announcers kept saying, I know you didn't hear it, Tyler, because you were there, but the announcers kept saying, all right, Greg McElroy, this is Carson's moment. This is Carson Beck's moment. And then they would never give it to him. They just kept giving it to the running back. And then and seeing his mom, Linda, in the stands going off in there. I don't know if you saw her. She somehow got an entire row. And she's been able to march up and down the row, the kid's mom, and she is losing it in there. But I'm not shocked that Miami won. Miami's a good football team that got dudes. But
yeah, it was a 3-point spread.
I didn't see it looking like this, and I didn't see
that. Realized we were only going to score 3.
Yeah, I didn't see the Aggies playing offense like that. And Reed, my God, she's
awful. So happy he told us all and made that announcement last week that he's coming back to Aggieland, though.
It was
God.
It was a tough day for Reed. There's no doubt about it. And it's interesting though, guys. It's interesting. You know, I thought I'd seen enough this year to feel pretty good about him. You know, playing well from the pocket. You know, keeping him in the well, so to speak. You know, the new. You know, we've had. You know, there's been enough super athletic quarterbacks around the country, especially in college ball, to where the defenses have adjusted to this keep them in the well. You know, the keep them in the well concept defensively, where you really got 4 or 5 different guys that are all quote unquote spies, and you're just trying to keep them in the pocket. And if you can't dictate with the run game, then all of a sudden, you know, you're asking Marcel Reed to do some high level things from the pocket. And I thought he had graduated and developed into a point where he would be fine throughout the college football playoffs in doing that. And boy, was I wrong. That was a rough outing. by Reed and because it wasn't just the turnovers, guys. It wasn't just the last second, collapse. It was our day for him all day long.
Yeah.
I mean, he was getting ran all over the place. He was scrambling. He's floating. He throws balls that are one-hopping folks, and it was a rough day. Whatever Cristobal's game plan was defensively really had Reed, second-guessing himself, and it was a rough outing, man. It's going to be interesting what happens in College Station with their offensive coordinator leaving. Who they hire, who they bring in, does it fit Marcel?
Didn't they say that they were potentially going with the wide receivers coach?
They're just going to move him up?
Like he had been there. That's what I heard them.
At some point for sure.
Well, that's a hell of a deal.
Yeah. Colin Klein. Yeah, you're right. He's going to K-State.
Well, if you think like how he played and then how he was at coming up in the college ranks and coaching, everything fit Marcel Reed. And you look at what he did. With Marcel Reed for the most part this year, there was a run element to what he did, and as a player and as a coach, and so I think that was a good fit. What they do moving forward is going to be interesting to see kind of how they rebound, because that was a hell of a year, man. You reach college football playoffs, that's big time. You had a hell of a year. You made a lot of noise in the SEC, like Tyler said, disappointing finish, no doubt about it. But hey, tip the cap to Aggie Nation, man. That was impressive. And Tyler, I know you ain't happy about it, but I'm watching that game on TV, man. That's what college football playoffs are all about. The first round on the road, the home field advantage, the atmosphere. Pat McAfee had that place turned up with the kicking competition and all that kind of crap. I mean, the environment, the fans, the tradition, the everything. I mean, that's what you want. I mean, that's what you want your college football playoff first round to look like. And
is that the first road team to win since they've had this format?
I don't remember what all happened.
I know the night before Bama won.
So the first two road teams win. Those the first, because I think last year all of the home teams won.
You might be right on that.
So yeah, those two games back to back, Bama and A&M, or I'm sorry, Miami win. On the road. Yeah, that was
appreciate you saying that, Clint. Couldn't agree more. The 12th man showed up ready to go. Marcel Reed and his offense did not.
And the crazy thing is
my nuts.
Watching the game, if you take away, some of the turnovers and even he was, to me, clearly the better quarterback on the field. Just the way he played, except for the turnovers. I mean, the turnovers are a big deal. But I mean, Carson Beck looked like they didn't have a chance if they didn't have a run game. All right, coming up, Team Meal's best bets, and we'll look at it. The talk of the game, a lot of things happened in that game yesterday, but the talk of the game was C.J. Stroud. We'll discuss his play in his game yesterday.
All right, Coors Light, baby. It is made to chill. It was born in the Rocky Mountains in 1978 and is
Action Monday on 10. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. As you know, it is Monday, and we are out early here for the Coaches Show. DeMeco Ryans will get going right behind us at 5 o'clock sharp. Look back at yesterday's game against the Raiders, and we'll preview this Chargers game as they will take on them in L.A. coming up later on. So the Coaches Show, DeMeco Ryans, coming up behind us. And after that, Monday Night Football, a big one to watch, especially with playoff implications that do concern the Texans as the Colts will take on the 49ers tonight. And you can listen to that right here on Sports Radio 610, courtesy of Westwood One. Join us tomorrow for the Texans Ticket Tuesday. You can win you some tickets to that final game against the Colts. So you have a chance to win all day long, starting with Payne and Pendergast in the loop and concluding with us. Let's jump into it now. Let's get T. Mill's best bets going right now. And I am certain wasn't bad last week. On Friday, those results, he was 2 for 4, but 63% clearly in the green for the week. So he has been doing pretty well. And now he's got Monday Night Football bets that I'm certain we will see the best. But again, if you do not remember them or you need to look at them again, please feel free to head to T-Mill, at T-Mill Real Deal on Twitter, and he will have them posted up there. What you got, best bets tonight?
Yeah, Monday Night Football, absolutely 4 picks for this game between the Niners and the Colts in Indy this evening, and here they are. First, I'm on the 49ers. Minus the points, minus 3.5 is what I got. I'd be happy with 4 or 4.5 as well if that's what you're getting on your site. 49ers minus 3.5 against the Colts. Next, I'm on the under in this game. I got it at 46, under 46 between the Niners and Colts. And then a player prop for each squad in this game tonight. First, the running back for the San Francisco 49ers, C-Mac, Christian McCaffrey, over 59.5 rushing yards. I know we're all looking at his health. Sounds like he's going to be good to go, and I think he can eclipse 60 yards rushing, being the back that he is. And then the other back on the other side for the Colts, Jonathan Taylor. I just don't think they're going to be in a position to run the ball a whole lot after, especially the first half. I think they're going to have to throw it.
Oh, Lord.
Jonathan Taylor under on his rushing yards. 97.5 is that number. 97.5 under for those rush yards for Jonathan Taylor. And those are your 4 best bets.
Well, all right. It's going to be a painful run for you because you know they're going to feed him enough. It ain't going to be for a lack of touches.
Yeah. You think though this game may get away from him. And
yes.
They got to drop back and throw the ball with Phil.
It might. Hey, the old Phillip Rivers dam might break, and not what we saw last week may have been a fluke. It would happen.
Yeah, I think you're good. Christian McCaffrey is not even on the injury report at this point, so he should go in this game. I'm gonna tell you, I need this is gonna be fun in the Hughley house tonight.
What's that?
Boys got the Super Bowl, or I mean this is the championship round of fantasy.
Oh yeah,
and Trey is trailing Nicholas 110 to 108, and Trey has Jonathan Taylor, and Nicholas has Christian McCaffrey.
Oh boy. That is great. How did that happen?
Yeah, he's really lucky. Like, I have to apologize. I'm helping Nicholas out, and for good reason, Tyler. I benched Ashton Genty, and that's really where we are. Right?
Nicholas probably not a big fan of that. He's mad at you right now.
Oh yeah, but I mean,
he wouldn't be in this position.
And the thing is, I benched him for Quinshon Judkins,
who dislocated his ankle and broke.
But was really on a roll though, man. He was catching the ball. He had 5 catches before he got hurt. But, I mean, Ashton Genty is one of the high scorers, and he ain't scored like that all year, man. Right. But no, it'll be a good one tonight. I like that Christian McCaffrey. That joker right there, boy.
Have you
checked out his numbers this year?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, my man, he is north of 800 yards receiving. And I believe closing in on 1,000 on the ground. I mean, it doesn't feel like he's having that type of season, But I mean, he is a perfect fantasy player. You know, you gonna get.
He's gonna get touches.
He's gonna get touches, catch. Yeah, he's gonna get them in multiple ways. So, T Mill's best bet. Check out at T Mill Real Deal to find out anything that you may have missed. Get this week started off right on a Monday to make a little cash. All right, Clint. A lot of people are talking about. I would say to me, the thing that I'm seeing coming out of this game performance-wise is C.J. Stroud. And that seems to be – now, I don't know if that was the case for you on the post-game show with you and Sean, but player-wise, a lot that's coming out is C.J. Stroud's game. And I know we'll do Tape Drop Tuesday tomorrow, and you'll get a chance to see a lot more of it. But what was your takeaway watching him Sunday? Was that as disappointing an effort as most people have talked about?
I thought it was a disappointing effort, and I think it's pretty easy to get to the point that I want to make. It's just like C.J. Stroud is self-proclaimed ball placement specialist, and I like it. At first, I was like, "What the hell is he?" No. At first, I was like, "Man, he's got the ability now. There ain't no doubt about that." But in this offense, we're week 16. That's who you are. You can't go out there and start a game, and 2 of the first 3 drives you're missing quick out routes to your star 6'4" wide receiver. You can't do it. It's unacceptable. It's not as CJ and DeMeco say, I missed a couple of those, but that's football. No, it's not football, man. In this offense, you've got to beat yourselves like that. Right, you've got to beat yourself up about missing throws like that. If in those early 3 or 4 series, if the third down problems of it was man and they took Nico away with the safety over the top and nobody else could separate, which I'll see on film tonight whether that was the case or not. And if that was the case, those guys ought to beat themselves up about not being able to separate. You were in a perfect scenario to have major success with Nico getting so much attention. Somebody opposite him's getting one-on-one coverage, soft coverage, the second corner, third corner. You got to win. And if you're gonna be a championship caliber team, the expectations have to be above. Oh man, I missed a couple throws, ain't no big deal. I get it right. It happens in football. The expectations have to be above that. So yeah, I would say it was a disappointing outing by C.J. Stroud. From that perspective, I would say it was a disappointing outing from Nick Caley. Just as I said earlier, I think the way to encompass it all is more about just the adjustments part of it. When something's not working, what do you go to? When they're trying to take Nico away in big moments, what do you go to? They figured it out late because Nico definitely put an impact on the game, but it shouldn't take all that for him to become that big of a part of the offense.
Yeah, man.
I disagree, by the way, with a lot of people out there talking about the problem was they were trying to force the ball to Nico. I can picture maybe one time when they tried to force the ball to Nico.
He's just got to be more consistent, man. Yeah. By the way, breaking news coming across. We talked about DK Metcalf, and this is a big thing. DK Metcalf is going to be suspended the final 2 games of the regular season. He plans to appeal the suspension, and for them, maybe they can hope to get it down to 1. But, obviously they got help with a big day of them winning in Detroit and then Baltimore losing at home to the Patriots. But
2 games ahead of the
Ravens. But if they lose next week and the Ravens win, that means that final game that they play against each other in Week 18, the winner takes the division and makes the playoffs. But this is
the loser's out.
The loser's out. Yeah, they can't win. They can't make it into a wild card spot. So it's just a selfish act by DK Metcalf. The number one, maybe Kenneth Gainwell may have something to say with it, but the number one weapon, at least passing threat for Aaron Rodgers, they will not have in the next couple of games. So we'll see what that appeal does. But that's big news in the AFC playoff race. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. The Coaches Show with DeMeco Ryans coming up behind us, and then the all-important Colts-Niners game, courtesy of Westwood One, you can listen to right here on Sports Radio 610 after DeMeco Ryans gets done. I am Ron, the show. As always, Houston, we love you, baby.
And the world's all right with me.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
It wasn't pretty, but the Texans kicked off their holiday week with a win.
Stroud approaches the line of scrimmage, takes a knee, and the Texans do it. They defeat the Raiders 23-21. The DeMeco sealing it, and the Texans have won 7 straight.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call. Leave the traffic report is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. An accident over on the East X Freeway on the HOV lane northbound at FM 1960. Also an accident 45 northbound at Franklin. It's over to the right shoulder. Be careful as you approach. Stop vehicle sitting over on the East X Freeway northbound at McGowan. Ready for your custom-built luxury home in the Texas Hill Country or Greater Houston? Talk to Kirk Holmes. Recently awarded 3 2025 Texas Association of Builder Awards. Best Architecture or Design, Best New Custom Home, and Best Owner Suite. Visit KirkHolmes.com. That's KURK, because at Kirk Holmes, it's all about you. Foggy this evening with a low of 67. I'm Amelia Escobar, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Gresh with an Odyssey Sports Minute. So everybody was kvetching and moaning about James Madison and Tulane. Now, may I ask all of you Power 4 mongers out there, aren't you the group of commissioners from the big conferences who put together not 1 but 2 years of a system that worked against you? Maybe you, the heads of the SEC, ACC, Big 12, and Big 10, are the real problems in all of this, not James Madison. I'm Gresh.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, live with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not that.
Of course he did. Right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here.
And I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Nice. My side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed. With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in and new line. $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
At MD Anderson Cancer Center, we're raising the standard in cancer care. Our world-renowned researchers and subspecialized physicians work together to turn discoveries into life-saving treatments faster. Through the world's largest cancer clinical trials program, we bring the most innovative treatment options directly to our patients when they need it most. Because at MD Anderson, we know cancer inside and out. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at Liberty Mutual.
Liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
No gift? No problem. With Target's last-minute gifts, the holidays are a breeze. You can score on the hottest toys, beauty must-haves, chocolatey stocking stuffers, and much more. And if you need it now, no worries. Swing by any Target store today and snag all the stocking stuffers and gifts for the most magical season yet. Step into the holidays, check off everything on your list, and save big on your last-minute gifts. Only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 346-200-6700. That's 346-200-6700.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast for the Men's Tea Clinic. We're in December now. You want to close your year stronger than ever. Get to the Men's Tea Clinic and get your jump on whatever those New Year's resolutions are, just for feeling better, looking better, getting that edge back that you had before. Because when you go to the Men's Tea Clinic, you can get that annual wellness exam and get all the answers that you need. That's what I did back in January of 2020. I've been going every Friday ever since for my testosterone boost. It's been great. There's 5 locations in the Houston area. Make it a great new year at Men's Tea Clinic. You can find them at mensteaclinic.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first round. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Radio.
Yes, sir.
The DeMeco Ryans Show.
Communicate. Over-communicate.
Brought to you by Amity Bank.
Hello, Texans. Happy holidays. Welcome to the DeMeco Ryans program. If you're out and about, coming home from work, going to work, getting holiday shopping done, we are your destination to talk about your Houston Texans. 10 victories and counting. 10 wins for the 3rd consecutive year, and 10 plus this year, please. With 2 regular season games remaining, Houston on a 7-game winning streak. And all day long, you've heard about how the Raider game was not a piece of art exactly. It's not going to Canton, as a former Texans coach might have said, but the Texans got the dub, and that's what matters. In the crunch, they were good. They got the win. It's 7 in a row. It's tied for 2nd all-time as far as Texans winning streaks go, and that was a 7-game winning streak in 2010. The longest is 2019. That was also an 0-3 start for the Texans. They started 0-3 this year, 3-5. You know the story if you're listening to this show. So they got the win over the Raiders, and the Chargers are coming up Saturday at 3:30. This monster game for your Texans as the Chargers are on a roll themselves. 4 consecutive victories, while the Jags have won 6 in a row. Since they lost to the Texans, they are unbeaten, and they lead the Texans by a game in the AFC South. The Monday Nighter has the Colts playing the 49ers. This is significant as well. We will get into some of that as the week progresses here, but let's get into it with the head coach, DeMeco Ryans, in studio. Coach, great to see you. Happy holidays. How's it going?
Happy holidays. Great to see you guys as well.
7 wins in a row, and we'll talk about the Charger game coming up. This is a huge game coming up on Saturday, but congratulations getting the win over the Raiders. And I know a lot of people talk about how it went down, what happened. You guys have found ways to finish these games, to play well in the crunch. What's the key to that, Coach?
Yeah, the key to it is you go in, each week is a new week. Like, you go in with that mindset. You have to do whatever it takes that particular week to get the win, and that's all that matters. I know some of the talk about the wins, and it seems like some people may think just because your record is better, you go in with a 10-point a 10-point advantage. That doesn't happen. Like, all the games start the same. You got to go out and earn your right to win the game, and that's what I'm most proud of our guys for. Whatever it takes, however it looks, like, our guys have found ways to win games and to be on this, 7-game win streak right now. It's just a credit to them for staying the course, believing in each other, and doing the things necessary that we need to do to finish games.
Coach, one of the things I said to Mark, and I said it right as we were starting the fourth quarter, it feels like in games where the fourth quarter, you guys have really kind of stepped up, especially offensively. Fourth quarter has been that time where things maybe start to click a little bit more. CJ was hot the other day against the Raiders in the fourth quarter. It feels like the fourth quarter has really kind of been a comfort zone for you. Where do you think that stems from? Where do you think that really is coming from for particularly the offense?
I feel like guys understand, like, you need to be a great fourth quarter team. Yeah. Like, if you want to win in this league, we talk about it all the time. Most of the games in our league come down to one possession games. Right. There aren't many just blowouts that happen. So you have to be on it. You have to be really dialed in that fourth quarter, and that's where our guys have been, and I'm happy that it's that way. Like, you'd much rather be dialed in the fourth quarter, right? Finding a way, things not really going well early on, you find a way to correct it, and you find a way to close the game out. That's all that matters, and that's where we are.
What did you see from CJ along those lines in the second half, 13 of 15 after halftime, really heating up, like Johnny said?
Yeah, I thought he made better throws. I thought he made really good decisions, stepping up in the pocket, really finding the guys who were open. That was it. I mean, some throws were off, self-admittedly, from CJ. He knew that the first half wasn't his best, and he knew that. He wanted to come out and prove and show that, hey, he's capable of making the throws, making the right decisions to help the team win the game. So proud of him for having a ugly start to it, but finishing it in a very beautiful fashion.
Coach, what does it say in the fourth? I think it was the fourth quarter. Cade's got that third down catch. Higgins makes the big third down catch. Yeah, Nico got his targets and made some big plays, but it was guys that really up to that point hadn't had a lot of targets, hadn't had any catches, I think, at that point, but they came up with big third down catches. How big were those two that Cade and Jaden had?
Yeah, that's huge for us. Like, look, it's team offense. Right. I know everybody wants Nico to have the ball 20 times, but other defenses know that too. You're going to take away the best players. So we understand that. Like, Nico's going to get double. He's going to get clouded. You better do that, right? Because he's such an explosive player. He's such a great player. Now, we just have to do a better job of making sure, like, we're going through our progressions the proper way and we're hitting whoever is open, because that's how we're going to win games. We have to continue to do whatever it takes. Right, and for me, it's whoever is open, let's hit them and let's go. We believe in whoever is open; those guys are going to make plays for us. You saw Christian Kirk yesterday on a couple of his, short passes. He was able to convert. Cade was able to convert. Higgins, so we have other guys besides Nico that can make plays for us, which is a really good thing. And we're excited about all those guys.
And you and I talk a lot about third downs. 7 for 15 yesterday on third down for your offense. I mean, do you have a certain goal in mind when you go into, I mean, I know you want it to be 100%, I get that, but do you have a goal in mind of what you want the offense to be third down wise as you go into a game?
Yeah, as I go into a game, I always want to beat the being the third down. So I feel like defensively, if we do a good job of stopping them and our offense is able to convert more third downs, that means we're sustaining drives. Our offense is staying on the field longer than they are, and that eventually will lead to us scoring more points.
I know you want to run for 200 yards a game, Coach, but weren't able to do that yesterday. However, you got some good runs. Jawar in his second game, the encore performance, found some cracks of daylight, and Nick had that big 30-yard run at a big time.
Yeah, Jawar did, again, his second time playing. I thought he did find those cracks in the run game. He's very slippery. He has a really good knack for, bouncing off defenders. He did that again, this week. And then you throw in Chubb. Chubb has the explosive run that really broke it open for us there in the fourth quarter. So you want to run for 200 yards.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen much, but that's always the goal you're trying to do. We have to continue to stay with the run, right? Continue to challenge everyone up front, everybody involved, receivers, tight ends, O-linemen. Just continue to finish blocks as best we can, right? If we finish blocks, feel like we have really good runners who can make some explosive runs there. We just continue to stay with it, continue to call it, and we'll do a much better job, I feel, this week of running the ball.
Coach Mark knows how I love numerology and symmetry. You have 4 guys in the secondary, all with 4 interceptions each. It's not one guy dominate. It's all 4 guys back there, all 4 of them with interceptions. Going into the game was 3, then Sting comes up with his. The fact that 4 different guys have 4 interceptions, what do you think that says about Sting's interception, then be able to take it to the house? How much does that give you a kickstart to get the game going?
Yeah, having 4 guys, that definitely doesn't happen much. Right. And so I'm proud of just all those young guys who were able to make plays. Petrie, Bullock, Kamari, and Stingley. Like, teams are looking to have like 4 guys who can go and take the ball away like those guys do. So all guys, impact players for us, young players that have really bright futures. A bright future in this league, and I'm excited that we have all those guys, and we have them for a long time. And Stingley, the pick he makes is just such a wow play. It's 3rd and short. Everybody's anticipating run. Stingley does a really great job of playing the coverage and also just having a knack and a feel for, hey, when is the right time to go and jump a route and make a play? You have to do that. You have to be confident. Right. In your ability to make that play, and you have to know what's coming, know where you're needed. Stingley did that. Such a great play by him, jumping it, being able to take the ball. No, not just take it. I always say we're always trying to go score, man. And for him to take it to the house and to see just a sea of red, just turn and try to find a block, that was a really cool clip there, and I'm excited for Sting. His first, I had to ask him, I was like, have you ever had one before? He's like, no, his first pick 6 since high school. Wow. So that's an impressive play. Happy he was there. We needed it. We needed those points, baby, so I'm happy he got it for us. Yeah.
Coach, you've handled a lot of really good running backs this year. Ashton Genty, he had a nice day for them. Big piece as well. What made him so tough to stop?
Yeah, the guy, he keeps his feet moving. Like some backs, you get them you wrap them up or you hit them and they'll kind of slow down. This kid actually speeds his feet up. He jumps out of tackles a lot. And we were there a lot. We didn't wrap up. And that was the thing that, we knew going into the week that we knew we needed to wrap the kid up, tackle, secure the tackles, but we didn't do a great job there, and he got some explosives on us. Even when it breaks out, our safety, we got to be able to get the guy down and not allow him to go in for a touchdown there. So some improvement to be had there. We got another challenge this week. Hampton, another good physical young back who's tough. He's going to run the exact same way. So we got to make sure that we'll see if we got it corrected. They're going to check us. They're going to run the ball a lot. So we're going to have our opportunities to show that we fixed our tackling and we have to do it.
And the coaching's different this time of year, right? Week 3, I would imagine you'd be in pads and you'd be telling the guys, let's simulate some of this stuff. But short week and this late in the season, it's a little bit different in the instruction part of it, right?
Yeah, it is. Like we're trying to keep guys healthy. You're trying to keep guys fresh at this part of the year. So we can't go out and physically put on the pads and go through tackling drills. That's not the case. Like, we just got to play with better technique. Even when we're in shorts and helmets, we got to just finish wrapping guys out, putting our bodies in the right position. That's the main thing when it comes to tackling. It's put your body in the right position. Make sure you have a great angle to the football. And then that want to, like, how bad do you want to get the guy down? If you want it bad enough, you'll get him down. So we'll get that corrected.
You want it bad enough, use your arms, hands, everything to bring him down. Yeah. Coach, with Mario and Tim out at defensive tackle, I think there have just been questions about what was going to happen to that position. When you looked at the film, how did you think the interior guys played on Sunday?
Yeah, we thought Rankins and Tommy did a really good job in there, and we're moving guys around. We got Autry in there a little bit. We're trying to find some guys. We knew it was going to be a huge void, like losing Tim, losing Rio. They played such great ball for us, and we had a really good rotation. So we got to do a better job of playing in the interior. We got to play stouter, right? Some of those runs that got out, we're on the ground, right? We're creating too much movement. So we got to just knock back the offensive line better, right, to make the back check his feet, and that allows our second-level guys to make those plays.
With no Azeez, can you talk about what he brings to the table that sometimes the fans don't see? They see the playmaking,
right,
but they might not see all the communication that takes place or whatever else he adds to the equation.
Yeah, Azeez is being the play caller, the green dot guy, right, on his helmet. He's handled the communication all year. So when you do lose a guy like Azeez, Henry moves over to the Mike linebacker spot. He has to handle the communication. Not Henry's done it before, but it's like, where are you most comfortable?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Azeez, having done it a lot, he's more comfortable in that spot. He's done it for longer, and he's done a really good having out there. Hopefully we can get him back this week, but you don't miss sometimes when plays are happening fast and you have to talk to other guys. Like, he's that coach on the field that has to get things corrected. When we can't get a call in quick enough or they're going hurry up, he gets that call in. He kind of knows what we're thinking, where we want to go with the call. So it's and he's also just a motivator out there on the field as well. He has to do his job, but he has to communicate, talk to the other guys, get them pumped up, amped up throughout the series. If things go bad, he has to get it fixed. So it's a lot that's on your plate as a Mike linebacker. That Azeez is an extension of us as the play caller, and he's done an outstanding job of it all year.
Coach, a moment happened. It's a college playoff game. Malachi Toney, wide receiver from Miami, was caught a pass. It was like third down. Looked like he was going to make a first down. He fumbled. He went over the sidelines, and he was just distraught. It's like 7.5 minutes left. He's distraught. And Mark Fletcher, the running back, goes over there, and he starts talking to him like, hey, young blood, we got to, stay in the game. And I thought about that from a Texans perspective. When mistakes happen like that, do you like to see players go talk to, other players, or do you like for your assistant coaches or even you to kind of step in to say, hey, we're good? Or do you like for your players to do those things?
Yeah, I think it always means more when the players are able to go and talk to each other. Right. It just means more coaches we're always talking. We're always correcting. We're always, coaching guys up. That's our job. That's what we do. And sometimes it goes in one ear and goes out the other. But I think when it's truly made us come over to talk to you and they look you in the eyes and okay, man, I got to pick it up. I got to let that mistake go, and I got to move on to the next play. Definitely means a lot.
The correcting part of it. During the game, it's the assistants that have to reach out to the players on the sideline, try to straighten something out before they get back out there. How does all that work, Coach?
Yeah, well, as we're going through plays, we'll see mistakes that happen, and we communicate on the headset. For myself, is telling guy, hey, this happened. Make sure we're getting it fixed. This coverage wasn't right. Like, make sure you're talking to the corner, safety, linebacker. Make sure they're on the same page. Sometimes if I see it quick enough and the guy's walking off, I'll just hit him right when he walks off the field. Hey, remember, we have to do X, Y, Z. And, we have to be on this communication or on this leverage or this, put your eyes in the right place. So I try to correct it as quickly as possible so we can move on and we don't have those issues again.
When you mentioned Henry wearing a green dot, I thought back to last year when he had to wear the green dot for the Miami game when Azeez was out of those games. And it's a one-way communication. Obviously, you're talking to him. He can't, he might hand signal or do something back to you, but you're talking to him. But now Matt's doing that, talking to Azeez, and the other day talking to Henry. So who do you talk to? Well, who are you talking to yourself? Or are you talking? No. Who are you talking to as that's going on? Because I always get the impression that you like that communication. You like to kind of keep talking as it's going, even though if you're not talking to Henry, you're talking to someone. Who are you talking to at that moment?
Yeah, man, during that moment, I'm talking to Matt, talking to Kaylee, and telling them, hey, CJ of this, remind Henry to tell this guy this, and talking a lot. And then when I did call it, the play, down to the 15-second mark, hey, expect this route or this run. Like, I'm trying to give them a heads up on what I see from the formation. If I can talk to them, I want to give them the answer to the test. If I see a play and I know it, like, I want them to be a step ahead and be able to make a play.
Yeah, absolutely.
Before we talk about the Chargers specifically, what about going back to a building where you've played before this year, but now it's a different team? And they kind of have similar colors, but it's a different team, Coach. Does it help at all that you've been in that building before this year, or is that irrelevant?
I hope it helps. We have some familiarity with being there, whatever, staying in the same hotel, being in the same. So guys will know it's nothing new as we go into that building, just a different team. But our guys should be ready to go, right? Our last time being in that building, it didn't go great for us. And we have a lot to prove in that building to go show that we can go win a game on the West Coast.
It's third year in a row that we'll be in that situation. Baltimore, Kansas City. I mean, those had playoff games, and then now L.A.
Yeah, but that was the same team.
Yeah, well, that's true. It is a
now you have a different team.
Same stadium, same city. It's all kind of the same, I guess, in Los Angeles. Speaking of the Chargers, it was a long time ago. How much, Coach, can you look back at last year's playoff game and gather anything from that versus what the Chargers are doing now with Justin and what the offense in particular? Are there things you can kind of carry over from that playoff game until now, or is it just a bridge?
Yeah, I always try to take a fresh look of where are they now. I think each season has its own, it's has its own story of who they become throughout the season, like what changes have they made. And so as I watch the guys, watching them this year in particular, you see like they have to shuffle their offensive line around a lot. So they're trying to figure it out. They're trying to now, seems like after the bye week, they're trying to really lean in on running the ball more, getting into the jumbo packages, running the ball more. Justin is making really good decisions with the football. He has that athletic ability to escape the pocket. He doesn't, like when you hear about Justin Herbert, you don't hear a lot of people talk about that. But, man, his ability to escape the A and B gaps is very similar to Mahomes in that way. And also they have the zone read element that when it's crunch time and he needs to make a play, he'll pull the ball and make plays for you. So really talented quarterback. One of the toughest guys I've seen, in the pocket. I've shown clips of him throughout the season to our team, just of some of the decisions he made, how tough he is in the pocket. So he's an impressive young player who's doing a really good job. They're doing a good job of playing well around him. They're managing the game very well. They're keeping it to third and manageable. They're eating clock. They're first in time of possession. They play good on defense, eliminate explosives. So I think it's very mirror image to both teams. Like we try to do the same thing, like run the ball, get in the jumbo package, run the ball, be efficient on third down. So it's going to be a true battle this week. I think that clock this week is maybe a short game, but it's I'm excited about this though, man. This is you get an opportunity here, right? This is playoff football in my mind. Like you going against a playoff team, we need this win to get into the playoffs. So everything is on the line for us. Excited for the challenge for our guys. See how we come out of play.
What about the nuances of the short week and a distraction called Christmas? Which is an important day, but it's in the middle of the football week, Coach.
Right.
So how do you handle things for this short week?
Yeah, for this short week, again, we bump everything up a day. And so Christmas will actually be like our Friday, which is a shorter day. So we'll give guys, we'll come in a little later. So give those who have kids, everybody wants that time to be able to spend with your kids in the morning on Christmas. So we'll have that, and we'll get out, early enough where families can go and eat dinner together as well. So it falls on it's really cool that we had the short week this week because you can enjoy your Christmas on our typical short day Friday, which would be Thursday. This week, it works out well for us.
Oh, very well put together then. Yes.
Yeah, very nice. Coach, I know you haven't got too far into the Chargers, but I asked you about the offense. But I wonder from your standpoint, because of your connection to defense here and just defense in general, do you watch certain defenses as you're studying them and go, "Ooh, man, I like watching these guys. These guys I really like. I know, man, I hate that we got to face them, but boy, I really like watching these guys." And I don't know if the Chargers are defense like that, but do you have moments like that where you're watching, whether it's scheme or whether other defenses are doing, do you kind of look at it and go, "Yeah, man, I really like these guys," as I look at it?
Yeah, man, it goes both ways for me, offenses and defense. I'm watching. Like I can always admire teams that do it the right way. All right, teams who play sound coverage, guys are exactly where they're supposed to be. They know how to fit the run the proper way. Seeing some guys mix it up on second and long, getting to some of their third down packages. It's like, oh, man, they're doing a really nice job. Seeing some guys blitzing a lot. It's like, oh, man, I can't put the guys in that position there. But it's really cool to see, just admiring just football, just my love for football, seeing, offenses as well. As I'm watching all kind of different offenses and the schemes. It's like, oh, man, that's a cool play idea. Like, can we find a way to implement this? I think this will work, especially versus this defense. So I do. I have a lot of guys I admire. This for me watching the Raiders last week. Like really watching them play the run. I knew it was going to be a challenge for us because they were attacking aggressive downhill. So a lot of respect for those guys, and I'm always watching to see, okay, maybe this guy may pop up as a free agent. This player may have to keep a note for him. I like the way he plays. I may have to try to get him to be a Texan later on.
I said this to Mark after the game was over. I've always respected Max Crosby. But after watching him play the run the way that he does, knowing full well that those edge rushers are getting paid a lot of times for the sacks and the pressure on play the run, I walked out of that building with the utmost respect for how he played the game. And that's what made me think about it, because we don't see them but every couple of years. But just watching how hard he plays and watching him play the run, I was like, man, that's – and we've got guys like that here. But just watching him, having that respect for the way he plays, Max is one of those guys.
It sticks out, man. When guys play with relentless effort, those are my type of guys that I like because everybody doesn't play that way. A lot of guys, especially edge players, they're just looking for the passing downs, and that's when they want to kind of turn it on when it's time to go get your sacks and get the numbers up. But for me, I like the guys who like to get grimy, like in the run game, you're playing physical, you're closing. Like to see Max on the play he made to go chase Chubb down, like unbelievable effort by him. Like really respect him, respect the way he plays the game. No matter how the game looks, no matter the record, he plays the game with a relentless motor.
And he's not going to be a free agent, so there's that. Okay, Coach, the Amity Bank Ask Coach question of the week. Kids will be opening presents this week, Coach. So from your youth, bring back a toy that you loved, that you think kids would like today that might not exist today anymore, or maybe it does. You tell us what stands out to you.
Oh, man. What doesn't exist today? Rock'em Sock'em Robot?
Yes.
I like that one.
That was a classic. That was a classic.
That's a great one. Does it still exist?
It does.
It
I
does.
think they make a knockoff. You know what I mean? I don't know if it's the original manufacturer, but I've seen it somewhere, and I thought that is a good
one. And then Nintendo with the little, when you got the little track and field, the little track pad you had to run. That was fun too. So
that was good.
Very
good. A lot
good.
of classic. And you can never go wrong. You got yourself some wheels, so to get a nice bike. I know a lot
that's
of kids,
popular. That's popular.
Very popular. They got the electric bikes now, so they don't have to do much.
I will not allow my kid to have one. Get the exercise. Coach, thanks a lot. Good luck this week.
Thank you, guys. Enjoyed it.
Plenty more coming up with your head coach, DeMeco Ryans, including DeMeco in the locker room to the team after the game. That speech, we've got it, and it's good. There's some motivational stuff at the end of it that you're going to want to hear no matter what you do in life. And DeMeco with Johnny after the game. Also after the game, EJ Speed caught up with Sean and Clint, so you're going to hear that among some other things. Kaimi Fairbairn with the 3 field goals. We talked about him. You're going to hear from him and then some here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
My name is Paula Mendoza, and I'm the CEO of Possible Missions. I needed a bank that would communicate with me. You have to be able to pick up the phone and trust that they can help you. Trust that they know your business well enough, that they know what you need. That's one of the reasons I'm with Amity now. I can email about the smallest of things, and I get a response. I absolutely have all the trust in the world that Amity will be there for me for my next steps.
Amity Bank, a division of Zions Band Corporation N.A., member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
Texans fans, this season, take more than the field. Take the drive. It's Coach DeMeco Ryans here. Look, whether it's game time or go time, I count on Ford SUVs to handle it all. Bronco when I need grit. Bronco Explorer, America's all-time best-selling SUV for versatility. So, take the drive. Visit your best in Texas Ford dealer, official SUV of the Houston Texans.
Ford is the best in Texas.
Throughout time, man has expressed himself through dance. The Charleston, the two-step, and yes, even the Macarena. But few dances have captured the imagination like the victory dance. It says, I'm a winner. In your face, world. With Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery, it's time to start working on your victory dance. You could have lots to celebrate with top prizes of $100,000, plus enter for a chance to win VIP Texans experiences. So, dust off your victory dance and play today. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
There is no better way to watch C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., and the rest of your Houston Texans on game day than in a luxury suite. From hassle-free VIP parking to James Beard award-winning, chef-curated food selection served by your own private suite attendant. Texans Luxe is unparalleled. But hurry, suites are going fast and already sold out for select games this season. Call 832-667-2299 or visit HoustonTexansLuxe.com to reserve your private suite today.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Whether you're playing with your kids or playing for the Houston Texans, a sprain, tear, or nagging ache can set you back. Until your expert orthopedic team at Houston Methodist uses advanced technology to personalize a treatment plan that's minimally invasive, healing your pain, and getting on your terms. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. For you, Houston Methodist, leading medicine. Official healthcare provider for the Houston Texans.
You need facilities designed to perform under pressure. From refineries and petrochemical plants to terminals and pipelines, Burns & McDonnell delivers fit-for-purpose solutions on time, on budget, and with a steadfast commitment to safety. Our still-growing team has been in Houston for nearly 30 years and draws on the full integrated EPC services of one of the nation's top design firms. Learn more about the opportunities that are waiting for you at Burns & McDonnell. Find your fit at burnsmcd.com/Texans. Burns & McDonnell is an equal opportunity employer.
When the Houston Texans take to the gridiron this season, Reliant will be there to bring the energy. That's because Reliant is the only energy provider the Texans trust to power every electric moment, every punt, pass, and kick, every touchdown or takeaway. Reliant will be there, powering every game day. And when you have Reliant and Vivint, they're smarter together, giving you the power to manage your electricity and your smart home all in one place. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of the Houston Texans.
PUCT number 10007.
The Texans took care of business against the Raiders.
First and goal at the 1. Stroud digs in. CJ to throw. Left side of the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. Dalton Schultz.
You know, it was ugly, but, you know, the way you want to win in December is winning. You know, whatever it looks like, however it looks. So I think, you know, we can get all these things could be fixed, you know, and just got to just keep rolling and, you know, continue to get better.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports for the Texans. Play here. Back to Texans Radio, the DeMeco Ryans Show.
Right back into the fray here on the DeMeco Ryans Show. Let's go right into the locker room after the game against the Raiders, a Texans victory, 23-21. Here's the coach to his team.
Y'all like to win or not? Come on, man. Hey, congratulations on the win, man. They all hard to come by. I knew what that was going to be like all week, all right? Knew it was going to be a challenge. That's a really good football team. All right, give those guys credit. They're a good football team. They came, they battled, but the way you guys finished, like, that's what it's all about, man. No matter what it took, everybody stepped up and finished the right way, all right? We talked about during the week, Dino talked about, man, we need to pop it off early, start fast. We haven't had a turnover in the first quarter all year. On the first ball right here, on the Stingley. And by the way, guys, for Sting, that's his first pick six since high school. Since high school. Offense, man, the way you guys, I know it didn't go the way we liked it, right? But it's all about how you finish, man. 2 5-minute drives in the fourth quarter to close the game out. Nico, outstanding job right there. CJ, outstanding job by you as well. We got one more game ball, all right? And this guy, he eclipsed 1,000 points, all right? First in Texas history, all right, to do it. Wow. Amy, where you at, man? Amy, all right? Did 3 of them, right? 55, 50, and 49, and gave us an opportunity to win this game.
Tommy Brink, O-line, couldn't do it without you guys.
I mean, outstanding win by everybody in here. It took everybody. Great job, everybody. All right, we got a short week. You know, we go to L.A., game on Saturday, all right? So we'll be out. tomorrow, but Tuesday will be our Wednesday, and then we start the week and we're off and rolling, man. Everything you want, everything you play this game for, the reason why you suit up, everything is in front of us. We keep attacking it the right way, taking care every single day, operating the best you can operate every single day. That's all that's on your mind. Dominate that day. Dominate your job. One day at a time. All right? And we'll be where we got to be. All right? Special team, man. I keep saying the special team. We can win any given way, no matter where we play, when we play. Like, we got the guys to go get it done, no matter what, no matter how it look. All right? Keep our eyes in front. Let's keep hunting, baby. One time, baby, Texas!
Man, I especially love the end of that locker room speech. Hey, we are presented by Amegy Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans. And the guys on the postgame show, Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner, were doing a business-like interview with E.J. Speed. I just had to work in the word business there. But here it is, E.J. Speed, after the victory of the Raiders, in studio with the guys.
How's it feel? How was the locker room afterwards?
I feel good. The morale is up. Great team win by the guys. DeMeco Ryans, oh my God, amazing. It's icy. You know what I mean? That's things that we talk about throughout the week. So getting it done is everything. Yeah.
Hey, EJ, what about a game like today is one of them that to me, from the outside looking in, seems like one of those games you wasn't. I mean, I would refer to it as an ugly win. Mm-hmm. But you look at how you guys had to do it. You had to kick some long field goals. You mentioned Nico's play. You end up offense putting your knee in the turf to finish the game. The pick six early, which set it off. So just it's a game that boy, it seems like you could learn a lot from film wise.
No win in this league is going to be easy. I mean, we playing the best of the best. So you just never know who's going to come out and have a great game. So, like, just buckling down and just understanding the game plan and everything that you go in to do to beat a team. At the end of the day, when you look at that scoreboard at the end of the fourth quarter and you up, I mean, it's not a job just well done because it is a lot of stuff that we left out there we could do better in. But it is it's a win. A win in this league is hard to come by. So just to get it done, you know what I mean? Just go in, look at the film and correct it and, you know, just get better. That's all it is. Week to week, get better.
Ashton Genty had a big game for them. I guess you give us your perspective on him. Obviously, a really good rookie who's you know been a tough season overall for the Raiders, but boy, he was tough today.
Yeah, I can see why he was so high coming in. You know, as a draft pick and stuff like that. He did a great job today. I can say he came to play. A lot of stuff that we game planned on. I mean, he just made his plays when his plays was called upon, and you know when a player doing that, you just got to give him the respect that he deserves. And I give him that.
EJ, take us behind the curtain a little bit, man. We just heard from DeMeco Ryans, and I mean, I would say he's pretty hard on the defense. But that's I imagine you embrace that. But he mentioned today communication in his post-game presser. Being a linebacker, that you're part of all of that communication. Take us behind the scenes a little bit of what today. Where today did the communication struggle a little bit? How do you fix that? What does that piece look like?
From day one, Meek been talking communication. So quite honestly, I don't think Meek was downplaying communication in that press conference. I have to watch it, but I mean, we have great games where we shut guys out, and he was talking about communication when he come into the meeting. I mean, since I got here, that's been the biggest thing that he harp on. So if the communication wasn't great today, it's just something that we just gonna go in and work on the next day. You know what I mean? It's just another thing. So on the field, I mean, on the field, I feel like the communication was there or whatever like that. We gave up some plays in which, you know, we won't back. But, yeah, it's just something that we just got to get better at day by day. Not even just communication, just everything in general if we're going to go and win that Super Bowl. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. E.J. Speed, Texans linebacker, joining us here on Texans Radio. You signed here as a free agent. How do you feel like you fit in? How's it gone with you? How have you enjoyed playing in this defense so far?
I love it. I mean, I said in free agency I wanted to come and play alongside DeMeco Ryans just because I knew the linebacker guru he is. If you look at his history, he had Fred, Aziz, 57,
Greenlaw.
Yeah. Dre Greenlaw. So, yeah, man, he had some great linebackers, and a lot of the linebackers talk highly of him and respect him. And the same thing as me when I came in, I was just all ears. You know, they was already a great defense. I've said this before in many interviews. They was already a great defense, and I just wanted to come in and you know, just put my stamp on things and just see I be so teams defense. You know, if I need to spill Henry or come in and do whatever I need to be the third linebacker, I just came in and I just wanted to just open my heart and just learn. And that was the biggest thing for me this year, is just to learn from DeMeco and just get on track and just do my thing.
How does the game change for you when Aziz is not in it? I mean, we obviously see it. I mean, we from our perspective. But like for you, how does that change things operationally?
I mean, it's kind of Aziz is our Mike linebacker and our communicator, our leader. You know what I mean? He wears the captain patch for a reason. I mean, he gets everything set up, and that's from OTAs to camp to everything. Aziz always been harping on. You know, he's great with his communication and everything like that. So when you miss a piece like Aziz, of course, that's like, you know, the head of operations in here. If they go down, you know, somebody got to step up and do that. You know, it might not be the same as Aziz, or it might not be as good, or it might be, you know, a day where we can. You know what I mean? They simplify calls or whatever they need to do to get us going. So just missing Aziz in that situation, I mean, that's never something that you want. You know what I mean? So with Zero out there, everything is smooth and is good and everything like that. Just like when Henry's out there and he's doing his thing, they just communicate in two different ways.
Is anything drastically different in the building compared to you guys start 0-3 and now you're on this long winning streak? Have you guys been pretty much at that same level the whole time here inside the building? What was it like being at 0-3, and did you ever envision being 10-5 after starting?
Yeah, I mean, you can go look at press conferences and stuff that our head coach had when we was 0-3. Mm-hmm. He was saying, like, you know, calm down. It's not, you know what I mean? He was preaching the same thing to us. It's just that we held a standard now, and now I think that we're going on to have one of the best records. Or whatever, like me, that he was like, you know, we going on to have one of the best records we had since I've been here. So I mean, of course, like the beginning of the season is the beginning of the season. You know what I mean? We lost those games, and you know, we wish we could have those back. But at the end of the day, we just kept moving on week to week, and doing what we know best, and just putting our best foot forward.
Texans linebacker E.J. Speed joining us here on Texans Postgame. Before we get you out of here, how is it being on the same side as C.J. now, especially on days like today where he makes those plays at the end like that?
Man, C.J. don't let me make it, bro. C.J. always joking. He be like, he told me the other day, he said, all right, now you about to see what the playoffs feel like. You know, me and C.J. always be talking trash. Like, but it's good because now, I mean, I've been knowing C.J. before. Right. I came and I knew what type of competitor he was, what type of person we was, just from, you know, just hanging out in the off season and stuff like that with the same agent and everything. So, just being on the same side as CJ, bro, CJ is a competitor. Yeah. CJ want to win, you know what I mean? And he even said it this week. He's like, bro, we got to do the things we need necessary to go win a Super Bowl. So, like, when your quarterback talking like that, that gives you all the inspiration in the world. And, you know, you just go ahead and just go do your thing.
What are the plans for Christmas?
Oh, man, I got the family in right now.
They are?
So I'm going to celebrate Christmas early because, you know, we going to California.
Yeah.
Man, I bought so many presents and stuff. I'm glad. Because, you know, I've been in Indy for 6 years, so it's like I never really had the whole family there for Christmas.
Yeah.
And I went to Charleston State out of college. Yep. So, you know, that was my first time away from Texas when I was in 6 years in Indy. So now that I'm back home in Texas, man, I invited the whole family out. We're about to go have Christmas right now, actually.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Eggnog, the whole.
Okay, good. And you get to do it after a win.
Yeah.
That's big. That's big.
There's E.J. Speed on Texans postgame with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner following the victory over the Raiders. Carroll, Raiders head coach and a veteran coach, Super Bowl winner, what he had to say about the Texans defense. You want to hear that. And you want to hear from the head coach after the game with Johnny and Kaimi Fairbairn in the locker room. It's all coming up here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Gearing up for game day? Look no further than King Ranch Ag and Turf, your local John Deere experts. Whether you're a farmer, landscaper, contractor, or homeowner, King Ranch Ag and Turf has you covered with 14 dealership locations to serve you. Right now, score big savings during our exclusive season kickoff sale. Get unbeatable deals on mowers, tractors, construction equipment, and so much more. Let us help you prepare to tackle your next project like the pros. Visit online at KingRanchAgAndTurf.com or stop by one of our stores where Texans gear up for success.
Hey, Dad, I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
Oh, you might be on the naughty list.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get a Hyundai Elantra with 2.99% APR for 48 months, plus or lease for $229 a month. See your local Hyundai dealer, the official car of the Houston Texans. Offers end January 2nd. Call 469-405-7740 for details.
The Texans took care of business against the Raiders.
Smith digging in, short roll to the right, throws, and intercepted. Stingley across the 25, 20, 15, 10, 5, rock and roll, pick six.
It's just all about getting the win. Really, it doesn't matter how it looks. It's beautiful to get the win. I'm proud of our team for continuing to find ways to win. That's always our goal.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans radio coming up in a moment.
What a matchup we've got, folks. Just nonstop action. The energy is electric and the fans are all in. An intense game like this calls for a Coca-Cola. Crisp and refreshing. That's a game changer. Yeah, that taste scores every time. And just like that, they're back at it. Passionate fans and an ice-cold Coca-Cola. Now that's a winning combo. No matter the team, no matter the sport, everyone knows fan work is thirsty work. Enjoy a Coca-Cola.
Each home game, nonprofit groups are given the opportunity to staff concession stands at NRG Stadium with members from their organizations. In partnership with Aramark, the Houston Texans donate a portion of each game's profit back to the organizations who dedicated their time to a successful game day. Since the 2002 season, over $8 million has been donated and reinvested in the Houston community. Be sure to stop by the at NRG Stadium to help support Houston.
NFL fans, when it's time to get Texans tickets, you can tackle game day with total certainty with Ticketmaster. With 100% verified tickets available all season long, you can count on getting in with ease and spend time focusing on the good stuff. Even if you're headed to the game last minute, you can still score seats. Want to meet up inside the stadium with your crew? Transferring your tickets is an easy handoff. So get those touchdown celebrations ready and score your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Texans.
Now, more than ever before, girls across the country are redefining what it means to be an athlete. Join the Houston Texans in inspiring the next generation as we host the 2026 Girls Flag College Showcase presented by Houston Methodist, Head & Shoulders, and HEB on Saturday, January 31st. High school athletes will have the chance to display their talents in front of college coaches and earn a flag football scholarship. Register for the showcase at HoustonTexans.com/girlsflag. The time is now. She's next.
Now, more Texans radio, the DeMeco Ryans Show.
As we get back into it here on the DeMeco Ryans Show, presented by M&G Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans, Pete Carroll after the game. Now, Carroll, of course, longtime coach of the Seattle Seahawks. He had Geno Smith there, and he really resurrected Geno's career, or got it going in the first place, really. And Geno, even last year, helped the Seahawks win 10 games. This year, it's not going so well, but Geno made some throws yesterday and kept the Raiders in it. They actually had the lead in the second half. As you know, took the lead again and got a 9-point lead. That fell to 2, but they killed the clock at the end of the game with that clutch throw from C.J. Stroud to Nico Collins on 3rd and 8. Anyway, the head coach of the Raiders, what did he have to say about the Texans' defense in particular after the game during the Q&A with the media?
This is the best defense in the NFL, and they've been doing it week in, week out, and been on a roll.
Pete, what about that Texans defense makes them the best in the league, as you just said?
Yeah. Nobody asked me that. I'm glad you asked. Because I see something in what DeMeco's done with these guys in acquiring, recruiting, however it is, to get guys that really can play the game. This is a really loaded defense, not size, weight, speed-wise. They are in terms of their playmaking ability. The linebackers, we didn't see their top guy today, but the linebackers and the safeties and the corners, they don't all have. They're not the biggest. They're not the fastest. They're just terrific football players. And they've found the scheme that comes out of the San Francisco background. They recognize that calls for the ends to play like they play, and they've just played right and recruited kind of and drafted to the strengths of the style that they want to play with. I think it's a really important thing to notice for D. I mean, he's and how they've ever put it together, figure it out, because it's really to me it's very impressive. And so we hold them in the highest of regard, and so to play against them well was I think it's a great statement for us. But they're on track, and Stroud played well enough to win the game, made enough plays today, and see Chubb get out there and run the ball a little bit. One of my favorites. It was a heck of a football game.
There's Pete Carroll after the game. I thought that might be interesting for us to hear the outside perspective on the Houston Texans. Now let's go for some inside perspective in the locker room. Ka'imi Fairbairn, 3 for 3 yesterday. He was hitting some bombs, helping the Texans win the game against the Raiders. Got a game ball, as you heard earlier in the post-game locker room speech. Here's Johnny Harris with Ka'imi Fairbairn.
Now, I know if Mark Vandermeer were here, he would actually say the full name, but I'm just going to say the name I love saying, Ka'imi Fairbairn. Good all day long. First over 1,000 points. Let's start there. First Texan in history over 1,000 points. What does that mean to you, Ka'imi?
It means that I'm old, I guess. No, it's a lot of hard work. A lot of days just focusing on my craft, and a lot of people that have poured their support and love into what I do. You know, Brinkman, Tommy, I got to shout out my guy Weeks, everybody who's helped me get to that total, so very grateful.
How big was this game for you today, for this team? Those field goals at that time, every time the offense bogged down, you came in, I would say saved them, but you put the 3 up on the board and salvaged that drive. How big was that to come up with the 3 you had?
Yeah, it's my mindset is whatever they put me on the field, that's my job to put it through the uprights. So wherever it is, whenever it is, it don't matter. I'm glad I got it done for the team today.
One of the things that you and I have talked about a lot have been these new kickoffs. You hit that kind of dirty kickoff that was big, that pinned them back into the 20. Mm-hmm. I know you hit it clean so often. How tough is it to kick a ball like that? And how was it for it to go all the way to the end zone?
Yeah, it's a little trick shot. You have to build up confidence for it and get a good amount of work in the week. And sometimes it clicks and it rotates how you want it to and keep it low. But you know, I try to hit it well when I can and give our guys a good opportunity to get a hit on the ball.
I know DeMeco won't like me asking you this, but it's 7 in a row. You guys have found ways to win in different ways. What do you think it says about this team this year, the way that you're winning games and have completed 7 in a row?
Yeah, just finishing. That's our main concern. Our main focus is finishing the game with a dub, and at some point, it's going to be do or die. So, you know, that's a mindset we got to have now. Why not have that mindset now, and we can continue that going forward.
Ka'imi, congratulations, man. It's been unbelievable watching your career thus far. Hopefully there's 1,000 more, my man. Congratulations. Great win.
Thank you very much.
Ka'imi Nue A'alua Meki Ikioki Kumupa'a John Christian Fairbairn. There he is. 36 letters and some apostrophes, too, in his first name. And Johnny dared me, so I went ahead and said it. Johnny again with the head coach. After the game, the Texans beating the Raiders. This is Johnny and DeMeco Ryans.
All right, Coach. Win is a win no matter how you get it. 7 in a row. I don't know if you know that. I don't know if that matters right now, but just getting a win today against the Raiders, how's it feel?
Oh, that feels great. It feels outstanding to get the win. I felt that all week. I knew it was going to be a tough one. And I thought all week about this one. You just watch the film and watch, how good they played defensively. I know they had some struggles on the offense, but I knew this was a good team, way better than their record indicated. Yeah. So I'm proud of our guys for finding a way to gut it out and finish it how we finished.
I know offensively it wasn't where you wanted. I know you and I talked at half, and I know there were some things you wanted to see. Hey, get down and score. Didn't really do that until in the fourth quarter. But in the fourth quarter, the last few games, your offense has really kind of risen up like they did today to make some big plays.
Yeah, you want to see a fast start. That was our goal coming out. We wanted to start fast on this team, but it didn't happen. But we've been a good fourth quarter team during this win streak, and that's what has allowed us to close out games. So I always tell our guys, we come in at halftime, like, hey, forget about the first half. It doesn't matter. Like, how are we finishing? That's the only thing that matters. And our guys have carried that on, for however many weeks we've been rolling here. They've carried that mindset throughout the third and fourth quarter and how we finish games, and that's what's put us in the win column.
I know if you're playing box score here, you look at Nico Collins' numbers and you're like, those weren't great numbers. However, he came up big in the big moments, the 2 pass interference calls that he was able to generate, and then obviously that last catch for the first down.
Yeah, the numbers may not say it, but watching the game, he impacted this game tremendously. Being able to just come in, and teams are going to try to double Nico. They doubled him. They put an umbrella over him. That's going to happen. But